Volume 17. Chapter 1601 Bronze Fragments. Chapter 1601 Bronze Fragments. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Purple Succubus was among the first batch of people who made contact with Yun in Taixia Ancient Mining. She still remembered when he first arrived at her Purple Light Hall. The way he looked when he received crude ores was the perfect example of a rookie who knew nothing. Not only did he appear weak, but he also spoke quite servilely. According to Purple Succubus's experience, a disciple like Yun would easily be bullied and the chances of him perishing were relatively higher. But as she watched Yun slay 2 ghost lords in one strike, he appeared completely different from before. "Sister Purple, are you alright?" A younger-looking woman flew toward Purple Succubus and quickly made Purple Succubus consume a bottle of pills she took out. She was Purple Succubus's junior sister. She was already convinced that the both of them would perish here, but never expected to reunite in this life. "He is, from your Purple Light Hall?" The woman looked at Yun, but found that he did not stay for long. He had flown towards 2 ghost lords. Purple Succubus smiled wryly. "In a sense. In the past, he was considered my subordinate, but now, his level is not something I can even touch. If Yun continued staying in Taixia, his position could very possibly be only second to the Grand Elder." As Purple Succubus spoke, she heard a dragon's roar sound in the sky. Another ghost lord had been slashed by Yun's sword. Brimming lifeblood forces evaporated the ghost lord's soul body. How potent was the lifeblood to evaporate a ghost lord? This Yun duel cultivates both in laws and body. Steward Joe drew in a thick breath. To human warriors, having such powerful lifeblood forces was completely unimaginable. Just his slaying of 3 ghost lords in a row was worth the price of a godly monarch blood essence pill. And in fact, the Taixia's guest elders at the Divine Lord level were not much stronger than the ghost lords they had encountered. Didn't this mean that Yun could easily kill those guest elders like he was chopping vegetables? Upon being suddenly assaulted by Yun, these ghost lords also felt things were amiss. They quickly shrank back into the Thousand-Eyed Mo's body. In a blink of an eye, the only opponent in front of Yun was the Thousand-Eyed Mo. A ghost beast with 8,000 eyes. Although that was quite close to 10,000 eyes, it was ultimately not at that level. Once a Thousand-Eyed Mo gained 10,000 eyes, it would experience a qualitative change. If that happened, the only option for Yun would be to flee. But now, Yun showed no fear. Yun, fighting against Thousand-Eyed Mo is somewhat dangerous. This Thousand-Eyed Mo is likely an intrinsic ghost beast reared by a ghost Thorch. Furthermore, it's on the brink of completion. Your slaying of a few ghost lords can be ignored, but if you were to kill it, that ghost Thorch would likely seek you out to the ends of the world to skin you alive and reduce you to nothingness. Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yun's mind. Yun also understood what Bai Yuan was getting at. He looked up at the ghost Thorch in midair. There was a ghostly fog that spread endlessly. It was unknown if godly monarch Divineheart was capable of withstanding it. However, even though godly monarch Divineheart was no match for the ghost Thorch, if he only thought of escaping. Yun had never fought with a godly monarch, nor was he knowledgeable about his limits. And then, boom! There was a loud boom high in the sky. The fog that spanned a few kilometers seemed to have been swept away by a sudden energy vortex. Immediately, countless golden light shot down from the vortex. The golden light contained brimming Yuan Qi, one that was even purer than those from chaos ores. This is? Yun was momentarily stunned. He could tell at a glance that the golden light that radiated outwards was not a result of stray energy blasts. Instead, it represented a particular kind of item. Treasures. Could it be that these were what the ghost Thorch and Divineheart were vying for? Had it shattered from their battle? Or could it be that they decided to shatter a treasure chest? Snatch. This was Yun's first thought. If he did not do it then, when? Even if most of the treasure landed in the godly monarch's and ghost Thearcha's hands, he could still benefit a little. Perhaps, with good luck, he could reap huge benefits. At the same moment Yun took action, the Thousand-Eyed Mo also moved. Thousands of ghouls flew out from its body. Even the 8 ghost lords who had retreated back into the Thousand-Eyed Mo had also appeared once again as they charged toward the golden streams of light. What are you waiting for? Snatch the items. At that moment, godly monarch Divineheart's voice sounded. Yun's reaction was fast and his eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that it was a treasure. As for the ghost warriors, they were telepathically connected. Only the Taixia Ancient Mining members were slow to react. And this slight delay had allowed the strongest beams of golden light from the energy blast to land in Yun's and the ghost warriors' hands. A bunch of fools. Bellowed Divineheart angrily. The members of the Taisha Ancient Mining felt miserable. How could they have known what those golden beams of light were? They had originally believed them to be aftershocks from the clash of the two godly monarch-ranked existences. Oh? These are treasures the two godly monarch existences were vying for? Ian looked at the things in his hand. When the golden light dissipated, he found a remnant bronze fragment in his palm. The fragment was engraved with ancient and dull patterns. They looked as though they had a very long history. Ian's fragment was only the size of a palm, but it was rather heavy in his hand. It was probably 500 kilograms. For some reason, Ian sensed a familiar aura from the bronze fragment. Regardless of what it is, I'll decide what to do with it once I finish snatching. Ian took aim at a ghost lord as he charged forward with sword in hand. There was no other reason for this attack except that the bronze fragment in that ghost lord's hand was bigger than the one he had. Even without considering its original use, just the pure energy contained within the bronze fragment make it quite valuable. The ghost lord was obviously not Ian's match. He roared when he saw Ian charging at him ferociously as he rushed towards the thousand-eyed Mo. You wish to take the treasure and escape? Leave it along with your life. Ian took a step forward as the primordial destruction domain surged in every direction like a tidal wave. Boom! The surrounding space immediately turned heavy and sticky, causing the escaping ghost lord to slow down drastically. He was instantly left flustered. Ian was just too powerful. The laws of humans, together with the lifeblood powers of the Fae, made it impossible for him to resist. And at that moment, a cold bellow sounded. Little bastard, take one more step and I'll obliterate your soul. The loud voice seemed to boom in everyone's soul sea at the same moment. It left people's faces pale as their heads ached. It was ghost language, but everyone was able to understand it. Ghost the Arch. The Ghost the Arch finally lost his patience after the multiple setbacks Ian repeatedly delivered to his protege and gave such a warning. In the beginning, a warrior like Ian was completely unworthy of his attention. What surprised him was Ian's repeated killing of ghost lords. Now, Ian was even snatching what was rightfully his. The Ghost Thearcha's bellow contained a terrifying psyche blast. Ian was first to be hit by it as his footsteps came to a pause. His primordial destruction domain also began to produce ripples. Ka. The domain began to crack under the energy surge. The Ghost Lord seemed released from his burden as he took the opportunity to let out a strange laugh. He tore apart the domain and charged back into the thousand-eyed Mo's body. Ian's expression sank. Do you really think I won't attack this monster? With a sudden roar, all his muscles swelled as his lifeblood erupted. Roar! The dragon roar reached to the skies as Ian held the mirage snow in hand while heretic flames sprang to life at his feet. Countless demon god phantoms condensed on Ian's sword. 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Cha! He slashed out with his sword as infinite demonic powers were drained clean by the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. He sent 1,000 feet wide 10,000 demon wheel of existence straight at the thousand-eyed Mo. Ah! The thousand-eyed Mo let out a roar as its 8,000 eyes released a beam that shot straight at Ian. However, as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence spun, it devoured all the beams and snuffed them out like a humongous grinder. Ian went upstream against the surging blast as he directly stabbed the thousand-eyed Mo. Boom! The destruction sword Dao boomed as the thousand-eyed Mo let out a tragic cry. Its mammoth body's back completely tore open as dozens of eyes on its surface were stabbed blind. The souls hidden within were obliterated with a tragic cry. Ian put away his sword, and soon, he had an additional bronze fragment in his hand. As for the Ghost Lord who had hidden away in the thousand-eyed Mo's body, it had clearly been obliterated by Ian's single strike. Hiding inside the thousand-eyed Mo's body was no way to escape death. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the Taisha Ancient Mining drew a gasp. They were fully aware of the thousand-eyed Mo's horror, but in front of Ian, it could still be injured with a single strike. Ian's strength seemed limitless. Little bastard, you are courting death. The Ghost Arch raged, but at that moment, godly monarch Divineheart also attacked with all he had to hold back the Ghost Arch. Ian's appearance left him pleasantly surprised. Ghost Ming, where are you looking at? I'm your opponent. It was not easy to find an expert who could protect the members of the Taisha Ancient Mining, so godly monarch Divineheart was naturally delighted. Although he had also sensed that Ian was not very cordial with the Taisha Ancient Mining, it did not really matter. Punk, this is for you. Divineheart flicked his finger and sent an interspatial ring flying at Ian. Ian took it and probed it with his psyche, only to be instantly delighted. Contained inside the interspatial ring was only one item. It was a pill bottle and there was one 9-heart life rejuvenation pill in it. It was a godly monarch ranked pill used to replenish lifeblood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1602 Lin Shintong Awakens. Chapter 1602 Lin Shintong Awakens. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Godly monarchs had sharp ears and bright eyes. Even though Divine Heart was engaging in a battle, he had paid attention to Yi Yun's conversation with Steward Zhou. The pill is remuneration for the work you just did. Continue and there will be more. Godly monarch Divine Heart's hearty laughter resounded. He could tell that Yi Yun was a person who would not commit himself until success was certain. To get Yi Yun's help, he had to first provide him with sufficient benefits. Previously, Divine Heart had been repressed by Ghost Ming. Apart from a difference in strength, there was the important distraction of Divine Heart worrying over Taixia Ancient Mining and its disciples. They were in a perilous environment and a continued battle would result in their complete wipeout. Now that Yi Yun had joined the fray, the combat situation had completely reversed. The 12 Ghost Lords together with the 1,000-eyed Mo had been beaten thoroughly by Yi Yun. Now, all that was left was Ghost Ming. Ghost Ming turned flustered. Now that Divine Heart was able to focus on his battle with him, his advantage would slowly erode with time. Ha ha ha. Ghost Ming, if you have what it takes to drag this out, let's see who suffers in the end. Yi Yun, the bronze fragments that dropped are all treasures. The ones you grab are yours. You deal with the 1,000-eyed Mo and I'll pay you with chaos crystals, said Divine Heart loudly as he fought Ghost Ming. Elder Divine Heart sure is generous. Yi Yun roared with laughter. He did not have a good impression of the Taixia Ancient Mining members, but Divine Heart's actions matched his palate. The 9-Heart Life Rejuvenation Pill would not only replenish Lin Shintong's missing blood essence, but it would also push her beyond her past limits. Previously, Yi Yun had sealed Lin Shintong in a temporal barrier. Decades would only be tens of days to Lin Shintong and would not affect her cultivation at all. Elder Divine Heart, I can smash this 1,000-eyed Mo blind, but I need to know what these bronze fragments are for. No problem. Divine Heart replied without any hesitation. Yi Yun let out a long shout as he held the ascending dragon cauldron in hand and smashed it at the 1,000-eyed Mo. His lifeblood powers were best for dealing with ghosts. With a loud roar, Yi Yun rode on a 10,000 demon wheel of existence while the ascending dragon cauldron slammed down like a falling star. Boom! The ground ruptured as Yi Yun's strike delivered immense lifeblood powers into the 1,000-eyed Mo's body. It then split into countless true dragons and surged in every direction. Many of the lifeblood dragons tore right out of the 1,000-eyed Mo's eyes as they went blind one after another. The 1,000-eyed Mo's eyes had ghosts sealed within. When an eye went blind, the ghost within was wiped out of existence. Ghosts wailed as the 1,000-eyed Mo struck back relentlessly. Gnarly red sanguine light shot at Yi Yun while countless haunting specters pounced onto Yi Yun to bite him. Sha! 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 Yi Yun's clothes tore as his firm muscles bled from the specters biting. But at that moment, a terrifying black flame blasted out from his body. Large numbers of ghouls were burnt to ashes. What kind of fire is that? The Taixia Ancient Mining members were long curious. Ordinary flames were ineffective against ghouls, but Yi Yun's flame was able to burn right through psyche energy. The ghouls' encounter with the black fire was like snow meeting molten metal, where the only outcome was rapid melting. This Yi Yun had potent lifeblood and also an extraordinary fire force. He was basically the nemesis of ghouls. If this continued, even if the 1,000-eyed Mo was able to last till the very end with its immense strength, it would be greatly weakened by Yi Yun's attacks. Wouldn't Ghost Ming feel the pinch? This was a ghost beast he had spent countless time and effort to nurture. To be beaten by Yi Yun so terribly after reaching just short of perfection, it was unknown how many living spirits it would take to restore it to its former glory. At that moment, Ghost Ming's killing intent towards Yi Yun had reached an extremum. While Yi Yun was battling the 1,000-eyed Mo, inside the Azure Lamp of Time's world. This place was like vast and boundless space. The Azure Lamp of Time's former owner, godly monarch River of Forgetfulness, still had a remnant soul left. And this remnant soul had nearly fused with the Azure Lamp of Time. Right in the middle of the stellar space, Lin Shintong floated silently. She was covered in a veil while a resplendent red lotus mark sat at her glabella. She looked like a lost fairy. Bai Yuan's soul appeared in front of Lin Shintong. With a thought, the 9-Heart Life Rejuvenation Pill appeared in front of her and flew into Lin Shintong's mouth. It transformed into pure energy as it spread throughout Lin Shintong's limbs. A blood essence pill usually had mild medicinal properties. However, for warriors who had burned blood essence in large amounts and were in need of blood essence pills for replenishment, their bodies would often be weak and drained dry. It was even possible that they would suffer a drop in realm. To make such a person recover, harsh medicine naturally could not work. Therefore, even for godly monarch-ranked blood essence pills, their medicinal properties were mild. Lin Shintong experienced no physical burden when absorbing it. At that moment, Bai Yueyin was protecting Lin Shintong. Although she was only a spirit, her psyche powers were potent. She had once cultivated in the grand reincarnation technique with Lin Shintong and had nearly fused as one. She knew Lin Shintong's body better than anyone, so with Bai Yueyin's psyche energy guidance, the 9-heart life rejuvenation pill's medicinal essence was rapidly absorbed by Lin Shintong. Bai Yueyin could sense that Lin Shintong's lifeblood powers were being restoring at an astounding rate. She's truly, abnormally talented. Bai Yueyin sighed. Such a perfect purine body, together with Yun's help, allowed Lin Shintong's attainments to easily exceed hers. What was different was that Bai Yueyin wished to follow in the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's footsteps back then, but failed to have her wishes fulfilled. It became an obsession of hers that plagued her for billions of years. As for Lin Shintong, she was destined to follow Yun and travel the cosmos with him as long as he remained alive. This left Bai Yueyin feeling wistful. Master. These pills. Lin Shintong slowly opened her eyes. The temporal barrier had already been dispelled by Bai Yueyin. Yun found it for you. Your lifeblood has mostly been restored. However, half of this 9-heart life rejuvenation pill's medicinal effects remain. They are retained in your body, so slowly absorb them to strengthen your lifeblood. Yun found this for me? Lin Shintong bit her lips. She also knew that such a pill was extraordinary. How did Yun obtain one? Bai Yueyin guessed Lin Shintong's thoughts and said, "It's a long story. We are no longer in the sinkhole, but in the chaos heavens. Yun is currently in battle. You can take a look outside and gain more experience. If you encounter danger, you can always retreat." With that said, Bai Yueyin vanished. This was not the sinkhole? Lin Shintong probed the azure lamp of time with her perception, and when she saw the scene outside, she was stunned. From Bai Yueyin's tone, it was as though Yun was engaging in a most ordinary battle. But when she gave a cursory sweep outside, Lin Shintong clearly sensed 2 terrifying powers suppressing them from above. The feeling was that of godly monarchs. 2 godly monarchs were engaging in an intense battle in the sky, and one of them was releasing horrifying killing intent at Yun. This left Lin Shintong alarmed. And below, there was a terrifying beast which had eyes all over its body. Its aura far exceeded people like Sacred Horizon Divine Lord or Eclipse Arhat from before. And such a behemoth was fighting Yun. As it endured Yun's relentless attacks, it was already heavily injured and looked wretched. Yun was already this strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1603 Reunion. Chapter 1603 Reunion. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Boom. Divine Heart and Ghost Ming delivered palm strikes at each other. This exchange dissipated more than half of Ghost Ming's surrounding yin qi. Of course, Divine Heart suffered as well. He had expended more than half his yuan qi while Ghost Ming had only expended about 40% of his yin qi. Although Ghost Ming held the advantage, how could godly monarchs be so easily killed? If this continued, Divine Heart would still be fine, but the 1000-eyed Mo would first be killed by Yun. Ghost Ming could not afford to lose the 1000-eyed Mo. Realizing that Yun had roughly blinded 1,000 of the 1000-eyed Mo's eyes, Ghost Ming's face turned ashen. He originally looked like a handsome middle-aged man who only had a greenish tint to his face, but now, he revealed a set of fiendish protruding teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and his facial muscles were scrunched up. He looked extremely grotesque. Whoosh! Ghost Ming directly threw out a ghost banner, and before reaching Divine Heart, it exploded in midair, sending Divine Heart retreating. Upon seeing this scene, Yun did not hesitate to abandon the 1000-eyed Mo and escape immediately. Yun was very far from Ghost Ming to begin with. The moment he escaped, he increased the gap between them by tens of kilometers in a blink of an eye. Alongside this, Yun had established a temporal barrier around him. Anyone who entered it would drastically slow down. Although Ghost Ming could quickly shatter the temporal barrier, the time it would take to do so would be sufficient for Divine Heart's reinforcement to arrive. Well, King done. Ghost Ming gave Yun a piercing glance and gave up the thought of wiping out Yun with a single strike. His body emitted wave after wave of black auras which enveloped the 1000-eyed Mo. One moment later, Ghost Ming and the 1000-eyed Mo transformed into a black stream of light and instantly departed. Ghost Ming had fled. Divine Heart let out a long sigh of relief, having no plans on pursuing them. Killing Ghost Ming would be nothing but a joke. He was already very thankful that his side had won and that they had dealt Ghost Ming a great blow. Of course, quite a number of Taixia ancient mining disciples had perished. Thankfully, not many of the stronger ones perished. As for the weaker disciples, so be it. It was normal for there to be losses on their trip into the God Confusion Valley. And this victory was all thanks to Yi Yun. Divine Heart looked at Yi Yun with a smile. This young man was completely unfathomable. His bone age was not high, and he was shockingly young. His future achievements were limitless. Even rarer was the fact that Yi Yun was human. Humanity had been on a decline in recent years. Their lifebloods were inferior to the Fae, and their psyche powers were no match for the soul race. In terms of the unpredictability and oddness of combat techniques, they were again no match for the ghost race. As for the Celestials, strongest of all races, there was no need to elaborate on them. If there was a strength humanity had, it was balance. However, balance also meant mediocrity, unless one was a peerless genius. By pushing this balance to the limits, they would become an extraordinary expert without any shortcomings. However, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, Divine Heart saw a sliver of hope in Yi Yun. With such a genius around, the Taixia Ancient Mining naturally had to attempt to rope him in. The Taixia Ancient Mining was not having it good in recent times. Young brother Yi, is it alright for you to divulge how long you have been cultivating for? Asked Divine Heart with a smile. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, about 7 centuries or so. Ever since Yi Yun ascended to the 12 Empyrean heavens, not much time had passed. He had just spent a considerable amount of time in the temporal barriers of the azure lamp of time. Such cultivation time was astonishingly short. However, Yi Yun had no intention to conceal it. He knew that he would only present his value by showcasing his strength now. It was beneficial for his next choice of action. 7 centuries. Divine Heart's pupils constricted a little. He could tell that Yi Yun was young, but he never expected his cultivation time to be that short. In the Chaos Heavens, there were a few geniuses who could barely compare with Yi Yun. For instance, the Xiaomong family clan's Xiaomong Xian was a genius among geniuses, but he had already cultivated for 2 millennia. In terms of potential, Yi Yun far exceeded Xiaomong Xian. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words and seeing Divine Heart's reaction, all the Taixia disciples bemoaned their inadequacies. Yi Yun's talent was just too terrifying. It made it hard for them to even look at him straight. The Taixia Divine Lords present had all cultivated for 10,000 years to hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, the ones who had cultivated for an exceedingly long period of time were destined to be stuck in the Divine Lord realm forever. Compared to Yi Yun, their ages made them feel like they had lived in vain. From the looks of it, my cousin, Zhou Fong, died in vain. Steward Zhou smiled bitterly. Ignoring Yi Yun's talent, just the fact that he saved the lives of so many Taixia ancient mining disciples made his value far exceed Zhou Fong's. To exchange one Zhou Fong for so many lives, how was it possible that Divine Heart would pursue justice for Zhou Fong's death? This Yi Yun is probably unmatchable by anyone in the recent 100 million years in the Chaos Heavens, Steward Zhou said wistfully. At that moment, a stream of light flashed from within Yi Yun's body suddenly. A dainty figure dressed in white veil appeared in front of Yi Yun. The figure was naturally Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong's age was astonishingly young because of her cultivation of the Grand Reincarnation technique. After she consumed the Godly Monarch-ranked blood essence pill, her blood essence was brimming and there was a rosy glow to her face. It made her look 13 or 14, but her long and slim legs made her look like an exceptional young girl. At that moment, Lin Shintong was looking emotively at Yi Yun. When Yi Yun saw Lin Shintong's rosy and adorable face with its adolescent air, he could not help but take a step forward and pull her into his embrace. The two had been together for several tumultuous centuries. They were often more separated than together, having experiencing too much together. Now, although the enemy had not been rid of, they were finally together. Lin Shintong missed Yi Yun too much. Although there were many people around, they did not appear to be his enemies, therefore, she could not help but appear. This girl. Divine Heart was taken aback. He already found Yi Yun's young age exaggerated, but this girl's age seemed ridiculous. He sensed her bone age and felt that it did not exceed 20 years of age. Divine Heart was dumbfounded himself. How could there be such a young warrior? Furthermore, her aura was definitely not of a weakling's. Although she was far inferior to Yi Yun, she was in no way weaker than a Taixia ancient mining divine lord. Even Steward Zhou did not dare claim that he could beat this girl. This was way too ridiculous. Divine Heart reeled in disbelief as he looked at Steward Zhou, only to see him smiling bitterly. They originally believed that Yi Yun was already a genius, but another one had appeared. It was fine if he was inferior to Yi Yun, but this young lass made him lose all his confidence. Having practiced martial arts all these years, seeing Lin Shintong made him question life. This Yi Yun is no trifling matter. Divine Heart felt mixed emotions. The girl's gaze was clearly filled with deep emotions for Yi Yun. They were obviously Dao partners. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1604 God Confusion Valley's Secret. Chapter 1604 God Confusion Valley's Secret. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Any one of the two Yi Yun or the mysterious girl would be heaven-defying. Yet, the two of them were Dao partners. This was probably defying the heavens until they turned topsy-turvy. Of course, even so, Divine Heart had no thoughts of harming Yi Yun. There was just too much the chaos heavens had to offer. Their Taixia ancient mining could only take a small portion of the pie. Even all of humanity only took a limited portion of it. If Yi Yun successfully developed his strength, he could lead humanity to gain even more. As such, they would possibly be able to obtain even more benefits. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong hugged each other for several seconds before separating. They were in the God Confusion Valley and had to rein in their romantic emotions. Senior Divine Heart, can you now tell me what these bronze fragments are? In fact, Yi Yun already had some guesses. He was only asking to confirm them. Divine Heart hesitated for a moment before setting up a sound-insulating barrier, isolating them from the low-ranking Taixia disciples. Upon seeing Divine Heart go to such lengths, Yi Yun also guessed that the bronze fragments were no trifling matter. I can tell you, but I will have to request that you and this lady beside you swear on your Dao heart. Whatever you hear today shall not be divulged. Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. He swore on his Dao heart with Lin Shintong. It was pointless if one was ordinary, but it was absolutely trustworthy when peerless geniuses swore on their Dao heart. For a genius, a damaged Dao heart was an unacceptable loss. Divine Heart said, "Young brother Yi, please pardon me. There is no other reason for it, except that even if I return empty-handed, this news must not be leaked." I understand. Alright, then I'll tell you everything. The bronze fragments you possess are the fragments left behind by a shattered ancient bell. Ancient bell? That means that these fragments are just remnants of an artifact? Yi Yun pricked up his brows. If they were only remnants of an artifact, no matter how impressive the artifact was, these fragments would not have been that valuable. A fragmented artifact, especially one that was in so many pieces, had limited uses. Yes, that ancient bell is named the Chaos Bell. It's said to be an artifact of a peerless ancient expert. The expert was very strong, so strong that even I do not know. All he left behind in the chaos heavens were legends about him. Furthermore, it seems that peerless expert is a human. Later, it became unknown if this peerless human expert's title was spread or if it was given to him, but in short, he was called the human emperor in the chaos heavens. Divine Heart delivered his speech slowly. When he said the words human emperor, his heart revealed a longing. Even humans could produce such a peerless mighty figure in ancient times. Humans having immense potential was not empty talk. However, that person had vanished. As for where he went, no one knew. If the human emperor had not isolated himself from worldly matters and instead led humans to dominate the chaos heavens, humanity would have ushered in a triumphant age billions of years ago. When Divine Heart said this, Yi Yun's guesses had been mostly confirmed. He took a glance at Baiyuan and his soul see and saw her eyes moist and silent, as though she was lost deep in thought. Since Senior Human Emperor is that powerful, who could have shattered the Chaos Bell? Furthermore, why are all of you eyeing the Chaos Bell's fragments? Yi Yun knew that Divine Heart and the departed Ghost Ming had many Chaos Bell fragments with them. The pieces they had were much bigger than the ones he had. If the legends are right, Human Emperor had slain the strongest celestial back then. As for why they fought, it is still a mystery. Perhaps, Human Emperor could not stand for what the Celestials did. The strongest Celestial's strength was not to be underestimated. It is likely that the Chaos Bell was shattered by him. Although these legends take our breaths away, they are not the reason why we have entered the God Confusion Valley to seek the Chaos Bell fragments. The real reason is, it is said that back when Human Emperor killed the strongest Celestial, he had extracted a fragment of the heavenly Tao which the strongest Celestial had devoured and sealed it within the God Confusion Valley. What? A heavenly Tao fragment? Upon hearing Divine Emperor's words, Yi Yun felt his heart jolt. Human Emperor was no doubt the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. Yi Yun was aware that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had slain an ancestor god. The Tao originator Celestial the Arch had also split the ancestor god's body in 33 segments and sealed them away. The number 33 likely had to do with the fact that the Tao originator celestial the arch came from the 33 skies. However, Yi Yun never expected that the Tao originator celestial the arch had obtained the heavenly Tao fragment inside the ancestor god's body. Yi Yun long knew of the ancestor god's devouring of the heavenly Tao. The sinkhole's heavenly Tao was still missing a piece. It was still a question if the heavenly Tao which the ancestor god devoured was the sinkhole's piece. So your goal here is to find that piece of heavenly Tao fragment? Yi Yun had already made the guess. Exactly so. Before this, we were unclear where the ceiling array formation was. It was only later when people obtained the fragments of this chaos bell that we had an idea. Although the chaos bell has already shattered, it still contains the human emperor's nomological powers. People also speculated that gathering all the nomological powers is the key to opening the seal. All the Chaos Bell fragments are in the Shanyuan Dune, therefore, the ones to discover the Chaos Bell fragments are limited to the few factions of the Taixia Ancient Mining, 9 Netherworld Lands, Desolate Clan, Myriad Demon Valley, and the Heavenly Dream Path. These factions are not considered the strongest in the Chaos Heavens, but we enjoy the benefits of a favorable position since the Shanyuan Dune is under our control. Therefore we are the only ones who came to the God Confusion Valley this time. Of course, we would not divulge this news to other factions. Our Taixia did not prepare well for this operation. The rest have likely obtained bigger fragments and confirmed the method of opening the array formation before we even learned of it. We were quite behind. I see. Yi Yun was enlightened. In order to keep it a secret, information regarding the Chaos Bell fragments were only known by the upper echelons of the major factions. A maidservant like Shan Ling naturally had no idea. The God Confusion Valley treasure she mentioned was probably only a result of rumors. For the Taixia Ancient Mining to choose to tell him such secretive information, it was mainly to rope him in. The second reason was that the Taixia Ancient Mining likely lacked the confidence to vie for the Heavenly Tao fragment. The Taixia Ancient Mining had rushed to set up a team. Although Godly Monarch Divineheart had led the team, they had suffered losses against Ghost Ming. Furthermore, the Myriad Demon Valley had sent a celestial expert. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Tao fragment was attractive to celestial experts. Divineheart was hoping that Yi Yun could help him in snatching the Heavenly Tao fragment. Divineheart did not conceal his motives as he said directly, "Young brother Yi, I can annul the contract you signed with the Taixia Ancient Mining. I wonder if you are willing to be the leading guest elder of my Taixia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1605, Conditions. Chapter 1605, Conditions. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Leading guest elder? Yi Yun smiled. Senior Divineheart, you sure think highly of me. Yi Yun did not need to feel any gratitude towards Divineheart's annulment of his original contract since he had already shown his strength. The contract was unable to bind him much, as all he needed to do was submit 100 years' worth of crude ores. Although he had a good impression of Elder Divineheart, it had not been long since he had come to the Chaos Heavens. There was no real need for him to join the Taixia Ancient Mining. Divineheart could tell that Yi Yun had no wish to join him. Peerless geniuses had limitless potential. As for Taixia, it was not a top faction in the Chaos Heavens to begin with. Taixia was unable to offer irresistible benefits to Yi Yun. In contrast, once Yi Yun fully developed his strength in the future, Taixia would gain immense benefits from Yi Yun. It was already foreseeable. What a pity, I have made a misjudgment. Steward Zhou felt depressed. After seeing Yi Yun and Lin Shintong together, Steward Zhou realized what kind of opportunities he had missed. When he first arrived, Yi Yun was clearly heavily injured. That was why he concealed his strength. If he had offered timely assistance while Yi Yun was weak, Yi Yun would have owed him one. Perhaps, that would have prompted Yi Yun into agreeing to be a guest elder and he would be rewarded for it. Young brother Yi. I know the Taixia Ancient Mining isn't very attractive to you. Divineheart went straight to the point. However, you should be interested in the Heavenly Tao fragment, right? The Heavenly Tao fragment was something the Taixia Ancient Mining obviously wanted. However, the probability of snatching it from a crowd of savage beasts with just Divineheart and his Taixia disciples alone was less than 10%. Heavenly Tao fragment, Yi Yun pondered. The next moment, his psyche strength entered his soul sea and appeared in front of Baiyuan, forming a figure of light. What can the Heavenly Tao fragment be used for exactly? Yi Yun asked Baiyuan. For studying, Baiyuan answered Yi Yun simply without even looking at him. Just for studying? Yi Yun shook his head. Although it was impressive, just using it for study alone was of low priority. He had no lack of nomological insights at the moment. It's not just that. There should be different uses that drive the different races into vying for the heavenly Tao fragment. It's just that I'm not completely aware of the reasons. Ian stroked his chin and said, the likely reason why celestial experts would vie for the heavenly Tao fragment is to devour it to enhance themselves, right? Can't human warriors do the same? Bai Yuan said, celestial experts have extremely powerful bodies, so they can forcibly fuse with a heavenly Tao fragment. Even so, that poses immense danger for them. For humans, it's likely their bodies would explode because it's just too difficult for humans to fuse the heavenly Tao with their mere flesh and blood. Inside me flows the blood of the Dragon Emperor. It's the bloodline of one of the 12 Fey gods. When Yun mentioned this point, Bai Yuan paused for a moment. She looked up at Yun and said, the Fey of the Chaos Heavens have peerless godly monarchs who have also inherited the bloodlines of powerful ancient Fey. They might not even be weaker than you. Their bodies are far stronger than yours. But the nomological insight the Fey have is left wanting, said Yun after some thought. To fuse with a heavenly Tao fragment, one naturally had to be adept at nomological forces. If a warrior's nomological insights were comparable to the heavenly Tao at a certain level, they were able to bend the heavenly Tao forces to their will. It was unlikely to completely bend to their will, but it still became possible to reduce the impact the heavenly Tao had on their bodies by 70 to 80%. Bai Yuan was stunned again when she heard Yun. Bai Yuan had never thought very carefully of the Celestials' ability to fuse with heavenly Tao fragments. Now, from the looks of it, the Celestials were relying on both their powerful bodies and their nomological insights, making it so their bodies were innately compatible with laws. Apart from the Celestials, all the other races had their shortcomings. Humans had weak bodies, while the Fey were poor at laws. The Soul race and Ghost race were even weaker in these aspects. If a human was able to be simultaneously strong in both laws and body, perhaps they could emulate the Celestials and devour a heavenly Tao fragment? However, Bai Yuan still shook her head. Up to now, it's unlikely any human has attempted it before. Death is a possibility upon failure. No one had attempted it, but not just because of a general limited strength. There was a more simple reason: there were too few heavenly Tao fragments. Apart from the peerless celestial expert, no other person had the chance to do so. Even heavenly Tao fragments were a handful among celestials. The vying for this heavenly Tao fragment was mainly because of it being in the Shenyuan Dune. This news had been kept a secret by the factions in control of the Shenyuan Dune. Otherwise, a treasure that could shake the Chaos Heavens was not something such second-rate factions could vie for. That included the celestial expert. His strength was not considered very powerful among celestials. Typically speaking, he should have reported the existence of the heavenly Tao fragment to his higher-ups. The fact that he was there alone made it evident that he was planning on taking it all for himself. Bai Yuan said, even if you plan on devouring the heavenly Tao fragment, it's best you do so after you reach the godly monarch realm. Even celestial experts would have to reach the godly monarch first before they attempt to devour the fragment. Ian smiled and said, you are getting ahead of yourself. It will not be easy getting this heavenly Tao fragment with my strength. Even if it was left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, I have to be able to hold on to it while remaining alive. Ian's combat strength was too weak when faced with the few godly monarchs. However, even if he could not obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, Ian wished to probe the methods of fusing with a heavenly Tao fragment. After all, he was destined to oppose the Celestials in the future. Even if there were very few heavenly Tao fragments, it was still possible for him to attain one. Ian looked at Divine Heart and asked, I'm indeed interested in the heavenly Tao fragment. Might I know what you are getting at? Divine Heart smiled and said, as long as you are willing to be a guest elder of my Taisha, I can dictate that you will be able to study the heavenly Tao fragment for a third of the time if we obtain it. Studying a heavenly Tao fragment would expend the nomological forces within. The Taisha ancient mining had many people. There were already 2 grand elders at the godly monarch realm. If Ian were to take a third, it was even possible that he would have more time to study the fragment than a grand elder. Divine Heart was being sufficiently generous in making such a promise. Of course, this was under the premise that the heavenly Tao fragment was obtained. If not, everything was just empty talk. Divine Heart naturally knew this as he said, obtaining the heavenly Tao fragment with just me alone is just too improbable. But if I have you, the probability might rise to 20%. If we succeed, you can choose to be my Taisha's guest elder. If we fail, my Taisha has little to offer that can attract you anyway. We will then annul this 100-year contract. Young brothery, you then be free to do as you wish. I just hope that we will be considered friends when we meet again in the future. Divine Heart's conditions were definitely sincere. They were beneficial to Yun in every single way. Yun pondered for a few moments before saying, what happens if I obtain the heavenly Tao fragment by my strength alone? Divine Heart looked at Yi Yun in astonishment. He never expected Yi Yun to say something like that. As a godly monarch, he did not even have the confidence of obtaining the fragment. No matter how strong Yi Yun was, he was still far inferior to a godly monarch. Ignoring the numerous experts and godly monarchs of the ghosts, fae, and souls, along with the celestial expert from the myriad demon valley, things could only get more terrifying. In such a situation, it was a good outcome to merely survive. Yet, Yi Yun was planning on trying to snatch food from the tiger's proverbial mouth? Wasn't he being too conceited? Divine Heart appreciated geniuses, but reaching for what was beyond one's grasp was not ideal. By overestimating himself, Yi Yun was likely to suffer or even perish on his future martial path. He frowned, but still managed to say, if you obtain the Heavenly Tao fragment by your own strength, that Heavenly Tao fragment will naturally be yours to keep. It will have nothing to do with my Taixia. Alright then. Yi Yun agreed. He was lacking in strength and had offended numerous enemies. If he were to really encounter other godly monarchs, he was afraid that they would immediately kill him. It was already not easy for him to approach the sealed area, much less speak of snatching the Heavenly Tao fragment. By cooperating with Divine Heart, he was able to feel more rooted at the very least. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1606 Opening of the Seal. Chapter 1606 Opening of the Seal. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Everyone else from the Taixia Ancient Mining heard Yi Yun's conversation with godly monarch Divine Heart. As leading guest elder, his status was just beneath that of the two grand elders. Even the sect lord of the Taixia Ancient Mining had to be respectful when facing Yi Yun. As for Steward Zhou, his standing in Taixia was about 5 grades lower than Yi Yun's. There was no need to even elaborate for Purple Succubus. Young brother Yi, since you have agreed to it, you will be my Taixia's leading guest elder from this moment forth unless you wish to depart on your own terms. Just as Divine Heart said that, a blinding light erupted hundreds of kilometers away. Immediately following that, the sky seemed to be ripped open by something as a black combat axe fell from the sky. The axe was burning with red sanguine light, as it emitted a suppressive baneful aura. Even from afar, it sent the lifeblood of everyone churning. That's a weapon of the Celestials. Divine Heart drew a deep gasp. Divine General Sanguine Axe has begun taking action. Divine General Sanguine Axe was also the Lord of Myriad Demon Valley, the only celestial expert in this expedition to the God Confusion Valley. Many factions had come to the Xianyuan Dune, with Myriad Demon Valley being the strongest faction. None of the godly monarchs present were his match. Accompanied by Divine General Sanguine Axe's attack, divine light shimmered in the vicinity of 500 kilometers. There were godly monarchs rushing over. Let's go there as well. Divine Heart glanced at Yi Yun. That's where the fragment is sealed. Ever since the various factions in the Xianyuan Dune first obtained the Chaos Spell fragments, they had been studying them for years. They were now capable of identifying the approximate location of the sealed area. And through the Xianyuan Dune's spirit tide, the sealed land had already surfaced. All right. Yi Yun nodded. With Divine Heart present, he could head over in broad daylight. Otherwise, he would have had to furtively find his way there. Oh. I forgot to mention something while we were negotiating, said Yi Yun suddenly. Yay? Divine Heart's brows pricked up. I offended a few people on my way into the God Confusion Valley. Divine Heart laughed. Was Yi Yun afraid he could not hold down the situation? We warriors have always lived in contention. We contend for resources, cultivation techniques, and even our martial path. Contention naturally leads to the offending of others. That's nothing. You are now my Taixia's guest elder in name. With me supporting you, there's no need for you to worry about any faction. I have many means at my disposal as well. When Divine Heart said that, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Many godly monarchs had their trump cards. However, they were used only when lives were at stake. One might be willing to risk their life, but their opponent might not. Therefore, a godly monarch was a force to reckon with. Even Divine General Sanguine Axe would not dare to truly push a godly monarch to the edge. Senior Divine Heart, I feel assured by what you said. On the way here, I encountered the Herbal Garden of Confusion. When I entered to pick its herbs, I offended members of the soul race. Back then, their godly monarch was present as well. Divine Heart was taken aback. Godly monarch Dreamlight? Probably. That's still alright. Divine Heart turned a little gloomy. They had already made Ghost Ming a sworn enemy. Just Ghost Ming alone was fine, but he felt the situation would be thorny when Dreamlight was added to the mix. That's actually not very important. The main thing is that I later encountered the Xiaomong family clan of the Desolate clan. I had a conflict with them, so I killed some of them. One of them was called Xiaomong Xian. I killed him too. I heard that Golden Winged Celestial Pang, who came to represent the Fae this time, is also from the Desolate clan. As Yi Yun said this, he realized that Divine Heart's face was already ashen. Xiaomong Xian. He was killed by you. Is this what you describe as forgetting to mention who you offended? Do you know what standing Xiaomong Xian has in the Desolate clan? Divine Heart was rendered speechless. He suddenly wondered if he had done something stupid. Was it really beneficial to rope Yi Yun into the Taixia Ancient Mining as a leading guest? Was he courting disaster for himself? Meanwhile, Steward Zhou and company in the periphery had also naturally heard their conversation. Steward Zhou's mouth was agape, but he did not manage to say a word. Xiaomong Xian was very likely the next family head of the Xiaomong family clan. He was an elite among elites. Previously, a few of them had guessed that Xiaomong Xian might barely match Yi Yun. But great, he had already been killed by Yi Yun. Although the Desolate clan was comprised of several families, they were rather cohesive when faced with a common enemy. How could Golden Winged Celestial Pang take things lying down? Yi Yun did not speak further. He believed his breakthrough to the godly monarch realm was just a matter of time. He had no need for superfluous aid, but timely aid when he was in trouble. If the Taixia Ancient Mining only wished to invest in him to gain benefits in the future, there was no reason for him to cooperate with such a faction. If they were willing to take some risk, he did not mind helping the Taixia Ancient Mining in the future. Divine Heart hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not easy for us humans to produce an elite like you. If Golden Winged Celestial Pang wants your head, I can help you fend him off. However, if several godly monarchs want your head, even I will be in danger when the time comes. I can at best help you escape." "Thank you, Senior Divine Heart." Yi Yun cupped his hands. All he needed was Divine Heart's promise. He already had a few means to protect himself, so he just needed a force to deliver shock and awe to make his enemies hesitate. "Let's go." Divine Heart flew through the air as Yi Yun followed closely behind. Steward Zhou and the rest followed as well. The appearance of the sealed land was too sudden. The Taixia Ancient Mining had made rushed preparations, so apart from Divine Heart, the middle echelons were lacking in strength. 50 kilometers were quickly traversed. When Yi Yun landed, he drew a cold gasp at the scene which greeted him. He saw that an area spanning 5 kilometers in the God Confusion Valley was dyed red with blood. In the middle, the ground had collapsed into a humongous crater. An ancient fae, whose head resembled a tiger with a mane on its back, was burning in flames. It was at the center of the crater on its last breath. There were a few massive wounds on its body. Most striking of all was the massive black axe that remained embedded in its back. An ancient fae. Yi Yun had once obtained ancient fae blood. He knew very well that this heavily injured behemoth was a powerful ancient fae. The sinkhole had a similar behemoth named Bayan One. However, it only existed in ancient times. However, this behemoth had been slain by Divine General Sanguine Axe. Not only so, Divine General Sanguine Axe was pressing the behemoth down with both hands, leaning over its neck to suck at its blood. Divine General Sanguine Axe's huge body appeared negligible beside the ancient fae. However, he was able to keep it down. At that moment, Divine General Sanguine Axe's bronze body was stained with the beast's blood. He did not react to the crowd's arrival. All he did was continue drinking the Bayan's warm blood, the smell of it seeming to intoxicate him. The Bayan had yet to pass away yet. Its body continued convulsing, a testament to its powerful vitality as an ancient fae. Only when all the blood was sucked dry did Divine General Sanguine Axe tear the Bayan's flesh. Chunks of blood-infused flesh, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, were indifferently chewed by him before they were swallowed. Divine General Sanguine Axe quickly finished his savage consumption, revealing the Bayan's golden bones. Divine General Sanguine Axe's strength was tremendous as he nonchalantly tore apart the Bayan's corpse. Even its bones were chewed to bits in his mouth. This scene disgusted many people. The Celestial's Divine General was truly cruel. This ancient fae must have been attracted by the seal. Heaven Earth Yuan Qi gathered when the seal appeared, so this ancient fae came here to devour the worldly energies. Instead of feasting, it was feasted upon by Sanguine Axe, Divine Heart said in a heavy voice. Sanguine Axe was just too strong. Celestials were indeed the precious offspring of the world. In that case, the seal will appear very soon. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he sensed a surging worldly force surge over from nearby. The God Confusion Valley's spirit tide energies were being drawn by this piece of land. An independent space. Yi Yun sensed that in this independent space was the place where Tao originator Celestial the Arch had sealed the heavenly Tao fragment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1607, Crossing Swords. Chapter 1607, Crossing Swords. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. While energy surged through the sealed land, Yi Yun looked up and saw a golden beam of light tear through the world. Contained within was a mighty suppression which resembled rumbling golden lightning. Yi Yun instantly knew that his enemy was here. In a blink of an eye, a man with a pair of huge golden wings on his back landed in front of Yi Yun. There was the faint sound of roaring ocean waves emitting from his body. However, it was not a result of waves, but the swooshing of his blood. This alarmed Yi Yun. How potent was his lifeblood to produce the sound of crashing waves simply from its flowing? Following right behind the golden-winged man were members of the desolate clan of the Fae. Bronze Drum was also surprisingly among them. The lucky survivors of the Xiaomong family clan had also come with the desolate clan. Without golden-winged Celestial Pang leading them, survival was impossible. The moment golden-winged Celestial Pang appeared, he glared at Yi Yun. Was it you who killed Xiaomong Xian? Yi Yun stood in front of Lin Shintong as he pressed his finger gently on his interspatial ring. That's me. A golden glint flashed in golden-winged Celestial Pang's eyes. He never expected Yi Yun to so readily admit to his deed. Good, very good. In that case, prepare to die. Golden-winged Celestial Pang's tone was extremely oppressive, but at that moment, Divine Heart took a step forward and stood beside Yi Yun. So this is the reason for your confidence. It's no wonder you dare appear here. The corners of golden-winged Celestial Pang's mouth suffused a teasing smile. He was not surprised that Yi Yun and Divine Heart would join forces since the both of them were humans. Yi Yun's strength was not to be underestimated, considering how he had slain Xiaomong Xian. It was only expected for them to become allies. Bronze Drum gave Yi Yun a strange glance. He had been eager to fight Yi Yun all this while, but when he realized that Yi Yun was capable of killing Xiaomong Xian, he guessed that he was not Yi Yun's match. He was now thankful that he did not provoke Yi Yun at the entrance to the God Confusion Valley. At that moment, another two factions arrived. One of them emitted an overwhelming ghostly aura while the other resembled the soul of a sword. Just one look at their leader left one's soul see in pain. Ghost Ming. As well as Godly Monarch Dreamlight. By the time the two godly monarchs arrived, Divine General Sanguinax had already finished devouring most of the ancient Fae. He looked up at everyone present. His fangs were stained with blood as he stood up straight, his massive body towering over everyone there. Even at full height, the huge golden-winged Celestial Pang failed to reach his knee. If you want to attack, try doing it now. Divine Heart sent Ghost Ming and golden-winged Celestial Pang voice transmissions. The sealed land was about to be opened. With Divine General Sanguinax present, any internal strife would only benefit him. It didn't matter if Divine Heart could block them from getting to Yi Yun or not. Ghost Ming snorted coldly as he stared at Yi Yun with burning killing intent. Dreamlight also glanced at Yi Yun. He was not surprised by Yi Yun's appearance here. However, he was quite astonished by Ghost Ming's and golden-winged Celestial Pang's intent to kill Yi Yun. This Yi Yun sure is someone who's good at stirring trouble. Dreamlight did not have much of a vendetta with Yi Yun. He was not bent on killing Yi Yun since all he wanted was the herbs Yi Yun had obtained from the herbal garden of confusion. When he saw that Yi Yun was backed by Divine Heart, he wiped that thought from his mind. Yi Yun, the seal is about to be released. Now's the time to reconsider your entry, said Divine Heart. It was without question that golden-winged Celestial Pang and company would enter the sealed land. Having offended them, Yi Yun could take the opportunity to leave the God Confusion Valley as a means to survive. Besides, the situation inside was still an unknown. It was possible that he would not be able to protect Yi Yun. There's no need. I plan on entering, said Yi Yun. Even if he left now, he would still be pursued by Ghost Ming and the Desolate Clan eventually. Realizing that Yi Yun had steeled his heart, Divine Heart stopped trying to persuade him otherwise. Alright, with the decline of humanity, we would only end up being crushed to death by them if we did not vie for opportunities. With that said, he handed a jade talisman to Yi Yun. Inside it is a high-level voice transmission array. The situation inside is an unknown. If we were to get separated, you can use this to contact me. However, the God Confusion Valley suppresses perceptions to begin with, so I'm guessing that the nomological suppressions are even stronger inside the seal. This jade talisman can only be used once, said Divine Heart. Yi Yun nodded as he took the jade talisman. He sensed it slightly and discovered that engraved within was an extremely complicated voice transmission array. In the God Confusion Valley, such voice transmission jade talismans were hardly of any use. If the user's strength was lacking, the voice transmission would be constantly attenuated during the transmission process. In the end, it might not even complete the transmission. It was a sign of Divine Heart's recognition of Yi Yun's strength that he handed him the talisman. At that moment, the world suddenly quaked. As though the sealed land had absorbed enough energy, a gigantic vortex surfaced abruptly in mid-air. The vortex constantly spun as it released lustrous and gaudy colors. Weaker warriors could not help but fall into a daze when they saw it. They felt that the vortex was expanding in size while bearing down on them. Suddenly, Yi Yun felt a gigantic suction force from the vortex. However, the suction force did not seem to be targeting him. Sensing something, Yi Yun took out his chaos spell fragments. The chaos spell fragments hummed as a result of the vortex's attraction. "Shintong, enter the tower first," said Yi Yun. Lin Shintong nodded gently. With a flash of her body, she entered the God Advent Tower. With that, Yi Yun stopped resisting as he allowed the vortex's suction force to completely bind him and the chaos spell fragments as he was pulled in. The other godly monarchs had similar realizations. They stowed their disciples into their cave abodes before allowing the vortex to pull them in. The moment he entered the vortex, Yi Yun immediately felt a terrifying force shredding his surroundings. However, the moment the force made contact with his chaos spell fragment, it would immediately turn mild. Furthermore, a familiar aura would release from the chaos spell fragments. "Senior Lin." A female voice filled with nostalgia sounded inside Yi Yun's soul sea. The chaos spell originally belonged to the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, and the seal was also set up by him. One could only enter the seal by possessing a fragment, otherwise, any forced entry into the vortex would result in them being ripped to shreds. With the chaos spell fragment's protection, Yi Yun quickly passed through the vortex safely and appeared in a vast expanse. The space seemed to have a strange law permeating it. There were restrictions everywhere, with fog filling every inch of the area. It was like the God Confusion Valley outside. None of the celestial bodies could be seen. Indeed, it was an independent space. Yi Yun appeared in the same area as Divine Heart. However, a sneer sent Yi Yun's heart sinking. Golden-winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming appeared just hundreds of feet away from him and Divine Heart. As for the other godly monarchs, there was no trace of them. Back when he passed through the vortex, Yi Yun had guessed that they might appear in different spots. However, his luck was really quite terrible for Golden-winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming to appear in the same spot that he did. To Golden-winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming, it was definitely a fortunate turn. They did not need to worry about Sanguine Axe watching from the sides. Even Divine Heart lamented inwardly when he realized the situation he was in. "From the looks of it, the heavens want you destroyed," said Golden-winged Celestial Pang with a sneer. "Golden Pang, I have a grudge with him as well. Say, between us, who will be the one to determine the way he dies," said Ghost Ming as he let out a strange laughter. "Humph, there's no reason for me to discuss with an old ghost like you." "May the best man succeed," said Golden-winged Celestial Pang. "Yi Yun, I can only help you fend off one," said Divine Heart via a voice transmission. "Senior Divine Heart, please help me fend off Golden-winged Celestial Pang then," said Yi Yun. Golden-winged Celestial Pang's body was powerful, but more critically, he was extremely fast. With Celestial Pang's extreme speed, it was difficult to escape from him. "Alright, good luck then. That Ghost Ming has sinister and crafty means. He appears in different spots unpredictably, so you have to be careful," said Divine Heart as he laughed. "Golden Pang, aren't you ashamed that you're attacking a junior? I'll be your opponent." Ghost Ming was taken aback when he saw this development. Following that, he let out a cold, sinister laughter. "Little bastard, do you think that you have a chance of surviving a fight with me? Or do you think that, compared to being skinned alive by Golden-winged Celestial Pang, you would rather have your soul obliterated by me?" The moment his voice faded, Ghost Ming attacked. He was ruthless by nature and did not care about naysayers' critique of him attacking a divine lord as a godly monarch. He did not care even if he was criticized as delivering a sneak attack. "Little bastard, you made the wrong choice." A sinister wind whistled as Ghost Ming suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yun. His cold claws suffused an extremely terrifying ghostly aura as they reached towards Yi Yun. Before his arrival, Yi Yun already sensed an instability in his soul. He nearly had an out-of-body experience. A numbing cold also blanketed his body, retarding his motions to the point of complete immobilization. Yi Yun suddenly felt the threat of death descend upon him as his heart jolted. However, he showed no fear. He was already invincible against anyone inferior to godly monarchs. As such, it was about time for him to clash with one. Roar! A dragon's roar boomed from Yun's body as a dragon phantom suddenly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Yun's surging lifeblood blasted out intense heat like a sun. Boom! Nearly all of Yun's lifeblood was transformed into a corporeal flame as light bloomed from his body while his body constantly emitted the roars of a dragon. Such potent lifeblood forces even made golden-winged celestial Peng involuntarily look over. With a ghostly body, Ghost Ming was weak against lifeblood forces, so his attack stalled slightly. Taking the opportunity, Yun roared angrily as he released the ascending dragon cauldron and slammed it at Ghost Ming. Boom! Ghost Ming was caught by surprise as he was struck by Yun's surging lifeblood forces. Although he was uninjured, he took one tiny step back. Ghost Ming was enraged for he never expected that Yun could actually produce such a terrifying impulse. His embarrassment drove him to kill Yun, but Yun had unhesitatingly escaped a great distance away after the successful strike. In a blink of an eye, he charged into the fog. Divine Heart was pleasantly surprised when saw that not only had Yun escaped, but he had also made Ghost Ming suffer a little before escaping. Ha ha ha, Ghost Ming. Do you think you deserve being called a godly monarch? Ha 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 ha. Divine Heart laughed when he saw his enemy suffer a setback. He then threw out dozens of disc arrays before turning to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1608, Heretical God Force. Chapter 1608, Heretical God Force. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. A golden glint flashed in golden-winged celestial Peng's eyes, but he did not pursue them. Yun was quite a tricky opponent. Furthermore, Divine Heart had thrown out disc arrays before his escape. Those were enough to stop him and Ghost Ming for a while. If they were elsewhere, they were confident of catching up to Yun and kill him. But here, the laws were strange and there were unknown dangers lurking everywhere. Pursuing Yun posed an immense risk. It's no wonder Yun was so calm. It's because his strength is already this great. This person is not to be spared. Golden-winged celestial Peng said in a heavy voice. He looked at Ghost Ming, who had an ashen expression. Not only had Yun taken the upper hand against him, he had even been ridiculed by Divine Heart. However, he too had the same apprehensions as golden-winged celestial Peng. Yun was very difficult to handle. If things came to blow, he was unsure if he could easily kill Yun. Ghost Ming shot a glance at golden-winged celestial Peng and grunted coldly. He phased away into a dark cloud before vanishing instantly. Golden-winged celestial Peng stood at this spot for a moment before transforming into a golden beam of light that shot straight into the vast space. Compared to killing Yun, obtaining the heavenly Tao fragment was of utmost priority. That ghost monarch isn't likely to chase after you. Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yun's mind. Yun stopped as well as he surveyed his surroundings. Yes. It's just a question where the heavenly Tao fragment is. The space he was in was very huge. The fog limited his perception, so his perception was useless for large distances. However, Yun had the purple crystal vision and that made things very different. The moment Yun activated his purple crystal vision, he immediately searched his surroundings. Perhaps, there was a chance of him finding the heavenly Tao fragment. Apart from Yun, it was difficult for others to traverse the space without worry. Everyone knew that there was danger in the fog. Yun was slightly alarmed the moment he activated his energy vision. He saw that at the boundaries of the world he was in, there was a concealed brilliance that surged into the sky. The brilliance was energy that stemmed from the pocket world, and the pocket world was drawing its energies from the God Confusion Valley. This was a worldly array that was a system in and of itself. The array was naturally the work of the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. Oh? Could that energy fluctuation be the heavenly Tao fragment? A purple blob of light appeared in Yun's vision. The energy intensity it contained left him astonished. 15 minutes later, Yun arrived at where the purple blob of light was, thanks to the purple crystal's guidance. He sensed that there was a fervent energy sealed underground. It seems Senior Lin did not only leave behind a heavenly Tao fragment back then. Yun guessed as he took out mirage snow. The firm ground was sliced apart by mirage snow like it was mud. Soon, Yun dug up a massive hole, and surprisingly, there were points of light lining the inner walls of the hole. They are all chaos ores. Yun observed them for a moment. He suspected that the chaos ores were a later formation. Back when the Tao originator Celestial the Arch opened up the pocket world, the energy within the pocket world reached an extremum. The soil drew on the energy essence and transformed into chaos ores. Although these chaos ores were of extremely high quality, Yun was not lacking in chaos ores. He was in no hurry to harvest them. When Yun continued digging downwards, he was surprised to see a crystal-shaped item that emitted resplendent light. It was crystalline like jade and it contained a wisp of pure energy within as though it would be released upon summoning it. This is a naturally formed chaos crystal? Even Bai Yuan's tone had a hint of astonishment. Naturally formed chaos crystals were far more valuable than refined chaos crystals. There was no way to remove all the impurities in a chaos crystals refined by artificial means. However, naturally formed chaos crystal were pure and flawless. Their energies were even purer and they even contained a sliver of the worldly laws. This was not something a refined chaos crystal could compare with. It is extremely difficult for chaos crystals to form naturally. It's not enough to just have rich mineral vein energies. This place likely has special worldly laws and they were produced through these nomological forces. As Bai Yuan spoke, Yun had discovered that a faint purple glow suffused the chaos crystal. Sensing something, he began slicing apart the chaos crystal bit by bit. When these resplendent chaos crystal layers were taken away by Yun, he saw a chaos crystal the size of a human's head. And sealed in the middle of the chaos crystal was a purple snake the length of a finger. The tiny snake was swimming constantly, a testament of its immense vitality. However, Yun recognized it at a glance. It was not a snake, but a bolt of lightning. The Tao originator Celestial the Arch had sealed a bolt of lightning in here. The bolt of lightning had already taken form. Perhaps the amount of lightning essence the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had sealed was not a lot, but now, after billions of years, it drew on the worldly essences and began transforming itself, turning more sentient and spiritual. Could it be that? Yun suddenly recalled his meeting with Godly Monarch River of Forgetfulness. He had told him something. Godly Monarch River of Forgetfulness had said that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch had developed his strength in the 33 skies. When he first embarked on his martial path, he obtained a cultivation technique known as the heretical god force. Due to the heretical god force, a heretical god seed was born within the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's body. And this heretical god seed was the amalgamation of the forces of thunder and fire. Lightning and fire were the two laws that the Tao originator Celestial the Arch was extremely proficient in back then. The heretical god force was the longest cultivation technique he used in his martial journey. This cultivation technique was extremely powerful to begin with, but after it was modified by him, it became even more impressive. The heretical god fire seed, which Yun obtained, was a fire essence that was derived from the heretical god seed and had been left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch back when he left the sinkhole universe. And now, this purple lightning gave Yun ideas. The Tao originator Celestial the Arch had left behind a wisp of fire essence, so naturally, he could leave behind a wisp of lightning essence. Yun previously did not develop this line of thinking. After all, it was already very difficult for him to obtain the heretical god fire seed. He never expected to also obtain the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's lightning essence. It's truly fated. You already have the heretical god fire and now you have found the heretical god lightning. Just the heretical god fire is not very potent, but if you combine them together, their strength increases exponentially. It can be said that you have taken up all of Senior Lin's mantle. When Bai Yuan said this, she wore a conflicted look. Yun's achievements at present was almost on par with the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's back when he was young. He truly deserved the title of successor to the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. As Bai Yuan spoke, she saw Yun focusing on the heretical god lightning which was sealed inside the chaos crystal. Senior Bai, how do you think this heretical god lightning compares with the lightning of heavenly punishment? Yun's sentence which was delivered without rhyme or reason left Bai Yuan stunned. She immediately understood Yun's idea. You plan on using the heretical god lightning to temper your body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1609 Heavenly Tao Fragment. Chapter 1609 Heavenly Tao Fragment. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun's idea of using the heretical god lightning to temper his body was somewhat insane. How could the typical body withstand the power of the heretical god lightning? However, Bai Yuan knew very well of Yun's potential. She knew that he was not making an aimless choice. But it's not impossible to use the heretical god lightning to temper your body, but the risk involved is considerable. This is not the lightning of heavenly punishment. To use the heretical god lightning to temper your body is probably unprecedented. No one will know the kind of variables your plan will involve, said Bai Yuan. How could Yun not know of the risk Bai Yuan mentioned? However, Yun felt his lifeblood boil when he saw the heretical god lightning. His true dragon bloodline was being stirred in a subtle manner as well. He seemed to sense a sliver of danger. However, this kind of danger thrilled Yi Yun somewhat. The martial path was to go against the heavens. He did not have much time left. Most critically, Yi Yun wished to absorb the heavenly Tao fragment. His body was currently far from capable of doing so. However, if he tempered his body with the heretical god lightning, things would be different. Yi Yun extended his hand and struck forward. Mud and rocks stirred as the whole, including him, was buried together in a blink of an eye. From the outside, it was a desolate plain. Even the stirring energies were concealed by Yi Yun. And underneath the desolate plains, no one knew that it hid a tiny world. Even a godly monarch would not discover it without searching for it carefully. However, all the godly monarchs were seeking the traces of the heavenly Tao fragment, so how could they show any interest to the desolate plains? In the underground cave, Yi Yun sat cross-legged on top of the chaos crystal. Come! Yi Yun shouted in a deep voice as his body immediately produced a vortex. All the surrounding chaos crystal energies in the cave immediately surged toward Yi Yun. Yi Yun's body sucked at the tremendous amounts of pure energy like a bottomless black hole. It was as though it would never be filled. As he absorbed the energy, Yi Yun's body gradually turned as crystalline as jade. In this dark cave, he gradually emitted a blinding glow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of roaring tides sounded, but they were a result of the churning lifeblood in Yi Yun's body. The rocks surrounding him was tainted with a jade-green color. One day, they could perhaps transform into a xenomorphic ore. Probably no divine lord in the entire chaos heavens was as extravagant as Yi Yun. These chaos crystals, if taken outside, were enough to establish a sect and support more than 1,000 disciples. However, they were all being expended by Yi Yun alone. The increase in his strength was a lot faster by cultivating with chaos crystals. But now, Yi Yun felt that his strength was approaching a limit. At that moment, his skin was as fair as white jade and crystalline. A converged but terrifying aura was constantly emitted from him. As for the chaos crystals that surrounded the heretical god lightning, they were already gone. All that was left was a tiny bit of crystal to contain it. As though it sensed something, the heretical god lightning kept swimming inside the crystal, shimmering with a dangerous glow. Yi Yun opened his eyes. It's time! A glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes as he abruptly extended his hand, reaching straight into the crystal in a bid to grab the heretical god lightning. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly pricked up his brows. Oh! With a thought, a jade talisman immediately flew out and floated in front of Yi Yun. Godly Monarch Sanguinax has discovered the heavenly Tao fragment. Divine Heart's voice transmission sounded from the jade talisman. Has the heavenly Tao fragment already been found? A glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. The heavenly Tao fragment was in the core regions of the array formation. As for Divine General Sanguinax, they were surrounding the area. It prevented Yi Yun from entering. These people were not to be trifled with after all. They had found it so quickly. It looks like tempering my body with the heretical god lightning will be delayed temporarily, thought Yi Yun. Since the heavenly Tao fragment had appeared, it probably meant that all the godly monarch factions would be rushing there. Yi Yun was naturally not going to miss it. Meanwhile, a magnificent palace stood above the clouds on a mountain that was in shambles. The insides of the palace were enshrouded in an azure aura. It emitted an extremely raw and magnificent quality that reminded one of the beginnings of the universe. From time to time, celestial bodies and all myriad items in the world would flash across it. It seemed to contain an entire universe. A glance was enough to identify what the phenomena meant. Sealed within the palace was the heavenly Tao fragment. Only a heavenly Tao fragment could conjure the scenes of a world's creation. The Tao of heaven was the laws that all myriad beings in the universe followed. It was unique. At that moment, in a gigantic square outside the palace, a giant held a bloody axe as he cleaved down heavily at the palace. Boom! The force of Giant's axe was redoubtable. This strike probably could destroy the entire mountain, much less the palace. But just as the Giant's axe landed, a strong repulsive force blasted out from the palace. Bam! Powerful shock waves blasted out, sending the bronze giant retreating. His eyes burned with fury as he stared at the palace coldly. The palace remained intact, standing there as though it would last for all eternity. What a powerful sealed array formation! Even godly Monarch Sanguinax is unable to forcibly crack it. On the square, godly Monarchs Dreamlight and Divine Heart, as well as golden-winged Celestial Pang, were already present. With them were the Soul and Fey disciples, as well as the Taisha Ancient Mining Steward Zhou and company. Being the first to find where the heavenly Tao fragment was sealed, Sanguinax had already launched 17 strikes at it. Each strike was stronger than the last. His immense strength was something even a godly monarch would find difficulty in resisting. But before such a terrifying power, the array formation was unperturbed. Instead, the repulsive force grew in strength, forcing Sanguinax to retreat when it reached him. Thankfully, Celestials had powerful bodies. If someone were in his shoes, they might not be able to escape unharmed. With Sanguinax retreating, it was evident he had no plans on trying again. "I can give it a try," said Dreamlight. His soul was extremely powerful, so he had an upper hand when it came to array formations. With that said, Dreamlight flew forward. He shook his finger as a terrifying force that stabbed at people's minds condensed into a gigantic needle. Upon seeing the needle, disciples who had relatively weaker souls even felt as though their eyes were bleeding. "We'll die. Don't look at it any longer," Steward Joe said softly. He bore the mental assault with great difficulty. The needle's target was not them, but just a remnant part of its might left their souls unstable. Legend had it that Dreamlight could cause large numbers of warriors to die before him with a mere gaze. From the looks of it, the legend was true. "Go!" Dreamlight said lightly as the needle instantly shot out and stabbed into the array formation seal. Boom! A loud boom sounded as the surface of the palace produced ripples that made it like a fleeting dream, an unreal object. The soul disciples revealed looks of joy when they saw the palace's perturbations. However, Dreamlight's gaze turned heavy. At that moment, a loud boom sounded from the palace as the ripples surged out like a tidal wave. It formed a spear-wielding blurry figure that appeared lofty. Suddenly, the figure aimed its spear tip ahead and moved, heading straight for Dreamlight in an abrupt assault. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1610, Human Emperor. Chapter 1610, Human Emperor. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. This is. Upon seeing the spear beam, Dreamlight felt a sense of the great Tao of origins within it. This feeling resembled that of the Heavenly Tao. How could that be? This figure's great Tao insights were already closing in onto the Heavenly Tao? Dreamlight roared as a resplendent mirror of light erected suddenly in front of him. But when the figure's spear struck the mirror, it immediately left the world quaking. Ka-cha! The mirror of light shattered directly as Dreamlight grunted and flew backward. He only managed to find his footing after retreating hundreds of feet. He looked at the spear-wielding figure standing in front of the palace's entrance with a somewhat pale face. The strike he had just suffered nearly damaged his soul body. His face was a blur as he wielded a spear. Just by standing there, he appeared like heaven and earth. The great Tao of origins had the nomological insights this figure represented reached that of the Heavenly Tao? The ordinary warriors present were unperturbed, but the godly monarchs were already extremely alarmed. They knew that celestial mighty figures devoured Heavenly Tao fragments was to push their laws to match the Heavenly Tao. Upon cultivating to that stage, one was the heaven and the Tao itself. Their lifespans would be as long as the universe itself, immortal and indestructible. However, even the Tao which the ancestor god had attained appeared to be inferior to the spear-wielding figure. His Tao was perfect and flawless, forming a system in and of itself. Facing this person was akin to facing an entire universe. He's Human Emperor! Dreamlight exclaimed in a heavy noise. These people knew the legend of Human Emperor and knew that the Heavenly Tao fragment planted here was left behind by him. The reason why he left the Heavenly Tao fragment behind was likely because he had no need for it. A Heavenly Tao fragment was naturally a treasure. Even for Human Emperor, it would be an absolute treasure among treasures if his laws had yet to attain perfection. However, Human Emperor had clearly pushed his cultivation level to the peak. He had obtained the Heavenly Tao fragment when the Tao in him had already formed a system in and of itself. As such, the Heavenly Tao fragment was probably only useful for reference, and far better left for future generations. Since Human Emperor left the Heavenly Tao fragment here, it meant that he left it for future generations. But now, from the looks of it, the fragment was not that easily retrieved. What's this? Is he testing if we are qualified? Ghost Ming looked at the spear-wielding figure with an ashen expression. He had to admit that Human Emperor was indeed powerful, however, he was extremely pissed that he needed to pass Human Emperor's test to retrieve the treasure. He was already a mighty ghost the Arch. Why was he treated like a junior who was here to retrieve heritage? It's just remnant psyche force. It has already been weakened over billions of years. Does he think that he can prevent me from entering with just a projection? Ghost Ming snorted coldly. Dreamlight nodded and said as well, that's right. Human Emperor's nomological insight is heaven-defying. This remnant psyche projection has inherited the Human Emperor's laws, but the energy within a psyche projection is limited. He might be able to use an ailing projection to test juniors, but it won't be enough against us. Even in the Chaos Heavens, anyone who attained the godly monarch realm was a pinnacle existence. There were 5 godly monarchs present, all founding patriarchs of their factions. Human Emperor is too arrogant. Let us repeatedly attack and drain this psyche projection strength. As Ghost Ming spoke, he took the initiative to step forward. Destroying Human Emperor's projection was nothing. What mattered was to be wary of the sneak attacks of their peers. But now, if they were taking turns attacking, he would naturally hold back. Alright. Golden Wing's Celestial Pang also agreed. Obtaining the Heavenly Tao fragment was only a matter of time. What mattered was the conflict among the 5 of them. Ghost Ming held a ghost banner as he slowly walked towards Human Emperor's projection. But at that moment, the space surrounding Ghost Ming and Human Emperor's projection suddenly seemed to experience changes. Furthermore, space did not distort, nor was there any spatial barriers. This feeling was like 2 people standing in different spaces. Spatial dimension laws? Divineheart was taken aback before he shook his head. That's not right. It's a domain equivalent to the Heavenly Tao. This domain has isolated Ghost Ming from us. However, if the barrier can't be found, it will be difficult to crack it. Divineheart could also sense that the psyche projection which Human Emperor left behind was not obviously powerful. It was quite impossible that Human Emperor would leave behind much of his psyche years ago. It would have also weakened him, however, they already found the pressure exerted by his nomological realm tricky. So that's the case. Domain isolation. Is this a one-on-one test? Ghost Ming stared at Human Emperor's projection with a grave expression. I'm already a ghost the Arch. To think you want to test me. In that case, I'll shatter the psyche projection you left behind. When Ghost Ming finished his sentence, the corner of his lips curved up, revealing a ferocious and teasing curve. No matter how strong Human Emperor was, he had long left the Chaos Heavens. What if he could refine the psyche projection which Human Emperor left? He focused on ghostly powers, so if he were to inject Human Emperor's projection into the Ghost Banner, the outcome would be unimaginable. Perhaps, the Ghost Banner's quality will rise sharply. Drain his strength. He is but a projection after all. As Ghost Ming had this in mind, his expression changed suddenly. He felt that his strength was being rapidly drained. What? The surrounding people also saw this scene. Ghost Ming could not stop it as he was repressed by the laws. Was Human Emperor that powerful? Everyone's expression changed, especially Ghost Ming, whose energy was leaving him. The color in his face drained. If this continued, he would be exhausted of his energy. Although he could replenish it with chaos crystals, who knew how long the draining would continue? Ghost Ming turned anxious, and just as he was about to gather strength to deliver a blow, the energy drainage stopped. He discovered that the energy he had left had been drained exactly by half. And the missing half had flown into Human Emperor's projection. Ghost Ming was taken aback. He attempted taking out a chaos crystal in a bid to replenish his energy. However, half the chaos crystal's energy was also drained by Human Emperor's projection. He could replenish his energy with chaos crystals, but both parties would share the same amount of replenishment. What kind of means were these? Ghost Ming's expression turned uglier. What level did Human Emperor cultivate to? Now, he was not facing a projection. Instead, he was facing Human Emperor, who possessed half his energy as well as the Heavenly Tao laws. Even Ghost Ming felt a sense of foreboding. As a ghost the Arch, how could he be scared by a mere projection? Trying to test me? I'll refine you. Hum hum hum. Cold winds stirred as ghosts wailed in unison. The Ghost Banner released a shriek as 7 massive devils manifested. They wore armor, had a single horn on their heads, and had bloodshot eyes. They all looked different, looking like Shiras that crawled out from hell. It's Ghost Ming's 7-kill Shura. From the looks of it, Ghost Ming is planning to use all his strength. Upon seeing the 7 devils, Divineheart's expression sank. He had previously suffered under the 7-kill Shura. These devils not only had limitless strength, they also affected one's psyche powers. As for Human Emperor's projection, it was a psyche projection. Meanwhile, ghostly shadows appeared in the area around Ghost Ming, turning into what appeared like the river of the Netherworld, a perilous ground. Myriad Ghost Demon Domain. In the Myriad Ghost Demon Domain, Ghost Ming was the absolute hegemon. Kill. The 7 devils rushed at Human Emperor's projection. As for Ghost Ming, he conjured the Myriad Ghost Demon Domain, which surged outwards before slamming it down. This strike would have instantly reduced a 1,000,000 population city to a ghost city with not one living soul. Against Ghost Ming's attack, Human Emperor's projection suddenly vanished. In a blink of an eye, the projection seemed to phase out of existence and with the passing of time, appeared silently inside Ghost Ming's ghost domain. However, Ghost Ming's ghost domain did not react much to the infiltration of Human Emperor's projection. He even felt for an instant that the ghost domain seemed to be giving his opponent the advantage. The projection was the true hegemon. How is this possible? Ghost Ming's expression changed drastically. The spear swept forward. The 7 devils were instantly reduced to nothingness, yet, the spear did not lose its momentum. The spear tip was aimed straight at Ghost Ming. Woo! A black ghost suddenly appeared in front of Ghost Ming as it was instantly stabbed by the spear. Pang! The black ghost exploded directly as Ghost Ming grunted and flew backward. He looked down at his chest, which had already been lacerated. He was bleeding black blood profusely. The spear strike had nearly dissipated his soul body. If he had not experienced the tempering of young lightning and condensed a body of flesh and blood, that strike would have destroyed his soul. This test could easily take a person's life if they were not careful. Furthermore, he felt that he did not appear to be the projection's match. The projection shared energies with him. If he replenished his energy, the projection would be replenished as well. The rules were very clear: defeat Human Emperor's projection with the same level of strength. He had planned on using the strategy of draining his opponent originally, but now, it was impossible. For a mighty ghost the arch like him to come all the way here, he had actually failed to pass a test? Ghost Ming was wondering what he was to do when a beam of light from nearby tore through the air at that moment. Ghost Ming did not dare look, all he did was split off a wisp of his psyche to sense the newcomer. The person was surprisingly Yi Yun. Oh. Yi Yun. Golden-winged celestial Pang turned his head as his gaze turned as sharp as a dagger. He had previously joined forces with Ghost Ming in a bid to retain Yi Yun, but Yi Yun had managed to escape. Yet, this punk dared to return. Yi Yun was relying on Dreamlight and Divine General Sanguine Axe's presence, with each side curtailing the other to cause the situation to turn chaotic. Under the present circumstances, Yi Yun seemed certain that he would not dare attack him without thought. Well done. Golden-winged celestial Pang sneered. It was not like he had never met someone who opposed him ever since he became a Fey the Arch, but the only junior who dared to do so was Yi Yun. Young brother Yi. Divine Heart smiled faintly. Yi Yun landed and stood beside him. The chaos crystals which he did not finish absorbing had all been taken away by him. As for the heretical god Lightning, he had stored it away in his ascending dragon cauldron. On his trip to the God Confusion Valley, Yi Yun's murdering and seeking of treasures had benefited him with massive amounts of refined ores, chaos crystals, and various herbs. Of course, none of these could compare to the final Heavenly Dao fragment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1611, Celestial Blood Oath. Chapter 1611, Celestial Blood Oath. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Senior Divine Heart, I'll be troubling you. Yi Yun cupped his fists at Divine Heart. For him to make a stand here, he needed to rely on Divine Heart. Before Divine Heart even said a word, Yi Yun felt his surrounding temperature plummet. He turned his head and looked at Golden-winged celestial Pang. From the moment Yi Yun appeared, he had completely ignored Golden-winged celestial Pang. That infuriated the godly monarch. Do you really think I won't dare to attack you here? Golden-winged celestial Pang's voice was deep and powerful. His churning lifeblood forces nearly manifested as visible sound waves. The vibrations they emitted made one's heart resonate with them as though they would explode. The Taixia disciples present retreated with pale faces. Even Divine Lord experts like Steward Zhou found their chests feeling heavy and uncomfortable. Dreamlight took a few steps back and watched the situation like he was watching the show and only hoping for it to be more exciting. He naturally would not involve himself in the personal grudges of the other godly monarchs. In fact, he yearned for the others to come to blows. Divine Heart smiled when he saw Golden-winged celestial Pang's raging killing intent. Golden Pang, given the present circumstances, do you want the both of us to fight to an internecine outcome and benefit the others? Ha ha! Golden Pang roared with laughter. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can have an internecine outcome with me? Besides, so what if I'm slightly injured? No one can get this Heavenly Dao fragment for now. I really don't mind expending some of my lifeblood forces. As Golden Pang spoke, his lifeblood congealed into a blade that silently enveloped Yi Yun. Punk, you think too highly of yourself. Did you think I would not attack you because there are 5 godly monarchs around? You are just a mere divine lord. Did you come here wishing to take a share of the loot? Do you think you deserve it? I'll now shred you to pieces. While Golden Pang spoke, an explosion suddenly boomed. Boom! Ghost Ming was sent retreating out from Human Emperor's domain. And before him, be it the 7 kills Shura or the river of the netherworld ghosts, they were all destroyed by Human Emperor's projection with one sweep of his spear. His spear was the bane of everything. Pang! Ghost Ming was sent flying out of Human Emperor's domain as his mouth spewed black blood. Ghost Ming stood up with the help of his ragged ghost banner while his body emanated a rotting stench. He had not tempered his body thoroughly with the lightning tribulations. Although he had materialized flesh and blood for his body, he still had a rotting cadaveric air. Only if he experienced multiple lightning tribulations would his flesh and blood turn as crystalline as jade. Upon seeing this scene, Golden Pang's expression darkened slightly. Ghost Ming had failed. Although he had guessed that Ghost Ming would fail, he never expected him to fail so quickly. At that moment, Ghost Ming's eyes were another green. As a ghost the Arch, he had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was the strongest entity in the 9 netherworld lands. Yet, he had lost terribly. However, even Sanguinax was unable to crack the array formation, so although his eyes burned with anger, he could do nothing to the palace or the projection. By this point, Ghost Ming had half his strength siphoned away by Human Emperor's projection. He silently took out a chaos crystal and began to restore his strength. He had noticed the clash between Golden Pang and Divine Heart, but had no plans to involve himself in it. He yearned to see them have an internecine outcome. Yi Yun had already drawn Mirage Snow. With Ghost Ming not participating, there was no need for him to flee if he joined forces with Divine Heart to fight Golden Winged Celestial Pang. At this moment, the suppressive might of a tumultuous tidal roar suddenly emitted from Divine General Sanguinax. It caused the opposing Yi Yun, Divine Heart, and Golden Winged Celestial Pang to take a step and retreat. Golden Pang looked angrily at Sanguinax. Divine General, what's the meaning of this? This punk killed a genius of my clan. Why are you stopping my killing of him? Even the mighty Golden Pang felt a little fearful against Divine General Sanguinax. Sanguinax spoke with a voice that sounded like colliding metal. Before the heavenly Tao fragment is in hand, no conflict is to arise. Sanguinax was originally fine with seeing the others fight to the death, but Ghost Ming's failure changed his mind. It was very difficult to crack the array the Human Emperor left behind. If all 5 godly monarchs were to take turns, there was still a chance. But if there was any internal strife which frittered away their strength, the chances were only lower. Sanguinax thought nothing of the survival of Yi Yun and Antlike Jr. What was of utmost priority was the heavenly Tao fragment. Divine General, are you planning to use us as the vanguard? Golden Pang sneered. All of us wish to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, but you are the strongest one here. You naturally have the highest chance of obtaining it. The seal left behind by Human Emperor is still an unknown. What if only one person is allowed to pass the test for entry into the palace? The lot of us have no means to refine the heavenly Tao fragment, so even if we pass the test and obtain the fragment, all we can do is study it. We are unlike you who can refine the heavenly Tao fragment for yourself. If you did succeed alone, we would be unable to vie for the fragment if you do not come out from the palace. When Golden Pang said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Perhaps, after all the work they did, they would only end up benefiting Divine General Sanguinax alone. Dreamlight said as well, Divine General, that plan of yours sure is good. Instantly, the 4 godly monarchs looked at Sanguinax. Based on the present circumstances, Sanguinax clearly wanted to be the last to enter. They obviously were unwilling to be stepping stones for him. Sanguinax sighed slightly. The situation they were facing was indeed complicated. If a bunch of factions that were lacking in strength obtained a treasure that could stir the entire chaos heavens, he naturally wanted to monopolize it. But now, he knew it was unlikely. In fact, with his standing among the Celestials, even getting a smidgen of a heavenly Tao fragment would be a huge opportunity for him. Having cultivated to this stage, Sanguinax had a calm temperament. Although he was greedy, he was not excessive. He knew how to relent. He said, even I cannot fully refine this heavenly Tao fragment. I will at most refine half of it. Furthermore, the array of the heritage area will likely have the heritage as the array core. Once the heritage is taken, the array will slowly weaken. There's no way for me to hide in there perpetually. I can swear on my divine heart that I'll leave the remaining half to you. If I were to violate my oath, my heart will crumble and the heavens will wipe me out of existence. As Sanguinax spoke, he punched himself in the chest and spat out a mouthful of dark gold blood. The blob of blood manifested as an ancient totem in midair before slowly dissipating. A celestial blood oath. The 4 godly monarchs were alarmed when they saw this. Such a blood oath was the highest level of oaths the Celestials made. Making one would drain a little bit of their origin's power. They were all knowledgeable people, so they naturally could tell that Sanguine Axe had not faked his blood oath. The cost of violating the oath was just too high. It was very common for their divine heart to collapse and shatter. From the looks of it, he truly planned on only refining half of it. Upon realizing this, everyone's mind whirled. They did not have much hope of actually getting the heavenly Tao fragment to begin with, but Sanguine Axe had made his attitude clear. It was very possible that they could benefit in an adequate manner. Even a smidgen of the heavenly Tao fragment was tempting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1612, Setback. Chapter 1612, Setback. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. I'm unable to enter to take on the trial again, but Human Emperor's projection has been weakened by me. I naturally deserve a portion of the half-fragment. Ghost Ming said. Having seen these people negotiate with the Celestial who even went as far as taking a blood oath, he was naturally afraid that he would be discriminated against. Of course he would be against it. That's only natural, said Dreamlight. He knew very well that when the heavenly Tao fragment was split among them, there would be another round of competition for it. Golden-winged Celestial Pang gave Yi Yun a glance. Since Divine General Sanguine Axe had spoken, it was already impossible for him to kill Yi Yun where they were. As long as Yi Yun wasn't foolish, he would definitely leave before the protective array formation of the heavenly Tao fragment was cracked. When that happened, it would truly be difficult for him to kill Yi Yun. With this in mind, Golden Pang suddenly scoffed sinisterly as he said to Divine Heart, "Hand this punk's life to me, and I can swear on my Fey core that I'll leave you another piece of the heavenly Tao fragment." Golden Pang's words were truly diabolical. The allure of a heavenly Tao fragment was just too huge. He refused to believe that Divine Heart would not be tempted. And even if he was not tempted, it would plant doubts in Yi Yun's mind, allowing him to easily separate the two. Before Divine Heart said a word, Dreamlight said lightly, "This punk has no right to stand here. Let him return to where the Taixia contingent is standing." Dreamlight naturally did not have any good feelings towards Yi Yun either. There were 5 godly monarchs present, only Yi Yun was a divine lord. He stood out like a sore thumb. Divine Heart took a deep breath, cursing at how good Yi Yun was at causing trouble. Apart from Divine General Sanguine Axe, he had offended the remaining 3 godly monarchs. Now, if not for Sanguine Axe's need for him, things would have turned terrible. Go back to the Taixia contingent. I'll be very pressured while you are here. Do not be fooled by Golden-winged Celestial Pang's attempt to sow discord. He thinks too highly of himself to promise me benefits which he has yet to obtain. Yi Yun took a look at the godly monarchs present and nodded, retreating back to the Taixia contingent. Since his strength was inferior, it was necessary to exercise temporary forbearance. It was best he kept a low profile while 4 godly monarchs stood opposite him. If he pressed his luck and offended Sanguine Axe as well, perhaps Divine Heart would abandon him. Yi Yun walked to Steward Zhou's side and planned to observe the battle in the sealed world. He wanted to have a thorough understanding of the array before deciding if he could charge into Human Emperor's domain rashly. Besides, it was possible he'd be stopped by Sanguine Axe if he tried. At this moment, Purple Succubus walked towards him and bowed. "Elder Yi, I would like to thank you for saving my life. I was entertaining angels unawares when you first entered Taixia. Elder Yi, if I had offended you in any way, please forgive me." Purple Succubus's voice was feminine and sweet, as though she had smeared it with honey. She was voluptuous and beautiful to begin with. Now with her smile, she looked coquettish. In fact, she knew very well that it was impossible for her to catch Yi Yun's fancy. However, acting slightly charming in front of men was never a bad move. At the very least, she knew Yi Yun, and if she wanted to survive in Taixia, it was necessary to curry favor with Yi Yun. Yi Yun only nodded and did not say anything else. His focus was trained on Dreamlight. Dreamlight had stepped into Human Emperor's domain and he had begun fighting Human Emperor's projection. He was placed in the same situation as Ghost Ming. The moment he entered the domain, half of his strength was drawn away by Human Emperor's projection. From the looks of it, it was already impractical to fritter off the projection's energy reserves. The only viable strategy was to fritter off the nomological powers inside the projection. No matter how powerful Human Emperor was, the number of nomological marks he left behind was limited. It could be worn away. As a member of the Soul Race, Dreamlight's psyche strength was the strongest among the 5 godly monarchs, therefore, he kept launching psyche attacks at the projection. His psyche forces were impregnable, like a blade. Human warriors paid great attention to protecting their souls and psyche strength, so no one would wantonly use their psyche strength against their enemies. Any mistake could result in them becoming retards. However, Dreamlight had no such qualms. He even used his psyche forces as a bomb, commanding them to explode at the moment they struck the projection. This form of explosion was practically suicide for human warriors, with a very high possibility of being wiped clean of existence. But to Dreamlight, it was just par for the course. His soul had already been cultivated to an eternally immutable state. After his psyche forces exploded, he instantly recovered. It only expended some of his energies. The strength of his soul left even Yun envious. After expending most of his energies, Dreamlight's face turned pale. As for Human Emperor's projection, he was enveloped within the confines of Dreamlight's psyche self-explosion. At that moment, Dreamlight's expression was cold and filled with killing intent. I refuse to believe that a human like you, no matter how strong you are, will have psyche strength greater than mine. Besides, this is merely a psyche remnant you left behind. Be gone! Dreamlight roared as he manifested the surrounding psyche energies into something corporeal. Dream confusion space. Instantly, the dream realm could not be distinguished from reality. Dreamlight's psyche forces transformed into 18,000 swords as they shot towards the projection from every angle. Explode! Dreamlight bellowed, but at that moment, a gigantic black wheel appeared behind the projection. 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The wheel was like an bottomless vortex which pulled all the psyche swords into it. Pa! 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 The psyche swords shattered as most of Dreamlight's psyche forces were destroyed before they managed to self-destruct. No matter how powerful Dreamlight's soul was, the color in Dreamlight's face drained as the gigantic wheel bore down on him due to the massive loss of psyche energy. He had no means to defend against the projection. Bam! The 10,000 demon wheel of existence struck Dreamlight heavily, causing his body to quake excessively. The flesh on his body and face formed cracked patterns like those in porcelain. Dreamlight grunted and flew backward for more than 1,000 feet before smashing into the ground. His face was ashen. The injuries he suffered were much worse than Ghost Ming's. As for Human Emperor's projection, he stood proudly before the Heavenly Dao Palace with spear in hand. His blurry facial features made one feel a baffled sense of might and oppression. Dreamlight had also been defeated, a more dismal defeat than Ghost Ming. People knew what was on Dreamlight's mind. He was hoping that with his powerful psyche force, he could restrain the remnant psyche energy which Human Emperor had left behind. He did not hold back because he wished to enter the Heavenly Dao Palace first to reap more benefits. Unfortunately, he had gone for wool and come home shorn. His eternally immutable soul had suffered a sliver of damage. Apart from disciples from the soul race's heavenly dream path, no one bothered to worry over Dreamlight's condition. After Dreamlight, it was Divineheart who went on next. Having seen two godly monarchs defeated one after another, Divineheart knew that his hopes for victory were slim. He did not risk his life and was defeated in less than a minute. He was swept out of the domain by Human Emperor's projection. As such, out of the 5 godly monarchs, there were only Golden Winged Celestial Pang and Divine General Sanguinax left. Sanguinax shot Golden Pang a silent glance. With a cold sneer, Golden Pang walked into Human Emperor's domain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1613 Entering First. Chapter 1613 Entering First. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. With the failures before him, Golden Winged Celestial Pang knew how powerful Human Emperor's projection was. The moment he entered the domain, he stimulated his ancestral bloodline and transformed into a gigantic Celestial Pang. The Celestial Pang's wings span more than 20 meters wide and his claws were as sharp as blades. All his flesh and even his blood were covered in golden scales. For a Fey godly monarch, their bodies were their strongest weapons. They would not falter even if they clashed head-on with a human godly monarch's weapon. Golden Winged Celestial Pang could match that of a true dragon. His lifeblood surged like a river as it churned violently. Even Ian felt his heart palpitate when he saw Golden Winged Celestial Pang's true manifestation. He had a vague sense that, excluding Divine General Sanguinax, Golden Winged Celestial Pang was likely the strongest godly monarch there. However, while Golden Pang's lifeblood forces erupted, Human Emperor's projection rose in strength. He absorbed the lifeblood within Golden Pang's body and transformed it into his own strength. Upon seeing this, Golden Pang roared with laughter. You may be able to absorb my strength, but do you think you can emulate my body? The strongest aspect of him was his body. As for Human Emperor's projection, it was ultimately a projection. Golden Winged Celestial Pang pounced forward as his raging lifeblood rumbled like thunder. He raised a claw and swiped it straight at Human Emperor's projection. The claw emitted a sharp sound as it tore through the air, stabbing straight into people's ears through the domain. It drained the color of many warriors present. They felt like their own bodies were the ones being shredded. Even though he had half his energy drained, Golden Peng's body remained extremely powerful. And at that moment, the projection moved as well. As his feet moved, the figure vanished from where he stood. Golden Peng's pupils constricted. The projection's speed was even faster than his? Unbelievable. Suddenly, the projection appeared behind Golden Peng, crushing his back with mighty force while he swiped his spear down with his hand. Boom! Golden Peng let out an angry roar. The project stayed on his back and swept the spear towards his head. Regardless how resilient Golden-Winged Celestial Peng's body was, he could not help but turn dizzy. It was an utter disgrace to have someone step on his back in front of so many godly monarchs and juniors. Golden Peng struggled crazily in a bid to fling the projection away, however, the projection stood firm on his back. The ground seemed to sense Golden Peng's rage as it quaked. And in the domain, it felt like a mighty ancient fae was in a frenzy. Lifeblood surged with horrifying strength. At that moment, Golden Peng's golden feathers shot out like arrows. They homed in straight on the projection. Golden Peng did not easily use his intrinsic golden feathers as it hurt his essence. But his wrath made him ignore that. Swish! 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 3 golden feathers sealed every direction as each of them brought with them the force to tear through the lands and destroy mountains. Together, they bombarded Human Emperor's projection. Finally, the projection left Golden Peng's back. However, the projection appeared in front of Golden Peng the next instant. A long spear with immense force swiped towards him, showing no concern for the golden feathers. Golden Peng was alarmed as he quickly folded his wings and guarded his front. Bam! With a loud boom, Golden Peng let out a painful grunt as his massive body was sent flying out. His claws hurriedly reached out to the ground, but he still flew out. In the domain, 3 golden feathers flew into Human Emperor's projection, but seemed to sink into a quagmire, turning slow and heavy. Human Emperor's projection reached his hand out and grabbed the 3 golden feathers instantly. Ka-cha! The golden feathers with a sharpness that made them divine artifacts were instantly shattered by the projection's crushing. It resulted in Golden Peng grunting again. The flesh around his wings was mangled. He was still short of 3 golden feathers and his head was bleeding. He roared and charged forward once again and began another bout with the projection. But what followed was Golden-Winged Celestial Peng being utterly battered. People were astonished to realize that Human Emperor was not only nomologically powerful, but he had also tempered his body. It was completely impossible for Golden Peng to repress Human Emperor with his body. After a few major clashes, Golden Peng's armor exploded, covering him in blood. He was then thrown out of the domain by the projection. The disciples present shuddered in fear. Human Emperor's projection was already this powerful, it was like he was invincible. How could the trial be cleared? Golden Peng returned to his human form and took several pills to keep his injuries in check. He scoffed coldly and looked at the motionless Sanguinax. Sanguinax! It's your turn! Sanguinax gave him a nonchalant glance, not appearing in a hurry to take action. Instead, he said, Human Emperor is too powerful. There is no guarantee of victory even if I entered. If I return fruitless, what would you do? What's your idea? Are we going watch helplessly? Human Emperor's projection's nomological powers will not be frittered away with time, said Golden Peng with a frown. I do have some ideas, said Sanguinax. He took out a disc array which emitted a faint sanguine aura. Its surface was mottled, testimony to its antiquity. An array formation? Dreamlight said. That's right. I'll use an array formation to drain the energy of the array formation here. Once the array formation is weakened, the projection's nomological powers will weaken, giving me absolute confidence when I enter. Dreamlight revealed a ruminative look. It was indeed a solution to use an array formation to drain the array formation. This array formation does not have a headcount limit. To achieve the best results, I have decided to include all the disciples present in the array formation's activation, said Sanguinax. Although Divine General Sanguinax's tone was overbearing and made the various godly monarchs read it as veiled criticism, none of them retorted, since it was to no one's advantage if this dragged on. At this moment, Sanguinax flipped his hand again, revealing a pill suffusing a faint sanguine aura. These disciples are lacking in strength. They can use this pill to stimulate their lifeblood. Ghost Ming reached out his hand and pulled it towards him. The pill arrived in Ghost Ming's hands since Sanguinax did not stop him. He held it in his hands and suddenly chuckled. Although this pill can raise one's strength, there is a cost to the stimulating of potential. It might even affect one's talents and future. Upon hearing Ghost Ming's words, the originally unfazed disciples from the various factions immediately had drastic changes in expression. With Ghost Ming mentioning this, Sanguine Axe remained composed. That's right. But since time immemorial, how many people have become godly monarchs? So what if a little potential is wasted? Besides, I will naturally compensate them. Sanguine Axe then took out another pill. It was completely golden in color as though it was cast from golden blood. Just the sight of it made their lifebloods churn. This is a divine blood pill, unique to my race. Just this pill alone is enough to compensate them, said Sanguine Axe. Indeed, the expressions of many disciples turned better after Sanguine Axe finished his sentence. Just as Sanguine Axe put it, their martial path was fraught with difficulties. For instance, people like Steward Zhou, who was already at the ends of his martial path. The divine blood pill in front of them had the slim possibility of allowing one to produce divine blood according to rumors. It would then give them the strength unique to the celestial bloodline. Even if they were unable to get the power of the celestial bloodline, just the tempering of their bodies was sufficient. Steward Zhou and company were moved. Sanguine Axe took in the reaction of everyone and sneered inwardly. How could the array formation left behind by human emperor that easily weakened? When the time came for the array formation to activate, it was even possible to suck dry the weaker ones. The disc array in his hand immediately flew out as nomological forces instantly enveloped the square, producing blood-colored formation maps on the ground surface. Numerous points of light appeared and those spots were where the warriors were needed to stand. Fellow godly monarchs, stay with me in the array core. As for the rest, enter the array, said Sanguine Axe. Yun, I've seen this array before. At that moment, Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yun's mind. It's likely a heretic blood array from ancient times. It can overdraw a person's lifeblood and only Sanguine Axe can deactivate it. The other 4 godly monarchs could be unaffected by the array formation, but for the rest, they might have their martial paths severed. I know. Yun spoke as he walked toward the array. While huge groups of people were moving, Yun appeared inconspicuous among them. When he reached the boundary of the array formation, Yun was in no rush to enter. Instead, he circled the array's periphery and unknowingly, he had arrived near the palace where the heavenly Tao fragment was. I instructed everyone to enter the array. Where do you think you are going? Sanguine Axe frowned as he looked at Yun, who was getting further away from the array. And at that moment, Yun suddenly transformed into a beam of light and flew towards Human Emperor's domain. What are you doing? Sanguine Axe was instantly infuriated. He was not worried that Yun would obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, but peeved that Yun had disobeyed his command. At that moment, Ghost Ming was the closest to Human Emperor's domain. Since you want to die, I will grant it to you. With a haunting growl, water from the river of the netherworld immediately surged at Yun, bringing with it billowing yin qi. Upon hearing Ghost Ming's voice, Yun raised his speed up another notch. Boom! The river of the netherworld struck Yun, but did not injure him because in between Yun and the river of the netherworld was an invisible barrier. Yun had already entered the Human Emperor's domain. As for the river of the netherworld and everything else, they had all been blocked outside the domain. And Human Emperor's domain only allowed for one person to enter at a time. Having failed at his attack, Ghost Ming's expression turned ashen. However, he quickly sneered. He really has a death wish. If Yun had entered the array without a fuss, he would not have been able to do much to him. However, it was unknown what got to Yun. He had charged straight into the trial's domain. Once he was expelled with severe injuries, death was the only way out for him. Does he actually believe he can pass the trial? Golden Pang revealed a sliver of derision. Sanguine Axe looked at Divine Heart with a sunken expression. At that moment, Divine Heart was lamenting inwardly. This Yun had also offended Divine General Sanguine Axe. He could ignore the fact that he had to fight 4 fists with his 2, but how many fists was he up against now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1614, A Desperate Fight. Chapter 1614, A Desperate Fight. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Divine General Sanguine Axe looked coldly into Human Emperor's domain where Yun was. He could tell that Yun had rushed in there to fulfill his ambition. Do you think you can obtain the heavenly Tao fragment? What a joke. Sanguine Axe had no idea why Yun had a death wish. Ignoring the fact that the godly monarchs were powerless in the face of this trial, even if Yun managed to pass it and obtain the heavenly Tao fragment, so what? How was he to escape from the godly monarchs? kill him when he comes out. Sanguine Axe announced Yun's fate in a simple manner. Golden-winged celestial Pang and Ghostming revealed gruesome smiles. They couldn't ask for more. Yun, I won't be able to help you under the present circumstances. I hope you know what you are doing, said Divine Heart via voice transmission. At that moment, Yun was truly in a perilous situation where everyone was waiting for him to be thrown out. Yun did not reply Divine Heart. He was only looking at Human Emperor's figure in front of him. He naturally knew the risk that came with his decision, but rather than entering the array formation, he preferred entering the domain to engage in a desperate fight with Human Emperor. He did not want to leave his fate in Divine General Sanguine Axe's hands. He would not have agreed to it even if the condition of not harming his talent was given, much less in the present situation. Senior Human Emperor, despite being a psyche mark, Ian felt like he was crossing spacetime to face Human Emperor when he saw the projection up close. At that moment, the feeling of his energies been drained came. Ian's energies dropped rapidly as half of what he had was absorbed by the projection. Finally, Yun was left with half his strength. As for the projection, it also possessed half of Yun's strength. In every trial, Human Emperor's projection would share the energy equally with his opponent. After the various godly monarchs had their energies evenly split, they faced Human Emperor at the half-step godly monarch realm. Among them, Golden-winged celestial Pang was the strongest contender. And now, the projection Yun was facing only had half his energy. It was much weaker. The level of weakness was quite considerable, which was why Yun dared to charge into Human Emperor's domain. At the end of the day, Human Emperor was testing one's talent. Yun knew very well that even the weakened projection was still extremely terrifying. At that moment, the projection attacked. Only people who truly faced the projection would realize the projection's terrifying understanding of the martial Tao and nomological mastery. The projection was merely a psyche mark, but he seemed to possess a corporeal form with staggering lifeblood. Stars faintly appeared behind him. The 9 stars sparkled brightly while massive stellar forces corresponded to different critical spots on the projection before surging into it, increasing his lifeblood. It's Senior Lin's 9 stars of the Tao Palace. It's an ancient body-tempering mystic art he obtained early in his life. He tempered his body and produced a divine body that could compare with powerful Fae. Exclaimed by Yuan. Yun's eyes shimmered. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Senior Human Emperor was like him, cultivating in both body and essence. However, the present projection ultimately did not have a true body. As for him, he had the Dragon Emperor technique. If he did not even have the courage to do battle, how could he talk about defying the heavens? At that moment, the projection swiped his spear. Tremendous killing auras instantly enveloped Yun. If his willpower was weak, his strength would have been greatly discounted by the influence of the killing aura. It could even rob him of his determination to resist. Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded from Yun's body suddenly. A true dragon phantom swirled up from behind Yun. It coiled in midair with a threatening side glance and was opposite the 9 stars. Yun roared out as he summoned the ascending dragon cauldron. With it in hand, his lifeblood churned violently like the sea. It slammed into the incoming spear of the projection in a simple and direct manner. Boom! In midair, the 9 stars collided with the true dragon phantom. The sound of the world crumbling boomed as the projection's spear rapidly jabbed at the ascending dragon cauldron. The tremors left Yun's palm numb as his lifeblood churned. Having failed to score a hit, the projection's spear became even more tumultuous, like a raging tidal wave. Wave after wave inundated Yun as he held the ascending dragon cauldron in front of him while the dragon roar in him rumbled like thunder. Boom! 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 In a short instant, the projection had clashed with Yun more than 100 times. And beneath their feet were dense spiderweb-like cracks. However, these cracks vanished completely once the array formation produced a surge. Suddenly, the tip of the projection's spear emitted a lightning beam as fiery snakes swirled around it. The power of fire and lightning undulated as the projection's lifeblood seemed to increase exponentially. Amid the fire and lightning, all sound in the world seemed as though it was muffled by an all-encompassing force. The corners of Yun's eyes twitched as he sensed danger. That's the heretical god force. By Yuan hurriedly introduced, that's the source of your heretical god fire seed. After all these years, being able to see Human Emperor's moves again even if it was just a psyche mark overwhelmed by Yuan with feelings. Whoosh! The spear thrust forward accompanied by lightning and thunder. Like a flash of lightning, the spear tip was already pointed in between Yun's brows. Yun's pupils constricted as he retreated rapidly while a flame washed over his body. Heretical god fire. He defended against the Phantom's fire lightning attack with the heretical godfire. Chie! 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 The spear stabbed into the heretical godfire and produced an explosive boom. The violent flames instantly swept through the ground. It was like the entire domain was blanketed by lightning and flames. Yi Yun stood behind the ascending dragon cauldron. His heart quivered, for he was wowed by the immense power. This power indeed shared the same origins as his heretical godfire. After fending off the fire lightning blow, Human Emperor's spear continued tearing through the heretical godfire and in a flash, appeared before Yi Yun. The spear tip shattered the void at a confounding speed. Yi Yun's heretical godfire only contained the fire aspect and not the lightning aspect, therefore, it was unable to withstand the blow. He quickly flicked his fingers and shot out 12 beams with the Shura finger. Boom! 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 In a split second, Human Emperor's projection suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yun, having already nullified all of the Shura fingers. The tip of his spear rapidly thrust forward in the form of a sharp white beam and inundated Yi Yun. Yi Yun rapidly retreated as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that all his lifeblood had nearly dissipated from the strike. The godly monarchs had only managed to withstand a few strikes. Compared to them, Yi Yun was doing very well, but Yi Yun was in a different, more perilous situation. Retreating from the domain meant death. Yi Yun, Senior Lin's trial is also an opportunity. How many people will ever get the opportunity to trade blows with him? Said Bai Yuan suddenly. A glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. Bai Yuan was right. Human Emperor was peerless in body and essence. His achievements in the martial Tao could be said to be unparalleled, a rare enemy since time immemorial. To exchange blows with such a figure was truly an opportunity to be treasured. He roared and, without dodging, he faced the projection spear beam head-on. The spear beam's aftershocks washed over Yi Yun, bathing him in blood, but Yi Yun entrenched himself with every step he took. At that moment, a divine tree phantom appeared behind Yi Yun. Countless branches swayed as immense vitality was injected into him, stabilizing his figure. Be gone! With Mirage Snow in hand, Yi Yun slashed out. The spear beam, which had already weakened with extended use, finally shattered as a result of Yi Yun's slash. The fire lightning powers that lingered around the spear beam also gradually dissipated. Although Yi Yun suffered injuries from the blow, he ultimately withstood it. The clash took its toll on Yi Yun, but he knew that using chaos crystals to replenish his energies was pointless. It would only allow the projection to recover his strength. He had to use a limited amount of energy to drain Human Emperor of his energy. Human Emperor was extremely powerful, but Yi Yun was not disheartened. According to Bai Yuan's judgment, Human Emperor had already cultivated for millions of years before he came to the Chaos Heavens. As for Yi Yun, he had not cultivated for long. He had time, as well as endless possibilities ahead of him. Again! A burning glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. He did not have any thoughts about snatching victory in the trial. It was thrilling to be able to battle the strongest expert in all of humanity across so many years. At that moment, Human Emperor's projection rose his arms, and in front of him, a bright red wheel appeared. Carved on the wheel were various devils and Shura phantoms. These carvings made one completely experience decimation amid the smell of blood. Yi Yun's heart jolted. This is the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. The so-called 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence was actually the representation of the Tao originator celestial Thearch's Azura Heavenly Tao. Azura was about decimation and destruction. The pain, evil, sin, and heavenly punishment that happened during the 10,000 incarnations of samsara at the hands of the 10,000 devils and demons were all carved on the wheel's Tao patterns. It condensed into limitless demon-like powers. It was a set of moves that allowed for both offense and defense. Yi Yun also had the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence. He believed that the Wheel of Existence had been inherited from Human Emperor, but he never expected to see Human Emperor use the move with his own eyes. However, at this moment, the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence was not cast at Human Emperor's peak. Even so, it still effused an astounding aura. Meanwhile, the array had already been set up on the square. The godly monarchs had entered the array core while the disciples had consumed the pill that stimulated their potentials. They sat at different critical nodes of the array. This Yi Yun sure has managed to last pretty long, thought Divineheart. Ghost Ming seemed to notice Divineheart's expression as he sneered. So what? The longer he lasts, the better. He's helping us fritter away some of the nomological powers. Divineheart snorted coldly without a word. Now that Yi Yun was condemned by everyone, he could not speak up for him. At this moment in Human Emperor's domain, the 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence was already crushing down at Yi Yun. Yi Yun stared intently at the black wheel. He originally planned on using his strongest strike to clash with it head-on, but at that moment, he suddenly realized that the 10,000 demon wheel of existence was not just a move that struck the final blow. Instead, could it be that Yun suddenly put away Mirage Snow and instead used his hands to grab the 10,000 demon wheel of existence? Upon seeing this scene, Divine Heart was alarmed. The other godly monarchs were shocked as well. This Yun was actually taking on the blow with his bare hands? Does he not want his hands? He has a death wish. Everyone waited for Yun to be expelled. After this blow, Yun would be crippled if not dead. They would not even need to exert much strength to kill him. Pa! At that moment, Yun had grabbed the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The terrifying destructive force sapped away the flesh and blood on Yun's palms. In an instant, his hands nearly turned into bone. But it was at this moment that Yun released all his energies. In his dantian, the 9-leaf Dao fruit which symbolized destruction and primordial chaos appeared. The destructive forces in him kept blending with Human Emperor's 10,000 demon wheel of existence. By using the same cultivation technique and same destructive force, it made the two forces resonate. Hum. Hum. Laws trembled as a surge after another was emitted like a tidal wave or a sound wave through the world. After that was a scene that widened the eyes of everyone. Yun had grabbed the 10,000 demon wheel of existence and pressed it straight to his dantian. The dantians of human warriors were like their core as well as a vital spot. It was akin to the soul race's soul sea or the phase heart. But now, Yun had pulled the 10,000 demon wheel of existence into his dantian. Was he mad? However, the result was not what they imagined. Yun did not end up crippled. Instead, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence shrank slowly in Yun's dantian. It vanished a few seconds later, transforming into pure destructive forces. A mystical nomological fragment also fused into Yun's dantian and injected into every part of his body. This was power that belonged to Human Emperor. The true powers of the origins. But now, Yun had injected it into his body. While facing Human Emperor's Azura Heavenly Dao, Yun realized that instead of labeling Human Emperor's attacks a trial, it was more like guidance. When his destructive forces resonated with Human Emperor, he felt that he could receive the energy, therefore, he firmly gave up resisting and used his body to absorb it. This required immense spirit and courage. Of course, the most important point was that Yun had once received Human Emperor's heritage. However, when this scene landed in the eyes of the other godly monarchs, they felt a baffling sense of horror. They looked in disbelief at Yun's dantian. Human Emperor's terrifying blow had been absorbed by Yun. How did that happen? How is it possible? Divine General Sanguine Axe muttered to himself. Although he was not in Human Emperor's domain, he could acutely sense the might of Human Emperor's blow. He knew that if he were in Yun's shoes, he too would likely be defeated. However, not only was Yun unharmed, but he seemed to receive immense benefits. How did he do it? After this blow, Human Emperor did not attack again. All he did was look at Yun, his face a blur. Despite it being a psyche mark, Yun sensed from him a belief of absolute confidence. And then his potent nomological aura slowly leaked from his body. Human Emperor's projection stood there as though he was slowly blending into the surroundings. He was both the heaven and the earth. Everything in existence seemed to bend according to his will. This was Yun's first time seeing someone with such a bearing. He was like a manifestation of nature itself, ruling over the laws. Yun could even sense a sliver of the grand primordium from Human Emperor's projection. The projection stood silently in his spot as though he was paying attention to the world he was in. Suddenly, he raised his hand and began moving them slowly. Yun's heart stirred. Was the projection writing? As the projection finished one stroke after another, the entire world seemed to quake, as though it was resonating with each stroke. An aura of the great Tao immediately emanated over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1615 Tao Exchange. Chapter 1615 Tao Exchange. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. This is. Yun widened his eyes as he watched Human Emperor's phantom create each stroke. He was writing in a language Yun had never seen before. Although Yun did not know the language, he was aware of the great Tao which was contained within. Every character gave Yun a completely different feeling. An entire line of characters, when put together, made Yun's lifeblood surge. It made him wish to pick up a weapon and kill everything around him without regard for the consequences. He seemed to see armies and horses, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Following that, he saw a spear-wielding man standing amid the void. Senior Human Emperor, is having a Dao exchange with me? Yi Yun drew a deep breath. His state of mind gradually calmed down as he trained both his eyes and mind completely on the characters. He guessed that Human Emperor's final heritage was embedded in those characters. Yi Yun hesitantly raised his hand and began delivering strokes like Human Emperor. Two surging lifeblood powers erupted from Yi Yun's and Human Emperor's bodies as they intermingled in midair. As for the text written by Yi Yun and Human Emperor, they produced nomological ripples. Both series of text seemed to be separated by billions of years, and yet they resonated. The fog in the sky was dispersed by the boundless energy as the expansive galaxy poured its stellar light down, gathering at Human Emperor's fingertip. At that moment, the images appeared to manifest into something eternal. Upon seeing this scene, the disciples of the various factions, including the few godly monarchs, were dumbstruck. What was happening? The duo were engaging in an intense battle just moments ago. Although Yi Yun's performance was astounding, to the point of devouring Human Emperor's 10,000 demon wheel of existence, it did not mean that Yi Yun had won. Yi Yun was likely to be at a greater disadvantage if the battle dragged on. But now, the duo's nomological powers were adding both radiance and beauty to each other, forming a phenomenon. What is that Yi Yun writing? The disciples from the various factions tried widening their eyes in a bid to see what Yi Yun and Human Emperor's projection were writing. However, the duo seemed to be enveloped by a thin layer of fog. And their fingers had points of stellar light concentrated on them, preventing them from capturing the trajectories. There's no way to see it. What exactly is it? A disciple tried his best to look, but suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. He felt faint and seemed to lose a sense of his bearings. At that moment, an angry bellow sounded in his ears. Stop looking. The disciple jolted awake and realized that he had deviated from the array node. Immediately, his heart raced, afraid that he would be punished. He hurriedly returned to his spot. The person who had shouted was golden-winged celestial Pang. He was burning with a frenzy of rage. He never expected that Yi Yun would not only absorb Human Emperor's final strike, but also have a Dao exchange with Human Emperor. The opportunity of having a Dao exchange with Human Emperor made him envious. Could it be that the punk had passed Human Emperor's trial? Just as golden-winged celestial Pang had that thought, he saw the characters in front of Human Emperor transform into countless resplendent points of stellar light which surged towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not resist the surging stellar light. Instead, he welcomed it and allowed it to fully infuse him. This was the nomological powers left behind by Human Emperor. The nomological powers cleansed Yi Yun's body while he stood silently in his spot. His entire body was bathed in the luster of laws. A great Dao aura similar to the universe gradually suffused from Yi Yun's body. The disciples were astonished to discover that Yi Yun's aura was increasingly resembling Human Emperor's. It approached that of a great Dao origins as though he was a manifestation of the great Dao itself. At that moment, Human Emperor's projection spread his hands and raised them, sending lightning and fire powers toward Yi Yun. This was the heretical god force. Back when Yi Yun faced the heretical god force, what he felt was an intense threat. But now, it was a peaceful feeling. With a thought, Yi Yun conjured the heretical god fire. Immediately, the heretical god force sank inside the heretical god fire. There was no resistance as it allowed itself to be absorbed by the heretical god fire. Yi Yun sensed that the heretical god fire took on a different form after it absorbed the heretical god force. The flames jumped as a more terrifying aura emitted from within. The tiny flame turned into something akin to a volcano as though it would erupt at any time. Thank you, Senior Human Emperor. Yi Yun bowed at Human Emperor's projection. When Ghostming saw Yi Yun receive the laws and fire from Human Emperor's projection, his eyes nearly spewed from his head. Golden-winged celestial Pang was raging. Yi Yun had indeed passed the trial. At that moment, the 9 stars landed above the heavenly Dao Palace. The palace's doors also suffused 9 stars which corresponded to the descending stars. At that instant, the doors opened. The heavenly Dao fragment. A magnificent and mighty heavenly Dao aura spewed out from the door. It made the disciples in the array have the involuntary urge to bow their heads. They even wished to kowtow and submit themselves. Only the few godly monarchs were able to ignore the feeling. However, the shock in their hearts was in no way inferior to that of their disciples. The heavenly Dao fragment was inside the palace. And at that moment, all they could do was watch helplessly as Yi Yun entered the palace. After giving Human Emperor's projection a deep bow, Yi Yun looked straight ahead at the palace. The heavenly Dao aura made one yearn for it. The heavenly Dao was eternally immutable. It was the underlying nomological reason for the continued existence of the heavenly Dao in myriad items. All things in the world followed its laws. Any mortal being would feel tiny and powerless when facing the heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yun felt pumped as his back straightened. As a warrior, he started from insignificance. He worked hard to pursue the martial peak and the true meaning of life. How could he retreat in the face of the heavenly Tao? Yi Yun took one step after another toward the palace. With every step, he felt an immense and terrifying force crush down on his body. Everything in front of him turned ethereal while the laws surrounding him kept changing. Warriors who were lacking in strength could not face the heavenly Tao fragment head-on. As for Yi Yun, he took one step at a time, his lifeblood churning like a sea of magma. As Yi Yun approached the palace, he felt additional bits of energy returning to him with every step. When Yi Yun arrived at the palace's entrance, Human Emperor's phantom had returned all the energy it absorbed to Yi Yun. By the time he entered, Yi Yun was already back at peak form. Not only so, he had absorbed the nomological powers of Human Emperor's phantom as well as the heretical god force. His aura had an even more profound feeling. It even resembled the heavenly Tao fragment inside the palace. Yi Yun stepped into the hall. Sanguinax watched Yi Yun enter the palace coldly before he extended his hand and tapped on a disc array. Immediately, all the disciples felt a stronger suction. Some of these disciples could not help but panic, for at that moment they realized that the suction was too powerful, so powerful that they could not easily leave the array nodes. However, even if they could leave the array nodes, none of them dared to do so under Sanguinax's cold gaze. Sanguinax had acted so intimidatingly precisely to raise the array's might. Divine General Sanguinax, do you need to do this? Dreamlight glanced at his soul disciples and frowned. Although Yi Yun has passed the trial, no one can refine the heavenly Tao fragment other than celestial godly monarchs. That's right. Yi Yun can't absorb the heavenly Tao fragment. All he can do is study it, Ghost Ming said coldly. However, his fury was not lessened in any way. He was determined to extract Yi Yun's soul and refine him into a ghost banner. He wanted Yi Yun to serve him as a slave for millions of years, while torturing him daily. The longer we wait, the greater the chance for unforeseen circumstances. We have to remove the array formation as soon as possible. Let's crack the array and enter, said Sanguinax. This trivial figure he thought nothing of previously had given him too great a surprise. When he saw Yi Yun disappear into the palace's door, he felt a sense of unease. He was determined to get the heavenly Tao fragment. Now that something unexpected had happened, he absolutely would not allow for more surprises. Boom! 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 Lifeblood was extracted from the warriors in the nodes before it gathered in the array core. Then, augmented by the godly monarchs, it transformed into a blood pillar that surged into the sky. It emanated the smell of blood as it constantly inundated the massive array formation that enveloped the palace. And in the middle of the array core, Sanguinax's gaze was cold as he directed it at the palace's door. Even with the array formation in the way, he could clearly sense the heavenly Tao fragment's aura. He did not know what Yi Yun could do to the heavenly Tao fragment, but to be safe, he wanted to attack with full force. After Yi Yun stepped into the palace, the door shut firmly, preventing Sanguinax from seeing anything else. Boom! After the door closed, Yi Yun turned his head to take a glance before turning back. Ever since the palace was sealed by Human Emperor, no one had ever stepped in again. Across the vast expanse of time, only two people had stood in the palace. One was Human Emperor and the other was Yi Yun. While looking at the empty palace, Yi Yun felt like he was looking at Human Emperor's figure standing there across the river of time. No, there was really a figure. Compared to the psyche mark outside, this figure looked more illusory, but also more real. Through a layer of blurry mist, Yi Yun sensed the figure cast his gaze on him. This is Senior Lin, by Yuan's wistful voice sounded. This is a memory fragment which Senior Lin left behind. Bai Yuan felt conflicted emotions. She once had the immense desire to follow in Human Emperor's footsteps, but her dream ultimately burst. Now, all she could see was a memory fragment of the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. At that moment, Human Emperor turned around and walked into the inner sanctums of the palace. Yi Yun looked at the projections back before following him. The duo walked through the massive palace and finally entered the deep depths of the palace which had been sealed for a long time. And the whole time, an aura of the highest level in the world was silently emanating. Yi Yun walked into a vast hall by following Human Emperor. In the middle of the palace, stellar light emanated as the galaxy beneath his feet spiraled. Furthermore, Yi Yun could feel that one of his feet was really stepping into the galaxy. The heavenly Tao fragment's might was already capable of forming a miniature world inside the hall. All the stars revolved according to a particular law. Above the stars were the birth of vegetation, mountains and water bodies, avian and ground creatures. In time to come, perhaps the hall could form a universe. It might even get to the point where intelligent life would be born on the star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1616 Breakthrough. Chapter 1616 Breakthrough. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. After Yun entered the Heavenly Dao Hall, its doors closed, leaving the few godly monarchs outside the hall with extremely ugly expressions. The warriors under them stared intently at the door, eager to know what Yun saw inside the hall. However, the door had blocked everything from vision to perception. To these warriors, it was like they were a group of sexually desperate men in a mortal world attempting to search for trapped beauties. Success was just at hand when a man charged in before them and closed the door behind him. All the others could do was wait outside. The aggrieved feeling was obvious. Divine Heart. Sanguine Axe looked at Divine Heart, his gaze seemingly about to devour him. Divine Heart was helpless as well. He knew he had been implicated, but the godly monarchs also knew that he was only cooperating with Yun. He could not be blamed for Yun's sudden surprising actions. After all, the Heavenly Dao fragment was not in his hands. Attacking him was pointless. I will not do a thing when Yun comes out. In order to prevent himself from being the target of everyone, Divine Heart had no choice but to recuse himself. Whatever happened, Yun definitely had some means if he dared enter the Heavenly Dao Palace. If not, he would simply be courting death. No one could save him if that was what Yun truly wished for. There was no way he would put his life at risk in order to save Yun. Crack the array. Sanguine Axe ordered through clenched teeth. However, he knew that completely cracking the array would take a lot of time. Although he could expend some of the warrior's lifeblood, he could not go overboard while doing so. The other godly monarchs would be disagreeable to it as well. Meanwhile, Yun was looking at the ceiling of the Heavenly Dao Hall. He saw a clump of clouds amassing in the middle of the ceiling. It constantly churned and changed as though it contained all things in the world and was in endless flux. The Heavenly Dao fragment was contained within the clump of clouds. Yun originally thought that the Heavenly Dao was formless and textureless, that it was only a rule. But now, it appeared that the Heavenly Dao had already solidified into something corporeal. He could see a faint rainbow stream of light contained inside the cloud. Within it were endless transformations. That was the Heavenly Dao fragment. At this moment, Yun saw Human Emperor turn his head. An illusory pair of eyes that seemed to contain all of the universe since time immemorial cast its gaze on Yun. Yun was alarmed as he looked at Human Emperor in surprise. He had a feeling that he was truly being observed by Human Emperor. What was left behind was only Human Emperor's memory fragment, but the feeling of being observed felt extremely real. It left Yun somewhat anxious. Perhaps with Human Emperor's abilities, he could truly see the present him across endless spacetime. Yun seemed to realize something as he took a step forward. This step brought him onto a star. Instantly, the starry space transformed as Yun felt change happening around him. The hall, Human Emperor, everything vanished. And he was now immersed in a surprising cloud. Ahead of him were countless dancing rainbow beams of light that looked unreal. Vast auras of the great Tao reverberated his surroundings. Yun knew that he had arrived inside the Heavenly Dao fragment. Yun could faintly hear a murmur from the rainbow light, but it was not any known language. It was ethereal and indistinct, but it also seemed to constantly resound in his ear. This was not any true speech, but the sounds produced by the great Tao. As he listened, Yun felt that his nomological powers were responding to the sounds of the great Tao. The sounds of his churning lifeblood, thumping heartbeats, the circulation of his essence energies, and the sound of his grinding bones, every single sound in him gradually synchronized to the sounds of the great Tao. This was Yun's body talking to the great Tao. Yun slowly sat down cross-legged. He relaxed his body and mind completely and immersed himself in this conversation. At that moment, Bai Yuan looked on in astonishment beside him. While Yun was resonating with the sounds of the great Tao, Bai Yuan had been expelled by a formless energy out of his soul sea. She knew that this was because Yun's soul sea was completely left open while it accepted the great Tao's suction forces. As an external mental force, she could not listen to the sounds of the great Tao with him. And expelled with Bai Yuan was a tiny pagoda in which Lin Shintong and Shanling were inside. Master. Lin Shintong came out of the pagoda and had a general understanding what was happening to Yun. She was filled with worry for him. Watch. This is his fate. At that moment, the rainbow light surrounded Yun. His resonance with the great Tao formed into vast, boundless sounds. Bai Yuan knew that this was the sound of the universe, but she had never heard it so clearly. The sounds grew louder until it sounded like the world itself was making an announcement. At that moment, Yi Yun's body suddenly emitted a stunning sound. Some of the rainbow light seemed to find an entrance as it surged into his body. Yi Yun's lifeblood churned as his soul sea opened up completely. His body and soul were being inundated by the supreme great Tao. He really is attempting to absorb the heavenly Tao fragment. Bai Yuan drew a deep breath. She knew Yi Yun's ambition, but a heavenly Tao fragment was not that easily refined. When the Celestials devoured the heavenly Tao, they had to use divine powers as well as their powerful bloodlines and bodies to withstand the powers of the heavenly Tao. But Yi Yun was not a Celestial. Boom! The powers of the heavenly Tao surged down and inundated his body. The blast of the great Tao caused him to lose tremendous amounts of vitality immediately. Moments later, Yi Yun's flesh began to age and deteriorate. His originally supple body, which was akin to jade, began to wrinkle. His black hair turned white as he lost energy rapidly. He does not have enough vitality. Bai Yuan watched Yi Yun's body wither. A human's body could not withstand the cleansing of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao represented eternity, something that remained indestructible even if the celestial bodies, the moon, the sun, the stars, were to perish. A human's body was simply too fleeting in the face of eternity. In the long history of River and the multiverse, countless elites had been turned to dust, with nothing left behind. Even Yi Yun's body began to deteriorate due to his lacking lifespan while enduring the eternal heavenly Tao's baptism. However, Celestials were different. They had extremely long lifespans, which was one of the main reasons why they could refine heavenly Tao fragments. As his vitality gradually dried up, Yi Yun's desiccated flesh shrank to his bones. As his skin tore, it revealed his skeleton. Even his crystalline bones began to dim. Lin Shintong held her breath while Bai Yuan wore a heavy expression. If this continued, Yi Yun could wither and die. Every second of the heavenly Tao's baptism was equal to the loss of millions of years. And then... roar! A dragon's roar sounded as a true dragon phantom surged out of Yi Yun's body. All of Yi Yun's clothes had already turned to dust. His withered body grew new flesh and blood as his bones turned crystalline again. This scene made Bai Yuan prick her brows. He's using the vitality of the Dragon Emperor to withstand the loss of vitality produced by the heavenly Tao's baptism? This was probably the first time a human warrior attempted to absorb the heavenly Tao fragment in billions of years. She had no idea what would happen. In terms of lifespan, Dragon Emperor's lifespan was definitely on par with that of the strongest Celestial. This made up for Yi Yun's lacking vitality. With the Dragon Emperor's vitality nourishing him, Yi Yun's body and soul recovered, but it was still insufficient. After his body was restored to a certain level, the heavenly Tao's baptism would inundate him again, draining him of his vitality. At this moment, thousands of green vines drooped down from above Yi Yun. The azurewood divine tree suddenly appeared as its massive phantom shrouded him. It withstood the heavenly Tao along with him. Yi Yun sat cross-legged silently under the azurewood divine tree as rainbow rays appeared over him. In terms of vitality, the vibrant azurewood divine tree far exceeded the Dragon Emperor. In addition, Yi Yun swiped his interspatial ring as large numbers of chaos crystals appeared from within. Following that, all the chaos crystals shattered into pure chaos energies which he absorbed. Following that, herbs began appearing around Yi Yun. These were the herbs he had obtained from the herbal garden of confusion. They had not been refined, but it did not matter. All Yi Yun needed was the vitality in them. He opened his mouth and sucked at them. Like a hungry dragon, Yi Yun absorbed all the vitality the precious herbs from the God Confusion Valley had after millions of years of nourishment. These precious herbs rapidly withered at a discernible pace. With all of these effects combined, the rich vitality around Yi Yun solidified into something corporeal. His body was tempered by the heavenly Tao, repeating the process of being born and aging. Crackle! A blue lightning appeared in front of Yi Yun at this moment. Upon seeing this happen, Bai Yuan's pupils constricted. This was the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's heretical god lightning. Yi Yun is planning on. Lin Shintong's heart nearly stopped beating. In his current situation, was Yi Yun planning on absorbing the heretical god lightning? Even if his body was in perfect condition, the absorption of the heretical god lightning was unlikely a simple matter, much less in the present circumstances. Bai Yuan said, Senior Lin's heretical god lightning is not just a force of destruction. It also contains the powers of vitality. When Yi Yun had a Tao exchange with Senior Lin, he was likely made full aware of this point. Now, his body is deteriorating due to his decreasing vitality and not as the result of the heavenly Tao's massive energy. Perhaps, absorbing the heretical god lightning now would bring better effects. Legend had it that when the multiverse was first formed, it was lightning that smote the ancient oceans before giving birth to the first life form. Many worlds also independently produced life in similar situations. Soon, the heretical god lightning entered Yun's body and flowed into his dantian. Inside his dantian, the heretical god lightning began fusing with the heretical god fire seed. Once the fusion succeeded, he would have all of the Tao originator celestial Thearcha's heretical god force heritage. The cultivation technique was the amalgamation of the Tao originator celestial Thearcha's essence after hundreds of thousands of years of meditation. Its strength was not necessarily much weaker than the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. Perhaps, he might really succeed. Bai Yueyin took a deep breath. In terms of nomological insight, Yun had enough of it. His lacking vitality had been made up for. Perhaps, Yun would be the first human warrior to refine a heavenly Tao fragment for himself in billions of years. Slowly, Yun's body turned crystalline and flawless. It was as though it was born naturally from the heaven and earth. His soul turned firm and tenacious as it gradually effused the aura of a great Tao. Hum. 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 The starry space suddenly quaked. Bai Yueyin saw that the remaining energies of the heavenly Tao fragment stirred the starry space and gradually gathered towards Yun. The massive auras of the stars constantly surged into Yun's body and fused with the rainbow light. They formed points of starlight within. With the passage of time, a complete star chart began forming. The star chart finally landed in Yun's dantian. His body's bloodline and meridians seemed to transform into a resplendent network of lights just like the star chart. All of Yun's energies and lifeblood flowed smoothly at that moment. His strength rose rapidly as it increased exponentially. He had broken through. Bai Yueyin felt her heart quake. As a godly monarch, she naturally knew what was happening to Yun. Yun had broken through, going from a divine lord to a royal sealed divine lord. Only by doing so would all his energy achieve such unobstructed flow, resulting in a qualitative change. However, the characteristic of a royal sealed divine lord was the formation of a divine lord royal seal inside one's dantian. But as for Yun's divine lord royal seal, could it be? Bai Yueyin looked at the star chart. The star chart was very likely Yun's divine lord royal seal. And it stemmed from the heavenly Tao fragment. Upon realizing this, Bai Yueyin felt astounded. There were 3 types of divine lord royal seals. The first type was a royal seal condensed from one's cultivation of the Tao. The second type was the inheritance of the godly monarch royal seals of other godly monarchs. The third was a grand primordium royal seal formed naturally by the heavenly Tao. Among these, the first kind of royal seal suited one the most. However, when warriors first became divine lords, their insights into the heavenly Tao were limited. The royal seals they condensed often lacked strength. Unless they were extraordinary geniuses, their own royal seals often were incomparable to the royal seals left behind by ancient godly monarchs. As for godly monarch royal seals, they were inferior to the legendary grand primordium royal seals. One can't have everything in life. Bai Yueyin was confident that her divine lord royal seal was of the first type or royal seal which belonged to her. Of course, this was also because Bai Yueyin was unable to find a grand primordium royal seal. In fact, Bai Yueyin had never heard of anyone obtaining a grand primordium royal seal in the sinkhole. However, the grade of the star chart royal seal in Yun's dantian seemed to even exceed that of a grand primordium royal seal. After all, it was condensed from a heavenly Tao fragment. And during this process, there was the infusion of Yun's own Tao and the laws left behind by human emperor. This could also be described as Yun's own royal seal. Bai Yueyin found this combination of the first and third kinds of royal seals unimaginable. Even Senior Lin probably never imagined that a heavenly Tao fragment he left behind would be absorbed by Yun and transformed into a heavenly Tao royal seal. Bai Yueyin felt mixed emotions. Without even realizing it, Yun had already gone a step further than her. As for not being a godly monarch, Bai Yueyin knew that not only would Yun eventually become one, but that he was likely to become a supreme godly monarch who would leave his name for all eternity since time immemorial. This was a level that even Bai Yueyin dreamed of reaching, but it was impossible for her to reach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1617, Cracks. Chapter 1617, Cracks. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Boom. At the instant Yun condensed the heavenly Tao royal seal, a loud boom rocked the square outside the palace. The warriors looked up at the sky in astonishment. They were horrified to discover that the winds and clouds in the sky were undergoing tumultuous changes. Thunder boomed as lightning flashed in clear, bright skies simultaneously. Rainbows tore through the sky as rain and snow fell at the same time. This phenomena extended out for tens of thousands of kilometers. Large numbers of white air streams surged out from the various spots in the ground. These were made of energy that was buried deep underground. But now, all the energy was surging to one spot. The streams gathered above the palace like a gigantic maelstrom. The immense energy even left the warriors shuddering in fear. What is going on? The godly monarchs looked up as well. They were the leaders of the various factions and had prolonged lifespans. All of them were knowledgeable and experienced, but even they could not identify the phenomenon happening in front of them. Be it a Divine Lord breakthrough, the absorption of a royal seal to become a royal sealed Divine Lord, or the breakthrough to become a godly monarch, none of them resembled the phenomena. However, it was without doubt that the drastic changes had to do with Yi Yun. What is Yi Yun doing inside? Ghost Ming became somewhat fidgety. For someone of Yi Yun's strength and identity, he did not even deserve to see the heavenly Tao fragment. And now, not only was he seeing the fragment, but he was the only one permitted to see it. Could it be that he has absorbed the heavenly Tao fragment? Said a Fey disciple suddenly. However, the moment he finished his sentence, he felt his mind quake from a sweep of Divine General Sanguine Axe's gaze. It was as though his soul was crumbling. Put! The Fey disciple spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated several steps with a pale expression. Even his Fey core nearly cracked. Golden Wing's celestial Pang did not interfere. He had only himself to blame for speaking so thoughtlessly. A heavenly Tao fragment can only be refined by celestials. How can a mere human Divine Lord dare snatch my Tao? Sanguine Axe's expression was gruesome. He was under tremendous stress from carrying out this operation at the Xianyuan Dune. He had concealed this matter from the other celestials for his own selfish reasons. If he obtained the heavenly Tao fragment, his status would soar among the celestials. No one would dare comment on his actions. However, if he failed, news was bound to spread. His end would be a tragic one. The competition among celestials was extremely cruel. Yi Yun must have obtained some benefit in the heavenly Tao palace, said Dreamlight. I heard that when celestials absorb a heavenly Tao fragment, they will cause the world to weep as all things bleed blood. Everyone looked at Sanguine Axe and, upon seeing his heavy gaze, they guessed that Dreamlight was saying the truth. The various phenomena that were happening now was clearly different from what happened during the absorbing of a heavenly Tao fragment. It's very possible that Yi Yun has begun studying the heavenly Tao fragment. He might even have reaped benefits from it already. Even if we were to enter the palace, it's unlikely we can benefit that quickly, right? Dreamlight's words made Ghost Ming and company's expression turn even uglier. The talent which Yi Yun had showcased truly left them afraid. This array is already beginning to weaken. A dead genius is nothing but a pile of rotten flesh, said Golden Winged Celestial Pang coldly. Ever since the phenomenon began, the amount of energy in the entire pocket world was declining. This was understandable. The various array restrictions that Human Emperor left behind were to protect the heavenly Tao fragment. Now that it had been taken away by Yi Yun, the array formation had lost its core. Thus, its collapse was only a matter of days. And they planned to stand guard outside. There was no way for Yi Yun to escape even if he grew wings. Whatever Yi Yun obtained in the heavenly Tao palace was meaningless. Inside the palace, Yi Yun had opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain the transitions of the celestial bodies as eons passed. Having absorbed the heavenly Tao royal seal, Yi Yun found himself in an extremely magical feeling. It was as though he was the world itself. He could see the worldly laws with his eyes, and changing these laws seemed as easy as lifting a finger. Causing rivers to flow upstream, the inversion of sky and sea, the reversal of spacetime, it all seemed possible with a mere thought. However, Yi Yun also knew that although he had just condensed the heavenly Tao royal seal, he was not in full control of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, he had yet to fully absorb the heavenly Tao fragment. Through this breakthrough, Yi Yun had finally seen what the martial Tao's true peak was. The ultimate warrior was one who was one with the heaven and earth. Their bodies were the heavenly Tao as they shared the same lifespan as the multiverse. Upon reaching this stage, they could create their own universes. They were not bound by anything in the world. They were truly carefree. I wonder if the Tao originator Celestial the Arch managed to attain it, thought Yi Yun. While Yi Yun had this in mind, lustrous light flashed across his body. His true essence automatically condensed a white robe. He converged his aura and stood in stellar space silently like a mortal. If one did not look at him with their eyes, they would not even have sensed his presence. He was fully integrated with the world. Congratulations. Bai Yuan looked at Yi Yun with a complicated look as she said softly. Yi Yun looked at Bai Yuan, his eyes profound and distant. It momentarily left her mind adrift. In that moment, she felt as though she was seeing the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. Yi Yun's gaze resembled the Tao originator Celestial Thearchas. They were a pair of eyes that saw things as they were at their very core. They were eyes that could not be fooled by any illusion. Back then, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch likely stood here just like you, said Bai Yuan with a sigh. Yi Yun smiled faintly. He knew that Bai Yuan was having such wistful feelings because her memories were being invoked by the familiar scene. You have never met the Tao originator Celestial the Arch, but you are the person who has inherited his heritage. You can be considered his disciple. However, he is ultimately different from you. Bai Yuan seemed to snap out of her thoughts as a hint of disappointment suffused her eyes. Ian looked at Bai Yuan's expression and said, back then, the Tao originator Celestial the Arch sealed the Ancestor God, and now that the Ancestor God is making a comeback while I have inherited his mantle, it is time to end things. Bai Yuan's mouth gaped before she finally nodded lightly. Yun. The worried look in Lin Shintong's eyes vanished completely as she looked at Yun, her eyes filled with love and pride. Her husband had accomplished something no one had completed since time immemorial. Her joy for Yun's elevation in strength far exceeded her own elevation. I've just become a royal seal divine lord, and my heavenly Tao royal seal is still unstable. I will still need to continue consolidating my realm. Shintong, there are still some resources here. You can also cultivate here, suggested Yun. There was still a sliver of the great Tao's aura in the chamber. When the heavenly Tao fragment was still intact, cultivating there would result in one being inundated by the great Tao aura. It would drain one's vitality. But now that there was only a sliver of the great Tao's aura, it made it possible to study the great Tao safely. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Ian knew that the array left behind by the Tao originator Celestial the Arch would not last long. And now, with his realm unstable, he was in no hurry to leave. It was best to be in tip-top shape. Lin Shintong thought for a moment before saying, Yun, I also plan on attempting to condense my own Divine Lord Royal Seal. Good. With Lin Shintong's talents, a royal seal she condensed by herself would definitely be as good as a godly monarch royal seal that was passed down over the ages. Lin Shintong was feeling happy about Yun's breakthrough, but she was also feeling stressed. She did not wish to be too far behind Yun. Bai Yuan seemed to sense Lin Shintong's thoughts as she sighed. Back then, Empress Shangmei was naturally inferior to Senior Lin, but they still managed to pursue the pinnacle of the martial Tao hand in hand. When she thought of this, Bai Yuan could not help but feel a sliver of envy. Once upon a time, she had wished to follow the Tao originator Celestial Thearcha's footsteps, catching up to him and becoming a Tao partner who could accompany him for her entire life. Even if they could not become Tao partners, she was happy to be able to accompany him. Yun reached out his hand and beckoned. Large amounts of refined ores and chaos crystals flew over and surrounded Yun and Lin Shintong like a tiny hill. The chaos crystals' energies instantly melted into energy fluxes. Simultaneously, there were also the nomological charms that formed from the refinement of the heavenly Tao fragment. Be it energy or the laws, they were both condensed to an extremum. It was very extravagant cultivating in here. No wonderland in the chaos heavens could compare when it came to cultivation. Having just become a royal sealed divine lord, Yun's body was like a parched lake. He began to rapidly absorb the surrounding energies and laws. The speed at which he raised his strength alarmed even Bai Yuan. The heavenly Tao fragment has already widened Yun's dantian to such an extent. Bai Yuan muttered to herself as her heart suddenly quivered. At that moment, she sensed the palace tremble. Sending her perception out of the palace, Bai Yuan saw Divine General Sanguinax holding a gigantic axe and cleaving down on the protective barriers of the palace. Immense might surged over, causing the array to tremble violently. As for the other warriors, they were supplementing Sanguinax by grinding away the array's core laws. The barrier was unable to last long. Perhaps it can last another 4 days or so. Bai Yuan estimated as such, but she soon came to the realization that she had underestimated Divine General Sanguinax. The Celestials were indeed the beloved race of the universe. Wielding the gigantic axe, Sanguinax cleaved down repeatedly. The reactionary force he experienced was enough to reduce a divine lord to a pulp, but Sanguinax managed to withstand the blows using his powerful body. Even though his body was slightly damaged, he could recover with his lifeblood powers. His body was strong and had a nomological affinity. His mental strength was powerful and his lifespan long. The talent of the Celestials made people envious. Just 2 days later, the array was on the brink of complete collapse. Every strike Sanguinax delivered was enough to make the heavenly Tao palace shake violently. It's your turn. Take turns attacking. Sanguinax stopped attacking as he held a chaos crystal to begin restoring his strength. It was not because he was afraid of Yun. Instead, he was worried about the other godly monarch's snatching of the heavenly Tao fragment after he finished Yun. Even a lion had to use full force when hunting a rabbit, so he had to restore himself to peak condition. The other godly monarchs also held back when attacking. However, the strikes they delivered were those of godly monarchs. The array, which was in perilous condition, finally cracked like an eggshell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1618 Array Shatters. Chapter 1618 Array Shatters. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At this moment, the core laws of the array were already greatly weakened. Divine General Sanguinax had even stopped using his disc array. The disciples from each faction had deluged the area. Although their strengths were insignificant, as the saying goes, even an elephant can succumb to a legion of mosquitoes. Besides, this elephant had already collapsed to the ground and was gasping for its life. Ka-cha! With dreamlight strike, the ancient palace's dome shattered. The outer facade began to molt as gigantic pillars collapsed. Divine Heart stood by the side as his eyes flashed with a hint of pity. Although he exerted as little strength as he could, Divine General Sanguinax was leading the assault. The array still rapidly broke down. Ha ha ha! Ghost Ming let out a piercing laugh when he saw the array completely collapse. The little bastard must have been shivering in fear over the past 2 days. All is good now. Golden Winged Celestial Pang, don't you fight me on this. I definitely want the little bastard's soul. Ghost the Arch, you are the best when it comes to torturing souls. I'll naturally not fight you on that. I want to rip his spine out and use it as a whip, said Golden Winged Celestial Pang coldly. Ha ha ha, Ghost Ming smiled in satisfaction. The soul of a peerless genius was definitely extraordinarily resilient. Even if it were tormented for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, they would still have a remnant consciousness linger on. It only made things better. He wanted to make Ian see himself become one of the main souls of his thousand-eyed MO and be under his beck and call. With Ian's soul, the thousand-eyed MO was bound to evolve into a myriad-eyed MO. Little bastard, get the F***K out. Ghost Ming roared angrily. A black gas spewed out from his mouth as it transformed into a massive ghost head. It roared at the palace, which no longer had any defenses. The roar made all the non-ghost disciples feel as though their souls were quaking. It felt like the roar were peeling their souls out of their bodies. If Iyun was already feeling extremely nervous, the roar might probably have scared him out of his wits. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out of the palace. He walked over air very slowly. Iyun! Everyone widened their eyes. The white-robed figure was no doubt Iyun. The array formation had completely shattered and Iyun had no intention to let the palace which human emperor left behind crumble completely. At that instant, Iyun sensed a gaze land on him. It was as sharp as a blade and filled with killing intent. The gaze was not from Ghost Ming but from Divine General Sanguinax. Little bastard, you are finally out. Ghost Ming revealed a grotesque smile. He had used his powers to force Iyun out to meet his end. However, it did not matter if he chose not to come out. Death was inevitable. This is something Senior Human Emperor left behind. Although he might not care about it, you wish to obtain his heritage, but are also destroying what he left behind. All of you deserve death for defying a master you supposedly seek wisdom from. Iyun's voice resounded and his words left everyone dumbfounded. Ghost Ming was taken aback for a moment before he roared with laughter. It was as though he had heard the world's funniest joke. Have you gone silly from studying the heavenly Tao fragment? You spout nothing but nonsense. I'll first rip your soul out. As Ghost Ming spoke, the massive ghost head tore straight for the figure in a devouring bid. The ghost head opened its mouth, revealing countless spirits struggling in pain within its jaws. They let out wailing cries. Upon seeing the massive mouth, even the disciples beneath felt as though their souls were about to be pulled in. Roar! Amid the ghost head's roar, the mouth blanketed Iyun's figure. But at that moment, Iyun raised his hand and waved it. Iyun's actions appeared completely negligible when compared to the gruesome ghost head. But at the moment he waved his hand, the ghost head seemed to encounter an extremely terrifying force. It let out a shrill scream abruptly and exploded instantly. Countless ghostly auras dissipated rapidly after the explosion. In a blink of an eye, there was nothing. It was as if nothing had existed at all. The warriors were alarmed. What was happening? Oh! Ghost Ming's expression changed. The ghost head was a sinister divine power which could bite and pull out a person's soul directly. He had once used it against an opposing faction. In one chomp, it had devoured all the souls of the disciples of the opposing sect. Even the body's essences were drained clean. However, this divine power was so easily nullified when used on Yun.
Ghost Ming looked at Yun, only to see him looking composed, as though the terrifying strike from before was nothing but a casual strike. Less than half a month had passed, but upon seeing Yun again, he found him unfathomable.
What just happened?
At that moment, Yun raised his hand again and smacked it toward Ghost Ming.
Old ghost, try taking on this strike. A gigantic palm appeared in midair as though it was falling from the sky. It loomed down with horrifying might. Many warriors felt a sense of helplessness when they saw the palm. Some even lost their footing in despair. This was only possible because they were not the ones being targeted. As for Ghost Ming, who was the target of the strike, he revealed a look of utter disbelief. He felt as though he was being bound by a powerful aura. He even felt that injuries were indefinite if he took the strike head-on. However, Yun was only a divine lord. As a godly monarch, a ghost, the arch of the ghost race, how could he be injured by Yun? Little bastard, you are too arrogant.
Ghost Ming raged as his sleeves bulged. His surroundings were instantly enveloped by a domain resembling the river of the netherworld. Beneath his feet were floating corpses and souls. The sight of death looked endless. Ghost Ming stood on this sea of corpses as terrifying cadaveric auras amassed in him. They formed a gargantuan gnarly shadow. It held 100-foot-long saber which was dotted with blood stains. It was a blade that had slaughtered countless.
Shura Ghost General, kill this man. Boom.
The Shura Ghost General's blade could slay both bodies and souls. This blade of death brought with it the corrosive powers that stemmed from the river of the netherworld. It had a corrosive force which was a nemesis to protective Yuan Qi, divine powers, or even enchanted armaments. A hint of a sneer flashed in Yun's eyes when he faced the Shura Ghost General. A flame suddenly blazed in his palm. The flame looked ordinary, but when it made contact with the Shura Ghost General's blade of death, it transformed into an inferno which instantly blanketed the blade. The power of the river of the netherworld and the aura of death were like a papier-mâché in front of the flame. In just an instant, the flame had reached the Shura Ghost General. The Shura Ghost General was a manifestation of the deathly exploits Ghost Ming had performed over his entire life. It was extremely powerful. Countless warriors had perished in the face of the Shura Ghost General. Ghost Ming had planned on capturing Yun while he was embroiled in battle with the Shura Ghost General, but he never imagined that before Yun even made a significant move, the Shura Ghost General would succumb. What sort of fire was this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1619 Power of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1619 Power of the Heavenly Tao. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun's flame was no longer the ordinary heretical god fire from before. It was the heretical god force. While activating the heretical god force, the strength of Yun's palm had doubled. It shattered the Shura Ghost General and, without even stopping, continued its trajectory towards Ghost Ming. Faced with the increased strength from the overwhelming strike, Ghost Ming was surprised to feel himself threatened. At that moment, Divine General Sanguinax leaped up with his gigantic axe in hand. Are you ignoring me?
Sanguinax cleaved down with his axe, his cold tone filled with rage. A mere human actually dared ignore him.
Yun had acted so flagrantly the moment he came out the Heavenly Tao Palace. More importantly, Sanguinax sensed a sliver of the Heavenly Tao's aura from Yun. The Heavenly Tao fragment was on Yun. How could a human have the right to hold on to a Heavenly Tao fragment? Kill. Ghost Ming's eyes flashed a cold look. Yun was doomed. All he needed to wait was for Yun to turn around to block Sanguinax's blow, and he could take down Yun in one strike. However, what left Ghost Ming's pupils constricting was Yun's lack of intention to turn around. He continued delivering his attack on him. Was Yun planning to die with him? Naive. If you really wish for death, go ahead.
Ghost Ming's river of the netherworld domain around him shrank a little as the powers surged into Ghost Ming's body.
Instantly, Ghost Ming's body was filled with a ghostly aura. His figure rapidly grew in size as his hands transformed into sepulchral claws. White bones reached out from the black gases and grabbed at Yun. If Yun continued without dodging, he was bound to die under Sanguinax's hand. For this, Ghost Ming would only lose some ghostly aura. It was naturally a small price to pay. At that moment, Sanguinax had arrived behind Yun. Ghost Ming had the intention of pulling back some of his ghostly aura as he rushed toward Yun with a nasty smile. But it was at that moment when a gigantic tree phantom appeared behind Yun. Branches filled with greenery swayed as immense vibrant auras blanketed him immediately. This is, Sanguinax's pupils constricted as he revealed a look of horror. This tree. For some reason, the tree contained a force that left him extremely uneasy. It was as though it was born to be his nemesis. Furthermore, the divine tree was towering. It emanated an intense aura of vibrancy that made him feel repelled. Boom! 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 All the veins lashed at Sanguine Axe like they had a mind of their own. What? Ghost Ming's expression changed suddenly. He never expected Yi Yun to have such a move up his sleeve. As for Sanguine Axe, he had obviously been fended off. Without Sanguine Axe's pincer attack, Ghost Ming naturally did not dare clash with Yi Yun head-on. However, against Yi Yun's dominating might, Ghost Ming had no other choice. When he saw Yi Yun's eyes filled with killing intent, Ghost Ming roared angrily as he stirred all his ghostly aura. His sepulchral claws emitted a terrifying dark aura, and the river of the netherworld, which contained lethal poison that nearly shrouded half the sky, was released on Yi Yun. Die! Boom! Yi Yun's palm strike struck the sepulchral claws. A loud boom ensued as all the warriors had their minds go blank. Some even had blood spewing out of their ears. The terrifying Yuan Qi churned turbulently in mid-air. If these people were in the sky, they would probably be instantly shred to pieces. Yi Yun was only a divine lord, but he was already capable of causing such a loud stir when fighting a godly monarch like Ghost Ming. And Yi Yun's figure was obstructed by the Yuan Qi. The ghost disciples could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. He should be dead, right? Even if he's not dead, he should be heavily injured. In their hearts and minds, the respect they had for the ghost the arch was nearly instinctive. But at that moment, there was a loud dragon's roar as a figure charged out of the Yuan Qi flux like a burning sun. Yi Yun's lifeblood was boiling around him as a true dragon phantom coiled behind him with its head up. It was staring at Ghost Ming intently with its domineering dragon eyes. Kill! Yi Yun roared again and like a meteor, blasted straight for Ghost Ming. Ghost Ming's expression changed drastically. Yi Yun's might had far exceeded his expectations. Little bastard, do you think I'm no match for you? Ghost Ming roared as the river of the netherworld beneath him churned. In the meantime, Yi Yun had charged into the river along with his burning heretical god force. Boom! 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 The disciples could no longer see the battle between Ghost Ming and Yi Yun, but the terrifying energy blasts left them shuddering in fear. They found a battle of this scale, one between a divine lord and a godly monarch, inconceivable. Some of them were divine lords, but the gap between them and Yi Yun was like night and day. Golden Winged Celestial Pang's eyes turned cold. Just as he wanted to join the fray, he was suddenly stopped. Divine Heart, are you planning on stopping me? Golden Winged Celestial Pang asked coldly. Heh, how can you say that? I'm just surprised how three of you are fighting a mere divine lord. Isn't it a little disgraceful doing that in front of so many juniors? Divine Heart roared with laughter as he said calmly. All he did was stop Golden Winged Celestial Pang without delivering any real blows. Even if Sanguine Axe were to blame him later, there was not much he could do. After all, Sanguine Axe had betrayed the Celestials and was already in trouble. From this day forth, he was probably unable to even fend for himself. With Yi Yun showcasing his heaven-defying talent, he was bound to have a limitless future if he survived the day, even if he failed to keep the heavenly Dao fragment. Thus, by providing Yi Yun aid in his time of need, that would gain his friendship. It was worth it. Of course, there was one more point. Yi Yun was human. As a human godly monarch, Divine Heart did not wish for a human genius to die under the collective attacks of other races. Golden Winged Celestial Pang was enraged. This darn old fox. He glared at Dreamlight suddenly. Dreamlight, aren't you going to attack? Dreamlight stood to the side, watching the fight between Yi Yun and Ghost Ming. His sight was naturally superior to the Divine Lord disciples. These disciples were unable to discern the battle's process, but he could see the details clearly. The more he watched, the more alarmed he became. Back in the God Confusion Valley, Yi Yun could only turn to leave upon seeing him. But just days later, Yi Yun had reached a level he could not help but marvel. Yi Yun's every strike combined the heavenly Tao. Each move was delivered with powerful nomological forces. Furthermore, his body was extremely powerful. He had rich vitality as his lifeblood boiled like a radiant sun. Instead, Ghost Ming, as a member of the ghost race, was being placed at a disadvantage because of Yi Yun's terrifying lifeblood. Although the battle looked to be a draw, as a godly monarch, Ghost Ming was actually the clear loser. This child's talent sure is terrifying. Dreamlight shot Golden Winged Celestial Pang a glance. The reason why Golden Winged Celestial Pang was urging him to attack was because he too could see the threat that Yi Yun had become. Furthermore, he and Ghost Ming had offended Yi Yun the most. If they were to let Yi Yun leave, how could they feel at ease?
However, Dreamlight did not have any deep grudge with Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1620 Battling Ghost Ming. Chapter 1620 Battling Ghost Ming. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Golden Winged Celestial Pang burned with rage when he saw Dreamlights in action. It was clear that Dreamlight was planning to sit it out and reap the spoils later. Even if Yi Yun sends Ghost Ming into retreat, he's no match for Divine General Sanguinax. Divine Heart, once Yi Yun dies, the next person I'll kill is you. Golden Winged Celestial Pang shot Dreamlight a cold glance before turning to Divine Heart. Don't say that. I'm already so old and can't stand hearing about death. Golden Pang, you aren't that young either. Stop being angry all the time. It will shorten your lifespan. Divine Heart laughed indifferently, showing no intention to move away. How could he as a godly monarch be threatened by a few words from Golden Winged Celestial Pang? Dreamlight was even more unconcerned. At that moment, there was a sharp, shrill cry as a gigantic devilish ghost phantom appeared out of the chaotic energies. Upon seeing the devilish ghost, the ghost disciples felt their spirits raise. That's a billion life souls. Lord Ghost the Arch has even summoned the Sunluo Devil condensed by a billion life souls. It looks the outcome has been determined. The sentence only barely faded away when they saw the Sunluo Devil turn around as it widened its pace. This scene froze the expressions on the disciples' faces. What was happening? The Sunluo Devil was actually running? Boom! A large cauldron appeared behind the Sunluo Devil as it smashed down heavily. The Sunluo Devil let out a strange cry as a huge hole immediately appeared. Immediately following that, a flaming hand grabbed at the Sunluo Devil's horn. The flame instantly enveloped the Sunluo Devil amid its tragic cries. The Sunluo Devil struggled and cried tragically while being consumed by the inferno. And the most terrifying thing, the one detail of this scene that chilled the hearts of all, was the white-robed figure gently landing on the Sunluo Devil's head. Behind Yi Yun, the towering divine trees phantom nearly covered half the sky. A true dragon was coiled behind him as well. He took his place above the Sunluo Devil, completely ignoring the burning body and tragic cries beneath him. How can this be? The ghost disciples were appalled. The Sunluo Devil actually wanted to escape while facing Yi Yun, and actually failed. Then, what happened to the Ghost Arch? At that moment, Yi Yun stomped his foot, and as the Sunluo Devil plummeted amid tragic cries, then suddenly charged forward and threw his fist at a ghostly phantom that suddenly appeared. Boom! 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 Countless ghostly phantoms were dissipated by Yi Yun's barrage of attacks. The chaotic energies gradually thinned from the blasts as the actual battle situation became revealed. The warriors were surprised to see a white-robed figure battling a figure covered in ghostly aura. Boom! Amid Yi Yun's relentless assault, the ghostly phantom retreated by hundreds of feet before finding its footing. It was none other than the Ghost the Arch. However, Ghost Ming's expression was livid. He was clearly at the disadvantage in the previous skirmish. Upon seeing this scene, the warriors were dumbfounded. This Yi Yun was just a divine lord. Ghost Ming looked coldly at Yi Yun with an intense look of shock underlying his eyes. He never imagined that Yi Yun, someone who days ago was just a mere junior whose life he held power over, would be completely able to suppress him. Before Ghost Ming could even catch his breath, Yi Yun's attacks came again. A destructive aura silently crept in front of Ghost Ming. A ghostly shadow immediately charged out from his body and blocked his front. Punk, you are going too far. Boom! The energy instantly exploded. At that moment, Ghost Ming's expression changed. A more terrifying destructive aura shot out from the exploding energies. It instantly enveloped him. Shura Finger. Yi Yun's Shura Finger was very different from what it was in the past. Its current strength was completely incomparable. Furthermore, hidden within the Shura Finger was the heretical God Force. It dealt even more damage to a soul body like Ghost Ming. However, even with Yi Yun's massive dantian, his face paled a little after using the heretical God Force enhanced finger. Die! Yi Yun looked coldly at the center of the blast. Amid the world-rapturing booms, everyone was astonished. Especially the ghost disciples. All of them had changes in expression. Faced with the stray energy blasts, there were some whose bodies and souls turned unstable. Some of the weakest ones cried out tragically as their bodies exploded. The Ghost the Arch was in the middle of the explosion. Could it be? At that moment, a furious roar sounded. Ghost Ming's hair was disheveled and his express was livid. He was covered in injuries and greenish-black ghostly auras emitted from his wounds.
These were not ghostly auras he could replenish with his river of the netherworld domain at any time, but ghostly auras that were core to him. The protective ghostly shadows he stored in his body had been fully expended from the explosion. Upon seeing Ghost Ming in such a state, even Dreamlight and company were taken aback. As a mighty godly monarch, he had been beaten into such a pathetic state by a divine lord.
It was embarrassing.
Divine Heart never expected Yi Yun to defeat Ghost Ming in such a decisive manner. From the looks of it, Yi Yun's potential was even greater than he imagined. He had made the correct bet.
Golden Pang, I think the one who should be worrying is you.
It's just a matter of time for an unconstrained peerless genius who can defeat a godly monarch as a divine lord to become a godly monarch.
Golden Pang, when you return, I hope you can sleep in peace. Upon seeing Golden Pang's expression, Divine Heart's mood improved drastically. Golden Wing's Celestial Pang's expression was as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly.
When Yi Yun looked at Ghost Ming, his face took on a nonplussed look.
Godly monarchs were indeed difficult to kill.
Ghost Ming's body contained countless ghostly shadows and the means available to him seemed endless. The strike from before was meant to be the final blow on Ghost Ming, but he still managed to fend it off.
Old ghost, don't run. Let's fight again. Yi Yun sneered when he noticed Ghost Ming's intention to retreat. At that moment, an angry hiss sounded from behind Yi Yun. Punk, do you think a tree can stop me?
Sanguine Axe's body emitted a faint golden halo, making him resemble a golden giant. His eyes protruded as a terrifying aura swept over him. It even distorted the surrounding space.
Sanguine Axe suddenly raised his axe and a sanguine light blasted out. 10 vines that bound him were immediately diced.
The vibrant vines instantly withered and all the energies they had dissipated the moment they fell to the ground. When the gigantic vines fell, all the warriors in the square scattered in a bid to dodge. However, their main reason was to avoid Divine General Sanguine Axe. The mighty stance he had made their bodies numb and legs weak just by standing near him. It felt like death was standing just before them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1621 Evenly Matching the Divine General. Chapter 1621 Evenly Matching the Divine General. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Divine General Sanguine Axe stared at Yi Yun intently with his ice-cold gaze. The intense killing intent enveloped the entire square. Divine Heart, you are right. Yi Yun is indeed very powerful. If he is given enough time to grow, Sanguine Axe might not even be his match. But now, he's still too tender. Golden Winged Celestial Pang looked at Sanguine Axe in midair and said.
Divine Heart smiled lightly. Golden Pang, even if Yi Yun is no match for him, escaping would not pose a problem for him.
Don't be happy too soon. Divine Heart's words sank Golden Winged Celestial Pang's heart.
Yes, if Yi Yun was bent on escaping, it was true that Sanguine Axe might indeed fail to stop him. Once such a peerless genius escaped, it would only lead to endless repercussions.
Yi Yun does not seem to have any intention of escaping.
Golden Winged Celestial Pang saw that Yi Yun's body was enveloped in boundless worldly powers, facing Divine General Sanguine Axe's killing intent head-on.
Yi Yun, hand over the Heavenly Tao fragment and I'll spare you, said Divine General Sanguine Axe with a deep voice. Let's see if you have what it takes. Yi Yun looked at Sanguine Axe with eyes that burned with intense fighting spirit. Yi Yun felt that his combat strength had reached an unprecedented new height thanks to his entry into the Heavenly Tao Palace. Now, he looked forward to fighting Sanguine Axe to test his strength. Sanguine Axe glared at Yi Yun. You are courting death. Boom! Sanguine Axe's figure instantly vanished.
The next moment, sanguine light which seemed to blot out the sky descended as it cleaved down at Yi Yun's head.
Ka.
Space shattered, and the ground which had lost the protection of the array formation instantly cratered.
Warriors who failed to dodge in time spat out blood at that moment.
The ones who were most injured even emitted cracking sounds from their bodies. All their bones had shattered in that very moment. Dreamlight and company released Yuan Qi barriers to envelop their disciples.
Divine General Sanguine Axe's battle axe is a divine armament.
It is infused with the blood of the Celestials.
Even I will be injured by such a cleave. Golden Winged Celestial Pang was fully focused on the battle.
The blood of Celestials were extremely precious. It was the source of the Celestials' strength.
In response, Yi Yun moved. Terrifying lifeblood instantly ignited within Yi Yun's body. He grabbed the ascending dragon cauldron with both hands and swung it straight at Sanguine Axe. Boom! Amid the ear-shattering boom, the mountains beneath them quaked violently.
Violet Yuan Qi swept in every direction like the blast from an explosion. It instantly leveled the surrounding mountains. Even the entire pocket world was echoing with the terrifying noise. Ka! Ka! Sanguine Axe's eyes were filled with rage as he pressed down with his axe. I'll crush you flat. Heretical God Force. Yun roared as his elegant immortal-like figure suddenly emitted astounding lifeblood as his arms bulged with muscles. He converted lightning and fire into lifeblood. Yun was not Sanguine Axe's match with just his body alone, but after activating the heretical God Force, his strength increased by more than 10 times. He had managed to parry it. Yun looked up at Sanguine Axe as the corners of his mouth suffused a smile. You should not underestimate me as well. What impudence! Sanguine Axe roared as his body phased away again. Boom! 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 The disciples beneath only saw two figures clashing violently amid the sanguine light and explosive yuan qi. And just the sounds produced by the battle felt like claps of thunders to these warriors' ears. Their vision turned black as a result. This was despite the yuan qi barriers having reduced a large portion of the aftershocks. Too powerful. One was a mighty figure among godly monarchs while the other was the newly born strongest divine lord. A battle at that level had far exceeded their comprehension. Yun can actually hold his own against Sanguine Axe. Ghost Ming's expression turned extremely nasty. The stronger Yun was, the harder it was for him to seek revenge. It was even getting to the point where he needed to worry that Yun would turn the tables and seek revenge on him. Godly monarchs were difficult to kill, but it did not mean they were immortal. Ghost Ming could hardly improve further. He had been stuck at this realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Otherwise, he would not have spent all his time and energy in recent years rearing his thousand-eyed MO. But Yun was different. This darn Yun was not even a godly monarch. Golden-winged celestial Peng's eyes wore a look of shock. He also wished that Sanguine Axe could slay Yun. No matter how much a genius Yun was, a dead genius was ultimately a pile of rotting flesh. With this in mind, Golden-winged celestial Peng felt more infuriated. Divine Heart was bent on stopping him while Dreamlight was a fence-sitter. Having missed their opportunity to attack, it did not seem like there would be another chance. It was true that Dreamlight had no intention to take action. He silently watched Sanguine Axe's and Yun's intense battle and thought to himself, Yun is indeed strong, but Sanguine Axe has probably not used his trump card. At that moment, Sanguine Axe let out an angry bellow. Roar! The loud roar churned the lifeblood of the warriors. At that moment, they found a blinding golden light was preventing them from opening their eyes. Sanguine Axe's skin looked like pure gold as it shimmered with glaring radiance. But in fact, his muscles had bulged. The dense blood vessels within had golden divine blood surging through them while emitting burning auras. Celestials were born as the precious offspring of the world. Their lifeblood was extremely powerful and their bodies were immensely resilient. They had a close affinity with laws and their divine blood had many uses. At that moment, Sanguine Axe was using the powers of his divine blood. Ka 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 ka. Thunderous blasts sounded from Sanguine Axe's body. His massive body had grown in size once again. Yun, no matter how powerful you are still human. Do you think a mere human like you can defy the might of a god? Sanguine Axe's voice echoed. He raised his axe as the massive blade shimmered with a light that was bent on tasting blood. Slash! Boom! As the axe cleaved down, a gigantic spatial rift opened, spewing forth destructive spatial storms. The axe appeared to be cleaving apart the entire pocket world. Yun was completely locked down. There was no way he could dodge the strike. Yun, what do you have to fend me off? Roared Sanguine Axe. This person had actually taken away the heavenly Tao fragment right under his nose. Yun's expression turned solemn when facing Sanguine Axe's strike. A killing blow delivered by a godly monarch in a rage combined with the divine powers of the Celestials. With the axe literally tearing through space as it approached with its indomitable might, Yun extended one hand. You want to fend me off with one hand? What a joke! A cold glint flashed in Sanguine Axe's eyes as all his strength surged, causing the axe to emit tremendous amounts of sanguine light again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1622 Power of the Divine Blood. Chapter 1622 Power of the Divine Blood. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Sanguine Axe quaked the entire pocket world with his terrifying powers. More spatial rifts appeared everywhere as the mountain began collapsing. Yet Yun appeared indifferent to Sanguine Axe's terrifying might. His extended hand appeared indignant in the face of the cleaving axe. But at that moment, an indescribable aura emitted from Yun's body. All of Yun's churning lifeblood seemed to vanish at that instant. But similarly, everything around him, including Sanguine Axe's strike, seemed to calm down.
It was as though Yun's hand was the only thing left in everyone's eyes.
The hand slowly pressed towards the axe.
The hand looked as fair as jade and did not seem to deliver much force. However, the moment Yun touched the forbidding axe, a blurry luster flew out from Yun's dantian. It was a star chart.
Instead of describing it as a star chart, it was actually more like a multiverse shrank down multiple times and placed itself into Yun's dantian.
There was silence. At that instant, the sky vanished and turned into the boundless universe.
Galactic arms of stars appeared out of thin air as the lustrous glow of a billion stars descended. The pocket world in the God Confusion Valley seemed to lead straight to an infinite universe.
What is that? Everyone was alarmed. And at that moment, Sanguine Axe's axe had stopped in midair.
It was clearly an ordinary-looking palm, but it managed to block Sanguine Axe's axe.
This scene left everyone shocked. Sanguine Axe's expression was of utter astonishment. He looked at Yun in disbelief. Yun stood in his spot as he emanated an aura of supremacy.
He stood there indifferently as though he was the center of the universe.
Dreamlight's pupils constricted suddenly. This is the aura of the Heavenly Tao.
The powers Yun was releasing were none other than the powers of the Heavenly Tao.
The Heavenly Tao was supreme.
An inconceivable guess arose in Dreamlight's mind.
Could it be that
Yun had absorbed the Heavenly Tao fragment?
The Heavenly Tao fragment. He really refined it.
Divine Heart said in disbelief. The appearance of a miniature universe, one that shone like the multiverse itself, could only mean that Yun had refined the Heavenly Tao for himself.
It could be said that Yun was the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Tao was Yun.
It was not easy even for celestial experts to refine a Heavenly Tao fragment, but Yun had done it despite being a human.
This talent. All the godly monarchs found it unbelievable.
And at that moment, Sanguine Axe was like a deranged ancient behemoth.
This was an opportunity that belonged to him. But now, Yun had taken it away.
Human, how dare you absorb the Heavenly Tao fragment?
You deserve death.
You deserve having your body smashed to pieces and your soul obliterated.
Boom. 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 Sanguine Axe's arm muscles bulged out.
Blood vessels as thick as a child's arm protruded to the point of explosion, spurting dark gold blood.
Immense power erupted from within Sanguine Axe's body.
The entire world quaked as people only saw blade and sanguine flashes shroud the sky.
Divine General Sanguine Axe was completely enraged.
As for Golden Wing Celestial Pang and Company, they were still reeling from the shock of seeing the star chart that flew out of Yun's dantian. This was indeed a great Tao aura gained from refining the Heavenly Tao fragment, but from the star chart, the few godly monarchs sensed the clear indication of a Divine Lord Royal Seal's aura.
The star chart was Yun's Divine Lord Royal Seal.
He had gone from a Divine Lord to a Royal Seal Divine Lord. This was the most simple explanation for Yun's rise in strength.
Could it be that Yun had absorbed the Heavenly Tao fragment to be his Divine Lord Royal Seal? Was this even possible? A Heavenly Tao could become a Divine Lord Royal Seal. It was completely unheard of. No. Completely unthinkable. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The ground collapsed as the pocket world, which lost the protection of the array formation, trembled vigorously as though it was on the brink of utter collapse.
Sanguine Axe's arms were spurting blood, but even so, he failed to defeat Yun. As a celestial, Sanguine Axe was extremely proud.
When he saw that a human younger than him had not only absorbed the Heavenly Tao fragment, but also withstand his strikes with a cultivation level lower than his, it felt like it was the greatest insult. A human was an inferior being in his eyes. What right did they have to attain the Heavenly Tao? Kill. Kill. Kill.
Sanguine Axe exchanged frenzied blows with Yun, ignoring Yun's strikes due to his extremely resilient body. And after using the Heavenly Tao Royal Seal, Yun's strength had also increased exponentially. Furthermore, in his battle with Sanguine Axe, all of the nomological insight and strength enhancement Yun gained from his elevation to the Heavenly Tao finally became consolidated through integration. At that moment, Yun stomped down with his feet as mirage snow appeared instantly in his hand. He immediately injected the sword with terrifying demonic powers. The demonic powers burned like a divine flame as it manifested a Shura phantom. It had 3 heads and 6 arms with a pair of wings behind it. Each of the 6 arms wielded a different weapon. And behind it was a wheel. Shura Heavenly Tao, 10,000 Demon Wheel of Existence.
This was the complete inheritance of the 10,000 demon wheel of existence that Yi Yun gained after Yi Yun's Dantian devoured the 10,000 demon wheel of existence of human emperor's projection.
Slash.
A sword beam flashed as stellar light streaked to the horizons and stabbed at Sanguinax's head. At that instant, Sanguinax felt the space around him seem to turn heavy.
Primordial chaos space.
In that fleeting moment, Sanguinax could only cock his head, but immediately following that, a stabbing pain inundated him. The sword tip stabbed into his shoulder as brutal energies surged into his body, expanding the wound in the process. It was then that hundreds if not thousands of divine tree branches flew out from behind Yi Yun, boring straight into Sanguinax's wound. These branches sucked at Sanguinax's blood vessels as they rapidly drew away his dark gold blood. Immediately following that, the entire divine tree swayed as the branches turned more luxuriant and sturdy at a discernible speed. In a blink of an eye, Sanguinax had weakened greatly.
Scram! Sanguinax bellowed loudly as a large shadow flew out of his body. The humanoid shadow looked like a devilish spirit and was none other than a demonic servant. Apart from the demonic servant, there was also a demonic general dressed in combat armor. The demonic general was engulfed in black demonic flames. The moment it appeared, its demonic aura surged to the skies. Upon seeing the demonic general, Yi Yun's brows pricked up slightly. He recalled the demonic general Perfected Ho he met in the sinkhole, but the demonic general he was facing was much stronger than Perfected Ho. The appearance of the demonic general brought with him numerous demonic servants. They surged towards the divine tree and Yi Yun. "Be gone!" Yi Yun shouted out lightly. Swish! 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 Countless emerald green vines swept towards the demonic general and demonic servants with its immense powers and ample vibrancy. The demonic general let out an angry bellow as he was struck by an extremely thick vine. Boom! 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 The vine carried the demonic general with it in its trajectory before slamming him into the ground. Just as the demonic general struggled to get up, his pupils shrank suddenly as a vine came falling from the heavens and penetrated him. Immediately a powerful suction force reared its head as his demonic aura was crazily sucked away. Ah! The demonic general let out an indignant and furious roar, but he failed to extricate himself from the thick vine. In a blink of an eye, he was drowned by a massive number of vines. As for the demonic servants, they failed to put up any resistance against the azure wood divine tree. The azure wood divine tree sourced its strength from Yi Yun after all. The stronger he was, the more terrifying the azure wood divine tree was. If a demonic general like Perfected Ho faced the azure wood divine tree in its current form, he would not have been able to withstand even one vine. I wonder what sort of changes the azure wood divine tree will undergo if it absorbs more divine blood. When this thought came to Yi Yun, a look of eagerness flashed in the gaze he cast at Sanguinax. Sanguinax nearly blew a top when he saw Yi Yun looking at him in such a manner. He knew what Yi Yun had just done. Yi Yun was using his divine blood to feed the Tao tree in his body. He was a godly monarch of the Celestials, but he was being used as mere sustenance by Yi Yun. It was an absolute insult. Break it for me. Golden blood blasted out from Sanguinax's back. The blood ignited in midair as it burned through the void. Fire of the divine blood. It was actually no longer fire, but vital energy which was pushed to the limits. The burning divine blood burned a large number of the azure wood divine tree's vines to crisp. Yi Yun thought nothing of it. With a mere thought, the burnt vines broke off automatically. Then, the azure wood divine tree's tremendous vitality flowed, growing new vines at a discernible pace. Endless vibrancy. Upon seeing this scene, all the godly monarchs were alarmed. Yi Yun was too frightening. His physical body was comparable to a fey godly monarch, his laws were equivalent to the heavenly Tao, and his vitality was fused with a divine tree, allowing him to constantly renew himself. Did he still have any weaknesses? At that moment, Golden Wing's celestial Pang was feeling worried. He originally believed that Yi Yun could pose a threat to him only when Yi Yun developed his strength to maturity. But now, Yi Yun had already done it. He did not use all his strength while fighting Ghost Ming. Yi Yun stood in midair with Mirage Snow in hand. 1,000-foot-tall azure wood divine tree stood behind him as Mirage Snow was covered in a slick of frozen dark gold blood. Pa-da! Pa-da! The dripping sound of the divine blood was so clear. Suddenly, Yi Yun struck out with his palm. Boom! 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 The star chart in his Dantian came crushing over. Containing both the powers of primordial chaos and destruction, it enveloped Sanguinax immediately. Primordial chaos and destruction were the beginning and end of a universe. In addition to the heavenly Tao laws, Yi Yun's miniature universe in his Dantian had already reached the level of matching that of a real universe.
By using his star chart, it was equivalent to having a universe-trapped sanguine axe.
This was a true domain.
It was more than 100 times stronger than Yi Yun's original primordial destruction domain. This scene left all the godly monarchs astonished. If Yi Yun was said to be battling sanguine axe previously, now he was trapping sanguine axe.
Could it be that he was planning on killing sanguine axe?
This was completely unimaginable. The expressions of the godly monarchs changed.
Regardless if Yi Yun succeeded, he already had the right to be a proud figure in the Chaos Heaven's long river of history.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1623, Severing Origins. Chapter 1623, Severing Origins. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
With the strength of a human, he was able to rival that of a celestial. Such drive was non-existent among humans apart from Human Emperor, who the Celestials did not wish to mention.
Instantly, everyone looked at Yi Yun in a different light.
They were amazed and also fearful of him.
Trapped in the stellar space Tao chart, Sanguine Axe's expression was grotesque. He glared intently at Yi Yun with an ice-cold gaze. The Tao chart put immense pressure on him.
He raised his axe high as all his divine blood boiled over. Concentrated lifeblood enveloped his entire being as extremely violent auras surged in every direction. However, the stellar space Tao chart was condensed from the heavenly Tao fragment.
It was not that easily cracked. Crack! Crack as I command.
Sanguine Axe let out angry bellows as he cleaved his axe frantically in every direction, but he still failed to crack open the Tao chart.
Yi Yun's expression turned calm.
He stood in midair as the mirage snow in his hand let out a clear hum.
Hum.
The azurewood divine tree behind him fully spread its branches, emanating vibrancy. A divine dragon's phantom was coiled around it as its loud roar resonated through the world. Beneath his feet was the slowly spinning 10,000 demon wheel of existence with its countless devils reaching out their hands from within, struggling and wailing.
The sword in Yi Yun's hand grew in might.
Just seeing Yi Yun's figure made the warriors feel like they were seeing a massive sword in between the heaven and earth which was slashing down at them. Some of the warriors with weaker minds even activated their protective Yuan Qi involuntarily. They instinctively felt that it was irresistible as their eyes revealed looks of despair. It was as though the sword would cleave down on them the next instant.
It's still not enough.
Yi Yun bellowed softly as he stomped down with his foot. Immediately, boundless strength and the nomological heavenly Tao surged from the star chart to Yi Yun. At that instant, Yi Yun became the middle of the azurewood divine tree, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, and the star chart. All the powers were surging towards him incessantly before condensing on mirage snow. Ignoring the lesser warriors, even golden-winged Celestial Pang and company felt threatened.
Ghost Ming's expression was even worse.
He could sense a power that could slay him from the sword. If he were made to face the sword, it was very possible that he would perish.
How dare a mere human think of slaying me? Sanguine Axe let out an angry bellow as a frenetic look coruscated in his eyes.
He was a godly monarch of the Celestials, yet he was being crushed by a human.
Ah! Sanguine Axe let out a loud roar as he released all his strength. The gigantic axe in his hand produced a frightening sanguine light and alarming aura.
At that moment, Yi Yun slashed down with his sword. With the sword's might gathered at the tip, everything seemed to be released at that very instant.
Sword of heavenly punishment! Boom!
The sword flash clashed with the axe as an unimaginable loud boom sounded. The entire pocket world's ground instantly produced countless cracks as black spatial rifts filled the sky.
Tornadoes instantly swept through the region without any regard. This scene looked like a world cataclysm. Everyone looked on in astonishment at the battle.
Many of them even felt their scalps tingle. They were like ants in such a battle.
It felt like they would be pulverized in an instant. Who was the victorious one?
At that moment, they heard a sound.
Pa-ta! Pa-ta!
Sounds akin to drumsticks striking the ground boomed. People saw drops of golden divine blood drip to the ground.
Each drop was the size of a fist. That is.
Everyone watched in shock as an additional object appeared in the sky, golden blood in the shape of a heart. The golden blood was beating constantly, emitting intense might from within. The celestial race's divine blood origins. The look in Dreamlight's eyes changed slightly.
Divine blood origins was equivalent to blood essence for the Celestials. Losing that much divine blood origins dealt a huge blow to Sanguine Axe. Human warriors used treasured medicine like godly monarch blood essence pills if they wanted to replenish blood essence. But if Celestials wanted to replenish their divine blood origins? That was practically impossible.
The stronger a life force, the harder it was for them to replenish their blood essence. This meant that Sanguine Axe might forever lose that portion of divine blood origins.
Golden Winged Celestial Pang and company twitched their eyes. Sanguine Axe had burned his divine blood origins? From the looks of it, he had really gone all out. Yi Yun could definitely be proud to force Sanguine Axe into such a state. But now, due to the existence of the Heavenly Dao domain, they could not see the outcome of Yi Yun's strike, nor could they see where Yi Yun and Divine General Sanguine Axe were. And at that moment, a figure covered in blood let out an indignant roar and charged out the star chart seal. It plunged deep into a spatial rift and instantly vanished. Wait!
Golden Winged Celestial Pang's pupils constricted suddenly as he revealed a look of disbelief.
That figure was Sanguine Axe. Sanguine Axe had escaped?
The warriors had also seen this scene, all of them were completely dumbfounded. A mighty godly monarch had been forced by a divine lord to burn his divine blood origins and escape with serious injuries.
Despite burning his divine blood origins to gain immense strength, Sanguine Axe was still unable to defeat Yi Yun before fleeing? Why?
Ghost Ming said in indignation.
Even a heavy blow on Yi Yun would have been good enough for him.
Dreamlight looked at Ghost Ming and said, the divine blood origins was not burned by Sanguine Axe voluntarily. Yi Yun's slash injured his core and that core was ripped out of him. As such, Sanguine Axe had to burn his divine blood, but even so, the divine blood origins had been trapped by the Heavenly Dao domain.
It's equivalent to Yi Yun having seized treasure from him.
But Yi Yun's strike had drawn away a large amount of the Heavenly Dao domain strength.
Sanguine Axe then took the opportunity to tear open the domain to flee.
As a member of the soul race, Dreamlight's psyche powers were the strongest. Only he was able to barely penetrate the Heavenly Dao domain and probe the details of the battle. When he said those words, the crowd was at a loss for words.
Yi Yun had seized Sanguine Axe's divine blood origins.
Despite having his divine blood origins seized, a celestial as prideful as Sanguine Axe had not only risked his life fighting Yi Yun, but he had also fled pathetically. This meant that he had determined that he was not Yi Yun's match.
Taking the opportunity to flee might even be considered a wise choice. If not, letting Yi Yun regain his strength and reactivate the Heavenly Dao domain would probably make him pay an even worse price.
With this in mind, cold sweat seeped out of Golden Winged Celestial Pang's palms. Yi Yun likely already possessed the ability to kill weaker godly monarchs. It would not take long for him to be able to kill him. One strike to vanquish a celestial. A celestial is this and nothing more. Dreamlight said wistfully.
Yi Yun's strength and his future left him envious.
At that moment, Yi Yun beckoned his hand, causing the shimmering divine blood origins to land in his hand as it transformed into a golden sphere of light. As he looked in the direction in which Sanguine Axe had fled, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. The strike he delivered had used the star chart's strength. It naturally resulted in the weakening of the star chart's powers, thus, giving Sanguine Axe a chance to flee. But if he had not done so, it would have been impossible for him to draw out Sanguine Axe's divine blood origins with one strike.
As for killing Sanguine Axe, that was more impossible.
If he ended up sharing an internecine outcome with Sanguine Axe, once Ghost Ming, Golden Winged Celestial Pang, or Dreamlight charged up to him, he was bound to perish.
Yi Yun tapped the blob of divine blood origins gently and bits of golden light were absorbed by Yi Yun.
This power nourished Yi Yun's enervated body as he began restoring his strength.
Divine blood origins was indeed good stuff.
The blob of blood contained the secret to the celestial race's might. Upon seeing the blob of divine blood origins, Golden Winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming had a look of greed in their eyes. Celestials were few in number to begin with. With them being powerful and having mysterious whereabouts, it was extremely difficult to obtain divine blood origins. Even if the occasional celestial expert was killed, much of the divine blood origins would have been destroyed by the celestial before his death. Although they knew that Yi Yun was enervated or even injured, just the thought of Yi Yun's strike from before snuffed any intention from Golden Winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming to attack him.
Yi Yun stood there silently and absorbed the essence of the divine blood origins as his aura kept recovering.
Meanwhile, he sent a portion of the divine blood origins to the Azure Wood Divine Tree. The Azure Wood Divine Tree stretched out a few branches and bore into the divine blood origins and like a whale sucking at water, began absorbing it greedily. The Azure Wood Divine Tree had only absorbed some ordinary blood from Sanguine Axe previously and had been nourished. Now that it was absorbing divine blood origins, the world resounded with the rustling of the Azure Wood Divine Tree's leaves. The massive tree's shadow blotted out the sky as Yi Yun's body became taller and more majestic. The towering tree seemed to hold up the sky and gradually stabilized the collapsing pocket world. The pocket world had been a keeper of human emperor's heritage. Although the heritage had been taken away by Yi Yun, he did not wish for human emperor's heritage to completely disappear. The Azure Wood Divine Tree released intense vibrancy which also immersed Yi Yun. It continued nourishing Yi Yun's body while he also absorbed energies from chaos crystals to restore his essence powers. As he recalled the battle from before, all the laws and insights he gained from his elevation and cultivation turned complete at that instant. Everyone saw Yi Yun dressed in an untainted white robe with mirage snow in hand. He stood in midair with a supreme divine tree and divine dragon phantom behind him. He looked no different from an immortal. And Yi Yun's body emitted a more mystical and ethereal aura of the great Tao. He gave others the feeling that he had completely merged with the world.
At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Oh? Senior Ghost Ming, where do you plan on going?
The dragged-out voice resounded throughout the world as Ghost Ming's body froze, his expression turning extremely nasty. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1624, Threat. Chapter 1624, Threat. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
Ghost Ming was already afraid when he saw Yi Yun using the divine blood origins to restore his strength. He had planned on casting a mystic art to leave silently, but he never expected Yi Yun to notice it. Senior Ghost Ming, you were already injured previously, but you refused to leave.
Were you trying to stay behind to pick up the spoils? Now that there are no spoils to pick, are you planning on leaving?
Yi Yun converged his aura as he stored away the blob of divine blood origins. Yi Yun's addressing of Ghost Ming as senior made Ghost Ming feel like his face was smack swollen. He had indeed stayed in hopes of picking up the spoils while observing the situation.
He could only blame Divine General Sanguinax for being defeated too quickly and escaping without any warning. It prevented him from reacting in a timely manner.
If not, he would have long fled when he felt that the situation was against him. He would not have waited until Yi Yun called him out.
Ghost Ming shot Golden Winged Celestial Pang a glance openly. Yi Yun laughed. Are the two of you discussing a route of escape?
His sentence immediately exposed what was on their minds. The surrounding warriors were rendered speechless by this turn of events.
What was happening? Two godly monarchs were secretly discussing fleeing over a voice transmission in front of a divine lord? Golden Winged Celestial Pang's expression sank instantly. Yi Yun, do you think you can really prevent us from leaving?
Don't think too highly of yourself.
Golden Pang's extreme speed was not insubstantial bragging.
Golden Winged Celestial Pang's speed at tearing through the void was even higher than Divine General Sanguinax's. Besides, Yi Yun was not in peak condition. Even at his peak, Yi Yun was unable to stop him if he was determined to escape. Although Ghost Ming's situation was worse, with him heavily injured, he could pay a tiny price to get Golden Winged Celestial Pang to take him along. Besides, he had his Ghost Race mystic arts.
Escaping was not a problem. In fact, Ghost Ming's Yuan Qi voice transmission was precisely on this matter. Yi Yun was not wrong that they were making plans for fleeing. Seniors, as mighty godly monarchs, why are you clamoring in front of a junior? And your clamoring involves you escaping while I'm unable to stop you? Yes, it's true I might not be able to keep you. The moment Yi Yun said that, Golden Winged Celestial Pang's and Ghost Ming's face darkened.
In fact, they had already come to subconsciously view Yi Yun as a mighty figure their equal, but he was now suddenly mentioning the differences in their seniority.
It left them extremely depressed.
None of the Fae or Ghost Warriors dared to say a word. As for the Taixia side, Purple Succubus was almost bursting out in laughter.
When did it become such a tragedy to be godly monarchs?
They were using the fact that they could escape as a taunt.
Punk, it's meaningless winning a war of words. In the martial world, strength is supreme. We will admit that you are strong today. You already have the heavenly Tao fragment, what else do you want? Ha ha ha. Yi Yun laughed.
The both of you wish to kill me and I managed to survive through my own capabilities.
Why are you asking me what I want? It's true I can't stop you from escaping today.
But one day in the future, I'll storm the 9 netherworld lands and Desolate Clan, making sure that you will pay terribly for crossing me.
You. Golden Winged Celestial Pang's expression turned nasty. Fine. You are arrogant enough.
You have already offended the Celestials.
Do you also plan on making the ghosts and Fae your enemies as well?
You sure are capable, but you should know the saying, the wind always harms the single outstanding tree in a forest.
You should not invite more enemies for Taixia. Do you think you can bear the consequences of a war between 3 races? Yi Yun thought nothing of Golden Winged Celestial Pang's threat. I'm not from Taixia. I only owe godly monarch Divineheart a favor. I am me, free and unshackled. So what if I offend the ghosts and Fae? Whoever attacks me, I'll take them on. Whoever kills me shall be slain. As for a racial war? When Human Emperor was reigning supreme over the Chaos Heavens, why didn't you launch a war against the humans?
Yi Yun's words could be said to be extremely arrogant, but no one viewed them that way.
He had the full rights to be that way. What do you want? Golden Wing's celestial Pang was enraged. However, he was not the only godly monarch of the Desolate clan.
If Yi Yun truly developed his strength to a certain level, the Desolate clan might very well sever all ties with him to prevent any implications.
After all, Yi Yun was only a royal sealed divine lord.
As long as he did not perish, he was bound to become a godly monarch.
How strong would he be when that happened? He could even be following the footsteps of Human Emperor and eventually catch up to him. At that level, the weakness of humans or whatever enemies one faced were verbal trivialities. Yi Yun did not even need to take action. Just his name was enough to serve as a deterrent. Although he knew this deep down, Golden Winged Celestial Pang did not reveal any signs of fear. Our Desolate clan has Patriarch Desolate. Even Divine General Sanguine Axe is not Patriarch's match. Do you think you are invincible in the Chaos Heavens? Godly monarchs can vary in strength too.
I may not be considered very powerful, and we came to vie for the Heavenly Tao fragment in order to have a first mover's advantage.
Do you think no one can kill you?
There are already many capable of doing so among the Celestials.
Yi Yun naturally knew that.
The Celestials had people stronger than Sanguine Axe. They even had the Ancestor God.
However, Yi Yun thought nothing of Golden Winged Celestial Pang's threat. Since he had already offended them, so be it.
He did not believe that speaking nicely to Golden Winged Celestial Pang and company would change anything. From the looks of it, you have no intention of negotiating. When I finish my cultivation to the point of being able to wipe out your Patriarch Desolate, I'll storm your territories. Either way, your Desolate clan and 9 Netherworld lands will not be able to escape, said Yi Yun.
Ghost Ming's and Golden Winged Celestial Pang's expressions turned white from rage.
Yi Yun was being completely impervious to reason. He was insistent on taking advantage of them today.
The Chaos Heavens godly monarchs all had factions behind them.
When they fought among each other, they had to take into consideration the other party's faction.
However, Yi Yun was fearless since he had nothing to lose.
If he truly caused a stir before going into hiding, no one could do anything to him.
What do you want? Golden Winged Celestial Pang asked through clenched teeth.
I don't wish to kill you. Leave something that catches my eye and I'll let bygones be bygones. Yi Yun knew that his possession of a Heavenly Tao fragment would quickly spread throughout the Chaos Heavens. When that happened, he would be targeted by powerful old freaks. He did not wish to make enemies everywhere for himself either. He felt that Golden Winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming were lucking out from his decision. However, his words left the crowd speechless.
A divine lord was openly extorting 2 godly monarchs. Don't try to fool me with some crap.
If you understand my past, you will know how I deal with enemies of yesteryear. Then, you will realize how lucky you are that I'm willing to revoke all scores with you today. When Yi Yun said those words, Golden Winged Celestial Pang and Ghost Ming nearly emitted steam from their rage. He was so shameless even while extorting them, but they were forced to consider his proposal. They could not afford to offend such a ruthless person.
Ghost Ming wondered what item he could use to stave off Yi Yun.
But at that moment, Divine Heart said leisurely, if I recall correctly, fellow Daoist Ghost Ming has a particular trinket that's very interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1625, Thousand Illusion Ghost Mask. Chapter 1625, Thousand Illusion Ghost Mask. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin.
Upon hearing Divine Heart, Ghost Ming immediately had a sense of foreboding.
Oh? Might I know what it is? Yi Yun revealed a look of interest.
Divine Heart looked at Ghost Ming's nasty expression as he could not help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. I heard that fellow Daoist Ghost Ming has an extremely special mask known as the Thousand Illusion Ghost Mask. It was an ancient artifact that a ghost mighty figure retrieved from the Netherworld. It doesn't have much use, but when worn, it can perfectly hide one's aura and change one's appearance.
Even a person much stronger than the wearer will not be able to identify them. Upon hearing Divine Heart's suggestion, Yi Yun was moved.
He was now the target of many, and his possession of the Heavenly Tao fragment would soon become known to all.
He naturally had use for a powerful concealment artifact.
If Divine Heart had not mentioned it, he would not have known that Ghost Ming had something as good as this. With his strength, no one would recognize him if he wore the mask.
Ghost Ming's expression sank deeper with every word Divine Heart said. Trinket? Doesn't have much use?
An artifact that could perfectly conceal one's aura and change one's look was worth more than supreme-grade godly monarch weapons. There was a chance of obtaining supreme-grade weapons, but such unique artifacts were not purchasable anywhere. The old asshole, Divine Heart, was offering favors at his expense. And at that moment, Ian was already looking at him with a burning gaze. Senior Ghost Ming, are you feeling the pinch? Could it be that Senior Ghost Ming wishes to wear the mask to live for the rest of his life? Ghost Ming yearned to bite off Ian's flesh when he said that. Ian was threatening him. If he did not give him the mask, he would be forced to rely on the 1,000 illusion ghost mask's concealment to hide from Ian's pursuit for the rest of his life. Ghost Ming had an ugly expression. After much consideration, he gritted his teeth, took out a black mask from his interspatial ring and threw it toward Ian. Ian caught the black mask in hand. The black mask emitted a strange aura when it landed in his hand. There were no facial features on the mask, but a careful look made one feel like staring at it constantly, as though one had been pulled into a vortex. An item from the netherworld. The 1,000 illusion ghost mask was indeed extraordinary. Ian was very pleased with the 1,000 illusion ghost mask. As for Ghost Ming, he did not wish to stay another second after handing over the 1,000 illusion ghost mask. It was his bad luck for offending Ian. Ghost Ming directly reached out his hand and ripped open the void. His body phased away into the spatial rift. The remaining ghost warriors exchanged looks. Was the ghost the Arch abandoning them? However, they also knew that the ghost the Arch probably did not wish to see anyone. The ghost warriors hurriedly departed, for there was no point staying behind. It would be tragic if they accidentally provoked the malignant star known as Yun, someone who even made their ghost the Arch flee. Yun ignored the departing Ghost Ming in company. He turned his gaze toward Golden Wing's celestial Pang. At that moment, Divine Heart spoke out leisurely again. Godly Monarch Golden Pang, I recall that you recently shed a few of your golden feathers. They are excellent material for alchemical refinement. Shed? Golden Wing's celestial Pang's nose nearly warped from his fuming grunts. How could his golden feathers shed for no reason? This old asshole was way too despicable by offering favors at the expense of others twice. However, the moment Divine Heart said so, Yun looked at Golden Wing's celestial Pang with brightened eyes. Every body part of a powerful Fae was a treasure, even more so for a godly monarch like Golden Wing's celestial Pang. The most precious items on him were his Fae core and golden feathers. It was absolutely impossible to take his Fae core, for that would push him to fight with his life. However, the golden feathers were just his feathers. The loss of one feather just meant the loss of some blood when they were plucked. The impact it had on his strength could be recovered. I see feathers all over you. I want 6 feathers, said Yun. 6? Golden Wing's celestial Pang nearly raged. Every single one of his golden feathers were precious. Once he lost them, he needed a century to grow them back. Furthermore, he needed all sorts of natural treasures to replenish them. If Ghost Ming had not handed over the 1,000 illusion ghost mask and instead chose to remain, Golden Wing's celestial Pang would not choose to give his feathers. But now, Yun and Divine Heart had completely sealed off his route of retreat. 2 golden feathers. Golden Wing's celestial Pang pulled out 2 golden feathers. The shimmering feathers looked like they were cast from pure gold. They were very heavy and extremely sharp. Such a golden feather could be used as a supreme-grade weapon. A godly monarch-level Fae indeed had a body of treasure. Yun, we shall meet again, said Golden Wing's celestial Pang coldly. These feathers of yours are really useful. I also look forward to the day I meet you again, said Yun with a sneer. Golden Wing's celestial Pang's figure suddenly vanished from his spot. My dear friend, what you did was ingenious. Golden Wing's celestial Pang and Ghost Ming have suffered an incredible insult. They will likely not provoke you any time soon, said Dreamlight suddenly. Yun put away the golden feathers and looked at Dreamlight. He found it difficult to read Dreamlight's mind. I'm not your enemy. After today, I actually intend to befriend you. You are welcomed at my heavenly dream path at any time, said Dreamlight with a smile. Alright, said Yun. Regardless of his intentions, as long as he did not fight him, Yun naturally would not smack a smiling face. In that case, till we meet again, said Dreamlight. After he bade farewell and left, he turned back to give Yun a glance. I never imagined that the humans would produce another figure like Human Emperor. Of course that's if he doesn't perish. The only ones left on the square were Yun, Divine Heart, and the Taixia ancient mining members. Yun extended his hand and waved, immediately restoring the damaged square. The portions of the heavenly Dao Palace that collapsed were mended and restored to new. It was as though the battle from before had not happened at all. Yun, congratulations on the breakthrough, Divine Heart said with a laugh. Yun also smiled. Thank you, Senior Divine Heart. Yi Yun had taken note that Divine Heart had helped him stop Golden Wing Celestial Pang as well as aided him in ripping off Ghost Ming and Golden Wing Celestial Pang.
That's nothing. It's only a custom of us humans. We should help one another.
Besides, I haven't been able to stand the sight of those two bastards since a long while ago. To be able to see them make expressions as if they had eaten a fly has gladdened me greatly.
Divine Heart said with a joyous laugh. Yi Yun nodded.
Although he knew that Divine Heart had gone to great lengths to rope him and only because of his strength, Divine Heart's actions had indeed helped him greatly.
I think I'll resign as a guest elder of the Taisha Ancient Mining.
I worry that I'll invite trouble to the Taisha Ancient Mining, said Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1626 Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins. Chapter 1626 Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Alright then. Divine Heart nodded.
Although he wished to keep Yi Yun on his side, Yi Yun was in the limelight at the moment. He was probably the target of everyone in the Chaos Heavens. It was indeed unsuitable for him to have any official ties with the Taisha Ancient Mining.
Upon hearing this, the Taisha Ancient Mining warriors could not help but find it a pity.
If such a peerless expert were to join the Taisha Ancient Mining, they could also thrive along with him.
The female disciples in particular showed obvious looks of disappointment.
Purple Succubus noticed this and could only shake her head. These female disciples were also considered elites of Taisha, but it was wishful thinking on their part if they hoped to become associated with Yi Yun.
I wonder what your future plans are? Divine Heart asked Yi Yun.
There is somewhere I might have to make a trip to, Yi Yun deliberated for a moment before saying vaguely.
Haha, okay.
I have a dedicated voice transmission mark here. All you need to do is inject your Yuan Qi and it will be able to contact me no matter how far you are as long as you're within the Chaos Heavens.
Divine Heart did not ask where Yi Yun was going.
Likewise, the voice transmission mark he gave was one way. Only Yi Yun could contact Divine Heart, while Divine Heart was unable to initiate contact with him. This was also to prevent Yi Yun from having any suspicions, or Yi Yun would worry that his whereabouts were exposed. Yi Yun naturally did not reject such a thoughtful arrangement.
Ignoring Divine Heart's strength and talent, just his handling of social relationships was flawless.
Yi Yun put away the mark and cupped his hands.
Thank you. Yi Yun did not say anything else.
He just took note of the kindness Divine Heart had shown him.
Then, let's part, said Divine Heart.
All right. With a casual step, Yi Yun had penetrated into the void. 3 days later, in a void hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the God Confusion Valley, a flying vessel tore through space rapidly like a meteor.
Yi Yun sat cross-legged within as his body was enveloped in a mystical aura.
Even if someone stood in front of the flying vessel, they would not sense the presence of Yi Yun inside.
Yi Yun opened his eyes.
His eyes seemed to sparkle with thousands of stars before he converged them. It turned like the endless night, looking extremely profound.
Indeed. The body I have honed is still not perfect enough. Yi Yun exhaled lightly.
After fusing with the Heavenly Tao Royal Seal, Yi Yun's nomological insight and comprehension had reached a brand new level. His strength similarly raised by leaps and bounds. In addition, while Yi Yun was battling Human Emperor's projection, he also saw the trajectory Human Emperor had taken. It included the body arts which Human Emperor had cultivated. The present Yi Yun was already immersed in Human Emperor's heritage. He could view his martial Tao from an even higher height. His body might have appeared powerful, but there was a weakness at its core. He cultivated in too many randomly connected arts.
Yi Yun's first contact with body cultivation was because of the Dragon Emperor technique. He inherited the bloodline of the Fey god, Dragon Emperor.
Later, he kept cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique and consumed innumerable natural treasures. Finally, on the day of Lin Shintong's ascension to the throne, he used a heavenly tribulation to temper his body. During the transcendence over the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yun had absorbed all of the ancestor god's blood. That was the heart blood that bled when the ancestor god was stabbed in the chest by Human Emperor's spear. Although heart blood was inferior to blood essence, the ancestor god was far stronger than divine general sanguine axe, therefore, the quality of the blood was similar. As such, Yi Yun's present body was filled with the Celestial's divine blood, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, and the human's bloodline. These three bloodlines formed a system. Such an opportunity left others envious. However, after Yi Yun's fusion with the Heavenly Tao fragment, he began realizing that his body's tolerance was still insufficient. The Heavenly Tao fragment's leaking of Heavenly Tao energies nearly drained Yi Yun of his vitality. If not for the Azure Wood Divine Tree's injection of vitality into him, he would probably have died of age inside the Heavenly Tao Palace. Having an insufficiently powerful body was a latent trouble for his attempt to reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Back in the sinkhole, although I tempered my body with a heavenly tribulation, the heavenly tribulation I experienced was a fake heavenly tribulation cast by Heavenly Cosmic Divine Lord. It was ultimately insufficient, Yun muttered to himself. First, he needed to fuse the three powers. With this in mind, Yun reached out and swiped his interspatial ring. A blob of golden blood immediately floated in front of Yun. Although the blob of blood had been separated from its owner, it still emanated an intense might. It was beating constantly like a heart. The Celestial's divine blood origins. Yun also took out 2 of Celestial Peng's golden feathers. In human emperor's heritage, there is a type of pill. It's named the myriad form Shura pill, which provides the domineering effect of body cultivation. Back then, senior human emperor had also embarked on the path of herb-seeking and alchemy to slowly attain his supreme divine body. Yun recalled the information left by human emperor's projection. The pill actually did not have a fixed prescription, only the laws governing the concoction of it. In fact, in the final stages of body cultivation, it was nearly equivalent to the heavenly Tao. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same point. Warriors who cultivated their bodies could similarly embark on a path to the pinnacle martial Tao. After figuring out the great Tao laws of body cultivation, and using the records from human emperor's heritage, Yun could use the many rare materials in his possession to refine a myriad form Shura pill meant for himself. Yun prepared to use materials related to man, celestial, and fey. So-called man referred to the natural treasures used by humanity. These types of natural treasures were most common. Yun had obtained a sizable number of them from the herbal garden of confusion, but it was insufficient. Celestial was divine General Sanguine Axe's divine blood origins. It was naturally better if he could obtain even more precious divine blood. As for fey, Yun already had Celestial Peng's golden feathers. He also had the 9 transformation Celestial Silkworm to provide him with some blood, but none of these things were essential to fey. It would be best if he could obtain the fey core of a mighty ancient fey. Now that mighty ancient fey had mostly perished, the fey cores that passed down were probably few and far between. Seen nearby, the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was something from 1 billion years ago. I wonder if it has already declined by now. When Yun mentioned his wish to refine the myriad form Shura pill, Yun suggested Yun to head to the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. Perhaps, he could find some supreme treasures that would be of help to refining the pill. The Heaven Fey ancient ruins was not a mystic land, but a powerful faction, a faction that belonged to the Fey. Yun said, back when I came to the Chaos Heavens, the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was already the hegemonizing body of the Fey. The Heaven Fey ancient ruins has Fey patriarchs. Although Fey patriarchs are at the godly monarch realm as well, they are considered peak godly monarchs. They are not someone the likes of Golden Winged Celestial Peng can compare with. In terms of heritage, the Desolate clan is far inferior to the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. It would not be surprising to see such a powerful faction last for billions of years. The Fey had long lifespans to begin with, let alone when one cultivated to the Fey patriarch realm. Just a Fey patriarch alone could live for billions of years, and at that realm, it was almost impossible for him to perish. Such a powerful faction would hardly be destroyed with the Fey patriarch backing it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1627, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. Chapter 1627, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's words, Yun nodded. As Bai Yuan returned into Yun's soul sea, Yun waved his outstretched hand as a figure flew out from the God Advent Tower and landed inside the flying vessel. Young Master Yi, Shanling looked at Yun and drew a deep breath as she went forward to bow. Ever since Yun killed Shamong Xian, Shanling had been hiding in Yun's God Advent Tower. As for Yun's entry into the Heavenly Tao Palace under the noses of the various godly monarchs and his defeat of Ghost Ming and Sanguine Axe, she had a vague idea of it. Although she did not see the details with her own eyes, just the outcome was enough to leave Shanling in shock. Back then, she even believed that Shamong Xian was the best genius in the Chaos Heavens. But now, having seen Yun, she realized how myopic she had been. The difference between Shamong Xian and Yun was as stark as night and day. Originally, Shanling imagined that Yun was the disguise of some old freak, but in the God Advent Tower, Shanling met Lin Shintong. She learned from her that Yun was indeed very young. In fact, he was about the same age as her. This left Shanling completely speechless. She could only marvel at how vast the world was to give rise to such an elite. Shanling, we have already left the God Confusion Valley. You may leave, said Yun. Shanling raised her head suddenly. After biting her lips, she bowed and said, I have nowhere to go as of now.
I was hoping young Master Yi could take me in. I'm willing to be your maidservant.
She could not disavow herself from Shamong Xian's death, so it was impossible for her to return to the Shamong clan. Besides, the Desolate clan was likely to pursue her.
Yi Yun hesitated for a while.
In truth, he had no need for maidservants.
However, Shan Ling was a divine lord after all.
By keeping her around, she could take care of Lin Shintong's daily needs.
You can be my maidservant.
The moment Yi Yun said that, Shan Ling revealed a look of pleasant surprise.
Just as she wanted to bow down, she was stopped by Yi Yun.
You will need to sign a contract with me to ensure your loyalty. If you are unwilling, you can leave freely, said Yi Yun lightly.
The signing of a contract was different from the mark Yi Yun left on her Fey core previously. It was a life and death contract.
Yi Yun did not go on when he saw Shan Ling bite down on her lips slightly. It was already good enough that he did not implant a slave imprint in Shan Ling. If Shan Ling was unwilling to sign a contract, he naturally had no intentions of keeping her. At that moment, Shan Ling said, I'm willing to sign the contract. To be able to be a follower of a figure like Yi Yun was something even the former Shan Ling could not imagine. Now, although she needed to sign a contract, it was only right for her to do so considering her status. She reached out her sharp cat claws and lacerated her glabella, forcing out a drop of blood essence.
Then, she used the drop of blood to draw an extremely complicated hex seal in midair. Yi Yun allowed the hex seal to fly towards him and fuse with him.
Immediately, Yi Yun sensed that he had a special connection with Shan Ling. Unless he chose to sever the connection, he would immediately be made aware of any negative thoughts Shan Ling had against him, even if it was just a passing thought.
After signing the contract, Shan Ling immediately bowed towards Yi Yun.
Greetings, young master.
Get up. Yi Yun said as he took out a Fey cultivation manual from his interspatial ring.
For you to be able to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm within the Shamong clan, it means you have remarkable talent.
This is for you. Perhaps it will be of some use.
Shan Ling took the manual and immediately revealed a look of surprise when she saw it.
This is the Shamong clan's top cultivation technique. That's right. I found it in Shamong Xian's interspatial ring, said Yi Yun.
The Fey cultivation manual was useless to him. He had scanned it before throwing aside. He figured he might as well pass it to her.
Shan Ling held the manual and went into a momentary daze.
With her talent, although she cultivated some decent cultivation techniques in her time with the Shamong clan, she was unable to come close to cultivating top cultivation techniques that only important disciples such as Shamong Xian were exposed to. She never expected to be able to obtain it now.
Also, here's some refined ores. Take them and restore yourself. Yi Yun took out some refined ores and handed them to her.
Thank you, young master, said Shan Ling gratefully.
By the way, do you know where the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins is? Asked Yi Yun again. Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins? That is the strongest faction among the Fey. I'd been there once with Shamong Xian. The Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins is 2 stellar domains away from our present location.
If we fly at full speed, we should be able to arrive in a month, said Shamong Xian reverently. Then I'll leave controlling the flying vessel to you.
Let's head for the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins, said Yi Yun. The Chaos Heavens was expansive. Flying for a month meant nothing.
To warriors, that bit of time was just a blink of an eye. During this period, Yi Yun returned to the God Advent Tower to cultivate with Lin Shintong. Although he did not slack off, it was quite a relaxing and comfortable period for him since he was usually cultivating under pressure. As for Shan Ling, she was a divine lord, so she only needed to divert a little attention to steer the flying vessel. She used every second available to her to cultivate and quickly recover her strength.
A month later. In the stellar domain where the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins was. The Chaos Heavens' stellar domains had many scattered cities.
Most of these cities slowly became occupied thanks to long-distance teleportation arrays. One of these cities was at a scale not inferior to a major faction's main city.
There were countless mortals and numerous warriors. Anbei City was one such city. At this moment in the most luxurious restaurant in Anbei City, 2 warriors were chatting amid drinks. Did you hear of a human godly monarch that recently appeared?
He obtained an impressive treasure and offended 3 factions.
He's currently being pursued by everyone, one of the warriors asked. I just came out of seclusion, so I'm not aware of it.
Tell me what happened in detail, requested the other warrior. At that moment, a scoff sounded from a neighboring table.
What do you mean human godly monarch and him being pursued?
This rumor is getting ridiculous. The 2 warriors looked over and saw that it was a soul warrior. From his get-up and the servants beside him, it was apparent he enjoyed a lofty status.
Fellow Daoist, does that mean you know what happened? Naturally.
This happened in the God Confusion Valley. And the person responsible for this was not a godly monarch, but a divine lord. This human divine lord managed to defeat a ghost the Arch and the Celestials' godly monarch Sanguinax by his strength alone.
Even the Fae's godly monarch Golden-Winged Celestial Pine had to concede. Finally, he took away a heavenly Tao fragment with his own strength, said the Soul Warrior lightly.
When the warriors inside the restaurant heard the Soul Warrior's words, many people revealed looks of disbelief.
A divine lord defeated 3 godly monarchs? And one of them is the Celestials' godly monarch Sanguinax?
They shook their heads, finding it ludicrous. However, there were some who had heard rumors.
This seemed to be true.
I was there in the God Confusion Valley and saw it with my own eyes. That human divine lord was young and handsome. Although he's not a member of my race, that valiant bearing is something I yearn for as well. The Soul Warrior took note of everyone's expression and said with a sneer.
Many warriors saw it happen with their own eyes. If you don't believe it, it's because you are ignorant. Back then, the humans had human emperor with extraordinary strength. He was equally astounding. I wonder what this human divine lord's name and title are? Asked the person. This divine lord's name is Yun.
His title is Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, said the Soul Warrior. At that moment, there was a sound of a woman's giggle in a corner table. However, when the Soul Warrior turned to look, he found the corner table empty without a person.
Did I hear wrong? Or was a mighty figure present?
The Soul Warrior thought of the second possibility as he could not help but feel alarmed. Ignoring the questions about the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord, he hurriedly left.
If a mighty figure were to capture him to ask about the Heavenly Tao fragment's location, wouldn't he be in trouble?
He originally found the conversing warriors to be low in strength, so he made a comment out of interest. In fact, he had never been to the God Confusion Valley. He had only heard it from seniors.
3 figures appeared outside the restaurant out of thin air.
At one look, it was a somber young scion with a beautiful maidservant beside him. There was another young girl wearing a face veil, but her figure was filled with a natural grace. Shan Ling still wore a smile on her face.
I never expected people to give young master a title. This is already the 3rd title I've heard over the past few days.
However, Heavenly Tao Divine Lord sounds much better than a Myriad Demon Divine Lord or Shura Divine Lord. The somber scion shot her a glance. This matter has spread far faster than I expected. Thanks to this 1000 illusion ghost mask, I've saved myself quite a bit of trouble.
The somber scion was none other than Yun.
After he put on the 1000 illusion ghost mask, his aura and looks changed completely and gave him an extremely natural and flawless disguise. Even Ghost Ming, Sanguinax, and company who fought him before would probably not guess that he was the now famous Yun. As for Shan Ling and Lin Shintong, few people knew of them. In addition, Yun used the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book to change their auras. This was a disguise mystic technique he obtained back in the God Advent Tower. When Yun's cultivation was still low, it had played an important role. However, it was still inferior to the 1000 illusion ghost mask.
Unless there was a godly monarch stronger than Yun present, there was no way to notice any abnormalities of the 2 women.
And if such a mighty figure really came close, Yun would have long sensed it. Over the past few days, Yun had already passed through several teleportation arrays. News of him obtaining the Heavenly Tao fragment and his defeat of godly monarchs had already spread throughout the Chaos Heavens. Even though some people were not kept abreast with the news, such as the warriors from before, they would quickly learn from others. These ordinary warriors naturally would not bring trouble. However, when old freaks at the godly monarch level learned of the news, it was likely they would have thoughts arise in them. When it came to old freaks like these, it was possible that Yun was no match for them. After passing through a few teleportation arrays, the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins main city, Heaven Fei City, was right in front of their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1628, 6 Treasures Fei Pagoda. Chapter 1628, 6 Treasures Fei Pagoda. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Legend had it that the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins was a Fei dynasty established by the combined efforts of a few peerless Fei patriarchs billions of years ago when the Fei thrived at their peak.
There were also legends that it was a grave of powerful ancient Fei.
Their remains, bones and Fei souls, were buried in the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins where they slumbered for eternity. The legends were from a time too long ago, with no way to verify them. However, there was one thing that remained without doubt: the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins was the strongest Fei faction in the Chaos Heavens. Even Yun took on a careful stance when stepping into this land. If he were to encounter peerless Fey Thearchs in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, it would be extremely dangerous for him. It's been so many years, but this city has not changed. Yi Yun and Bai Yuan flew in midair as they looked at the massive Fey city hundreds of kilometers away. Despite the distance, they could see the unending city walls reaching to the ends of the horizon like a black dragon. As for the Heaven-Earth Yuan-Chi and the surrounding 500,000 kilometers, they were all sucked toward the Fey city. It was a massive array formation by itself. The Yuan-Chi inside was 10 times richer than the outside. Cultivating in the city made for double the results with half the effort. This also made Heaven Fey City a sacred land of cultivation. Many warriors, especially Fey warriors, swarmed there, hoping to take up residence. Heaven Fey City had many natural treasures on sale, ones that were considered priceless elsewhere. One could eat excellent delicacies as well as procure many pieces of top-secret information about the Chaos Heavens in Heaven Fey City. This was the core of the Chaos Heavens' Fey race. Heaven Fey City had a curfew. If one did not have a residence, they were to be cleared off the streets at night. They were forced to leave the city, and every entry into the city required an entrance fee. This made having a piece of property in Heaven Fey City a dream for many warriors. Heaven Fey City's property prices were staggeringly expensive. Just a random house was only affordable to divine lords. As for more expensive mansions, they were typically owned by royal sealed divine lords. If one owned several properties in Heaven Fey City, the rent they obtained was quite sizable. It allowed them to reliably secure resources for their cultivation. As Yi Yun flew toward Heaven Fey City, he saw buildings of all sizes in its periphery. There were stores in municipals. Many of the owners made their livings through Heaven Fey City, but were unable to buy property in Heaven Fey City. They then lived in these buildings and, to put it plainly, these were the poor slums around Heaven Fey City. However, even among the slums, Yi Yun saw a number of supremacies. It was evident how prosperous the city was when even supremacies could hardly establish themselves in it. "Young master, Heaven Fey City forbids flying. It's a privilege only godly monarchs have," said Shanling. Yi Yun had brought Shanling around mainly because she was familiar with the Chaos Heavens and Fey. Having a guide saved him trouble. Yi Yun landed and appeared on the street leading into the city. The street was 10 kilometers wide, its road paved with yang gold bricks which were extremely resilient. Not only could it bear the weight of numerous horses, even ancient Fey beasts could easily walk over it. Yi Yun discovered that the people entering Heaven Fey City were not only limited to the Fey. Ghosts, souls, and even a few humans were also entering the city. These minority races when added made up about 20 to 30% of the crowd. "How does Heaven Fey City treat minorities?" asked Yi Yun out of curiosity. Shanling shook her head. "Prices are 20% more expensive for minorities in Heaven Fey City. Furthermore, minorities are always ostracized in invisible ways, so there are few non-Fey residents in Heaven Fey City and most are unable to climb up the social ranks in the Heaven Fey City." "I see." Yi Yun nodded. It was normal. Racism was common. However, Heaven Fey City truly had many experts. In just moments, Yi Yun had already seen 2 to 3 royal sealed divine lords. If this were the sinkhole, just randomly picking one of them could make them a patriarch of a mid-ranged faction. The Heaven Fey City's city gate was 1,000 feet tall. By the sides of the gate were 2 ancient Fey statues. These 2 ancient Fey had terrifying auras. Furthermore, they seemed to contain mighty lifeblood powers in them. It was as though they were alive. The entrance fee is 1/2 kilogram of refined ores. The guards had cultivation levels equivalent to human supremacies. 1/2 kilogram of refined ores did not sound a lot, because Yi Yun was presently wealthy. If he was a poor warrior like the Taisha Ancient Mining's lowly miners, there was no way they would spend 1/2 kilogram of refined ores just to enter the city. They usually only used crude ores for cultivation. Yi Yun paid the entrance fee and walked into the city. "What is the store with the best business in Heaven Fey City?" Yi Yun asked Shanling. Since he was in Heaven Fey City, he had to go to the most flourishing place. He was not afraid of the price, just afraid that they lacked what he wanted. "It has to be Treasure Fey Pagoda," said Shanling. "Alright, let's go to Treasure Fey Pagoda." Yi Yun asked for directions and headed straight for it. The Heaven Fey City's 4 sectors spanned about 150 kilometers. They were divided into the outer city, the inner city, and the most central ancient ruins palace. The level of bustle increased from outside in. And the central ancient ruins palace was a forbidden ground. Trespassers were killed without question. Treasure Fey Pagoda sounded like a pagoda building, but it was actually a conglomerate. It was located just 25 kilometers in front of the ancient Fey Palace, and was the biggest conglomerate in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. About half the stores on the street belonged to Treasure Fei Pagoda.
The property prices of the inner city were unimaginably expensive.
Therefore, for Treasure Fei Pagoda to be able to occupy half the streets was a testimony to its vast reserves.
The core of Treasure Fei Pagoda was the Six Treasures Fei Pagoda.
It was a place that sold all sorts of treasures.
Only divine lords or VIP customers of the Treasure Fei Pagoda were permitted entry.
Although Yun, who was now a single-sealed divine lord, could enter the Six Treasures Fei Pagoda, no one came to specially greet him. Only an attendant at the Supremacy Realm brought Yun around to look at some random treasures. This is a crescent moon pill.
Both humans and Fei can consume it.
It just costs 1,000 kilograms of refined ores. The attendant introduced the various items on sale as she brought him around. Yun did not appear to have a very high cultivation level, did not appear rich, and was human.
But even so, the attendant did not dare slight him.
All she did was treat him politely. Yun scanned the surrounding items with his perception but did not see anything that caught his fancy. He raised his foot to head for the second floor. "Sir, the second floor is," the attendant stopped mid-sentence.
"What is it?" Yun asked. "Nothing. The second floor contains various precious treasures that aid a divine lord's attempt to break through to the godly monarch realm. However, you may take a look if you wish." The attendant also knew about the cultivation systems of humans.
A single-sealed divine lord was still a great distance from becoming a godly monarch. Many human warriors were stuck at being a double-sealed divine lord their entire lives, therefore, it was unlikely Yun would need those pills anytime soon. However, she would naturally be delighted as long as Yun had enough refined ores and was willing to buy those treasures.
"It's fine. I'm just looking." Yun had his interest piqued. Six Treasures Fei Pagoda had 6 floors.
If the second floor had treasures meant for the breakthrough to the godly monarch realm, logic implied that the items were better further up. Perhaps, there were things he needed after all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1629, Princess Soft Clouds.
Chapter 1629, Princess Soft Clouds. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Sir, this is a supreme-grade flying artifact that divine lords can power.
This is considered the best flying artifact in all of Heaven Fei City. The attendant pointed to a spirit cruiser the size of a palm.
It had been shrunken when refined, could transform into a cruiser 1,000 feet long. Although Yun did not understand the artifact refinement means available to the Chaos Heavens, he had already fused with the Heavenly Tao fragment. As the saying goes, all things are linked, he simply needed to take a glance to gain an appreciation of the intricacies involved in the spirit cruiser.
He even noticed a few blemishes in the array formation's construction.
The spirit cruiser was indeed considered a supreme-grade item to a divine lord, but there were many items worth more on the second floor.
The attendant did not introduce them to him, probably believing that it was pointless.
In fact, describing the second floor of the Six Treasures Fei Pagoda as one that aided a divine lord's breakthrough to the godly monarch realm was an exaggeration. These things were prepared for peak divine lord experts like Primordial Chaos Downlord or Sacred Horizon Divine Lord. These were people who had condensed 2 or more divine lord royal seals, but they were still quite a distance away from being a godly monarch. By inference, the third floor was probably the one that provided items for quasi-godly monarchs.
With this in mind, Ian asked, "In that case, are the items sold on the 4th floor for godly monarchs?" The attendant was taken aback. She believed that this was Ian's first time in the Six Treasures Fei Pagoda, but she never expected him to guess the treasure hierarchy of the Six Treasures Fei Pagoda. She nodded. "Yes."
"All right, please bring me to the 5th level," said Ian plainly. The attendant widened her eyes. What kind of leap of logic was this? This customer disdained the 1st floor, stayed in the 2nd floor for a while, asked about the 4th level, and wished to head to the 5th level.
"Sir, I have to apologize. The 5th floor is only accessible to VIP members." "What requirements do you have of VIP members?" Yun frowned. "Quasi-godly monarchs. Quasi-Fei thearchs.
Or customers who have spent an accumulated total of 5 chaos crystals in Treasure Fei Pagoda," the attendant with a disenchanted tone. The customer's cultivation level did not seem particularly high, but he was quite demanding.
Even in the Heaven Fei City, quasi-godly monarchs and quasi-Fei thearchs were VVIP.
As for real godly monarchs and Fei thearchs, they would be warmly received if they came to Treasure Fei Pagoda.
Although there were many Fei thearchs in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins, people from Heaven Fei City did not see them often.
Even though Treasure Fei Pagoda was rich, it had to show utmost respect to a godly monarch.
Spending 5 chaos crystals isn't a problem.
It's just that, there's nothing that catches my fancy yet.
If there's something on the 5th floor I want, I'll easily reach the 5 chaos crystals requirement. Yi Yun did not mind that he failed to meet the requirements. He still had a sizable amount left from his killing of Xiaomong Xian and the extraction of resources in the God Confusion Valley and the Herbal Garden of Confusion, despite having depleted more than half during his breakthrough. The attendant was placed in a difficult position. She had no say in such matters. Without saying a word, Yi Yun waved his hand as 10 chaos crystals lined in front of him, appearing right in front of the attendant. Her eyes lit up, her slim face flashing a look of surprise. It was not like she had never seen such immense wealth while working at 6 Treasures Fey Pagoda, but for a human divine lord with 1 condensed royal seal to have such wealth surprised her. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in grey robes walked down from the 3rd floor. He waved at her and said, "Linger, you may take your leave. I'll attend to this guest." "Yes." The attendant bowed and took her leave. Yi Yun sized up the grey-robed middle-aged man. He looked like a store manager. He was tall in build and had rich lifeblood powers, with a sharp horn on his forehead. Some Fae would leave some Fae beast characteristics visible. It was a manifestation of their bloodline. "Sir, how might I address you? You look rather young. I surmise you are around 1,000 years old?" The middle-aged man asked. His words left the attendant, who was still taking her leave, jolt. She looked up at Yi Yun in astonishment. Her cultivation level was limited and was unable to sense Yi Yun's bone age. She never imagined him to be that young. A royal sealed divine lord who was less than 1,000 years old was an absolute genius in Heaven Fey City. Furthermore, he had casually produced 10 chaos crystals, which likely meant that he had a solid background. Although Heaven Fey City thought lowly of humans, the major human factions were not something a mere attendant like her could comment on. Thankfully, she had not expressed her impatience previously. "Greetings, you may call me by my surname, Lin. I'm here to buy some precious treasures." "As for bone age, that isn't important, is it?" Yi Yun said. The surname of Lin was in reference to both Lin Shintong's surname as well as the Tao originator Celestial Thearka's surname. Yi Yun had chosen to use this surname for his current change of identity. "Ha ha. Indeed. Sorry if I'm imposing, but young Master Lin, which mighty figure are you representing as you view and buy treasures from our 5th floor?" "Oh?" Yi Yun's brows pricked up when he heard the store manager's words. The question had crossed the line. Typical merchants just needed to focus on their business. To probe their customers' usage of the merchandise was a violation of privacy. If not done well, it could even cross the customer. This middle-aged store manager was being too nosy. "Young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. To be honest, resources that godly monarchs can use are extremely rare in all of the Chaos Heavens. Although my Treasure Fey Pagoda puts them on sale, we naturally wish to befriend the true purchaser of these items if possible. Don't you think that wise, young master?" Yi Yun was enlightened when the middle-aged store manager said so. They were trying to establish ties. Even a human godly monarch might be of some help to them. There were always benefits to knowing more godly monarchs. I do not have any godly monarchs backing me. Furthermore, I do not belong to any sect or faction, said Yi Yun. In that case, the middle-aged store man was taken aback. He did not doubt it completely, since there were many opportunities in the Chaos Heavens. It was possible for extremely small numbers of young geniuses to reach Yi Yun's achievements even without the support of a sect. Going down that line of thought, a warrior like Yi Yun typically had the light from Providence shine on them. In addition to his excellent talent, he was likely to achieve considerably in the future. With this in mind, the middle-aged store manager revealed an amiable smile. Young Master Lin, do you plan on establishing yourself in Heaven Fey City? Are you interested in meeting the Pagoda Elder of my Treasure Fey Pagoda? Upon hearing that, Yi Yun was stunned. What was up with the Treasure Fey Pagoda? Were they trying to rope him in by making him meet the Pagoda Elder? It was fine trying to establish ties with godly monarchs, but he was just a young junior inhuman at that. For them to have such intentions made them appear way too thirsty for talents. Yi Yun was puzzled, but he did not immediately reject the offer. Although he was not interested in the Treasure Fey Pagoda, he would save quite a bit of trouble with its help, since he needed to refine the myriad form Shurapil. Ignoring everything else, some of the high-class auctions in Heaven Fey City were private affairs limited to people with significant stature. Commoners were unable to glean any news of them, much less enter. Even if he could enter, he was merely a royal sealed divine lord. If he did not have the backing of a faction, winning an auction for a godly monarch item would gain him too much attention. It would probably not take long before he was targeted by others. With this in mind, Yi Yun said, "Why don't you get straight to the point? What do you wish from me?"
I'm only here to buy things and I do not think I can be of any aid to you. The store manager smiled. Young Master Lin, you are a clever man.
It's nothing really. Our treasure Fey Pagoda is a little related to Princess Softclouds. She's young but has abnormal talent. She recently established a mountain manor and has been recruiting. I'm only trying to provide Her Highness with some candidates. If young Master Lin is interested, why don't you take a look? Princess Softclouds? Yi Yun was stunned. The sentence implied many things. Shan Ling, do you know of Princess Softclouds? Asked Yi Yun softly. I've heard of her. During my time at Shaman Xianside, I learned a little of our race's geniuses. Fairy Softclouds made a name for herself in the past few centuries. Her claim to fame was her battle in the Frost Sea. She rendered quite a meritorious service. Young Master, you have to consider carefully. The person ruling over the Heaven Fey ancient ruins is known as the Ruins Emperor. Although there are various imperial uncles and imperial patriarchs, they do not really handle matters anymore, therefore, the Ruins Emperor has a lot of power. The princes and princesses of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins are likely trying to vie for the position as Crown Prince or Crown Princess. The Fey have long lifespans to begin with. When a family clan becomes massive, it has just too many princes and princesses. The Heaven Fey ancient ruins has very stringent requirements of its princes and princesses. They breed them like goo from a young age, constantly training and eliminating them. Those who are eliminated lose their titles and are given trivial allowances. Some are even thrown into a Mystic Realms battlefield where only the best emerge alive. For Princess Softclouds to develop her own faction, it naturally shows how excellent she is. But she is not among the strongest princes and princesses in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. It hasn't been long since she made a name for herself, so there's still much for her to do before she can vie for the title of Crown Princess. Shan Ling knew a lot about the Fey. Her description immediately informed Yi Yun of the circumstances. The struggle for the throne had always been swathed in blood since time immemorial. The subordinates of the princes and princesses might end up implicated if things went wrong. Yi Yun naturally did not care about the implications. He was concerned if his freedom would be restricted by coming under Princess Softclouds. If she could help him gather the materials for the myriad form Shura pill, he could help her a little. However, those materials were not so easily obtainable. In that case, if I do not become a guest of Princess Softclouds, I will not be able to visit the 5th floor of the 6 Treasures Fey Pagoda? The store manager said, if the price is right, you can. But that will not work for the 6th floor. To enter the 6th floor, you need to be at least a quasi-godly monarch or quasi-Fey the Arch. Besides, our Treasure Fey Pagoda will be holding an auction in a few days. We will be sending out invitations and those without one will not be able to enter. And even if they do. The store manager paused before saying, the treasures sold at the auction are all cream of the crop. Although 10 chaos crystals is quite a sizable wealth, it will not even meet the starting prices of these top-grade treasures. The store manager said that with the obvious hint of putting Yi Yun down. He could tell that Yi Yun had a baffling sense of confidence. Such a thing was necessary for a young genius, but it was not so good in excess. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1630, Immutable Soulmark. Chapter 1630, Immutable Soulmark. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. This old man is looking down on you. At that moment, Bai Yuan's voice sounded in Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun thought nothing of it as he said, it's normal. He's a store manager of the 6 Treasures Fey Pagoda. His strength is about that of primordial chaos Daelords. Although I have presented myself as a genius, he probably thinks of me as a lucky junior who simply chanced upon some opportunities. Besides. Yi Yun paused. It's true that I'm lacking in wealth. About 70% of Shamang Xian savings and the harvest I reaped from the God Confusion Valley were used when I broke through to become a royal sealed divine lord. Now I'm only using the 10 chaos crystals as a display of prowess, but this old man thinks nothing of it. If not for his wish to rope me in, he likely would not tend to me personally. Yi Yun also knew that the Fey cores of ancient mighty Fey and other excellent natural treasures he wished to buy were used by conglomerates as their store's highlight. His wealth was still insufficient and he could not even enter a top-class auction. Then what do you plan to do? Join Princess Softclouds? Asked Bai Yuan. I'll take things one step at a time. I don't know a thing since this is my first time in Heaven Fey City. Yi Yun was in no rush either. The store manager could tell that Yi Yun was on the fence. He said, in 3 days, a few princes and princesses will be battling on stage. If you are interested, you can take a look.
After saying that, the store manager stood up. It was clear he was requesting Yi Yun leave. Yi Yun thought nothing of that either. Since he could not view the 6th floor, his trip to the 6 Treasures Fey Pagoda had been fruitless. He directly walked out the 6 Treasures Fey Pagoda.
Obtaining riches is of paramount importance, Yi Yun thought, and had some interest in the competition between the princes and princesses.
There was no harm in watching. As Shan Ling mentioned, the grooming of princes and princesses by the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was public knowledge.
To fight for the throne was something bloody to begin with.
In this aspect, the Heaven Fey ancient ruins had no intention to hide the truth from the masses.
The Heaven Fey ancient ruins paid great importance to a person's strength.
The battles between princes and princesses were done openly with commoners as witnesses. The Heaven Fey ancient ruins believed that only a ruins emperor who had gone through such trials could gain the support of the commoners. Apart from the princes and princesses, the other officials and children of kings could participate in the competition.
Their strength and talent were determined from the results.
The competition was held in a huge square in front of Ancient Ruins Palace. The square spanned 15 kilometers and was equivalent to a tiny city. Warriors were already gathered in the square, with more than 90% of them being humans. Yi Yun made a rough estimate that there were about tens of thousands of spectators.
That few?
Yi Yun was somewhat surprised. He believed that the competition among royalty would gain the attention of the Heaven Fey City citizens, and there were more than 10 million warriors residing in Heaven Fey City. Ignoring having the entire city show up, it would not be ridiculous if there were 200,000 to 300,000 people. The square was large enough to accommodate millions. Before Yi Yun arrived, he heard rowdy shouts that sounded like tumultuous tidal waves. The voices contained potent lifeblood powers.
400s of kilometers in the sky, all the clouds had been blown away.
Weak warriors would probably have their organs ruptured from the roars.
This made Yi Yun understand why there were so few people. Perhaps people at the Dao Palace realm and below would be vomiting blood after a short while.
However, the powerful Fey were immersed in the magnificent lifeblood powers and seemed to enjoy it.
Yi Yun also saw humans and ghost warriors among the crowd.
These warriors had lacking bodies, so they could only conjure barriers to withstand the lifeblood surges.
This naturally earned the disdain of the Fey.
Although Yi Yun thought nothing of the lifeblood surges, he did not wish to invite attention on himself. He conjured a thin barrier and walked into the square. There were just too many people, so without taking a look, Yi Yun used his perception to learn of the situation in the center of the square.
He saw a massive Fey beast.
The Fey beast was 1,000 feet tall and he had a pair of wings on his back. He looked like the legendary Qiangqi in the sinkhole.
The princes and princesses of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins were to battle this Fey beast.
The Qiangqi's strength was at peak divine lord strength. The princes and princesses battling it were not its match.
Many of them were defeated after taking a few strikes. And by the side of the ring, there were warriors who recorded the time every prince and princess lasted. Yi Yun watched a few, and the longest one lasted not more than 90 seconds. The princes and princesses of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins are indeed powerful,
Lin Shintong said. She could sense that they were young.
In the sinkhole, they would be top geniuses. Yi Yun nodded.
At that moment, he heard a tidal-like roar.
Her Highness Soft Clouds.
Her Highness Soft Clouds.
Oh? It's Princess Soft Clouds' turn? Yi Yun's heart stirred.
He was curious to know what sort of elite Princess Soft Clouds was. At that moment, a red figure streaked through the sky.
A petite woman in tight clothing who wielded a saber the length of a person flew up.
The woman had a forbidding stance, but she had exquisite facial features, making her look both tough and demure. She was tall and slender and her lifeblood powers raged like a river. Apart from the saber in her hand and a dagger tied to her thigh, the bearing she exuded did not resemble a princess's, but that of a warrior. But when Yi Yun saw her face, his body jolted. He widened his eyes as his breathing stagnated.
How could this be possible?
He almost thought that he was seeing things. He carefully sensed the woman's aura. With the passage of time, the aura had changed a little, but the soul mark that was carved deep into her origins was immutable. This woman was Yi Yun's elder sister, his only kin in the cloud wilderness, Jiang Xiao.
Is the Heaven Fey ancient ruins royalty surnamed Jiang? Yi Yun asked Shan Ling.
Yes.
Shan Ling nodded as Yi Yun exhaled.
Indeed, Princess Soft Clouds. Previously, the store manager had mentioned that Sis Xiao had established a mountain manor.
Could it be Soft Clouds Mountain Manor? Yi Yun recalled the past.
Soft Clouds Mountain Manor had existed since his time in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Back then, Yi Yun was conferred the title of Kingdom Knight. he was bestowed with a fief where he built a manor. He had named it Soft Clouds, Ro Yun, Mountain Manor. The word Ro came from Zhang Xiao's name and Yun came from Yun's name. Yun never imagined that the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor of yesteryear would appear in the Chaos Heavens, in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins. How did Sis Xiao come to the Chaos Heavens? Yun was baffled, but he knew that Zhang Xiao was no human. In the lower realm, she was a member of the Desolate race. Desolate implied the desolate plains. The Tian Yuan world had desolate beasts which were in essence Fei beasts. The Tian Yuan world's desolate heaven masters would refine desolate beasts into desolate beast relics. Therefore, it was right to say that Zhang Xiao was a Fei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1631 Heaven Fei Totem. Chapter 1631 Heaven Fei Totem. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
Yun knew that Zhang Xiao's mother was of the fox race.
He had previously seen Zhang Xiao's coronation as Desolate Queen on the altar. Back then, her mother, who was also the former Desolate Queen, once told him the story of Zhang Xiao's father. Her father was already heavily injured when he came to the Tian Yuan world's vast wilderness. According to Zhang Xiao's mother, Zhang Xiao's father was a member of the ancient Fei race from the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case. Zhang Xiao's father might have actually come from the Chaos Heavens, while the Tian Yuan world was just one of the many worlds in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Her father might have first ended up in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven and stayed there for a period of time before heading to the Tian Yuan world. As for why he went to the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven and how he later ended up in the Tian Yuan world, Yun had no idea. He only knew that Zhang Xiao's father had stayed in the Tian Yuan world for an extended period of time, so long that he had thoughts of staying in the Tian Yuan world forever. As for what exactly happened back then, perhaps he could only learn it from Zhang Xiao. And Zhang Xiao's mother likely did not fully understand her partner's true identity. The Chaos Heavens was just too incomprehensible to her.
As Yun thought through these many things, Zhang Xiao had already begun battling the Fei beast, which was equivalent to a peak human divine lord. While Yun paid attention to Zhang Xiao's battle, he saw a purple totem in the form of a hexagram arise behind her.
There was an ancient Fei beast shadow on each corner of the hexagram. 2 of them had already lit up. Heaven Fei Totem. A symbol of the Heaven Fei ancient ruins royalty.
When the totem lit up, the citizens of Heaven Fei City turned clearly excited.
They cheered for Princess Soft Clouds and the Heaven Fei ancient ruins royal family.
Fei were very territorial. This was because they valued bloodline a lot. Even collateral members of an ancient bloodline would be proud of their ancestors because of the blood that flowed in them.
It was not something humans could compare with. Fei had surnames in clans. The two were different. Surnames represented one's family, while clans represented one's bloodline.
The Desolate clan which Yun encountered in the God Confusion Valley had the Shamong family that Shamong Xian was a part of. It also included the Bronze clan which Bronze Drum was a part of. There were also other families of different surname and clans. It was the same with Heaven Fei City. The royalty had the surname of Zhang, but remained subordinate to the Heaven Fei clan.
Most citizens of present-day Heaven Fei City were members of the Heaven Fei clan, but the Zhang family acted as leader. The Zhang family members had an extremely pure bloodline. They were able to easily awaken their ancestors' bloodline. And the symbol of an awakening was the stimulation of the Heaven Fei totem. Oh! There are 6 blurry figures on the hexagram.
Yun's eyes focused and he realized that the top and bottom part of the hexagram were respectively a black circular disc and a white halo. They symbolized the 2 sacred opposites, extreme yang illumination,
extreme yin nether glow.
And the 4 surrounding blurry figures were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black turtle. They were the 4 spirits of heaven that represented the 4 directions. The 2 which Zhang Xiao had lit were respectively the vermilion bird and white tiger.
2 sacred opposites and the 4 spirits of heaven. The Heaven Fei City's totem is quite terrifying. The Fei royalty is indeed not something the Desolate clan bloodline could compare with.
Yun watched attentively while also making connections to the sinkhole and 12 Empyrean heavens 12 Fei gods.
Among the 12 Fei gods were the extreme yang illumination and extreme yin nether glow.
As for the other 10 Fei gods, their ranks included the Dragon Emperor and the 7-colored Phoenix, which were rather related to the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird.
Was there some connection? As Yun pondered over this, Zhang Xiao had already engaged the ancient Fei beast.
Zhang Xiao's body appeared frail, but her weak and frail body contained terrifying explosive powers. She delivered punch after punch, each punch rendering the world asunder. Despite being a fey beast that had a peak human divine lord strength, its scale armor shattered from her strikes while blood splattered. Your Highness, soft clouds. Your Highness, soft clouds.
The Heaven Fey City's citizens roared fanatically. As citizens of the Heaven Fey clan, they were proud about the experts it produced. Jiang Xiaoro turned more valiant the longer she did combat as blood splattered across the sky. She seemed to be trouncing the Fey beast, but Yi Yun could tell that it was impossible for Jiang Xiaoro to truly defeat it. She was unable to maintain her strength for long. The two divine beast figures that lit up on the totem were beginning to dim. As for the divine lord Fey beast, its massive body afforded it extreme stamina. Although Jiang Xiaoro made it bleed, its vitality remained potent. It did not seem to care about these injuries. Finally, it roared angrily. Its blade-like wings struck Jiang Xiaoro's body, shattering her protective lifeblood. With a sweep of its tail, it sent Jiang Xiaoro flying. The Fey beast was incensed as it attempted to chase up and continue chomping down on Jiang Xiaoro, but it was pressed down by a Fey expert. "Soft clouds, well done," said the elder via voice transmission. He had a pleased smile. In this trial for the prince and princesses, the other prince and princesses could hardly bear the Fey beast's attacks. Only Princess Softclouds fought the Fey beast and did not even seem to lose harshly. That was already something enviable. As for killing a Fey beast with peak divine lord strength, it was something impossible for Princess Softclouds to do considering she had cultivated for less than 1,000 years. Not only was it impossible for Princess Softclouds, there was no such genius in all of the Chaos Heavens. Fighting as long as she did was already something to be proud of. At that moment, the applause and cheers swept over the square like an incessant tide. Tens of thousands of warriors cheered, manifesting lifeblood surges. Heaven Fey Dynasty. Forever and ever. Upon hearing the resounding shouts, Yi Yun could not help but sigh inwardly. The Fey were truly a terrifying race. The cohesiveness they enjoyed from their bloodline made them almost impossible to eradicate. Of course, there was a premise that the bloodline would not be thinned to the point of extinction. If not, the existence of the Fey would become like unrooted duckweed. Jiang Xiaoro retreated and restored her lifeblood. The Fey beast was also removed as the battle between the princes and princesses came to an end. However, the crowd gathered in the square remained present. Many people were brimming with excitement. I never expected Sis Xiaoro's lifeblood powers to be this strong. From the looks of it, her father was no ordinary person. In the Cloud Wilderness, Sis Xiaoro failed to showcase any martial talent. It was likely because her blood lineage made her unsuitable for the cultivation of human manuals. After Yi Yun had this thought, he came to an enlightenment. No matter how talented the Fey disciples were, there was no benefit to them cultivating human cultivation techniques. It was only after Jiang Xiaoro joined the vast wilderness and inherited the position as Desolate Queen that her strength increased significantly. Yi Yun. At that moment, Lin Shintong's voice sounded. She clearly recognized Jiang Xiaoro, but she knew even less of Jiang Xiaoro's father. She could not figure out why Jiang Xiaoro was appearing in the Chaos Heavens. Yi Yun said, "There are many peculiarities that confuse me too. Let us meet Sis Xiaoro today and ask her everything." "All right. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1632 Meeting. Chapter 1632 Meeting. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After Yi Yun left the ancient ruins palace square, he went straight for the Six Treasures Fey Pagoda. "Oh? Young Master Lin, are you willing to come under the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor?" The middle-aged store manager was somewhat surprised seeing Yi Yun return. But he immediately realized why. "Young Master Lin, did you watch the intense battle between Her Highness Soft Clouds and the Qiongqi?" Yi Yun nodded. "Yes." The store manager laughed as a look of pride flashed across his face. Although he felt that Yi Yun was a genius, he also found him too arrogant. He was not very fond of Yi Yun. He had suggested Yi Yun watch the competition among the princes and princesses, hoping to deal him a blow. He wanted Yi Yun to know that there was always someone better. Her Highness Softclouds was a rare talent. He believed that anyone who saw her capabilities would be convinced. Furthermore, Yi Yun was still a zealous young human. An elite like Her Highness Softclouds would definitely be very attractive to a youth like Yi Yun. Many young geniuses probably became guest mercenaries of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor due to their adulation towards her. If not, why would they not choose the few princes and princesses with stronger backgrounds? Although it was a little shameless using such underhanded means, the situation now was dire. The store manager could not harp on such trivialities since Her Highness Softclouds would not learn of his schemes in the end. Indeed, Yi Yun had been impressed by her.
With everything in his grasp, the store manager was very pleased.
I'm Yuchi Hua.
Years ago, Treasure Fei Pagoda was indebted to Senior Blood King, the store manager introduced briefly.
Blood King. Yi Yun guessed that Blood King was likely Zhang Xiaoro's father. How strong was Blood King?
To have a huge conglomerate like the Treasure Fei Pagoda be indebted to him, he was at least in the Fei the Arch realm, right?
However, Fei Thearchs differed in strength. So it's Senior Yuchi. I wonder if it's possible to meet Her Highness Soft Clouds. Yi Yun's request was within Yuchi Hua's expectations.
He smiled and said, I can give you a recommendation to allow you entry, but whether you gain Her Highness's favor will depend on your strength and performance. You have to understand that the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor under Her Highness is filled with experts.
Young Master Lin, you might be strong, but you might not be able to stand out.
In Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, the guest mercenaries under Her Highness do their best to showcase themselves.
Young Master Lin, you must not appear inadequate, Yuchi Hua said with a faint smile. It was advice and a warning to Yi Yun, mainly to make a show of strength. He wanted Yi Yun to understand that he was nothing special. He was not to act so arrogantly in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
Yi Yun smiled without a reply. He only wanted to meet Zhang Xiaoro. Yuchi Hua took care of things very quickly. He burned a voice transmission talisman and reported the matter. With Yi Yun's status, as a royal sealed divine lord who was less than 1,000 years old, he obviously had the qualifications to meet Her Highness Soft Clouds. If such a person was a Fei, they could very likely be bestowed with a sizable piece of property.
You are lucky. Her Highness Soft Clouds is currently resting after her battle. You can head over.
If it was any other day, she might have been in seclusive cultivation and you'd have had to wait.
All right. Yi Yun nodded as he could not help but drift off.
Centuries had passed in a blink of an eye. To meet his sister he had not seen in so many years, he felt a little uneasy. Yuchi Hua led Yi Yun out the 6 treasures Fei Pagoda as a chariot covered in flames flew over. It was pulled by 4 Fei beasts and the carriage was 30 feet wide, enough to seat 10 people in a row. It was rather spacious.
Let's go.
Yuchi Hua invited Yi Yun up the carriage. The driver shook the ropes as they flew through the streets.
At that moment in the ancient ruins palace,
the competition between the princes and princesses had just ended. Zhang Xiaoro had spent many days preparing for it, and although she was heavily injured, it was nothing much for a Fei with potent restorative lifeblood forces.
Your Highness. In front of Zhang Xiaoro stood a female Fei.
She had a natural allure and she wore breezy clothes. However, her expression was somber while the lifeblood she emitted was extremely powerful.
She was clearly not to be underestimated. Many people in Heaven Fei City knew of this woman.
She was Rain Numinous, a follower of the Blood King in the past. She was now the supervisor of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor and had the strength of a Quasi-Fei the Arch.
However, the gap between a Quasi-Fei the Arch and a Fei the Arch remained huge.
Many people remained stuck in the Fei Lord realm, never to break through.
Aunt Rain. Zhang Xiaoro stood up from her couch.
She was very respectful towards Rain Numinous.
Your Highness, you did very well for this competition.
However, Blood King has sent word that His Majesty, the Ruins Emperor, has intentions to enter seclusion. He will likely choose the final crown designate in the next 3 years,
said Rain Numinous.
Zhang Xiaoro instantly widened her eyes.
3 years? Zhang Xiaoro frowned slightly. Zhang Xiaoro was extremely talented.
Given time, she was bound to have more illustrious results, but her faction was still in a nascent state. 3 years was too much of a rush.
Blood King has said that it's likely because Prince Tianluo's father, Frost King, gave a rare treasure to His Majesty.
With that treasure, he has higher confidence in the seclusion. This seclusion might last centuries, said Rain Numinous with a heavy expression. Prince Tianluo had built up the strongest faction and he was strong himself.
However, in terms of talent, he was not necessarily better than Zhang Xiaoro. He has always been targeting me.
It looks like he has invested a lot, said Zhang Xiaoro. At that moment, a voice transmission talisman flew in and was caught by Rain Numinous.
What is it? Asked Zhang Xiaoro. Pagoda Elder Yuchi of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor wishes to seek an audience.
He said that a human royal sealed divine lord wishes to join the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Your Highness, if you are not in the mood, I'll appear on your behalf, offered Rain Numinous. Zhang Xiaoro deliberated for a moment before saying, Aunt Rain, inform him of the present situation. To join the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor at such a critical juncture was not necessarily a good thing. Once she failed in her bid for the throne, she had her father protecting her and would be fine. However, the mercenaries under her might be implicated.
Your Highness?
Said Rain Numinous hurriedly.
Although the person was a human divine lord, Pagoda Elder Yuchi was leading him personally. It obviously meant that there was something extraordinary about him.
Tell him, said Zhang Xiao. She closed her eyes again as vibrant lifeblood forces erupted in her.
In fact, she was not good at recruiting mercenary guests.
From her point of view, her own strength was most important. If she successfully broke through to become a Fey the Arch, she did not need to mind such matters at all.
Rain Numinous gave Zhang Xiao a glance, nodded slightly, and left. A few minutes later, Rain Numinous returned.
Your Highness, he still wishes to meet you. He's already waiting in the guest room.
Zhang Xiao opened her eyes and nodded. All right.
She stood up and casually draped a luxurious royal gown on herself while she walked to the guest room.
In the middle of the guest room was a young man. His aura was somber and he had ordinary looks.
There was nothing seemingly special about him, but the man gave Zhang Xiao a baffling sense of wonder which she could not place her thumb on.
Yi Yun looked at Zhang Xiao.
At the instant their gazes locked, Yi Yun felt as though time had frozen. At that instant, all his memories inundated his mind. Unknowingly, he felt like he had returned to the point when he first came to this universe.
He had been so weak that even the wind could topple him.
It was this girl who used her frail shoulders to carry him home. A bowl of porridge and some salted vegetables. As the family had no healthy men, they were not able to eat their fill, much less speak of practicing martial arts. Having thought of this, Ian felt his eyes welling with tears. As for Zhang Xiao, she turned more hesitant as she looked at him. He was clearly someone she did not know, but... At that moment, Yuchihua bowed at Zhang Xiao and said, Your Highness Softclouds, this is a human genius I found. His surname is Lin and he is less than 1,000 years old.
He's at present a single-sealed divine lord. He intends to join the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor and become a guest mercenary under your highness. Young Master Lin, why aren't you bowing to her highness?
Yuchihua was somewhat depressed.
Do I even need to teach you this?
Ignoring the fact that you are a single-sealed divine lord, even if you have two or cultivated to become a peak divine lord, you will still have to bow before her highness.
But at that moment, Yi Yun was standing there in a daze.
Even geniuses who idolized her highness Softclouds would not act in such an unbecoming manner on their first meeting.
How could a genius act this way?
Yuchihua was even beginning to feel that roping the punk into Softclouds Mountain Manor might be a mistake. Yuchihua was just about to berate Yi Yun when he surprisingly discovered that Zhang Xiao's expression was adrift. It was as though she was not listening to him. A voice transmission had already sounded by her ears. It was a very familiar voice to her.
Sis Xiao. It's me, Yuner. Zhang Xiao's body jolted. Yuner. Yi Yun. Zhang Xiao found it unbelievable, but the voice and the spiritual fluctuation could not be wrong.
Why would Yuner be here?
Instantly, all the matters of the past inundated Zhang Xiao's heart. Countless scenes flashed past her mind.
It was as though whatever she had been fighting for all this while turned unimportant that very instant.
Once upon a time, he was her everything. Unknowingly, a crystalline teardrop rolled down Zhang Xiao's beautiful cheek.
This scene was noticed by Yuchihua and Rain Numinous. They were astounded as they produced alarmed looks. Yuchihua was just about to say something when he watched in disbelief as Zhang Xiao's body flashed. At that instant, she had jumped into the arms of the human. Yuchihua instantly widened his eyes. This was
Yunar.
Zhang Xiao did not make a sound, but her psyche fluctuations sounded in Yi Yun's mind. Her reason told her that the way Yi Yun had come to her with a different look and name, while sending her voice transmissions, meant that she was not to rashly acknowledge him. However, the upheaval of emotions she was undergoing made her unable to control her feelings.
Sis Xiao. Yi Yun and Zhang Xiao hugged each other.
At that moment, it seemed like every sound in the universe had vanished, leaving only the two of them in the universe. All these years, Yi Yun had killed countless while walking on the tightrope of death. However, back when he was extremely weak, he experienced familial love and warmth in the cloud wilderness. That was the final bastion of pureness in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1633, Blood King. Chapter 1633, Blood King. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Upon seeing this scene, Rain Numinous and Yuchihua were shocked.
What? What was going on?
Fairy Softclouds knows this human genius, and they might even be lovers. Yuchihua had a spectacular expression when this idea came to him. But at that moment a barrier appeared like a water mirror, isolating Zhang Xiao and Yi Yun inside.
Yuqi Hua fell into a daze. Housekeeper Rain.
Rain Numinous' pupils shrank slightly as her expression instantly turned calm.
She said in a cold tone, "What happened just now?"
Housekeeper Rain, rest assured that I did not see a thing, Yuqi Hua cupped his hands and said. He had worked in Treasure Fei Pagoda for years and was an extremely crafty person.
He knew very well what he could say and not say.
Regardless of how shocked he was or how curious the kind of person Yi Yun was, he had no plans on asking further.
The two of them are unlike what you think.
They have some familial ties.
Rain Numinous had already obtained some confirmation from Zhang Xiao. If they were truly romantic partners, Zhang Xiao's actions would have been too outrageous. How could the elite Fae of the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins be with a human?
If such a thing were to spread, Her Highness Soft Clouds would be punished and people like Yuqi Hua would not serve her with dedication.
Then, I shall be taking my leave.
After Yuqi Hua left, Rain Numinous looked at the water mirror in front of her with a hesitant look.
Why did Her Highness's younger brother from the lower realm appear now of all times? Rain Numinous frowned. The next 3 years were of utmost importance to Zhang Xiao. She was afraid that Yi Yun's appearance would waver Zhang Xiao's dedication to cultivation.
She sighed before vanishing from the room.
After Yi Yun casually conjured the water mirror, he had pulled Zhang Xiao tightly into his embrace.
After all these years, the familiar smell when he hugged her once again left him nostalgic. After a long while, Zhang Xiao slowly looked up while in Yi Yun's arms.
Yuner, it's really you, Zhang Xiao still found it unbelievable.
They had separated after he left the Tian Yuan world, but were surprisingly able to meet again in the Chaos Heavens' Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins.
I once believed that only by inheriting the throne of the Ruins Emperor would I be able to seek you out in the vast cosmos, said Zhang Xiao. She clasped Yi Yun's hand tightly as though Yi Yun would not leave her by doing so.
By the way, she is, Zhang Xiao looked at Lin Shintong.
Sister Ro, it's me. Shintong smiled and answered.
After experiencing a few reincarnations, she looked like a 15-year-old girl. Zhang Xiao naturally found it hard to recognize her. Zhang Xiao was taken aback, but she quickly sensed a familiar aura from Lin Shintong.
It's been so many years, yet, the both of you are still together. It puts my heart at rest, Zhang Xiao said very happily. Couples staying together since their mortal world times was truly not easy. Actually, Shintong only returned to my side just recently. Many things happened in between.
I'll slowly recount it all later.
Sis Xiao, tell me first, how did you come to the Chaos Heavens? Asked Yi Yun.
Zhang Xiao sighed and appeared to be evoking memories of her past.
She recounted from the time Yi Yun left the Tian Yuan world.
Back then, Yi Yun had become a legend in the Tian Yuan world. As for Zhang Xiao, she had inherited the throne of Desolate Queen in the Divine Wilderness. She constantly focused on cultivation, hoping she could one day tear through the void and follow in Yi Yun's footsteps.
Yi Yun listened silently, finding even the most mundane cultivation days interesting.
After being separated from Zhang Xiao for so long, he was eager to know what experiences she had while he was away.
It's unfortunate that cultivation is slow in the Divine Wilderness. Later, my father came to the Tian Yuan world. He brought me and my mother to the Chaos Heavens. Sis Xiao, is your father the Blood King? Asked Yi Yun. Having a slow cultivation was not Zhang Xiao's fault. Her talent was not to be doubted. Back when the black-armored demon god wreaked havoc in the Tian Yuan world, Yi Yun had gathered nearly all the elites of the Desolate race and humans to battle him. The Desolate race refused to retreat in battle because Zhang Xiao's bloodline talent had caught black-armored demon god's eye. He left a psyche mark in her, hoping to possess her body. Zhang Xiao was unable to cultivate rapidly only because the cultivation techniques of humans and the Desolate race were not suited for her. Zhang Xiao nodded. How did the Blood King find himself in the Tian Yuan world? Asked Yi Yun. Zhang Xiao explained, the competition among Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins royalty is extremely bloody. Back then, my father's talent was ordinary, so he was quickly eliminated from the competition for the crown. Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins princes with ordinary talent either strive for a title and be left to their own devices, or get sent to Mystic Realm battlefields. My father chose the Mystic Realm battlefields. With my father's blood lineage, cultivating normally to the Fey Lord realm was already difficult. He refused a life of mediocrity and chose a path almost no one in the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins took, the Blood Demon Dao. This is also the reason for my father's title as Fei the Arch. In the Mystic Realm battlefield, my father was pushed to the brink of death numerous times. He honed his Dao heart and kept engaging in slaughter. He slaughtered for thousands of years, taking so many lives that he lost count himself. Miraculously, he survived.
However, the blood demon Dao is difficult to attain. My father still failed despite turning himself into a Shura heretic demon through all of his massacres. Back then, he was already very powerful, but his Dao heart had been tainted with evil. It turned into an obsession and the situation became more dangerous. If he continued, he could very well have experienced a deviation and turned into a walking corpse.
And back then, my father found an opportunity in the mystic realm battlefield, an opportunity related to his bloodline. Oh? Yun pricked up his brows. The Heaven Fei Totem? That's right. Zhang Xiaoro nodded. The Heaven Fei Totem.
Father had slaughtered for millennia, but the Heaven Fei Totem was only a blurry shadow, much less him being able to light up the 6 corners.
However, father learned of a huge secret in the mystic realm. That is, my Heaven Fei ancestors had gone to the 12 Empyrean heavens back then. Yun drew a gasp. Indeed, the Heaven Fei ancient ruins was very related to the 12 Fei gods of the sinkhole and the 12 Empyrean heavens. Yuner, you know about it too? Yun nodded. I managed to guess some of it. Yes. My Heaven Fei ancient ruins was very powerful in primordial times. We were the originators of the Fei.
But later, there was still some decline. The main reason has to be that with time, no matter how hard we try to preserve and groom, our bloodline will slowly thin. My father found a place where my ancestor bloodline might exist, and it was located in the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. Later, father followed the path forged by our ancestors and headed to the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven. In the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, my father obtained the opportunities our ancestors left behind. He finally managed to activate the Heaven Fei Totem and light up a few corners. He was just short of stepping into the Fei the Arch realm. But unfortunately, father did not know that the energy blasts that resulted from his opening of the path to the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven had attracted others despite him trying to conceal his tracks. 5 Chaos Heavens Fei had entered the passageway and found him while he was in seclusion. It was an intense battle. Father's bloodline powers were unstable and he nearly suffered a deviation. However, he managed to kill 3 of them. Still, he was on his last legs by then. He used his remaining strength and opened a spatial passageway, escaping into the lower realm of the 12 Empyrean heavens. He flew past many planets, but was drawn to the Tian Yuan world, which had a unique attractive force. When father came to the Tian Yuan world, he had already damaged his bloodline origins. Even his Fei core had shattered. As time passed, his strength not only failed to increase, it even began to sap away. In a few short years, his realm fell drastically. His martial path was practically severed. It was also then that he met my mother. My father had been in battle his entire life and never had a Dao partner. In fact, my father had a miserable life. His mother, who was my grandmother, died as a result of schemes. The enemy was in the ancient ruins palace, but as father was too weak, he was unable to exact revenge. With him unwilling to accept that, he took the path of the blood demon Dao. So how could he have the capacity to attempt love? But it was different in the Tian Yuan world. Back then, all his hopes were dashed. He began leading a peaceful life. Remarkably, despite his powers decreasing, his state of mind was elevated during those days. The blood demon Dao, which had become an obsession, something that threatened his soul, was completely resolved. It fused into his body, allowing him to master his blood demon Dao. Father's strength slowly recovered. And during that time, he also sought the thing in the Tian Yuan world that had attracted him in the first place. It was the strongest human in history, human emperor's sealing of one of the celestial's mighty figure's eyes. This was probably an outcome of fate. Although my father lacked talent, Providence shone immense light on him. He obtained some of the blood of the ancestor god which senior human emperor left behind. After which, he recovered his strength fully. It was also at that time when I was born. My father chose to leave when I was 1. He had his grudge and obsessions he needed to resolve. He wanted to become a Fei the Arch. By the time Zhang Xiaoro finished, Yun had a rough idea of the rest. Back when he met Zhang Xiaoro's mother, she had mentioned to him what happened. The Blood King had promised before leaving that he would come back for Zhang Xiaoro and the Desolate Queen once he was done resolving his obsession. And indeed, he had done so. He just never expected that in the short few years he was gone, the Zhang family would end up experiencing a calamity. Ultimately, everything was resolved. When the Blood King and the Desolate Queen conceived Zhang Xiaoro, he had already obtained his ancestor's bloodline. Zhang Xiaoro naturally inherited the blood lineage. In the Chaos Heavens, Zhang Xiaoro's talent finally manifested itself. Father felt that he owed me and mother. He provided me with massive amounts of resources. Even the son of the Ruins Emperor do not receive such treatment. It is also because of this that people are jealous of me, added Zhang Xiaoro. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1634, Thin Ice. Chapter 1634, Thin Ice. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Yiyun felt a little relieved after hearing Zhang Xiaoro's recount.
The grooming of Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins royalty was rather harsh, but Zhang Xiaoro was different. She was the daughter of a Fei the Arch, and from the way she described it, the Blood King was not the ordinary Fei the Arch. It was not easy for Fei with powerful bloodlines to have offspring.
The other princes and princesses of the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins were mostly grandchildren or great-grandchildren of Fei Thearchs.
As for Zhang Xiaoro, she was the daughter of a Fei the Arch.
That made things different.
Other royal offspring had to vie for resources, but Zhang Xiaoro had the Blood King providing her with whatever she needed. This was also why Zhang Xiaoro was able to vie for the spot of crown designate in a short few centuries.
Sis Xiaoro, do you really want to win the spot? Asked Yiyun. Yes. Zhang Xiaoro nodded.
The martial path meant competition. As he was weak, her father was thrown into a mystic realm battlefield. Her mother failed to protect her in the lower realm, with the Zhang family nearly wiped out by the Shinta family clan, causing her to end up in the Cloud Wilderness. There, she and Yiyun depended on each other and nearly starved to death. It was because she was weak that she was implanted with a spiritual mark in the Tian Yuan world by the black-armored demon god. He wanted to possess her body, causing Yiyun and the desolate race to bring the fight to him in a life-and-death battle. Even though the black-armored demon god was later slain by Yiyun, Zhang Xiaoro was unable to follow Yiyun to the 12 Empyrean heavens because of a lack of strength. It forced their separation. All these years, I have been cultivating arduously.
I want to vie for it.
Only with strength can one control one's fate.
I wanted to seek you out, Yuner, but in this vast sea of stars, I won't be able to leave the chaos heavens if I lack the strength.
Besides, Father spent numerous resources to groom me, putting me in a position of criticism.
My mother is a Fei from the lower realm with a terrible bloodline.
In the words of my enemies, I'm of inferior birth, and have the life of an ant. Although Father tries his best to protect my mother, she is in an awkward and perilous position. In the Blood King's harem, the favor shown to my mother has caused dissatisfaction. Compounded with the envy people have of me, my mother has been treading on thin ice for years. She is blissful, but also worried. I can only be her pillar of support if I have sufficient strength.
When Zhang Xiaoro said this, Yiyun was taken aback. Your father has other concubines?
Yes,
Zhang Xiaoro nodded slowly.
He did not have any after returning to the Chaos Heavens, but after bringing mother back, he still married a few concubines.
The Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins is the leader of all Fei.
According to our ancestors' rules, every Fei the Arch needs to have marriage alliances with other clans. In addition, it's difficult for royal blood to have children. It's considered a basic rule that a Fei the Arch has a few hundred in his harem. My father is already considered to have very few.
Yiyun nodded.
This was not Earth. Even Zhang Xiaoro and her mother did not entertain the concept of one husband, one wife. Zhang Xiaoro's mother naturally did not have any qualms about the Blood King having concubines.
If a Fei the Arch did not marry more wives to produce more offspring, would that not be a waste of his bloodline? If the Blood King really insisted on marrying Xiaoro's mother alone, that would result in greater pressure on her.
Perhaps, she would even be criticized for being jealous.
My father's concubines are mostly daughters of major clans.
Their bloodline is precious, so who would be willing to be ranked under mother? Besides, they have failed to produce offspring for father after centuries.
This is likely because father did not leave them much of his bloodline essence. Which of these women would be willing to play second fiddle?
My mother feels that her background is insufficient to be a Thearch as empress. She has brought the suggestion to father that she give up her spot as empress and become a concubine. The pressure would be lessened if she's a concubine, but it aches my heart hearing that.
Zhang Xiaoro sighed.
In fact, as long as she receives enough love from father and as long as father spares no expense to groom me, it's impossible for mother to not be the target of jealousy. This can only be prevented if I cultivate to become a Fei the Arch or even ascend to the throne as Ruin's empress.
Father has not had another child and probably also wishes to groom me. Father has done a lot for mother, so I can't just depend on him. What will happen if he loses his feelings for mother? By becoming crown designate, the cultivation resources would be better. I naturally have to vie for it.
I wish for mother to live the rest of her life in peace.
I wish to fight for my future and wanted to find you, Yuner. But now, you actually found me first. I'm really, very happy.
Zhang Xiaoro's eyes were wet when she said that. All these years in the Chaos Heavens, although she was an elite, the apple of the Blood King's eye, and enjoyed extremely high status, it all put immense pressure on her. She could not show her weak side to her father or confide her troubles in her mother, afraid that it would only add to her mother's burden, making her compunctious. She could only share these words with Yi Yun. "I get it, Sis Xiaro." Yi Yun understood her. "Sis Xiaro, since I'm back, I'll help you. You do not need to shoulder the burden anymore." "Yuner, I'm already very happy that you have such thoughts," said Zhang Xiaro with a smile. "However, the situation in Heaven Fei City is complicated. I have too many enemies here. Countless people wish for me to topple from my pedestal and reduce to nothingness. Besides, these people all have powerful background. I do not wish for you to be implicated. Yuner, if you really wish to help me, cultivate hard. I can see that you are already a royal sealed divine lord and you have limitless potential ahead of you. When you become a godly monarch, you can help me with that power. I look forward to the day you become godly monarch." Zhang Xiao smiled happily when she finished her sentence. She still remembered Yi Yun's becoming of a Jinglong Wei in the Cloud Wilderness, of him wearing the attire of a kingdom knight during his return. Back then, there was uncertainty about her fate, so it was an unforgettable scene to her. "By the way, I heard that you went to Treasure Fei Pagoda to seek treasures at the godly monarch level?" asked Zhang Xiao. Rain Numinous had mentioned Yi Yun's background, including the fake name he used in his goal at Treasure Fei Pagoda when she reported the situation to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao naturally needed to know everything about a guest mercenary of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. "That's right. I do need some precious material." Yi Yun did not hide anything from Zhang Xiao. He immediately mentioned the materials needed for the myriad form Shura pill. That many natural treasures in Fey cores of ancient Fey are indeed difficult to find, especially celestial blood. These things, Zhang Xiao paused. Celestial blood is taboo in the Chaos Heavens. It will infuriate the Celestials, but my father might still have some celestial blood left. It just might be very difficult for me to get it. Yi Yun said, "Don't worry about Senior Blood King's celestial blood. Sis Xiao, I actually want to use these items to refine a pill named the Myriad Form Shura pill. It's a body tempering pill that will be very useful to me. However, I won't need the entire cauldron of pills when refined. The remaining can also be helpful for the condensation of your ancestral bloodline. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1635, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Chapter 1635, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. "Oh? There's such a pill?" Zhang Xiao was taken aback. How could any ordinary pill have any effects on the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins bloodline? Even if there were any that could enhance the bloodline, making them required the most secret techniques possible. Furthermore, there was a need to expend large amounts of resources, and even so, the effects would be insignificant. Zhang Xiao guessed that Yi Yun's pills were impressive, but they were mainly effective for humans. It was difficult to say how effective they were on the Heaven Fei royalty. However, Zhang Xiao thought nothing of it. She thought for a moment before saying, "I will inform the Treasure Fei Pagoda to take note of the items. I'll get them to use private means to spread the news." "All right." Yi Yun nodded. With Zhang Xiao being Princess Soft Clouds, he would naturally be able to find the materials faster than doing it alone. "Yuner, Shintong, stay in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. I still have so many things to say to you." Zhang Xiao held Yi Yun's hands as her eyes shimmered with delight. Yi Yun smiled. "Don't worry, Sis Xiao. We wouldn't leave even if you wanted to chase us away. I'm just afraid that you will find me irritating whenever you see me." "Look at you making fun of me now," said Zhang Xiao with a giggle. They conversed for a little longer, and while Zhang Xiao was preparing to get someone to settle in Yi Yun and company, she sent out a few voice transmission talismans. She made Treasure Fei Pagoda spread the news and pay attention to any information regarding the herbs and Fei cores. After this was done, Zhang Xiao ate lunch with Yi Yun. The siblings seldom had a reunion meal, so they enjoyed it thoroughly. After lunch, Zhang Xiao planned on sending Yi Yun to Soft Clouds Mountain Manor when she saw Rain Numinous standing by the hall's entrance. "Aunt Rain. Young Master Lin is your younger brother?" Yes, Zhang Xiao noticed that Rain Numinous did not appear to be happy. "Does the news regarding the herbs you spread through Treasure Fei Pagoda have anything to do with your brother?" Zhang Xiao turned embarrassed when Rain Numinous phrased her sentence that way. "Do you know that your present status is very delicate in the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins? Do you know how many eyes are staring at you?" Zhang Xiao fell silent. She knew that it was impossible for Rain Numinous to like Yi Yun. If Yi Yun was a descendant of a family with a pure Fey bloodline, she would have definitely been happy, believing that they had an additional helping hand.
However, Yi Yun was human. Fey ostracized humans to begin with. And Zhang Xiaoro's identity was special.
Her mother was of lowly birth and she was pampered by the Blood King. She was already under criticism, but now, there was the addition of a human brother. Not only so, Zhang Xiaoro was even using the Treasure Fey Pagoda's resources to seek herbs for her brother.
Leave young Master Lin's arrangements to me. Treasure Fey Pagoda is still lacking a redshirt store manager. He can be assigned there.
It's best he does not stay in Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor before you become a Fey the Arch.
It's also best you do not meet often.
As for the resources you wish to provide young Master Lin, it's not impossible.
However, it cannot affect your cultivation. Do you know how valuable those treasures you seek are?
Rain Numinous' tone had become infuriated by the time she finished her sentence. She had been a follower of the Blood King for years. Her cultivation level was approaching that of a Fey Thearchas, so her standing in the Blood King Palace was higher than even the concubines.
She was also considered Zhang Xiaoro's senior.
Usually, Rain Numinous was very polite to Zhang Xiaoro, but when she encountered anything she did not approve of, she would not hesitate to reprimand her. I have no idea how long it will take to become a Fey the Arch.
Zhang Xiaoro frowned.
She understood Rain Numinous' intentions. She did not want her to acknowledge Yi Yun before she became a Fey the Arch.
Being crowned designate was a very sensitive matter. If a future Ruins Empress were to openly announce her siblinghood with a human, one that was so close, the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins would not feel at ease handing the throne of Ruins Empress to her.
Perhaps, they might suspect, she would end up giving away all the resources of the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins.
Your Highness, you do know that the path to becoming a Fey the Arch is long and arduous. Only by becoming a mighty figure like the Blood King will your Highness have the ability to protect those around you.
Your Highness and Her Majesty are both protected by the Blood King.
Aunt Rain, I understand what you are getting at.
In fact, the pills my brother wishes to refine are also beneficial to my bloodline.
Besides, you do not know my brother. He will not become a burden on me. Back in the lower realm, I was protected by him. Without him, I wouldn't even be standing here alive.
He headed to the 12 Empyrean heavens alone and, without a bloodline or family clan support, he has attained this much.
And now, he found me before I could find him. Aunt Rain, do you think I'll become a Fey the Arch first? Actually, it's more likely that Yuner will become a godly monarch faster than me.
Zhang Xiaoro trusted Yi Yun wholeheartedly, but Rain Numinous shook her head. Ignoring the fact that it was very difficult to produce a godly monarch even if Yi Yun's talent was unparalleled, making it easy for him to become a godly monarch, Zhang Xiaoro was a royalty elite to begin with. For an elite royal to have the thought of being inferior to a human genius and even rely on them was unacceptable.
Rain Numinous felt that Zhang Xiaoro wished to groom Yi Yun into a godly monarch. That way, Zhang Xiaoro would indeed have a stabler future, but how could a future Ruins Empress rely on others? Perhaps Xiaoro was ultimately too soft in character. Although she had been fighting for the throne over the years, it was still too difficult to take it with her character. I'll arrange for young Master Lin to live in Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor. Also, I will report this to the Blood King. Rain Numinous did not continue since Zhang Xiaoro was unamenable to advice. She decided to leave everything to the Blood King. Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor was located in the city district behind Heaven Fey City. It was considered outside the city. There were all sorts of manors that housed the different members of royalty nearby. The Mountain Manor occupied a vast amount of land. Although it was described as a mountain manor, it was actually no different from a tiny city. Picturesque scenes and rare beasts could be seen everywhere. It was like an immortal's paradise. Rain Numinous was silent the entire way while Yi Yun and Lin Shintong followed her in tow. In fact, Yi Yun had guessed what was on Rain Numinous' mind. His appearance had brought immense pressure on Zhang Xiaoro. Furthermore, the resources he was seeking were priceless treasures. Unfortunately, he had expended too much of what he obtained in the God Confusion Valley. If not, he would not have put Sis Xiaoro into a difficult position. Tell me if there's anything you need during your stay here in the Mountain Manor. When Rain Numinous said this, she gave Yi Yun a deep, meaningful look. It's a critical period for Her Highness. She needs large amounts of resources to nourish her bloodline. In 2 years, she will be vying for a spot for the Fey altar, something that will determine her future. Her Highness cannot afford to fail. Vying for a spot for the Fey altar? Yi Yun's heart stirred, but he did not ask further. Rain Numinous continued, everyone in the Mountain Manor is conserving resources. The Blood King has also provided Her Highness with large amounts of resources, so please be magnanimous if you encounter any poor hospitality from us.
Rain Numinous' attitude was cold, but her words remained polite.
How could Yi Yun not understand what she was getting at?
He had changed his looks because of the heavenly Tao fragment, but he felt that he could not keep a low profile anymore. Sis Xiaro was already in a terrible state, so if he continued keeping a low profile, it was unlikely she could persist on. Furthermore, it would make refining the myriad form Shura pill impossible.
Senior Rain, it seems you are mistaken about me.
I did have some intent of getting Sis Xiao's help to find the herbs, but those herbs when refined into pills would be very helpful to Sis Xiao as well. Despite Yi Yun saying so, all Rain Numinous did was look at him indifferently. She did not even bother raising any doubts.
How could a human understand the Heaven Fei bloodline that was highly confidential in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins? Even Fei Thearchs were unaware of those mystic techniques that enhanced one's bloodline.
Senior Rain, there's nothing I can do if you choose not to believe me. However, I heard that Soft Clouds Mountain Manor has recruited many guest mercenaries.
Then, please instruct me on the missions available. I'm still rather confident about my strength. Since I'm staying here, I have to pay my dues. As long as it's any chores below that of a godly monarch's attention, I can resolve them. Rain Numinous was stunned when Yi Yun said so.
She immediately became enraged.
Everything below a godly monarch was a chore? This Yi Yun sure was arrogant.
Even Rain Numinous herself was not at the Fei the Arch realm.
Fairy Rain, is this human the newly recruited mercenary? What arrogance! Did he just imply that all us are only here to do chores?
At that moment, more than 10 Fey warriors walked over. Most of them were at the Fey Lord realm and they were dressed differently. They were mercenaries of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
Yi Yun gave them a nonchalant glance.
In fact, he had long noticed their impending arrival.
How could they not greet Rain Numinous, a powerful housekeeper of Blood King Palace? Despite noticing them, Yi Yun still threw out his sentence.
He had no plans on keeping a low profile. Upon seeing this scene, Rain Numinous fell silent. From her point of view, Yi Yun was only a mercenary, one who was especially difficult to handle.
The mercenaries of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor were all capable people.
They were naturally proud people and were not impressed by anyone. Conflict between them was common and they resolved it among themselves. She was happy that Yi Yun had embroiled himself in the conflict for she could use the opportunity to take him down a notch.
Seeing Rain Numinous silent, Yi Yun understood her intentions. He roared with laughter. What did Senior Rain say previously? Soft Clouds Mountain Manor is conserving resources for Her Highness Soft Clouds' cultivation? I was finding it odd. Would Soft Clouds Mountain Manor be that short of resources? Now I understand that Soft Clouds Mountain Manor has been feeding a motley crew. These people do not do a thing despite consuming resources. Can the position of crown designate be won just by their eating? What a joke!
If this continues, it would be better for Her Highness Soft Clouds to give up early. If these resources were saved up and I was the one put in charge of them, I can guarantee that these limited resources would be employed where they are needed most. Her Highness Soft Clouds would improve further.
Yi Yun said without a care. He was a human and stuck out too much among a group of Fae.
If he were to continue keeping a low profile, there was no need to refine the myriad form Shura pill. Even if Sis Xiao wanted to help him, how could she freely use the Treasure Fae Pagoda's resources as a junior? Even if he gleaned information of the whereabouts of the herbs, it was pointless if he could not buy them.
Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor mercenaries were infuriated.
Even Rain Numinous felt displeased.
Yi Yun was being too arrogant. All right. Interesting. The mercenaries present had been provoked by Yi Yun. A Fey Lord had produced an indistinct Heaven Fey totem behind him.
He was from the Heaven Fey clan, but he was not of royal blood, therefore, his bloodline powers were limited. But even so, he was considered the cream of the crop among Heaven Fey. He said, Senior Rain, we should not keep such arrogant fools in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
A person like him will cause more harm than good.
I'll cripple him and throw him out today. The Fey Lord leaped up as all his lifeblood powers erupted. Like an uncaged beast, he charged at Yi Yun.
Boom!
He punched out with explosive lifeblood powers. Yi Yun did not even move, for the silent Lin Shintong had stepped out from beside him and approached the Fey Lord like a ghost.
Whoosh!
She unsheathed her long sword, producing snow-like sword flashes. In an instant, the Fey Lord found his raging lifeblood freezing as though it had met the coldness of the deepest chasm. His blood frosted up and he could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed at his chest.
Pwah! Blood splattered as ice formed in midair. The other Fey Lords who had good relationships with him realized that the situation was amiss.
Someone charged forward, but Lin Shintong's hands moved as fast as the wind. Her sword was thrust as a second person was sent flying by Lin Shintong.
This woman is that strong? Everyone was astonished.
The Fae were incensed that they were being repressed by a female human. A mercenary converged his aura in a bid to sneak an attack on Lin Shintong, but at that moment, another figure flew out from the God Advent Tower which Yun brought around. The figure was also a woman, and she was none other than Shan Ling.
Shan Ling had a Fae Lord cultivation level.
Previously, she had been seriously injured in the Shenyuan Dune and did not have chaos ores to replenish her lifeblood, causing her to be devoid of strength. She had been like Yun when he first arrived in the Chaos Heavens, and just like he was after the God Confusion Valley, her lifeblood powers had long been replenished. Yun had also given her the core cultivation technique of the Xiaomong family clan. Her strength had even increased past her peak state. Although she was not necessarily stronger than the Fae Lord mercenaries, it was no problem for her to withstand their blows.
Boom! The sneaky Fae Lord's two fists were blocked by Shan Ling's single palm.
Meanwhile, Lin Shintong had also slashed out with her sword as it headed straight for his throat. Sneaking an attack was a contemptible action, so Lin Shintong did not hold back either. The sword flashes were incredulously fast as space was torn apart, revealing black rifts. Upon seeing the sword flash surging towards him, the Fae Lord felt that his entire body was fixed in place by the sword's might. The sword's glimmer made the immobile him know that there was no question about where his brains would be in the next instant.
Ah!
With his life on the line, the Fae Lord yelled in horror.
Enough!
At that moment, Yun lightly spoke out. Despite his voice being slow, he was able to finish the word in a composed manner in that split second.
Sha!
Lin Shintong's sword came to a sudden halt, right inside the Fae Lord's flesh. A quarter of his neck had already been sliced open. The sword's blade did not fully penetrate him, but blood flowed down Lin Shintong's cold blade. The bodily defenses that the Fae were always proud of was nothing but papier-mâché to Lin Shintong's sword. If Yun had not shouted for her to stop, the Fae Lord would have been beheaded by Lin Shintong.
Instantly, there was silence.
The Fae Lord who had his neck sliced open by Lin Shintong trembled, but he did not dare move.
As I said, it's nothing but a motley crew. You can't even beat my woman and maidservant, and here you are scrounging for free food.
If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago.
As Yun spoke, he gave Rain Numinous a nonchalant look. He had done all of this because of the problematic woman. What? Maidservant?
The mercenaries looked at Shan Ling immediately. She was the weakest of them, so the so-called maidservant could only be her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1636, Marquis by Lin. Chapter 1636, Marquis by Lin. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Shan Ling fell silent after she stopped her attacks.
Although the Desolate Clan was inferior to the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins, Xiaomong Xian's standing in the Desolate Clan was extraordinary. He was already halfway considered a member of the Desolate Clan's upper echelons. This was in no way inferior to the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins candidates who were vying to be crown designate. Back when Yun met Shan Ling, he was extremely surprised that she was just a mere maidservant despite her talent. It was fine if it was Xiaomong Xian having Shan Ling as a maidservant, that was considered normal. However, Yun was human.
At this moment, Shan Ling was already using the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book to change her looks. The present crowd did not know where Shan Ling came from. They found it baffling that a genius female Fae who had become a Fae Lord at such a young age would be willing to be a human Divine Lord's maidservant. There was also Lin Shintong. Her bone age was frightening small, yet she had freakish combat strength. She had just fought 4 alone. If not for Yun's instruction to halt the fight, she would have already slain one of them. Such talent made everyone present extremely embarrassed. They were too useless. Compared to this human girl, it was like they had lived their lives in vain. And for a human like Yun, a female Fae Lord was willing to submit to him while a peerless genius was willing to be his woman. How could he be weak? Senior Rain, I will not be a freeloader in Soft Cloud's mountain manor. I do need Her Highness Soft Clouds to provide me with some resources, but when used by me, they would be much more meaningful than rearing this motley crew. Yun spoke without any qualms. It was practically smacking them in the face, but no one dared to retort him. The human girl's sword was still at the Fae Lord's neck and had yet been retracted. The Fae Lord did not even dare move. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering who it was to be this arrogant. At that moment, there was a long laughter. Everyone looked over and saw a man dressed in a python robe. His eyes were sharp and he had the air of a king. Upon seeing this man, everyone was delighted. Marquis by Lin. It's Marquis by Lin.
Marquis by Lin? Ian looked at the man and was unsure what his identity was. However, he was definitely someone of importance in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins considering how he was conferred the title of Marquis. Peak Fey Lord. Ian sensed the man's cultivation level. Fey Lord cultivation levels naturally had its own power that matched human Divine Lords. Humans were categorized by the number of Divine Lord royal seals they condensed. As for Fey Lords, they were categorized by the number of times their Fey cores were tempered. Tempered Fey core, double-tempered Fey core, and triple-tempered Fey core corresponded to the Royal Sealed Divine Lord, Double-Sealed Divine Lord, and Triple-Sealed Divine Lords. In fact, the number of temperings did not fully represent one's strength. Some Fey's single tempering of their Fey core was equivalent to the triple tempering of others' Fey cores. It was the same principle with Divine Lord Royal Seals. For instance, Ian's Divine Lord Royal Seal alone was worth more than 10 seals of others. The Heavenly Tao Royal Seal was just too terrifying. It was almost impossible for Ian to fuse with another Heavenly Tao Royal Seal, much less 3. Under such a situation, being a double-sealed Divine Lord was Ian's limit. However, with the degree of tempering impossible to determine while identifying the number of tempering a Fey core had, it became the standard to determine a Fey Lord's strength. At this moment, Marquis by Lin was deliberately showcasing his strength. It was none other than a triple-tempered Fey core. This was a clear show of force. Typical Fey Lords would not flaunt the level of tempering of their Fey cores. Many would even deliberately keep it a secret. Is this an opening gambit? Ian chuckled. It was obviously meant for him. However, a question puzzled him. He originally believed that the people who lived in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor were all her guest mercenaries. However, why was a marquis among them? This person appeared to have a very unique standing. Ian noticed that Rain Numinous looked at Marquis by Lin with a hint of barely perceptible displeasure. Rain Numinous actually does not like Marquis by Lin? As such, Ian was even more certain that Marquis by Lin was not Jiang Xiao's guest mercenary. At the very least, he was not one under the same framework as others. But under such circumstances, the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's mercenaries seemed to respect him and even honor him. That seemed interesting. Why don't you give a self-introduction? Asked Ian nonchalantly. Marquis by Lin did not say a word, but his subordinate beside him said proudly, "My master is a Heaven Fey Marquis." His elder sister, Madame Baiyun, was married into the Blood King Palace and was given the title of Imperial Noble Consort. Marquis's noble title was conferred by the reigning Ruins Emperor. A few words from the subordinate made Ian understand. So this fellow was the Blood King's brother-in-law. For the Blood King to add a concubine to his harem, it was nothing odd choosing a junior who was a few thousand years old. It was likely that Madame Baiyun was young. Interesting. The Blood King's queen was Xioro's mother. The Imperial Noble Consort was likely second to the queen. Since Baiyun could become Imperial Noble Consort while Bai Lin was conferred Marquis, it likely meant that the Bai family was extremely terrifying. Perhaps a large part of the pressure Xioro's mother was facing came from the Bai family. Marquis Bai Lin was not much older than Xiaomang Xian. With the aggression that came with his young age and his good background, how could a genius that viewed himself as superior be only willing to be Marquis? He probably wanted to cause stirs during court sessions with the emperor. Therefore, he temporarily lived in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor and built ties with Jiang Xiao's mercenaries. In name, he was helping Jiang Xiao fight for the title of Crown Designate, but who knew what he was really up to? Now that Blood King only had Jiang Xiao as a child, if Madame Baiyun were to bear a child, what would Marquis Bai Lin do? This was likely why Rain Numinous did not like Marquis Bai Lin. In just a simple introduction, Ian had guessed almost everything about Marquis Bai Lin. The relationships among the Heaven Fey Ancient Ruins royalty sure was complicated. I heard that my niece recently acknowledged a younger brother? Marquis Bai Lin said languidly. Ian was momentarily taken aback before he jolted to his senses. Marquis Bai Lin was referring to Jiang Xiao as his niece. However, what kind of status did Jiang Xiao have? He was being too casual calling her his niece. Furthermore, Jiang Xiao had only reunited with him for less than half a day. Yet, he had already learned of the news. It was obvious that he kept Jiang Xiao under close scrutiny. I heard that the out-of-the-blue brother's surname is Lin. Could it be you? Young Master Lin? Ha ha ha. Marquis Bai Lin laughed out rapturously. In terms of familial seniority, you should call me uncle. This Soft Clouds Mountain Manor has fallen under my direction in recent times. The resources are also handled by me. Why, are you questioning my management of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor? The second half of Marquis Bai Lin's sentence turned stern.
He had a triple-tempered Fey core and was already standing at the peak of Fey Lords.
No matter how much of a genius Lin Shintong was, how could he mind it? How could he permit Yi Yun to wreak havoc in a territory he ruled over?
So you are the useless housekeeper of Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor.
Yi Yun roared with laughter. It's no wonder the motley crew looked like they were licking boots the moment you appeared. So you are the one who has been handing out the resources? Are you using Her Highness Soft Clouds' resources to develop your own faction? When Madame Bayun produces offspring, you can use these connections to pull over these good-for-nothings and come under a new master, right? Ha ha ha.
It could be said that Yi Yun spoke without any fear. When he said that, Marquis Bai Lin's expression turned livid. Everyone around had a change in expression, including Rain Numinous.
Her eyes focused on Yi Yun. Yi Yun's words had offended many.
Such things were understood, but never spoken. This was because Madame Bayun's background was too powerful. She was unable to be queen when she married the Blood King, so she could only be imperial noble consort. With most of Blood King Palace's resources provided to Jiang Xiao, allowing Marquis Bai Lin to handle finance was actually a form of compensation. This was a silent undertaking everyone knew, but Yi Yun had ruthlessly exposed it.
I must say that your sister's name sure is inauspicious.
Madame Bayun sounds like Madame Contraception One.
Yet she probably will not have offspring the rest of her life. The second half of Yi Yun's sentence was said with a voice transmission.
He was not afraid of Madame Contraception, but stirring trouble with her implicated the Blood King. It was not wise to say it in public.
You have a death wish. Yi Yun's words infuriated Marquis Bai Lin.
He never expected Yi Yun to be that arrogant. It was not a mere provocation anymore, for it was reason for him to kill Yi Yun.
Ah!
At that moment, Marquis Bai Lin's body emitted a roar. His lifeblood powers boiled as Azure Lifeblood manifested and an Azure WYRM phantom behind him. The Azure WYRM gyrated as it stirred the clouds and rain. The entire sky above the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor was covered with black clouds in a tempestuous manner.
One with an ant's strength dares fight a true dragon?
Yi Yun suddenly smacked down when he saw Marquis Bai Lin erupt his strength.
The palm brought with it the power of the heavenly Tao, making it as though the heavens were collapsing. Ka-cha!
The gathered clouds obviously could not withstand the smiting blow as they disintegrated apart. Even the WYRM behind Marquis Bai Lin that flailed its claws had vanished suddenly. It was as though it had experienced the greatest horror and was immediately sent into hiding.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The protective lifeblood defenses that protected Marquis Bai Lin appeared like shards of glass. They exploded and suppressed Marquis Bai Lin to the ground.
You!
The corners of Marquis Bai Lin's mouth seeped blood. His face was filled with horror, for he never expected Yi Yun to be so powerful.
Ah! Marquis Bai Lin roared out as strange blood patterns surfaced over his body.
It appeared like a particular family clan mystic art, but Yi Yun thought nothing of it. He continued exerting strength with his palm as Marquis Bai Lin's blood patterns exploded with cracking sounds. From the side, Rain Numinous watched in horror.
The Bai family's WYRM mystic art involved their distant ancestors' bloodlines.
Although Marquis Bai Lin was only able to reveal limited strength, it should not have been so easily cracked by Yi Yun.
Yi Yun's strength was just too terrifying.
He was probably approaching that of a quasi-godly monarch. As I mentioned before, Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's housekeeper should be changed. Look at you, not only do you cause a mess in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
All of you are nothing but trash to begin with, but you had the nerve to use your middling bloodline powers to fight me?
You made me think of you as an expert when you showcased your triple-tempered Fey core. From the looks of it, your triple-tempered Fey core is only for show, it has no bark.
Yi Yun kept shaking his head as Marquis Bai Lin struggled desperately. However, he remained held to the ground.
His flesh and blood was beginning to disintegrate, but he was unable to stand up while slumped on the ground.
It was an utter humiliation.
The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up as he said to Lin Shintong, "Shintong, shatter his Fey core."
All right.
Lin Shintong drew her sword. She could not be bothered with Marquis Bai Lin's identity. Yi Yun was her husband, and so only listened to him alone. Upon seeing Lin Shintong's cold gaze while showing no hesitation to deliver the blow, Marquis Bai Lin's expression changed.
Once a Fey core was destroyed, it was basically gone. Shut up.
The person who had spoken was Rain Numinous.
You can't touch him. Marquis Bai Lin had a powerful background.
Crippling him only meant immense trouble.
Yi Yun smiled.
Since Senior Rain is pleading on his behalf, I can spare him.
However, this person is too much of a good-for-nothing.
I don't think he's suitable to be housekeeper of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
Why don't you give the position to me?
Yi Yun said those words openly, causing the surroundings warriors to break out into cold sweat.
This Yi Yun was too domineering.
They originally saw Rain Numinous bring a human divine lord over and believed they could bully him.
Humans among Fae were like lambs encountering a pack of wolves. However, they never expected that Yi Yun was akin to a ferocious ancient Fae. All of them added up, together with Marquis Bai Lin, who was both powerful and a strong background, had been suppressed by Yi Yun. Rain Numinous gave Yi Yun a glance as she fell silent. She really did not like Yi Yun, finding him too arrogant. It was obvious that he had immense ambition and, with Xiaoro's unconditional trust in him, Rain Numinous was worried, afraid that he would fool Xiaoro. Was Xiaoro able to control such a brother? Of course, Rain Numinous also disliked Marquis Bai Lin. His savage ambition was basically obvious. Although Yi Yun might fool Jiang Xiaoro, he ultimately could still be genuine towards Xiaoro. As for the Marquis Bai Lin, it was already a given fact. Weighing the pros and cons, it was better if Yi Yun became a housekeeper. If he was made to give up his position because of his inferiority, Madame Bai Yun would not be able to say a word. Therefore, Rain Numinous chose not to say anything. Marquis Bai Lin insisted, "I'm a son of the Bai clan. If you dare maim me, the Bai clan will absolutely not spare you." "Oh? That frightens me."
Yi Yun scoffed as he gave Lin Shintong a glance.
"Satisfy him."
Without a word, Lin Shintong attacked immediately. The sword flashes were like 3 feet white silk as they stabbed straight into Marquis Bai Lin's Fey core.
Ah!
Marquis Bai Lin let out a bellow, but at that moment, Lin Shintong's sword had penetrated out his body.
There was no hesitation in her attack. Ding!
The sword had torn right through his flesh, stopping when the tip touched the Fey core. It was not because Lin Shintong had held back, but it was because Rain Numinous was holding down Lin Shintong's sword.
Rain Numinous was alarmed as well. This girl actually dared attack. If she had not intercepted the blow, Marquis Bai Lin would have been crippled. At that moment, Marquis Bai Lin was covered in sweat. At his position, being crippled was worse than death. Even if it was possible to exact revenge on Yi Yun, being crippled meant being crippled. There was no return. You, Marquis Bai Lin's lips trembled. From this day forth, the position of Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor's housekeeper shall be left to young Master Lin. Rain Numinous gave Yi Yun a deep, meaningful look as she said. Immediately, she sent a voice transmission into Yi Yun's ear. "I know you are ambitious, but Xiaoro trusts you greatly. If you cheat her, I'll absolutely not spare you." "Ambitious?" Yi Yun smiled. "I believe you are mistaken, Senior Rain. My ambition doesn't lie with the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. I wanted the position of housekeeper because I believe it makes things more convenient. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1637, Zhang Yuchan. Chapter 1637, Zhang Yuchan. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. What did you say?
Yi Yun's words stunned Rain Numinous. This punk had such an arrogant tone.
He was actually saying that his ambition did not lie in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins? What did this mean? Was he saying that the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was too tiny, that he wasn't impressed by it?
His sister could become crown designate, thus, Zhang Xiaoro might possibly become Ruins Empress one day.
That would make her one of the most honored persons in the Chaos Heavens. Above the Ruins Emperor, there were only figures like the Fey Patriarchs or Soul Patriarchs.
Many of those patriarchs had lived for hundreds of millions of years to billions of years. With such a sister, anyone would wish to use her as leverage to advance themselves, riding that advantage as high as they could. If they were talented, it was possible for them to receive the bloodline transplantation of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins to become a postnatal Fey. Although the Fey were not fond of postnatal Fey, since the idea had the sense of abandoning their own roots, thriving in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was impossible to do as a human. So what if one became a postnatal Fey in order to thrive? Furthermore, Zhang Xiaoro's trust in and feelings for Yi Yun would definitely result in her transplanting him with the best royal bloodline.
That would have been a huge opportunity for Yi Yun.
Despite having such a promising future to look forward to, Yi Yun seemed to think nothing of it.
This left Rain Numinous feeling displeased.
She felt that not only was Yi Yun ambitious, but that he was ridiculously ambitious.
If he did not think the Heaven Fey ancient ruins was good enough, was he thinking of becoming Ruins Emperor or the Fey Patriarch?
Yi Yun guessed at what Rain Numinous was thinking and said, "Senior Rain, I do not think much of this position as housekeeper, nor do I intend to use it to soar.
My stay here is firstly to refine pills and secondly to help my sister.
I wish to refine a special kind of pill.
This pill will be very beneficial to Sis Xiaoro.
I need the authority for the allocation of resources. If this was 15 minutes before, Yun's words would have caused him to be thrown out by Rain Numinous.
But it was different now.
A person's strength gave him the right to speak. Even if a person's strength was uncorrelated with their ability to refine pills. Rain Numinous said, I previously mentioned that there will be a competition of the Fey Altar spot in 2 years.
It will influence Sharo's future.
Although the Blood King has given a sizable amount of resources, using them would burn a hole in our pocket.
If you want to buy the things you want, it's unknown how expensive it will be. Yun laughed. The enhancement of bloodline cannot be bought for any price. Limited resources should be employed where they are needed most. So what if you have many guest mercenaries?
All they do is some chores or allow for a show of force by publicly announcing that you have 3,000 guest mercenaries.
It's all pointless. If one has redoubtable strength, why would one need to hire guest mercenaries?
Just one's title would make the populace submit to them. When the time comes, there will be people racking their brains, hoping to become Sis Sharo's servant. Upon hearing Yun's words, Rain Numinous was at a loss for words and was enraged.
Wasn't this obvious? Who didn't know that being strong was the best?
You might as well talk about breaking through to the godly monarch realm tomorrow.
What's the point in saying any of this?
If one's strength was unable to stand out among all the royal candidates, they could only compete using the power and size of the faction they could amass.
The stronger the faction, the more evident of a candidate's prestige and ability.
And being Ruin's emperor required the ability to rally the masses. Rain Numinous did not wish to be bothered with Yun any further, and Yun didn't care either.
He continued asking, what is the competition of the Fey Altar spot?
Rain Numinous could not be bothered to explain, but since it was not a secret in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, she said, in 2 years, the few top royalty clans in the Chaos Heavens will jointly hold a trial for the members of the royalty that tests them on every aspect.
At the end of the trial, not only will one's reputation be affected, the results will also influence the allocation of a mystic realm spots. All the Heaven Fey candidates for Crown Designate will be participating.
The disciples who obtain first place would receive handsome rewards, and one of them being the entry into the Fey Altar.
The Fey Altar is an altar that worships the heavens in one of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins' forbidden grounds.
Over the billions of years, the Heaven Fey ancient ruins has had many powerful Fey choose to die in there before their natural death.
The lifeblood powers that release upon their death continue lingering in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins' forbidden ground.
If one used a mystic technique to stir the powers, especially if it was a peerless genius, they could call upon the heavenly tribulation on the altar. That heavenly tribulation can reach up the 12th stage.
It is the most supreme heavenly tribulation that can temper one's body. This is a dream every prince or princess yearns for. However, the heavenly tribulation is too intense. If they aren't careful, they can end up completely annihilated. Sharo has cultivated for too short a time.
She is in need of such supreme heavenly tribulation body tempering.
This is also fundamental to the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. Yun's eyes lit up when Rain Numinous mentioned that. The supreme 12 heavenly tribulations.
He never expected such a prize.
Indeed.
Heavenly tribulations were something the Fey had to experience. It was not strange that there was such a reward. The peerless Fey geniuses would undergo a lifeblood heavenly tribulation to temper their body and obtain tremendous opportunities before they cultivated to become Fey thearchs.
Human divine lords could condense divine lord royal seals to enhance their strengths. But for Fey lords, they similarly had to temper their Fey cores.
The number of temperings corresponded to the number of divine lord royal seals condensed. It was difficult to tell which was better. And under such circumstances, peerless Fey geniuses had an additional aspect of heavenly tribulation. It was something humans lacked. This was also why, among the top races in the Chaos Heavens, humans were especially repressed by the Fey.
Yun's body tempering was in dire need of a heavenly tribulation.
His Dragon Emperor bloodline had only experienced a heavenly tribulation once in the sinkhole, but it was only a quasi-heavenly tribulation.
It was artificial and was far weaker than the Heavenly Tao's heavenly tribulation.
If he were to experience the 12 heavenly tribulations, the benefits were obvious. However, it was impossible for the Fey to allow humans to enter their Fey altar.
Regardless, he had to help Jiang Sharo win that spot first. If not, there was no chance at all. Rain Numinous said, Young Master Lin, you are Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's housekeeper.
There are many of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor resources which you can allocate, but the things you need will not be affordable even if you bankrupt it. As for the rest, you could apply for them from the Blood King.
Yun smiled.
Senior Rain, I did not say that all the resources are to be paid for by Soft Clouds Mountain Manor.
I will also be earning large amounts of wealth in the coming days.
Perhaps when the time comes, Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor might not need to come up with much of it. Upon hearing that, Rain Numinous was left speechless. To buy that much precious items, anything less than 1,000 or 2,000 chaos crystals was insufficient. What did Yun have that could allow him to earn that much? Rain Numinous could not be bothered wasting her breath on him when she saw how confident he was. If one was able to earn that much wealth in a short period of time, even the various Fae Thearchs in Heaven Fae City would be far inferior to them. Even the Blood King was inferior to that. I'll leave you to your own devices. Rain Numinous walked off and left the numerous mercenaries looking at Yun in apprehension. Take me to the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's storehouse, said Yun. Being in charge of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's resources was a manifestation of his power as housekeeper.
Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's storehouse is on marquee by Lin's hand. That ring with swirling clouds, said a mercenary.
The storehouse was brought around by the housekeeper, but an inventory check had to be made every day.
Every item that entered and taken out was recorded.
Yun beckoned his hand, causing the ring in marquee by Lin's hand to fly into his hand. Marquis by Lin was filled with hatred, but he did not dare resist. Instead, he took the initiative to wipe off the mental imprint in the ring. If Yun were to wipe it off by force, it would damage his psyche severely.
Audit the accounts. Yun went straight to the auditing room.
He knew that Marquis by Lin's accounts were definitely faked. It would not surprise him if Marquis by Lin had siphoned off many resources while he was housekeeper of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. However, this was likely something Rain Numinous knew very well. It was just unknown how much he had siphoned off. Yun did not plan on using this to put Marquis by Lin to death since his appointment as housekeeper was a form of compensation to consort by Yun.
It was not necessary to audit the accounts. All Yun wanted to do was ensure that the accounts were square, that they matched the records. The Soft Clouds Mountain Manor's reserves were nothing impressive. All the various treasures within when converted to Chaos Crystal amounted to about 50. It was identical to the records. Even though Marquis by Lin had faked the accounts, he did not siphon off things that were clearly recorded in the books.
50 Chaos Crystals. It can be used to buy a few treasured herbs, but it would not be enough to buy Fae cores of powerful Fae or celestial blood. And to earn that many resources in a short period of time, even an alchemy the arch or a godly monarch-ranked crystal refinement grandmaster would find it difficult. Yun was pondering over the matter when a voice transmission talisman lit up in front of him. It was sent by Zhang Xiao. She had informed the Treasure Fae Pagoda to spread the news that a Fae the Arch was purchasing some treasures. An ancient Fae clan had produced one of them, Golden Feather Immortal Pistol.
Yun was delighted.
Only he knew that to receive news this fast was probably not as simple as Zhang Xiao had depicted. The Golden Feather Immortal Pistol was offered for 12 Chaos Crystals. According to Yun's understanding of market prices, it was considered cheap. Perhaps the ancient Fae clan had the intention to befriend the Blood King. In the following days, Yun took up residence in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. In the backyard of Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, there was an even smaller yard.
When Yun first entered that yard, he was hit by countless memories.
The yard was identical to the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor in the Tian Yuan world. He knew very well that this tiny area was probably Zhang Xiao's final bastion of peace. When she was exhausted both in body and mind from her battles in the Chaos Heavens, she would come here to calm her mind and rest. Behind this is Her Highness's residence. Her Highness had specially left such a place when Soft Clouds Mountain Manor was built. It was renovated into such a garden.
A Fae maidservant explained as she guided Yun.
Being new here, although many people did not like him because of his overbearing and violent nature, they had to show him fear and respect. Now, all the maidservants in Soft Clouds Mountain Manor shuddered in fear when they saw him.
In the coming days, Zhang Xiao also frequently came to the yard.
In her spare time, she would have tea, play chess, and chat with Yun and Lin Shintong. They led warm and calm days like mortals.
It was a happy time. Yuner, Shintong, try this.
This tea is brewed using Fae spirit fruits and 10,000-year-old spring water from the deepest lakes and boiled with a 1,000-year fire plume. It has a very unique taste. Zhang Xiao personally poured the tea for Yun and Lin Shintong. Although the maidservant pretended to ignore this scene, she felt mixed emotions. Her Highness Soft Clouds had deep feelings for this brother of hers. She had been serving the manor for more than a century, but she had never seen Zhang Xiao appear so close to anyone. Of course, if the Blood King came, Zhang Xiao would naturally show respect and love, but she would not look as relaxed. I definitely have to taste what Sis Xiao extols so much, said Yun with a smile.
At this moment, a voice transmission talisman suddenly flew to Zhang Xiao's side.
She hesitated for a moment before her expression changed slightly.
What is it, Sis Xiao?
I had arranged the Treasure Fey Pagoda to purchase the herbs, but the Liu Yuan clan, which had agreed to sell us the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol, has gone back on their word. They plan on participating in an auction which sells their clan's treasures. The Golden Feather Immortal Pistol will be one of the highlights of the auction.
Oh? Yun pricked up his brows. An auction?
Over the past few days, Yun gained some understanding of the Liu Yuan clan because of the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol. It was not a huge clan, but at its level, it was completely inadequate to privately hold an auction.
Where's the auction venue? Asked Yun.
9 Tribulations Veranda, said Zhang Xiaoro. She had a general idea what Yun was suspecting. She added, 9 Tribulations Veranda is a faction under the Luo King.
The Luo King's grandson, Zhang Yuchan, is the 16th prince. In the Heaven Fei ancient ruins, only acknowledged princes and princesses were ranked according to age. The others were not even qualified to be given a ranking. The Heaven Fei ancient ruins had so many princes and princesses, but there were fewer than 40 who actually ranked. With Zhang Xiaoro ranked 19th, Zhang Yuchan had the advantage over Zhang Xiaoro in the competition of being crown designate.
The main reason was that the Luo King had greater qualifications than the Blood King. Although the Blood King was powerful, he had returned to the Chaos Heavens for less than 1,000 years. However, the Luo King had been in power for 1,000,000 years. He had 3 main estates under him, the 9 Tribulations Veranda, Fey Blood Plains, and a large manor garden north of the city. Among the 3, the Fey Blood Plains had the highest income. Zhang Xiaoro said, the 9 Tribulations Veranda auction will be held about 3 days from now. I'm planning on letting store manager Yuchi to attend. Forget it.
Don't bother going. Yun said.
Since he was Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor's housekeeper, he had a general understanding of the resources her competitors had.
Zhang Yuchan's grandfather, the Luo King, was not on good terms with the Blood King.
It could even be said that they had a grudge. Back when the Blood King's talent was nothing to brag about, his mother had died from a scheming plot. Due to his lacking strength, he could only tolerate it. Later, he became a Fey the Arch and returned for revenge. Most of the people who participated in the plot to kill his mother were killed. And among them was the Luo King's mother, who had some involvement in the plot. However, there was insufficient evidence and the Luo King's mother had a significant background, so the matter was left at that. As such, it was obvious how intense the competition between Zhang Xiaoro and Zhang Yuchan was. There was a vendetta from both generations.
Under such circumstances, wouldn't Zhang Yuchan get someone to bid up the prices on anything Zhang Xiaoro wanted to purchase?
Especially the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol. It was also very useful to him, so it would not be a loss if he managed to purchase it.
Yun said, since the 9 Tribulations Veranda is Zhang Yuchan's territory, it will cost us at least 30 Chaos Crystals even if we win the bidding war.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1638, Meeting the Fey the Arch. Chapter 1638, Meeting the Fey the Arch. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Zhang Xiaoro had guessed at what Yun had to say too. The biggest conglomerate in the Heaven Fei city was the Treasure Fei Pagoda, and the 9 Tribulations Veranda only barely ranked in the top 5. But in terms of auctions, the 9 Tribulations Veranda was the Treasure Fei Pagoda's equal. The Treasure Fei Pagoda typically only auctioned their own treasures.
They sold large quantities, but the average price was slightly lower.
As for the 9 Tribulations Veranda, they only auctioned top treasures.
But Yuner, this Golden Feather Immortal Pistol is rare to begin with.
If we were to miss it this time, it doesn't matter. It's just a Golden Feather Immortal Pistol. Even if Zhang Yuchan didn't came knocking on my door, I would have gone to him. I never expected him to be the one who initiated it. Sis Xiaoro, don't worry. In less than 5 days, I will make Zhang Yuchan hand over the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol to me obediently, and even compensate me with some resources. Zhang Xiaoro was taken aback when she heard Yun. If she did not know Yun so well, she would have believed that he was bragging. Yuner, what do you plan on doing? Are you planning on trouncing Zhang Yuchan directly and snatching the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol from him? You are a human after all. I won't be able to protect you if you were to storm the Luo King Palace.
Yun chuckled and said, Sis Xiaoro, don't worry.
How could I incriminate myself? My strength is still lacking, so I'll have to abide by the rules of Heaven Fei City as I act. The Blood King has a vendetta with the Luo King, so as long as I abide by the rules, they can do nothing about me. Zhang Xiaoro nodded. On this matter, her father was definitely standing on Yun's side.
While Zhang Xiao was discussing with Yi Yun, Rain Numinous had already recorded all that Yi Yun had done the past few days into a voice transmission talisman before sending it to the Blood King. The Blood King paid a lot of attention to Zhang Xiao.
Rain Numinous would report Zhang Xiao's performance to him at fixed intervals.
And this time, with the sudden appearance of Yi Yun, she naturally had to report everything about her human brother in detail.
Of course, Rain Numinous was not fond of Yi Yun. Her report was filled with veiled criticism, but of course, the so-called criticisms were facts.
For example, Yi Yun's request for Zhang Xiao to help him obtain resources, buying him massive amounts of herbs to refine the myriad form Shura pill.
Another example was despite Yi Yun being powerful, he was arrogant.
He acted in a domineering manner, and had repressed numerous mercenaries the moment he arrived at Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor. His tone was condescending and he had trounced Marquis Bai Lin, snatching his position as housekeeper. After doing all of that and snatching the position of housekeeper, he had claimed that his ambition lay beyond the Heaven Fei ancient ruins, that it was too small for his development.
Yet, Zhang Xiao thought very highly of Yi Yun.
It made Rain Numinous worried that Yi Yun's status as a human would give others a reason to attack and scheme against Zhang Xiao. When the voice transmission flare extinguished, a towering figure who sat on a Fey bone throne was pondering over something. Other than what Rain Numinous had to say, he even knew that Yi Yun had insulted Lady Bai Yun by calling her infertile. Marquis Bai Lin had already complained about this to his sister, and it was obvious how angry Lady Bai Yun was.
How could the Blood King not know of that?
Even though he appreciated Yi Yun's talent, his disrespect to Lady Bai Yun made the Blood King slightly unhappy despite him being aware of the Lady Bai Yun's cheap tricks.
Regardless of what she plotted, she was still Yi Yun's senior. Blood King was also worried that Yi Yun was exploiting Zhang Xiao. With this in mind, the man flicked a voice transmission talisman. Purple flames tore through the void and flew towards Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor. Zhang Xiao was still discussing the matter about Zhang Yuchan when she received the shimmering purple voice transmission talisman. Zhang Xiao's heart palpitated. "Yuner, my father wishes to meet you." "All right."
Yi Yun answered immediately. Clearly, this turn of events was within his expectations. The Blood King Palace was situated in the middle of Heaven Fei City. It spanned 5 kilometers and was extremely opulent. However, the Blood King seldom stayed in the Blood King Palace. His cultivation grounds were on a spirit mountain north of the city.
This spirit mountain stood straight like a sword, stabbing straight into the clouds.
The peak was perennially covered in snow, and it was surrounded by steep cliffs hundreds of thousands of feet, making it seem untraversable. At the peak of the mountain, there was a tiny lake that never froze.
Seated cross-legged in the lake's pavilion was a black-robed man.
In front of him was a zither.
The snowy mountains, the shimmering lake, the pavilion, the clear, blue skies, seemed like a picturesque scene.
However, despite the vista, the black-robed man was playing a tune filled with murderous vibes. It left one's blood boiling. Yi Yun stood in front of the Blood King and faced the murderous tones.
At that instant, Yi Yun felt as though he was inside a mystic realm's desert.
He was facing countless heretic demons who were brandishing their swords.
This was the Blood King's Tao. Yi Yun came to a realization.
Back when the Blood King left the Heaven Fei royalty, he had joined the battle in the Mystic Realm battlefield alone. He went through many life and death situations, slaughtering enemies for thousands of years, almost to the point of having a deviation. This forged his indestructible killing Tao. Of course, if the Blood King had not entered the Tian Yuan world later and led a peaceful life with Zhang Xiao's mother that slowly quenched his zealous killing intent, he was bound to proceed further down the path of killing, until he was controlled by it, losing himself in the process. It was also for this reason that despite Zhang Xiao's mother being of ordinary birth, she was his only love. Now, the Blood King's zither tunes were filled with his killing Tao. Ordinary warriors would probably lose themselves if they listened too intently to the zither tunes and got immersed.
Zhang. 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 The zither tunes attacked Yi Yun like swords.
Although they could be described as remnant blasts previously, they were now aimed at Yi Yun.
At that instant, Yi Yun felt that he was facing a Shura hell. The zither music also inundated Yi Yun like a roaring sea of blood.
At that instant, countless figures emerged from the blood of sea fey dragons that spread their wings in flight, roaring lions and tigers, and countless blood-refined soldiers who brandished their spears or swords of blood. All of them rushed at Yi Yun like an entire battalion of soldiers. The surging force was enough to make one confused and lose themselves. The Blood King is indeed strong, much stronger than Golden-Winged Celestial Pang. For the Blood King to go from having mediocre talent to forging a killing Tao without losing himself before returning to the Heaven Fei ancient ruins as a Fei the Arch, he was definitely someone not to be messed with. However, Yi Yun's experiences were equally extraordinary. Although he was young, he had experienced countless dangers over the years. The situations he had been placed in had far exceeded many godly monarchs. He had refined a heavenly Tao fragment to become his divine Lord Royal Seal. Even while inside the Blood King's killing Tao, he was able to easily extricate himself. Ha! Ian's eyes widened suddenly as his gaze gathered the heavenly Tao, manifesting it into something material before releasing it like thousands of arrows. The blood mist shadows were penetrated by Ian's gaze again and again. Bam! 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 The blood mist dissipated as Ian's eyes shone with a crystalline shimmer. The Blood King's zither tunes came to a sudden halt. Greetings, Blood King, I'm Ian. Ian took a step forward and bowed at the Blood King. The Blood King opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Ian. Ian continued maintaining his bow. The Blood King was Zhang Xiaoro's birth father and was a man who wore his heart on his sleeve. He had kept his promise, so Ian was very respectful towards the Blood King. The Blood King stood up as his hawk-like eyes sized up Ian several times before saying, "A young person's abilities must be respected." The Blood King's loud voice resounded through the mountain peak. After learning of what Ian had done, the Blood King wanted to test him. If he was that arrogant without ability, the Blood King planned on teaching him a good lesson. With the killing tune, the Blood King did not use all his strength since he was afraid of injuring Ian, but it was definitely not something an ordinary young junior could withstand. He had done so with the plan to take him down a peg, but he never imagined Ian to withstand it in such a composed manner. This impressed the Blood King. The young man was both horrifying in state of mind and strength. He found it hard to imagine that his daughter would know of a brother in a mortal world who could come this far. He was definitely not some run-of-the-mill warrior. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and his future achievements could only go higher. He had the right to be arrogant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1639, Fey Bloodplanes. Chapter 1639, Fey Bloodplanes. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Father, this is my younger brother, Yuner. He has cultivated for less than 1,000 years, Zhang Xiaoro hurriedly informed the Blood King. Having seen the Blood King testing Ian, she was worried that Ian had been injured. She quickly tried to protect him. The Blood King looked at Zhang Xiaoro in exasperation as he said with a little jealousy, "Roar, does he need your protection? Why don't you take a look at those mercenaries of yours at Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor? All of them have been repressed by him. Even Marquis Bai Lin has returned to hide in the Bai family to be away from his hostile edge. Even against me, he easily resolved my attempt to take him down a peg. Do you think he has suffered at all?" Upon hearing the Blood King's words, Zhang Xiaoro laughed happily. Ian had done so naturally because of his powerful abilities. She was obviously happy about him being strong. Senior Blood King. Ian cupped his fists. I would like to borrow some resources to purchase some precious herbs to refine the myriad form Shura pill. This pill will also be of great help to Sis Xiaoro. However, these herbs are overly rare. They can only be purchased under the Treasure Fey Pagoda's name, but even that influence is limited. Only a golden feather immortal pistol has been found to date. Senior Blood King, allow me to be so presumptuous as to seek your permission of releasing a Fey the Archdecree, listing out the treasured herbs that require purchasing across the entire Fey race. After Ian said that, he bowed again. Just the Treasure Fey Pagoda's name alone was insufficient. Many big family clans did not heed it. Although the Treasure Fey Pagoda was the biggest conglomerate, there was always the second and third biggest conglomerate behind it. All the Treasure Fey Pagoda did was take up 20% of the market transactions volume. Furthermore, Heaven Fey City still had the biggest martial coliseum, the biggest intelligence organization, the biggest bank, the biggest beast coliseum, biggest security company, and biggest crystal refinement master association, etc. Every faction that led a particular domain was independently not weaker than the Treasure Fey Pagoda. Furthermore, the Crystal Refinement Master Association had greater influence than the Treasure Fey Pagoda. The Treasure Fey Pagoda itself was not enough to make everyone heed their requests. However, the result would be different if it was done in the Blood King's name. Even in all of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, the Blood King was one of the strongest Fey thearchs. You are even pulling me into your plans. The Blood King looked at Ian, his eyes flashing with a glint. This punk sure is arrogant. Typically, even young juniors who had very good relationships with Zhang Xiaoro would be shuddering in fear while standing before him. Yet, Ian was daring enough to make such a direct request. Furthermore, the things Ian wanted were practically priceless. After the Blood King announced a Fey the Archdecree, the family clans would produce the items to gain his favor. As such, the Blood King would be indebted to them.
You previously mentioned to Rain Numinous that you will earn the chaos crystals needed by yourself?
The Blood King looked at Yi Yun.
Yi Yun said, I'll probably only be able to earn 1,000 or 2 chaos crystals.
I do not dare guarantee earning more than that.
1,000 or 2 chaos crystals?
The Blood King laughed. I believe I don't have to be Blood King any further.
I should just give you my title.
Earning 1,000 or 2 chaos crystals in such a short span of time.
Do you know that the entire Treasure Fae Pagoda's annual profits only amounts to 1,000 chaos crystals? And I only take a 40% cut. The Treasure Fae Pagoda did not fully belong to the Blood King.
It was simply placed under his control. He also had other estates aside from the Treasure Fae Pagoda. Furthermore, the expenses incurred by the Blood King's subordinates, together with what he required for cultivation, resulted in great expenditures.
He was only getting a stable income at the moment.
Yi Yun said, the materials needed for the myriad form Shura pill are just too precious. My imploring of you to announce a Fae the Archdecree is already an unreasonable demand. I have to prove my strength after all.
In addition, I might clash with the Luo King's son, Zhang Yuchan. I hope you would be able to hold down the situation for me. The Luo King.
A cold glint flashed in the Blood King's eyes.
Don't worry and go ahead with it. As long as it's within the rules of the Heaven Fae City, I guarantee you that no one will try anything against you. All right. Yi Yun nodded. With your promise, I'll be able to carry out my plans with an easy heart. There was not much idle talk when warriors met.
After Yi Yun achieved his goals, he led Jiang Xiao away immediately. The first place he came to after his departure was the Fey Blood Plains. The Fey Blood Plains was a faction under the Luo King's control. The Luo King had 3 main estates under his name: 9 Tribulations Veranda, Fey Blood Plains, and City North Manor. Among the 3 estates, the Fey Blood Plains was the most important one.
The annual income of the Fey Blood Plains was Treasure Fae Pagoda's equal or more. The Fey Blood Plains was also the biggest beast coliseum in Heaven Fae City. The Fey were bellicose and good at battle.
Every viewing of an intense battle made ardor and zeal course through their blood. Therefore, the biggest beast coliseum had countless visitors every day. Just the entrance tickets were a huge form of income.
It's here, the Fey Blood Plains.
The Fey Blood Plains was a kilometer wide. The spectator stands were built 1,000 feet tall.
It easily accommodated millions of audiences. Just Yi Yun's arrival at the Fey Blood Plains made him hear resounding beast roars. It left his lifeblood churning. This Fey Blood Plains is like the ancient Roman Colosseum of my previous life, but the battling opponent is a powerful Fey beast. With this in mind, Yi Yun paid the entrance fee with Zhang Xiao and entered the Fey Blood Plains. Every battle in the Fey Blood Plains would allow for betting on the battle's outcome. This was the Fey Blood Plains' biggest source of annual income. Yuner, are you planning on betting that you would win, so as to bankrupt Zhang Yuchan? Zhang Xiao asked. Yi Yun shook his head. The Fey Blood Plains isn't dumb. That method won't work. The Fey Blood Plains limited a person's bet. It could not exceed 10 chaos crystals.
Furthermore, the Fey Blood Plains would calculate neutral payoffs according to the betting situation.
No matter which side won, the Fey Blood Plains would earn without losing anything. It was completely impractical to try and win boatloads of money.
Yi Yun found the seats of honor right in front before sitting down with a wide, open stance. At that moment, a Fey Lord was battling a red hoe. The red hoe was 1,000 feet tall.
Its body was covered in fur that seemed to be in flames.
Its fangs were 100 feet long, easily capable of tearing through dozens of people. As for the Fey Lord, he was not the typical run-of-the-mill warrior. His Fey core had been tempered once, with the second tempering more than half done. But even so, he was not the red hoe's match at all.
He was sent retreating. Warriors would typically lose to the Fey Beast in the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins Beast Coliseum. Of course, the Fey Beast's payoff was even lower. Sometimes, even if one won, the return was about 10 or 20%. With the Fey Lord being forced into a retreat, the red hoe suddenly released a blob of bloody mist. It arrived in front of the warrior like a flash of lightning. It sent him flying as its sharp fangs penetrated the Fey Lord's body. Pwah! The Fey Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood as he flew out. He was heavily injured. Entering the Fey Blood Plains arena was very risky, but of course, the income was good. The Fey Beast wins. The referee announced the outcome as the Fey Lord was taken away. A large number of people were cheering in the audience, while a number of people tore apart their betting tickets in anger. Why didn't it bite him to death? That trash. He's only fit to be the Fey Beast's feed.
Some people cursed him in the audience stands for they had just lost money.
Yuner, what are your plans?
Simple, mess things up directly, Yi Yun said as he leaped into the arena. His act of revenge against Jiang Yuchan was extremely direct and brutal.
Oh? What are you doing? Are you a contestant?
The referee was somewhat stunned to have someone suddenly jump out.
The Fey Bloodplains contestants needed to register, fill in their particulars, indicating their name, race, and realm before entering the arena. However, Yi Yun had stepped into the arena directly.
In fact, this was quite commonplace. After all, Fey warriors were a bellicose bunch of people. Stirred as spectators, they would charge straight up into the arena to fight. And such people were mostly rasher ones. They typically lost terribly when the fight began. "I'm a contestant now," said Yi Yun simply.
"I won't take the gladiator fee. Let's fight immediately."
"You don't want the gladiator fee?"
The referee was taken aback. With the odds in the Fey Beast's favor, the Fey Bloodplains would offer quite a sizable gladiator fee to have more contestants participate.
It started off with 1,500 refined ores for Fey Lords and above.
And yet, this person did not even want the gladiator fee. That was something good for them.
Clearly, the fellow was rash.
Yi Yun revealed his cultivation level.
It was also a rule of the Fey Bloodplains.
He's a Royal Seal Divine Lord.
Oh?
He's actually human. A human that has only condensed a single Divine Lord Royal Seal dares join our Fey Beast Coliseum?
He has a death wish.
I bet 1,000 kilograms of refined ores that he will lose. The Fey ostracized humans quite significantly.
Immediately, many people threw out the refined ores in their interspatial rings, betting that Yi Yun would lose. There were even some Fey warriors who bet that he would die. The Fey Bloodplains allowed for one to bet on death. Those who were too weak could end up being killed by the Fey Beast before even throwing the towel. It was all very common. The payoffs constantly changed as people placed their bets on the Fey Beast.
The payoff for Yi Yun also began rising.
Yi Yun held his hands to his back as he watched this scene with a faint smile. He noticed that Jiang Xiaoro had already sent a voice transmission. She had probably arranged for a few people to bet on Yi Yun's victory. Yi Yun thought nothing of it as the income would only lead to a few chaos crystals. In fact, when Jiang Xiaoro's entered the betting fray, Yi Yun's payoff rapidly fell due to the injection of massive amounts of chaos crystals on his victory. Jiang Xiaoro had bet a total of 50 chaos crystals.
A chaos crystal was about 5,000 kilograms of refined ores.
To most divine lords, the usual currency was only limited to refined ores. Chaos crystals were very rare. Back when Yi Yun robbed Shaman Xian, he had only found about 10 plus chaos crystals from his ring.
Yuner, you shouldn't show off your edge at the beginning. Make it seem like you are barely winning.
That way, the payoffs won't drop that fast.
If our luck is good, we can earn another bet or two. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoro's voice transmission sounded in Yi Yun's ears. There's no need. Yi Yun shook his head. Someone has already noticed me.
Yi Yun sensed that the Fey Bloodplains staff had secretly sent out voice transmission talismans after carefully observing him. Injecting large amounts of chaos crystals to bet on his victory would naturally win the attention of the Fey Bloodplains. The speed at which they reacted was faster than Yi Yun had imagined. From the looks of it, betting on the outcome could only be done once. It did not allow for him to earn much.
Jiang Yuchan's intelligence gathering is pretty good.
From the moment I entered Soft Cloud's mountain manor, reports of me were likely in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1640, Outright Snatching. Chapter 1640, Outright Snatching. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
At that moment, in Yuchan Manor north of the city a few hundred kilometers away, a group of young men and women were sitting around a long table. Placed on the table were ambrosia jade dew, spirit tea, and immortal fruits. Sitting at the seat of honor was a man in a colorful attire. It was weaved by countless feathers. He was none other than Jiang Yuchan, descendant of the Luo king. At the banquet Jiang Yuchan hosted, the attendants were all princes and princesses who lacked sufficient strength, resulting in them having to depend on Jiang Yuchan. There were also capable people from all walks of life, top geniuses, and quasi-godly monarch senior experts. These people shared common interests with Yuchan Manor, so they had the intention of aiding Jiang Yuchan in attaining the spot of crown prince. At that moment, a flame lit up in front of Jiang Yuchan.
Oh?
Jiang Xiaoro pricked up his brows as a strange glint flashed in his eyes.
Jiang Xiaoro actually appeared in the Fey Bloodplains.
Zhang Yuchan's words immediately made many people cast their gazes over.
What is she doing in the Fey bloodplains? Did she bring along that brother of hers?
A middle-aged man asked. He was dressed in white robes which were embroidered with stars. It looked like the pattern contained some mystical law, and he was a guest elder of the Luo king, Zhang Yuebai. Zhang Yuebai was also of royal blood, but his lineage was very far from the direct line. It was extremely hard for him to make a name for himself with his birthright, but he had both talent and opportunities, allowing him to cultivate into a quasi-Fey the Arch. Zhang Yuchan chuckled and said, "Teacher, how wise of you."
It is indeed the case. As Zhang Yuchan had received Zhang Yuebai's guidance in his younger days, he addressed him as teacher. Zhang Xiaorou's brother seems to be named Lin Yun. He probably went to the Fey bloodplains as a show of force.
It's likely because of the golden feather immortal pistol. Zhang Yuchan sipped the wine in his cup as he stood up. A derisive smile curved across the corners of his lips. A guest beneath him echoed, "I heard that this Lin Yun made the treasure Fey pagoda gather a bunch of treasured herbs on his behalf. They are staggeringly valuable herbs. How can Her Highness Soft Clouds be able to buy so much for him? He's probably feeling anxious and hopes to win some chaos crystal at Your Highness Yuchan's Fey bloodplains."
He wishes to win at my Fey bloodplains? Zhang Yuchan shook his head with a laugh. Gambling was a losing enterprise. As the house, how could he lose when the Fey bloodplains could dynamically control the payoff rates?
If he wishes to win some funds by betting on himself, then the scale he is working at is way too disappointing. If I just let him earn large amounts of chaos crystals at the Fey bloodplains, I can forget about my title.
Let's go.
I am curious to see what act my beloved sister is putting up.
Zhang Yuchan got up and walked towards Heaven Fey City. Everyone present were experts.
Even without flying, just a casual stroll would allow them to traverse space quickly.
Hundreds of kilometers was nothing. Meanwhile, in the Fey bloodplains arena, Yi Yun stood with his arms behind his back.
In front of him was a flaming red hoe.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Shouts reverberated from the surrounding stands. They were filled with gusto.
Many a time, the weaker Fey with thinner bloodlines showed more contempt and racism towards humans. From their point of view, the Beast Colosseum was a battlefield for Fey. It was a contest of bodies and the powers of lifeblood. Human warriors were not qualified to do battle here. Rip him up.
Tear. A Fey warrior shouted at the top of his lungs. It would be such a pity if this punk with smooth skin and tender meat were to die.
He might as well be eaten by me.
The Fey warrior said all sorts of things like this, but all Yi Yun paid attention to was the betting situation. The payoff rates no longer moved, indicating that whoever wanted to bet had bet.
Earning a few dozen chaos crystals was better than not earning anything. Zhang Yuchan must have received the news and is likely rushing here. Zhang Xiaorou sent Yi Yun a voice transmission. Yi Yun thought nothing of it. He looked at the red hoe in front of him and grinned. "I'll use you as my opening gambit." The red hoe let out a prolonged roar.
In order to allow the spectators to place their bets, it had been restrained for a full 15 minutes. It was now fully enraged. At that moment, the restraints on the red hoe's yuan qi were released. Roar! The red hoe leaped up into the sky, blotting out the sun like a tiny mountain. Its churning lifeblood forces surged down at Yi Yun like a spate of molten steel.
The ground even melted as a result of the lifeblood's pressure. Lifeblood transmuted into fire? The Fey were not completely incapable of comprehending laws.
Just as how humans would not completely abandon body tempering, this red hoe was an ancient Fey with fire affinity. Its lifeblood had transmuted into a flaming cage that enveloped Yi Yun.
At that instant, Yi Yun flipped his hand as the gigantic black ascending dragon cauldron floated above his hand.
He held it with one hand as he took a step forward. The space beneath his feet turned chaotic as Yi Yun's figure seemed to distort.
Boom!
The lifeblood flames smashed down, burning through Yi Yun, who seemed to be just standing there. However, he subsequently vanished.
An after image.
Simultaneously, Yi Yun had appeared behind the red hoe like a ghost. He held the ascending dragon cauldron and smashed it downwards like a heavy star. At that instant, all of Yi Yun's lifeblood boiled over as the Dragon Emperor's phantom surfaced behind him. The churning and violent powers surged downwards maniacally.
Ka-cha!
A loud crack resounded throughout the Fey bloodplains. It sounded like thunder, but it was the sound of cracking bones. Everyone watched with their own eyes as the gigantic red hoe's back curved into a strange depression. Blood splattered as the ascending dragon cauldron in Yi Yun's hand had been dyed a deep red by the Fey blood. The red hoe's spine had been broken by Yi Yun's smash. Everyone widened their eyes.
The lifeblood powers that erupted from Yi Yun left their hearts palpitating. All the hundreds of thousands of spectators around whose cultivation level was below that of Fey Lord felt that their lifeblood were being stirred, as though it would tear out of their bodies. Even their heartbeats were resonating with Yi Yun's lifeblood. This human had actually cultivated his body? Furthermore, it had reached such a state. As they reeled in shock, they saw Yi Yun shake his hand, pulling out a golden chain from his interspatial ring. The chain was covered in complicated array patterns. This was a Fey chaining lock? Before anyone could react to Yi Yun's taking out of the chain, they saw him wrap the Fey chaining lock around the Red Ho's neck. The array patterns were activated. The Red Ho struggled frantically, but it could not rid itself of the shackles. If this were any other time, just a Fey chaining lock would naturally not be enough to hold down the Red Ho. But at that moment, its spine had been broken by Yi Yun. Not only so, Yi Yun had released his potent Dragon Emperor bloodline which suppressed it into a shuddering state. It knew deep down that the terrifying human had strength far above itself. He could even easily determine its life and death. Retrieve. Just as the Red Ho was showing apprehension in battle, Yi Yun took out a Fey Beast bag and threw the Red Ho in. The Fey Beast bag was a treasure used by the Heaven Fey ancient ruins to capture Fey Beasts. Yi Yun had prepared several bags before coming to the Fey blood plains. Each bag was of excellent quality. After the Fey Beast bag sealed the Ho, Yi Yun immediately conjured array patterns to seal it, preventing any escape from the Fey Beast bag. In a few seconds, the Fey Beast bag shrank to the size of a palm. Immediately following that, Yi Yun's fingers tapped gently, tearing apart the void. A spatial passageway appeared as Yi Yun threw the Fey Beast bag in, sending it off. It was gone. Upon seeing this situation play out, the hundreds of thousands of spectators were dumbfounded. What was going on? The human punk had made a gigantic Red Ho vanish in a blink of an eye. No. To be precise, it had been captured. Furthermore, he had sent the captured Fey Beast away. In the Fey Bloodplains arena, the battle between the warriors and Fey Beasts could lead to death. All of them had to sign a liability waiver prior to the battle. No one was responsible regardless of any deaths. However, they never expected the human to do something as unexpected as he did. Yi Yun did not kill the Fey Beast, but instead captured it on his first trip to the Fey Bloodplains. He was actually using the Fey Bloodplains as a venue to capture Fey Beasts. Once one entered the Fey Bloodplains arena, life and death depended on their own abilities. As long as one could win, any method could be used. No one had made the rule that a live capture was disallowed. Wasn't a live capture also considered a win? Why? Why did he capture the Red Ho? Many Fey warriors felt as though they had eaten a fly. A live capture was much harder than killing. They originally believed that the human was courting death, but they never expected his strength to reach such a remarkable realm. However, why did he go through all that effort? It was clear that he could easily win. Is he flaunting his strength? Many people were rendered speechless. The human punk was too arrogant. But he did have the right to be arrogant. Zhang Xiaoro laughed inwardly when she heard the discussions of the people around her. Flaunting his strength was just a figment of their imagination. His live capture of the Fey Beast was obviously to sell it off. A live Fey Beast was worth several times a dead one. Yi Yun was outright snatching from the Fey Bloodplains. However, he had signed a waiver, so the snatching could not be considered theft. After all, it was the Fey Bloodplains' fault for enforcing the rule of a liability waiver before fighting in the arena. Instead of straight-up killing, it was better captured alive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1641, Messing Things Up. Chapter 1641, Messing Things Up. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. And at that moment, Zhang Yuchan was walking with more than 20 people towards the Fey Bloodplains from the north of Heaven Fey City. Zhang Yuebai and Zhang Yuchan walked right in front, while his guest mercenaries were reeling in excitement behind. Your Highness. Although our Fey Bloodplains is a beast coliseum, letting two warriors fight in the arena is not a violation of the rules, right? I really wish to face that Lin Yun in battle and see what he amounts to, said a stocky man. Zhang Yuchan glanced at the Fey Lord and said, combat between warriors is the business of a martial coliseum. That's Third Brother's business, so it's best we do not overstep our boundaries. What a pity. However, just using Fey beasts against that punk would be sufficient. Who knows, he might have already been ripped to pieces. Ah, said the stocky man. However, Zhang Yuchan shook his head. Lin Yun is very powerful. I won't be surprised if Lin Yun wins the first round.
Is that so? The stocky man looked at Jiang Yuchan in surprise.
He never expected Jiang Yuchan to think so highly of Yi Yun. Lin Yun is no fool.
According to the intelligence gathered, he is indeed very powerful. The moment he arrived at Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor, he snatched the position of housekeeper.
He's not someone to be messed with. However, he's overly arrogant and is eager to make his mark.
He wishes to make an example out of my Fey bloodplanes so as to flaunt his strength to the Blood King, also he can win more resources to refine his pill.
Unfortunately, he has underestimated my Fey bloodplanes.
Jiang Yuchan scoffed when he finished his sentence.
The Fey bloodplanes had been in operation for years. The amount of wealth and experience it had accumulated was unimaginable.
If a human junior could mess up the Fey bloodplanes, it truly deserved to have its business ruined.
Let him win.
It doesn't matter if he wins 2 or 3 rounds. I will cripple him afterwards, making him regret taking me as his opponent.
When Jiang Yuchan said that, he laughed sinisterly. That sister of mine is overly naive.
If I were her, I would have long drawn a line from Lin Yun. How can the Ruins Emperor feel assured making her his crown designate when Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor thinks so highly of her brother from a lower realm, and what's more, a human one?
Jiang Yuchan never treated Jiang Xiao as a competitor for the throne.
From his point of view, she was just too weak. Apart from having the Blood King backing her, she was nothing. Just as Jiang Yuchan was speaking, a voice transmission suddenly lit up in front of him. Upon hearing the contents of the voice transmission talisman, Jiang Yuchan was stunned.
He knitted his brows tightly. What happened?
The surrounding guest mercenaries were somewhat puzzled. Lin Yun won indeed, Jiang Yuchan said with an odd expression. The mercenaries around him were not surprised, after all, Jiang Yuchan had already expected it. A mercenary said in admiration, Your Highness truly has a prophetic eye. This Lin Yun just joined Soft Cloud's Mountain Manor, and Your Highness has already fully understood his circumstances. Furthermore, Your Highness does not belittle him just because he's human. To be able to treat every enemy seriously is a quality of a wise ruler. Your Highness, you are far-sighted and great things can be expected from you. A mercenary immediately took the chance to suck up.
As the saying went, flattery will always get you anywhere.
But at that moment, the flattery failed. All Jiang Yuchan did was look coldly at the speaking mercenary.
The mercenary shrunk his neck back. Had he said something wrong and his flattery had suffered a miss? Jiang Yuchan did not say a word.
Instead, he sped up towards the Fey bloodplanes.
Everyone quickly followed.
Moments later, they entered the Fey bloodplanes.
Then,
they saw an astounding scene. In the arena, a long Gui was slumped to the ground. Its tortoise shell had been smashed to smithereens. 2 of its extremely thick legs that could ferry a continent were broken. Due to the intensity of the battle, even the arena that was augmented by special array formations had been completely destroyed. Yi Yun was standing in the middle of the ruins. Following that, he unhurriedly took out the Fey chaining lock and Fey beast bag before imposingly capturing the long Gui. Following that, he flicked his finger and opened a spatial passageway.
The Fey beast bag was gone. It was unknown where it went either. Apart from Jiang Yuchan, the rest were dumbfounded in shock. What was happening? He captured Baxia alive.
The mercenary who spoke gulped.
The long Gui was an ancient Fey named Baxia.
Its tortoise shell was thick and hard, giving it powerful defenses. Furthermore, it had immense strength. But the moment they entered, they saw the Baxia's robust tortoise shell smash through with their own eyes. He had given the Baxia a crushing defeat before capturing it.
Lin Yun's strength was way too horrifying.
Back when they heard that Jiang Xiao's brother was a human, none of them thought much of it. They never expected him to be that ferocious. According to Jiang Yuchan, this was already the second Fey beast. It also meant that the first Fey beast had likely been taken away by Yi Yun. It had to be known that every Fey beast in the Fey bloodplanes brought tremendous amounts of wealth. These Fey beasts were powerful and rare to begin with.
Capturing one alive was easier said than done.
The usual expenses such as feed and treatment a Fey beast required was a huger sum of resources. They were usually very carefully selected for battle. Usually, warriors and Fey beasts of the same realm fought. Since a Fey beast had potent vitalities, they usually held the advantage when facing a genius their level. Although death and injury was rife in the Beast Colosseum, most of the ones who perished were the challenging warriors.
How could Fey beasts die so easily? But now, they had already lost 2. Is this punk capturing our Fey beasts to sell?
A mercenary came to a realization as he said in disbelief.
That was actually possible?
Typically, few warriors were able to kill the Fey beasts in battle, much less one capture alive.
They never imagined that this was possible. However, the moment he said that, he was given a cold glare by Jiang Yuchan. He immediately jumped in fright and quickly shut his mouth. He recalled that back in Yuchan Manor, Jiang Yuchan had mocked Yi Yun's stupidity of coming to the Fey Bloodplains to bet on him winning, but the scale at which he thought was too small. Now, he realized that Yi Yun was here to capture Fey beasts for sale. Wasn't this a smack in Jiang Yuchan's face? Next battle, have a quasi-Fey the Archfey beast join the battle. Kill him. Jiang Yuchan said coldly. Everyone was alarmed when they heard him. A quasi-Thearch Fey beast was already the strongest Fey beast of their Fey Bloodplains. As for real Fey the Arch-level Fey beasts, they had transcended 9 tribulations, so their strength was equal or far superior to the Luo King. How was it possible for the Fey Bloodplains to have the means to nurture them? Furthermore, nurturing a Fey the Arch-level Fey beast was pointless. This was because the Fey Thearchs of Heaven Fey City would not come to the Fey Bloodplains to begin with. Heaven Fey City only had about 20 Fey Thearchs in total. These Fey Thearchs each held power over a faction. They held each other in balance as their sects competed. Taking the Blood King as an example, although he had a vendetta with the Luo King, it would be inelegant for the mighty Blood King to mess things up at a faction belonging to the Luo King. It was akin to a grudge between adults where one of the adults went to hit the child of the other. Even if the Blood King thought nothing of his reputation and wreaked havoc in the Fey Bloodplains, the Luo King would not sit idle either. He would appear immediately. And it was quite impossible for the Blood King to fight the Luo King. However, Yi Yun was different. He was a junior, a child in his own right. For a child to fight another child, it was only right and natural. After Jiang Yuchan finished his sentence, he sensed Yi Yun look over. Clearly, Yi Yun had recognized Jiang Yuchan. But Yi Yun's gaze made Jiang Yuchan feel extremely uncomfortable. Arrogance. Contempt. All these years, Jiang Yuchan had met many geniuses. Many of them were his opponents, but despite that, with his background and strength, he would greet them politely and courteously. Even the highly arrogant second prince and fourth prince, who had a grudge with Jiang Yuchan, had to wear fake smiles while making small talk, even if they were hypocritical or honey-tongued. Appearances had to be upkept. Only Yi Yun treated him like thin air. That feeling was as though he never thought of him as an opponent. Let the sea serpent devour him. Use the mystic medicine to stimulate the sea serpent's ancestral bloodline. Jiang Yuchan's voice turned increasingly cold. The Fey Bloodplains had specially concocted explosive blood Fey pills which could temporarily raise a Fey beast's strength. Of course, there was also very severe side effects. After a Fey beast ate too much of it, their realm would even drop. The explosive blood Fey pills were prepared for especially powerful opponents like Yi Yun. Jiang Yuchan had long yearned to kill him. In response to Jiang Yuchan's order, someone immediately moved to see it done. Yi Yun continued standing in the arena with his arms to his back after capturing 2 Fey beasts. The second Basha was worth at least 80 chaos crystals. With the income from the Red Hoe in the opening battle, he had more than 200 chaos crystals. He had gathered an eighth of the wealth needed for the myriad form Shura pill. Indeed, robbing was the fastest way to extreme wealth. Most critical of all, the robbery was completely in line with the Heaven Fey City's rules. Being powerful was the reason. Now, Yi Yun was using the Blood King's title. It was not because he was far inferior to the Blood King in strength, but that he needed to borrow the Blood King's might. If Yi Yun had come alone to the Fey Bloodplains to stir trouble, he could have been threatened and suppressed by the Fey Bloodplains. If things went from bad to worse, perhaps the entire Heaven Fey City was not his match. As a human, it was not pragmatic to stir up the Heaven Fey City. But now, things were different with Yi Yun having the Blood King backing him. The other factions in Heaven Fey City would not take action, for this was a conflict between the Blood King and the Luo King. If the Luo King appeared, the Blood King would appear as well. Furthermore, the Blood King was probably eager for the situation to blow out of proportion so as to find a reason to attack. At this moment, the Fey Bloodplains staff were busy preparing for the third battle. They planned on dealing Yi Yun a fatal blow. As for the numerous spectators at the Fey Bloodplains, they were already completely silent. Prior to this, numerous people were clamoring for Yi Yun to be killed as though they were the owners of the Fey Bloodplains. But with Basha being captured by Yi Yun alive, all of them shriveled up. The Fey worshipped the strong. Now that a human which they typically held in contempt could easily trounce them, what else could they say? The number of spectators gradually increased. News of Yi Yun's continuous capturing of 2 Fey beasts from the Fey Bloodplains had spread. Many could not help but come take a look. Human spectators came as well. Usually, human warriors did not come to the Fey Bloodplains since many of them led abject lives in Heaven Fey City.
Most of them survived by doing business and they were lacking in strength to begin with, therefore, they were inviting humiliation if they appeared at highly public events. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1642 Sea Serpent. Chapter 1642 Sea Serpent. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin.
While Yi Yun was waiting in the arena, the audience and the spectator stands in the Fey Bloodplains had reached nearly 800,000 people.
With so many warriors together, the power of their lifeblood amalgamated into incessant raging tidal waves.
The betting for the next battle was naturally ongoing in full swing. The Fey Bloodplains had already announced the third Fey beast, Sea Serpent. It was an open secret that the Fey Bloodplains had a black sea serpent. It was the cornerstone treasure of the Fey Bloodplains and probably had not done battle in a decade.
The Black Sea Serpent was intelligent.
If not for it being captured by the Luo King years ago, it would absolutely not appear in such a beast coliseum.
This time, it was being brought out for battle because of Yi Yun. A quasi-thearch Fey beast naturally stirred the audience into a frenzy. The Black Sea Serpent was famous.
Once, 1,000 years ago, it had devoured a quasi-godly monarch expert on the Fey Bloodplains.
The expert was from the ghost race. Everyone made their bets. On one side was Yi Yun, who had easily won the first 2 rounds, while on the other was the terrifying Black Sea Serpent. With the audience being mostly Fey, many of them bet on the Black Sea Serpent. And the humans who were a minority bet on Yi Yun.
This was within reason. Back on Earth, when China was encroached by the West, anytime there was a fighting match between a Chinese martial artist and a foreigner, most would bet on their own respective countries. Now, the Fey warriors were aggrieved. They were in desperate need for a victory to save their sense of superiority as Fey. They saw hope when the Black Sea Serpent joined the lineup. As for the human warriors, it was their first time seeing a member of their own race stand in the Fey Bloodplains arena, forcing the Fey to keep their heads low. They naturally supported him to the greatest extent.
This made Yi Yun's betting odds reach 3:1.
And the amount bet had reached an astounding 8,000 chaos crystals. In this process, just the subordinates dispatched by Zhang Xiaoro alone had reached about 200 to 300 chaos crystals.
They had bet it all.
If they won, they would win approximately 700 chaos crystals. This income had already exceeded Yi Yun's expectations. He originally believed that it was unlikely he could earn much from betting.
Yuner, you have to be careful. Since Jiang Yuchan is here, he will not easily let you win, said Zhang Xiaoro with a voice transmission. But even so, she had not hesitated to bet everything on Yi Yun. Compared to the outcome of the battle, she was more concerned with Yi Yun's safety. Jiang Yuchan is a vicious person.
Yuner, you have to be careful, said Zhang Xiaoro.
Yi Yun nodded.
Since he had the courage to stir up trouble in the Fey Bloodplains, he naturally did not think too much of him.
Boom!
Accompanied by intense cheers, black clouds suddenly blotted out the sky above the Fey Bloodplains. As rumbling thunder boomed, lightning streaked across the sky.
It was as though the world had been immersed in the might of heavenly lightning.
At that moment, a gigantic black dragon head peeked out of the clouds.
The dragon's potent might immediately bore down on the gathered crowd. A pair of cold dragon eyes shimmered with a cold bloodthirsty glint as they instantly locked onto Yi Yun. Roar!
Amid a loud dragon roar, violent killing intent surged from the Black Sea Serpent's body, which instantly enveloped the entirety of the Fey Bloodplains. The Black Sea Serpent's massive body appeared from the dark clouds. Its massive dragon claws cracked the ground in front of Yi Yun. Compared to the Black Sea Serpent, the size of Yi Yun's figure was like a negligible speck of dust.
Amid the Black Sea Serpent's horrifying killing intent, the spectator stands in the Fey Bloodplains broke out into tumultuous cheers.
The Fey warriors were extremely excited as they shouted for the Black Sea Serpent to rip apart Yi Yun.
Flatten him. Swallow him. This is our Fey Bloodplains.
Humans have no right to wreak havoc here.
Black Sea Serpent, rip apart that human. As for the human warriors, the dragon's might and killing intent only affected them more. Like a mountain pressing down on them, their roars were completely blanketed by the Fey.
In fact, when they saw the scene, their hearts were drumming.
The Black Sea Serpent was a lot stronger than they imagined.
Zhang Xiaoro's expression changed slightly.
The Black Sea Serpent was a lot stronger than what her intelligence had indicated. Its bloodline powers seemed to be completely evoked.
At that moment, its strength had already reached close to that of a Fey the Arch. It's the explosive blood Fey pills.
I never expected that in order to deal with you, Zhang Yuchan would make the Black Sea Serpent consume an explosive blood Fey pill, said Zhang Xiaoro with a frown. Explosive blood Fey pill? It's a specially refined pill in the Fey Bloodplains.
it is very seldomly used.
I've only just heard of it. This explosive blood Fey pill is used to stimulate the Fey beast's bloodline. It invisibly fuses into the bloodline, but does certain damage to the Fey beast, said Zhang Xiaoro quickly. He was willing to use such a pill? Zhang Yuchan was indeed vicious.
At that moment, an array formation's light flashed, enveloping the Black Sea Serpent and Yi Yun within.
A battle against the Black Sea Serpent level will be intense.
In order to prevent stray blasts from hurting the audience, we have specially activated a protective array formation. A female stewardess voice sounded across the Fey blood plains.
At that moment, the Black Sea Serpent moved. Its terrifying dragon might instantly came crashing down on Yi Yun as it swiped its claws down.
Under the explosive blood Fey pill's influence, the sea serpent turned more violent.
It only wanted to flatten Yi Yun.
Its mighty strength and the boundless lifeblood powers left the scalps of the warriors present tingling despite being separated by a defensive array formation.
This situation made Zhang Xiaoro hold her breath.
She was unsure what Yi Yun's limits were. Although she knew he was unfathomable, the opponent was a quasi-Fey the Arch who had consumed an explosive blood Fey pill.
Boom! Yi Yun held the ascending dragon cauldron and smashed it at the sea serpent, causing the world to tremble before it.
Yet, the sea serpent's claws slammed heavily into the ascending dragon cauldron. The physical toughness of both human and dragon were akin to celestial objects. As they exchanged more than 100 frenzied blows in seconds, the intense collisions caused the arena below them to fracture. At that moment, Yi Yun's muscles on his right arm bulged as his blood vessels seemed to explode.
The Fey beast's physical strength was indeed indomitable.
Despite having reached the strength of a godly monarch, Yi Yun's physical body was at a disadvantage in the intense clash.
But even so, it was sufficiently astounding. After all, humans cultivated in laws. Meanwhile, many of the mercenaries beside Zhang Yuchan were appalled.
The human's body was way too powerful, furthermore, he had yet to use his nomological powers. It was quite impossible for a human to not cultivate in laws. The sea serpent had consumed an explosive blood Fey pill.
Yet, it could not rip apart the human?
There's no need to worry.
He will last about half a minute at most before being defeated, said Zhang Yuchan at that moment with utmost confidence.
The battle situation was still not clear. Despite Yi Yun appearing to still have more to offer, Zhang Yuchan was daring enough to make such a firm assertion. They did not know how Zhang Yuchan was so certain, but he had extremely high prestige. Since he had already said so, it was definitely not without reason. Your Highness, since you have already said so, there will naturally not be any problem with it, someone immediately said obsequiously.
Meanwhile, these people widened their eyes to pay attention to the battle, afraid that they would miss any detail.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yuchan's right hand had suddenly produced a charm. He clenched it in the middle of his palm without anyone noticing it. Zhang Yuchan looked at Yi Yun as a sinister smile suffused the corner of his lips.
Pwah! The charm was crushed by Zhang Yuchan.
Following that, there was a sudden change to the protective array formation in the arena.
A majestic might surged over as it gathered towards Yi Yun like a cage. Yi Yun, who was flying in the sky, suddenly slowed down as though he had entered a quagmire.
Oh!
A glint flashed in Yi Yun's eyes.
So that's what it is. The Fey Blood Plains' arena array has been tampered with.
The might injected. Is it the will of a Fey the Arch?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1643, Reversal. Chapter 1643, Reversal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The Luo King was considered a veteran Fey the Arch in Heaven Fey City. He was not as illustrious as the Blood King, but as he had been Fey the Arch for so long, he had a deep heritage built up. Yi Yun immediately knew that the Luo King had severed his psyche forces and fused them within the Fey Blood Plains array.
The key to triggering those psyche forces had been given to Zhang Yuchan. Doing so damaged the Luo King's cultivation level to a certain extent.
He needed time to replenish the loss, but he thought nothing of it. Every expert had a limit to their martial Dao. Before they reached their limits, their cultivation levels rose sharply. But once they reached their limits, they found their progress hardly advancing even after hundreds of thousands of years. As for the Luo King, he had long reached his limit. He was already considered one in a quadrillion to be able to cultivate into a Fey the Arch. It was reasonable that he was stuck at that limit. Under such a situation, the Luo King had already written off thoughts of further improving. Therefore, severing some of his psyche forces to protect the estates under him was within reason. The loss of psyche forces could be replenished given time. Now, Zhang Yuchan was using the psyche forces of the Luo King on Yi Yun. From the looks of it, I have crossed Zhang Yuchan's bottom line.
He is insistent on killing me. Yi Yun knew that the psyche forces severed by the Luo King were extremely valuable. Jiang Yuchan had spared no expense. Not only had he used the Quasi-Fei the Arch Sea Serpent, he had also fed it an explosive blood Fei pill, as well as used the Fei the Arch Psyche forces. It was all to guarantee a kill. Unfortunately, Yi Yun had never used his full strength at all. Even Jiang Xiao or the Blood King did not know how powerful Yi Yun was. Ignoring the Luo King's psyche forces, even if he was there in person, victory was up in the air if he fought Yi Yun. Unless absolutely necessary, Yi Yun had no plans on revealing his full strength that matched Fei Thearch's. If that happened, he was bound to attract the attention of the entire Heaven Fei ancient ruins. Secondly, it was equivalent to telling the Chaos Heavens that the Heavenly Tao fragment was on him. After all, he was the only one in the entire universe to have the strength of a Fei the Arch at such a young age. When that happened, any form of disguise or transformation of aura was just to fool himself. Once the Heavenly Tao fragment was exposed, it was bound to attract the attention of numerous old freaks. Yi Yun was not prepared to face all of them. Therefore, capturing the Red Ho and Baxia from before was nothing. But if he were to capture the sea serpent alive, it would be ridiculous. He did not even need to capture it alive. After all, with the effects of the Fei Thearch's pressure and the explosive blood Fei pill, Yi Yun would prove sufficiently astounding if he killed the Black Sea Serpent. He could not do so unless necessary. The sea serpent's black tail swept over with its violent lifeblood powers. The entire sky was dyed red as though a red sun had exploded in the sky. Meanwhile, the Fei Thearch's suppression blanketed the area, causing the void around Yi Yun to collapse. Yi Yun was immediately placed in a perilous situation. The spectators immediately yelled in excitement. All of them had made heavy bets on the battle. Despicable. Jiang Xiao said hatefully. She was the Blood King's daughter and had been with him for a long period of time. She naturally could tell that the array formation contained the might of a Fei the Arch. The knowledgeable ones present also noticed it. Although it was despicable to tamper with the arena's array formation, this was the Fei blood planes. The rules were determined by those who ruled it. On the life and death waiver, the Fei blood planes had never made mention that it was a fair battle that would not be affected by any external influences. It only said that battling in the arena placed one's life on the line. To put it simply, if you came to wreak havoc in the Fei blood planes, you had to withstand the overt and covert assaults of the Fei blood planes. This Jiang Yuchan sure is ruthless. He's only dealing with a human junior. Is there a need to combine the explosive blood Fei pill, the Fei Thearch's psyche forces, and the Black Sea Serpent? There were Quasi-Fei the Arch experts in the Colosseum and it was clear to them. They also knew that Jiang Yuchan was trying to make a statement. A few years ago, the Luo King had handed the Fei blood planes to Jiang Yuchan to manage. In a way, he had just taken charge, so what should he do if someone tried to mess things up? He had to strike swiftly and destroy. If a mighty person like Yi Yun were to perish under him, others would naturally think twice. Ka-cha! The sea serpent's tail finally lashed onto Yi Yun's body, stirring up stellar winds and producing the sound of striking metal. Yi Yun had cultivated in both laws and body, after all. However, he withstood the heavy blow since his protective Yuan Qi barrier was extremely powerful. Although it appeared as though Yi Yun was barely holding up, the sea serpent, who was battling Yi Yun, knew better. The human was stronger than it. The potent forces contained in his moves were condensed into a seamless state. Only the sea serpent could sense it. None of the audience, including Jiang Yuchan, knew of it. Yi Yun was just too powerful. Since he had the intention to conceal his powers, no one present would be able to tell unless a Fei the Arch was present. The spectators only believed that Yi Yun was in an onerous situation, but in fact, he was more than equal to the task. Boom! 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 The battle continued as the ascending dragon cauldron swept through the sky and smashed down incessantly. Meanwhile, Yi Yun also seemed to be withstanding the Fei Thearch's psyche suppression with great difficulty. However, only the sea serpent knew that his moves contained highly concentrated powers. The Fei Thearch's suppression was probably not something Yi Yun had taken to heart. For a Fei beast to cultivate to a Quasi-Fei the Arch level, it already had its own intelligence. Against such an opponent, it knew very well that it was probably not his match. It had received orders to kill Yi Yun. But if this continued, it would probably be killed by Yi Yun, much less it killing Yi Yun. Even if Yi Yun did not kill it, it would be punished by the Fei blood planes after suffering a defeat. Are you afraid? At that moment, Yi Yun's Yuan Qi voice transmission sounded in the sea serpent's ears. Roar! The sea serpent let out an angry bellow as it ripped across space with its black claws, as though it wanted to rip apart Yi Yun. Dang! The ascending dragon cauldron floated in front of Yi Yun as it completely withstood the blow.
You are a Fey beast at the quasi-Fey the Arch level, yet, you do Jiang Yuchan's bidding like you are dog he rears.
You bite whoever he wants you to bite.
Furthermore, he fed you the explosive blood Fey pill that does tremendous harm to your body, yet, you still ate it and listened to his orders. Yi Yun's voice was unhurried, but when it landed in the sea serpent's ears, it made its eyes turn red.
It was infuriated as though a volcano had erupted within it. This was because Yi Yun's words had hit it where it hurt. You were captured by the Luo King, right? He planted a seal in you. Yi Yun added.
With the sea serpent's strength, the Luo King was the only who could have captured it. Although the Fey were similar to Fey beasts, they were not of the same kind. Fey and Fey beasts were descendants of ancient powerful Fey, but the Fey were the descendants of the ancient Fey gods and other intelligence races. As for Fey beasts, they were the descendants of ancient Fey gods and feral beasts. The Fey treated Fey beasts as slaves or livestock. They were not much different from humans.
While the sea serpent continued attacking Yi Yun in a frenzy, Yi Yun sent voice transmissions. What if I told you that I can remove the seal in you? Yi Yun's words quaked the black sea serpent's entire being. Remove the Luo King's seal? This human junior wished to remove the seal planted by a Fey the Arch? Ever since it was subdued by the Luo King, the black sea serpent had lost all of its pride. It had guarded the Fey bloodplanes and become the strongest Fey beast, but Yi Yun was right. It was nothing but a fierce dog reared to watch the house. But what was it to do when there was the Luo King's seal in it? The Luo King had promised to make it a Fey beast at the Fey the Arch level, but how was it possible? Even the Luo King himself had barely become a Fey the Arch, he had only become one all thanks to a fortuitous encounter. The seal planted by the Luo King was permanent. The black sea serpent felt that its life was destined to be filled with gloom, so how could it not be excited when he heard Yi Yun's proposal? Roar! The black sea serpent let out a frenetic roar as it widened its jaws and bit at Yi Yun. However, it was only for show. After Yi Yun dodged, the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew that the sea serpent was enticed. How could it not be? As long as Yi Yun accomplished it, it would be equivalent to unlocking its eternal shackles. However, it did not fully trust Yi Yun. This was because the Luo King's heritage was immense and it felt an innate fear towards him, so it was worried that firstly, Yi Yun was incapable of removing the seal, and secondly, even if Yi Yun could do so, it would still land back in the Luo King's hands. That outcome would only be worse. If I didn't guess wrong, this isn't the first time you have consumed an explosive blood Fey pill. Jiang Yuchan has been riding over your head and acting tyrannically. Are you willing to be summoned around like a dog? As Yi Yun spoke, he shot out a bolt of purple lightning from his hand. It entered the sea serpent's body like a ghost. On the surface, it did not seem like much, but the sea serpent felt its entire body jolt. It's here again. The strike, which contained immense power, remained undetected by others due to the highly compressed energies. Only the black sea serpent knew. This strike was a show of force, one that Yi Yun delivered to express his strength. Not only so, the sea serpent clearly felt the bolt land on the Luo King's seal. The seal, which was in the form of a lock tempered from divine metal, was struck by the lightning bolt. Boom! The lock trembled, almost to the point of shattering. The sea serpent was astounded. Yi Yun truly did have the ability to overpower the Luo King. With that level of strength, Yi Yun could have easily killed him. That was the case even with the blanketing of the Luo King's psyche forces. My own strength far exceeds your imagination. Not only so, I have the Blood King backing me. I can protect you. If you are willing, I can sign a contract with you. As long as you serve me for 10 years, you will be given freedom. At Yi Yun's level, he no longer needed the black sea serpent to aid him in battle. To put it frankly, the sea serpent was too weak. However, having the sea serpent in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins saved him a lot of trouble. It was enough to shock and awe others. After all, even Rain Numinous Realm was only a quasi-Fey the Arch. To subdue a quasi-Fey the Arch as his bodyguard, he could also smack Jiang Yuchan and the Luo King's face. This was very helpful for Jiang Shoro's fight for the throne. The sea serpent growled softly. Its wool was contained within the growl as it reached into Yi Yun's ears. He knew that the sea serpent had agreed. Yi Yun smiled. The enticement of freedom was not something the sea serpent could refuse. He flicked his finger as an even more blinding bolt of heretical god lightning flew into the sea serpent's body. This lightning contained the heavenly Tao laws. Although he could violently destroy the Luo King's seal inside the sea serpent's body, he did not do so. Instead, he abided by the laws and slowly unlocked it. As such, it would not make Yi Yun appear too much of a freak. A few seconds later, the seal within the sea serpent was completely removed.
To remove the seal using such means only proved that Yi Yun knew of a particular mystic technique and not that he possessed strength that matched a Fey the Arch. This was equivalent to how array grandmasters might be invincible when it came to arrays, but their actual combat strength was nothing much.
Even so, the sea serpent was completely astounded. He never expected Yi Yun to remove it, as he said. A shackle that had bound it for hundreds of thousands of years had been removed just like that. It was too excited. All it needed to do after this was be loyal to Yi Yun for 10 years and it was free. It still had a very long lifespan. Given time, it could even improve and become a Fey the Arch. You'll recognize me as master for 10 years from today. You are to do whatever I tell you to do, but don't worry. I will definitely not send you to your death. Roar! The sea serpent roared, expressing its acknowledgement. And at that moment in time, they were still fighting, but they were acting after all. No matter how good their acting was, it was different from a real battle. The surrounding experts soon noticed it. Darn it, what is that swine doing? Zhang Yuchan raged. The Luo King's suppression had already been pushed to its limits. Yi Yun was clearly affected and the sea serpent should have released all of its lifeblood powers to crush Yi Yun. Yet, it did not do so. The battle appeared to be carried out perfunctorily, so how could Zhang Yuchan not be angry? Swine! If you do not heavily injure Lin Yun in the 30 seconds, I'll lock you up with the dragon lock for 3 years after this battle. Then, I'll extract your heart's blood to refine as medicine. Zhang Yuchan warned. 3 years under the dragon lock would definitely weaken the sea serpent. Extracting its heart's blood would only injure it even more greatly. Upon hearing Zhang Yuchan's voice transmission, the sea serpent turned its head suddenly and looked at Zhang Yuchan. Its eyes flashed with hatred. Oh? You swine! What do you think you are doing? Zhang Yuchan glared angrily, his eyes filled with coldness. At the same time, Yi Yun's voice sounded in the sea serpent's ears. Join hands with me and charge out the arena's array formation. Yi Yun alone was enough to crack the array. However, there was the Fey Thearchus suppression and he did not wish to appear too startling. Joining hands with the sea serpent would be interesting enough. Attack! Yi Yun gave the order as the sea serpent let out an enraged roar. It instantly ignited all the lifeblood powers that erupted from consuming the explosive blood Fey pill. Boom! The sea serpent crashed into the arena's array like a plummeting star, causing the entire arena to quake. The array cracked, producing cracks that resembled a spider's web. And Yi Yun followed closely behind and slashed out with mirage snow. All his energy was gathered at one point as he struck the spot where the sea serpent had collided. He cracked the entirety with 1 point. Besides, the entirety of the array had already been shattered by the sea serpent to begin with. Whoosh! 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 The entire array shattered like glass being struck by a hammer. The sea serpent and Yi Yun charged out of the confines. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1644, Brutal Beating. Chapter 1644, Brutal Beating. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. What? Everyone present was alarmed. They never expected such a turn of events. Yi Yun had actually charged out of the arena together with the Black Sea Serpent. Why was this happening? And the direction in which they were charging was actually Zhang Yuchan's direction. Zhang Yuchan was considered half an owner of the Fey Bloodplanes. As a Fey beast reared by the Fey Bloodplanes, how could the Black Sea Serpent attack its master? Courting death. Zhang Yuchan's heart turned anxious with rage. He had no idea what had happened, but he was certain that it was all because of Yi Yun. Beside him, Zhang Yuebai had already taken a step forward to shield Zhang Yuchan. As a trusted aide of the Luo King, he naturally had to protect the young successor. The Black Sea Serpent's seal has been removed. Zhang Yuebai also had the right to trigger the seal, but when he activated the seal, he realized that it was already gone from the sea serpent's body. Was it removed by Lin Yun? Zhang Yuebai did not have the luxury of time to think. The sea serpent had already roared and reached out its dragon claws to swipe at Zhang Yuebai. In terms of grade, Zhang Yuebai was also at the Quasi-Fey the Arch cultivation level. He was the strongest expert on Zhang Yuchan's lineup, making him equal to the sea serpent. And now, the explosive blood Fey pill's powers in the Black Sea Serpent's body had yet been fully consumed. Its combat powers were still at their peak. Zhang Yuebai roared as well, causing his star-patterned robe to blast apart. His muscles bulged as a Heaven Fey totem phantom appeared behind him.
The Heaven Fei totem was a heptagon, and the 6 corners were separately Extreme Young Illumination, Extreme Nether Glow, as well as the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Turtle.
Jiang Yuebai only lit up the White Tiger's corner.
Even so, the moment the Heaven Fei totem appeared, it augmented Jiang Yuebai with immense strength.
Boom!
Jiang Yuebai threw out a punch at the sea serpent's claw, sweeping up a potent blast that caused the surrounding mercenaries to retreat. Jiang Yuebai had managed to withstand the black sea serpent's blow alone. Furthermore, the sea serpent was burning its lifeblood powers.
But the black sea serpent had Yi Yun on its side. Yi Yun had already appeared in front of Jiang Yuebai like death. He held mirage snow and the sword was crackling and burning with lightning and fire. Protect the successor. The mercenaries shouted as they lunged towards Jiang Yuchan, but at that instant, Yi Yun had activated his domain. Scram! Yi Yun berated them as powerful primordial chaos and destructive powers poured out like a flood breaching its banks. The 10+ mercenaries had their protective lifebloods completely explode. Even their weapons cracked from the shock. At that instance, they felt as though they had stepped into a Shura sea of blood. Their lifeblood seemed to be drawn away without them being able to do a thing. Bam! Bam! Bam!
The 10+ mercenaries failed to withstand the might as they knelt down right there and then.
The weaker ones had their kneecaps crushed as they spat out blood.
The mercenaries were instantly washed away as Yi Yun's sword went straight for Jiang Yuchan's chest.
Jiang Yuchan was astounded. He never expected Yi Yun to be that bold. Was he planning on assassinating him? Was he sick of living? Do you really think you are invincible?
Jiang Yuchan roared angrily as he bit the tip of his tongue and spewed out a mouthful of blood essence.
He knew Yi Yun was powerful, so he immediately burned his blood essence.
At the same time, a Heaven Fei totem appeared behind Jiang Yuchan.
The potent lifeblood forces interwove to form a protective net to withstand Yi Yun's strike.
At the same time, he opened his mouth, spitting out a green talisman charm. The green talisman charm was naturally created through a great deal of effort by the Luo King. It was meant to protect his life. He knew very well that by stalling for time, the Luo King would arrive and Yi Yun would have to pay a terrible price for his transgression. However, before the talisman charm could be activated, Yi Yun's sword had already stabbed into his protective lifeblood. The lifeblood powers he had always been proud of were penetrated by mirage snow as though they were paper. In his alarm, Jiang Yuchan retreated rapidly. But at that moment, the ice-cold sword tip had proceeded straight for him. The lightning and fire on the sword tip formed a tiny purple and black sword that stabbed right into Jiang Yuchan's chest.
Bam! Jiang Yuchan was thrown out as the color in his face drained. The 2 tiny swords had stabbed 2 holes in him. At that moment, the talisman he had spat out had only just flown out. Before it could even ignite, it was beckoned by Yi Yun and snatched. The next moment, Yi Yun appeared in front of Jiang Yuchan and stepped on his chest. Pwah! Jiang Yuchan spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew out like a ball, slamming into the spectator stands and shattering them in the process. Boom! Rubble collapsed as Jiang Yuchan stood up among the debris. His face was covered in blood and his heart was filled with horror. He did not realize how terrifying Yi Yun was until he fought him. Only in that clash did he realize how big a gap there was between him and Yi Yun. He could not even withstand a single strike. In his anxiety, he was afraid that he could not last until the Luo King arrived to kill Yi Yun. Furthermore, he could sense that the energies of the 2 fire and lightning swords had flown into his chest and remained lurking in his body. Although the 2 energies were not causing him any damage, their potential for damage was worrying. The spectators exclaimed inwardly as they saw Jiang Yuchan being brutally beaten up by Yi Yun. They never expected the match to end up like that. They could forget the fact that Yi Yun had captured the past 2 Fey beasts alive, but even the strongest quasi-Fey, the Arch-Fey beast, had been incited to defect by him. Yunar! Zhang Xiaoro flew from her seat and towards Yi Yun. At that moment, a powerful suppression fell from the sky. A cold voice resounded above the Fey blood plains. Nice! Very nice indeed. Am I, Jiang Luo, old already? Just with that bit of talent, you wish to wreak havoc in my Fey blood plains? The moment the suppression arrived, the spectators immediately felt all their lifeblood repressed. Even their hearts did not seem to be beating. Although they could hear his voice, they could not see his body. However, they knew that the Luo King had come. The Luo King was here. Jiang Yuchan was immediately delighted. Grandfather, save me. Yi Yun remained stoic as he waved his hand. A Fey beast bag appeared as he stored away the black sea serpent. The sea serpent did not resist either. It was extremely afraid with the Luo King present. It was a good feeling having freedom, but once it let its guard down,
it could be captured by the Luo King again.
It did not dare imagine the consequences of that scenario. So it's Senior Luo King. Yi Yun smiled as he cupped his hands into the air.
The Luo King did not show himself. He had only projected his aura to stun the entire area. As for Yi Yun, he had immediately found the Luo King's location. The direction in which he cupped his hands was where the Luo King was. At that moment, the void that Yi Yun was facing warped a little.
A middle-aged man in a purple golden dragon robe appeared out of thin air.
He was tall in build with deep facial features. His eyes were especially long and his nose especially high. His nose tip was curved, covering nearly the entirety of his philtrum.
This made him look extremely odd and gave one an everlasting impression. Interesting. You actually managed to spot my location.
The Luo King said it calmly, but his heart was somewhat alarmed.
The young man's nomological attainments were truly terrifying.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1645, Fey Thearchs Stare Down. Chapter 1645, Fey Thearchs Stare Down. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. No one expected that Yi Yun would stir the Luo King into action after engaging in nearly 3 rounds of combat. A figure like the Luo King was given high recognition even before the Ruins Emperor. Against the Luo King, everyone felt a sense of trepidation. They looked at Yi Yun, but realized that he did not appear flustered at all. Even if he was putting on a front, it was already quite impressive. To battle in the Beast Colosseum, you must sign the life and death waiver. You must abide by the rules no matter how many Fey beasts you kill, but why did you attack my grandson?
The Luo King's voice was aggressive.
Yi Yun sneered and said, Your grandson wished for my death in my battle with the beast, but you don't permit me to counterattack?
As a high and mighty Fey the Arch, you have even tampered with the protective array formation, going as far as to sever your psyche force to inject it into the array. When you encounter undefeatable opponents, you trigger the severed psyche force to harm the gladiator.
This sure is a brilliant plan. Yi Yun's words shocked everyone.
Many people were watching the fight as entertainment, but they had no idea of the exact details. Now that Yi Yun had made an exposé, they learned that the Luo King had severed a portion of his psyche force to harm geniuses in battle. Although the Fey Bloodplane's battle rules were self-determined and never claimed to avoid such acts, it was still quite a loathsome piece of news.
What was the meaning of this? In order to ensure his interests in the Fey Bloodplanes, the Fey the Arch would personally enter the battle with his psyche force to harm the battling genius?
This was way too sensational. Furthermore, it was obvious that anyone who was targeted in such a manner was killed to ensure the confidentiality of the matter. The spectators would only believe that the gladiator had died due to their ineptitude, but they had no idea that it was a result of the Luo King's severed psyche force. Instantly, the spectators present were enraged. They were so interested in the battle Colosseum mainly because a number of them had participated in it before. Now, it appeared that their survival was not because they were too powerful, but it was the complete opposite, they were too weak and unqualified. The Luo King narrowed his eyes as he glared at Yi Yun. Ever since Yi Yun escaped despite Zhang Yuchan's triggering of his severed psyche force, the situation had already gone out of control. Yi Yun was completely disparaging him due to his backing from the Blood King. At the end of the day, it was because Yi Yun had removed the seal in the Black Sea Serpent's body, allowing for it to mutiny. The Luo King was stumped. The seal he had planted involved ancient mystic arts. The restraints the mystic art provided was something even the Blood King could not remove.
How did Yi Yun manage to do it? Blood King, since you are here, there's no need to hide. Come on out.
The Luo King suddenly spoke. He had appeared only to protect Zhang Yuchan.
After all, he was forced to do so since Yi Yun's attack had nearly killed Zhang Yuchan. As for suppressing Yi Yun, that was impossible.
This was because the moment he appeared, the Blood King, who had a vendetta against him, would definitely appear.
This resulted in a stalemate between the two Fey Thearchs. The ones to truly determine victory were the juniors. But against a freak of nature like Yi Yun, which junior was his match? Ha ha ha. Luo King, how have you been? A dragged-out laughter was heard as the space behind Yi Yun warped. A man dressed in blood-colored robes appeared out of thin air. His hair flared in the air and his eyes were deep like the abyss. It was as though he could suck the souls of others into them. Just looking at the Blood King made others feel like they had arrived in a bloody pool in hell. There were the appalling sounds of slaughtering all around and they seemed to see countless roaring Fey beasts. There was bodies of people engaging in massacres with bloodstained weapons as far as the eyes could see. Blood King. Everyone held their breaths for he was a lot mightier when it came to his stance. The Luo King was stable and distant, like a lofty mountain. As for the Blood King, he was filled with a decimation aura. Facing him felt like one was facing devils from an abyss. It left people stifled. Two Fey Thearchs. In the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, these Fey Thearchs stood high above others. Commoners seldom saw them, but there were two appearing at one go. Luo King, what's the matter?
The juniors are just sparring, but it actually pushed you into action.
Is your grandson that useless?
He has a quasi-Fey the Arch, Zhang Weibai, to protect him, as well as a quasi-Fey the Arch Fey Beast to summon.
He even has a severed psyche force you left him and an intrinsic talisman charm.
For him to be reduced to such a pathetic state by Lin Yun despite having so many good things that you needed to rush here to save his life must have been hard on you. The Blood King did not hold back on his sarcasm. This was how the Fey handled things. For humans, even when important figures faced each other, their words would be somewhat measured, but the Blood King did not have such scruples. He was verbally smacking faces. And he said whatever dealt the maximum impact. He had a grudge with the Luo King to begin with. Now, Yi Yun had disgraced the Luo King so thoroughly that it was equivalent to tearing his face off and trampling it on the ground. He was in such a good mood that he yearned to cheer on Yi Yun. Upon hearing the Blood King's words, Jiang Yuchan was so depressed that he wanted to die. The result of the situation today was all because he had lost to Yi Yun. Furthermore, he had lost terribly, thus causing the Luo King to be in such a passive predicament. The Luo King looked at the Blood King, but he did not retort.
Anything he said would appear pointless and weak. He said, Blood King, I heard that you have always wished to battle me?
The Luo King's words stunned everyone present.
A battle among Fey Thearchs. In the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, battles between Fey Thearchs were very rare. However, they still occurred. After all, the Fey were a combative race. Any disagreements that could not be resolved, ones that the Ruins Emperor could not mediate, would result in a battle among Fey Thearchs. The typical Fey the Arch cherished their lives, so they did not easily engage in battle. After all, winning the battle required them to pay quite a considerable price. And any loss would be worse. Not only would they lose their reputation, they would also lose actual interests. The Luo King had no intention to fight the Blood King originally, but he had been disgraced today. If he did not counterattack, he would become the laughingstock of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. A battle among Fey Thearchs was sufficient to divert the attention of the entire city. Besides, the Blood King was a newly ascended Fey the Arch. He was at his prime and his strength improved rapidly. He also was at odds against him in every aspect. If he could heavily damage the Blood King during this period of growth, he could curtail his momentum and completely solidify his advantage. Instantly, the Blood King and Luo King sent their lifeblood churning. They faced each other in a stalemate as the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi and the Fey blood planes split into two because of their appearance. If one went from the region where the Blood King was standing into the Luo King's region, they would have the sensation of walking from one world to another. This was the power of a Fey the Arch. Once they released their auras, they could form a world in and of itself. The battle that was about to erupt between two Fey Thearchs stirred the zeal and ardor in everyone. This was a rare scene that left them thrilled. They no longer even cared that they had lost huge amounts of Chaos Crystal because of Yun's victory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1646, Princess Chang. Chapter 1646, Princess Chang. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. With nothing to lose, the crowd watched with anticipation as the two Fey Thearchs prepared to do battle. At that moment, be it Jiang Xiao or Jiang Yuchan, their breathing had stagnated as they turned nervous. This battle was of paramount importance. Defeat would mean the loss of certain interests. For example, the Blood King might end up losing the Treasure Fey Pagoda. The Luo King could lose the Fey Blood Plains or the Nine Tribulations Veranda. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. In terms of strength, the Blood King was likely the Luo King's superior. After all, he cultivated in the indestructible killing Tao. There was nearly no genius in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins who chose this path, much less cultivated it to perfection. However, under the circumstances that their strength was nearly equal during a bout between Fey Thearchs, it did not necessarily mean that the stronger side would win. Certain ancient disc arrays, artifacts, talisman charms, and pills could reverse the situation. The Luo King, who had been a Fey the Arch a lot longer, exceeded the Blood King in these aspects. Furthermore, the Luo King had a wide net of friends. If they really prepared for battle, the Luo King could definitely buy even more heaven-defying tools. But at this moment, high above the Fey blood plains, a Jedi cruiser slowly floated in. A graceful figure slowly fleeted from it.
The figure was dressed in feathered clothes and her body was immersed in a blurry blue halo, making it impossible to discern her face. But even so, the hundreds of thousands of warriors present tried their best to widen their eyes, hoping to identify her. In fact, they had already guessed who she was since the jadeite cruiser had already hinted at her identity. Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins Princess Chang, the younger sister of the ruling Ruins Emperor. She was deemed as the #1 beauty in all of Heaven Fei City. However, few people had ever seen her face. As the cultivation technique she cultivated in was unique, her entire body was immersed in blue light. Even a Fei the Arch found it very difficult to see through the blue halo. This was also why everyone was trying their best to see through the blue halo for a glimpse of her actual looks in the flesh. However, when they stared for too long, their eyes felt a stabbing pain as they nearly lost their minds. Even Her Highness Princess Chang has been stirred. People were alarmed, but it was within reason. The Luo King and Blood King had appeared in person after all. Besides, both of them had a vendetta with one another. Once the situation escalated, the two would have a fight that could reduce the Heaven Fei City to ruins. Luo King, Blood King, this is a result of the younger generation. It pertains to the contest for title of crown designate, so it's best you do not involve yourselves in it. Princess Chang said in an indescribably pleasant tone, her voice clear and distant. The Fei never had any scruples about mentioning the imperial power struggle since the throne of the Ruins Emperor was won through bloodshed. The Luo King gave Princess Chang a glance. Many of the time, the Ruins Emperor did not make an appearance. Princess Chang would appear on his behalf, indicating his stance on the matter. After all, although there were many princes and princesses in the Heaven Fei Ancient Ruins, few of them were true siblings. Princess Chang and the Ruins Emperor shared the same father but different mothers. Therefore, they were naturally close with one another. With Princess Chang having affirmed her stance, the Luo King did not say anything further. Besides, victory was not certain for him. He had mentioned battling the Blood King only to save his reputation. A battle between juniors can simply be left to juniors. As Princess Chang was speaking, Pua! Zhang Yuchan spewed out a mouthful of blood as he tumbled down the spectator stands. Oh! The Luo King was astounded as he quickly teleported over. He grabbed Zhang Yuchan and was shaken when he probed his body. Inside Zhang Yuchan's body, interspersed within his meridians, flesh, and blood were fine threads. These threads were like nets that were embedded deep in his flesh and bones. Apart from that, there were tiny beads which hung on the lightning threads like cherries. Every bead contained potent forces that would blast Zhang Yuchan's body to smithereens the moment it exploded. This is lightning and fire? The Luo King's brows twitched. The threads were lightning threads while the cherry-like objects were fire pearls. When he turned his gaze to Zhang Yuchan's Fei core, he drew a gasp. The surface of Zhang Yuchan's Fei core was also covered in a layer of purple lightning threads. A portion of these lightning threads had even entered deep into Zhang Yuchan's Fei core. He attempted to strip the lightning threads, but any motion caused the color in Zhang Yuchan's face to drain and his body to tremble. Even his Fei core appeared to be on the brink of cracking together with the lightning threads. The Luo King turned his head at Yi Yun. You! The lightning net and fire pearls was clearly Yi Yun's work. Yi Yun was the only one who had attacked Zhang Yuchan. Lightning could be used in a myriad of ways. Warriors who were skilled in lightning laws could even weave lightning threads into cloths and wear them. And after Yi Yun gained the Heavenly Dao fragment and mastered the Heavenly Dao laws, his means were already completely incomparable to the typical warriors. This lightning net combined with fire pearls had Zhang Yuchan's life in its grasp. Back when Yi Yun stabbed Zhang Yuchan, he did not cause any substantial damage to him since his real intention was to plant the lightning net and fire pearls in him. Upon seeing the Luo King looking at him angrily, Yi Yun said calmly, Zhang Yuchan wanted to use a godly monarch's psyche force to kill me. I naturally had to counterattack with full force. This lightning fire sword is my killer move. Now that there's some remnant fire and lightning in Zhang Yuchan's body, I will need to pay a tremendous price if I'm to treat him. I think it's best left to you, Luo King. Such a trivial matter should be nothing to you. After saying so, Yi Yun threw up his hands, completely ignoring the look on Luo King's face. The surrounding crowd shuddered when they saw this. Yi Yun was completely offending the Luo King. Even with the Blood King supporting him, offending a Fei the Arch was never a wise choice. The Blood King could not protect him all the time. Wouldn't the Luo King spare no cost to kill Yi Yun when the opportunity arose? Fine, well done. The Luo King fumed. He pressed one hand on Zhang Yuchan's head as his lifeblood powers surged into Zhang Yuchan's body. Then, he extracted the lightning and fire bit by bit. But at that moment, Zhang Yuchan let out a tragic cry like a pig about to be slaughtered.
His body convulsed as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His expression was as pale as a sheet. Grandpa.
Jiang Yuchan was in extreme pain. He was a highly refined person to begin with. As such, he would never show such a pathetic side to him in public unless he absolutely could not handle the pain. What Yi Yun had left in him was too vicious. The lightning threads reached deep into his intrinsic bloodline and right into his bone marrow. With the Luo King extracting them, he felt as though his bone marrow was being extracted.
The pain was obvious. Seeing Jiang Yuchan struggling continuously, the Luo King's expression turned nasty.
He realized that he had no way of removing the lightning threads and fire beads. It had nothing to do with how powerful the lightning threads and fire beads were, they were just too intertwined with Jiang Yuchan like viruses or germs that had invaded one's body. Although those could be killed with boiling water, doing so would kill the patient as well. Therefore, many illnesses were incurable once one was inflicted with them. The present Jiang Yuchan was in such a situation. Even with all his powers, the Luo King was helpless. The Luo King stood up and looked at Yi Yun once again. His gaze made him look like an ancient fey beast that was about to devour Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun thought nothing of it. He was still having a merry chat with Zhang Shara while ignoring the Luo King completely. Luo King. Zhang Yuebai was somewhat worried.
His Highness.
At that moment, Jiang Yuchan was still in pain. What Yi Yun had planted in him was not immediately fatal, but it tormented him. Zhang Yuebai had watched Jiang Yuchan grow up, so his heart pained for him. At that moment, everyone could tell that the Luo King did not have the means to extricate Jiang Yuchan from his pain. If he did, he would have done so a long time ago.
This left everyone alarmed. Yi Yun actually had such means.
They recalled that the seal which the Luo King had planted in the Black Sea Serpent was also removed by Yi Yun. As such, the talent Yi Yun had in the aspect of planting and removing seals was above the Luo King's.
Do you think you can act this fearlessly because the Blood King is protecting you? The Luo King's Yuan Shi voice transmission sounded in Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun looked at the Luo King and said with a smile, "Senior Luo King, what are you saying? As a junior, I can't seem to understand you."
Yi Yun had directly voiced out the Luo King's sending of a voice transmission. The Luo King had not said it publicly for fear of affecting his reputation, but Yi Yun had deliberately smacked him right in the face. Luo King was raging mad. He had appeared today in the hope of taking back the Black Sea Serpent, but he never expected to not only fail, but even see Jiang Yuchan at Yi Yun's mercy.
Luo King, don't tell me you wish for me to treat Jiang Yuchan? I did mention that I attacked him because he wanted me dead. All I could do was counterattack.
As for his injuries, I will require a tremendous price to save him.
So it's best you do it yourself.
Yi Yun repeated his words, but when they landed in the Luo King's ears, they were filled with sarcasm. High in the sky, Princess Chang frowned as well. She had appeared to stop the fight between the Blood King and the Luo King. She had given sufficient reason for them to do so. Conflict between juniors naturally had to be resolved among themselves.
It was only right.
However, she never expected Yi Yun to be so insidious. He had taken the Black Sea Serpent and ignoring the figurative smack in the face, he had trounced Jiang Yuchan.
Not only that, he had even left contingencies in his body.
He had really gone too far. Even if Jiang Yuchan had been in the wrong, he did not deserve to be put in such a tragic state. Therefore, without the Luo King making a request, Princess Chang looked at the Blood King. Her intentions were obvious, she wanted the Blood King to get Yi Yun to save Jiang Yuchan. However, the Blood Jade feigned ignorance by completely ignoring Princess Chang. He was a ruthless person to begin with and one that was protective of his brethren.
He did not care about reputation as well.
Jiang Yuchan had intended to kill Yi Yun, so how was it possible for him to get Yi Yun to help him?
Princess Chang was exasperated. What was Yi Yun planning to do? Didn't he know anything about making compromises after gaining an advantage? Did he really want to kill Jiang Yuchan?
Although Princess Chang was already biased towards Jiang Yuchan, her stature did not permit her to make the request. She moved lightly towards Jiang Yuchan, grudgingly thinking to herself how useless the Luo King was. All he did was focus on cultivating his lifeblood and dabbled little in the mystic arts.
If not, would he have failed to resolve a mere junior seal?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1647, Tremendous Price. Chapter 1647, Tremendous Price. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In fact, most Fey warriors focused on cultivating their lifeblood.
Just like Heaven Earth Yuan Qi were related to laws, lifeblood powers were related to the body.
Lifeblood could both nourish a body and be released as an attack. The Fae cultivated in their lifeblood and had the advantage of their bloodlines. This was not something humans could compare with.
Furthermore, the Fae also endorsed tough combat styles. Most Fae warriors were unwilling to cultivate in mystic arts or array formations. It was the same with the Luo King. He was a genius when it came to the aspect of bloodline in his youth, so his lifeblood powers left others in the dust. But his mystic arts were much inferior to others.
This was also the reason why Princess Chang was unhappy with Luo King.
Although Princess Chang did not say it out loud, Luo King could sense her attitude and guess at what she was thinking. At that moment, he did not say a word. All he did was take a step back and give her his spot.
Princess Chang waved her hand gently as a faint blue halo enveloped Zhang Yuchan. Princess Chang's senses quickly probed Zhang Yuchan's body through the blue halo.
Then, her expression somewhat stiffened. Of course, no one could tell since her body was covered in a halo. She was surprised to discover that there was an extremely complex power contained within the lightning and fire that Yi Yun had released. It seemed to possess an undying strength that made the lightning and fire constantly renew itself.
That prevented it from being frittered away. Also present was a terrifying major destruction force. Just simple contact with it would trigger an explosion that would destroy Zhang Yuchan's body. To extract the lightning and fire, brute strength was nearly impossible unless one could resolve the laws governing the fire and lightning. Your Highness, are you also at a loss?
The Luo King said with a voice transmission.
He was truly astounded at the moment. He had always been lacking when it came to the mystic arts, but Princess Chang was one of the better ones among the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins Fae Thearchs. She was about equal to some human godly monarchs. If Princess Chang was helpless, that would imply that Yi Yun was terrifying. I'd like to help, but I'm unable to do so. Princess Chang felt depressed as well.
She had disdained the Luo King just moments ago, but now she realized she was not any better.
She looked up and stared deeply at Yi Yun. She realized she had underestimated the young man.
Not only was he strong, his nomological insight was peerless. In time to come, he would likely become a peerless godly monarch.
She could not treat such a person as an ordinary junior. Is your name Lin Yun? Asked Princess Chang.
Yes.
Greetings, Princess Chang. Yi Yun cupped his hands. I mentioned that conflict between juniors should be resolved by them.
Zhang Yuchan had offended you, so he deserves being reduced to this state.
However, he is still a prince. Are you really planning on killing him? Said Princess Chang coldly. Yi Yun said, Your Highness, you are too harsh on your words.
I only attacked in self-defense. I even stopped in a timely fashion because the Luo King arrived.
As for young Master Zhang Yuchan, I never expected Senior Luo King to be unable to save him. In that case, I will naturally have to do it, but to purge the poison of lightning and fire, I will need a special pill to protect the victim's lifeblood and soul. And the cost of this pill is nothing to scoff at. With my present wealth, I'm unable to refine it and I'm lacking in a lot of materials. Oh? Princess Chang pricked up her brows. Don't tell me that the materials needed to refine this pills are the ones Treasure Fae Pagoda tried to purchase?
The Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins Emperor spent most of his time in seclusion recently, therefore, many political issues were handled by Princess Chang.
To put it more simply, she mostly managed the numerous Fae Thearchs in Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins.
The other trivial matters were left to the other ministers.
Princess Chang knew of the Treasure Fae Pagoda's mass purchase of materials.
All of them were rare and expensive. Even the Luo King would feel the pinch to pay for that.
Not everything, just a portion of it, said Yi Yun with a smile.
At that moment, even the slowest person understood what was happening.
Wasn't he fishing in troubled waters?
Yi Yun had repeatedly emphasized that a tremendous price had to be paid if he helped personally. It was to build up his case for his final extortion. Many of the warriors present also knew of the Treasure Fae Pagoda's list of materials. The rarity of the materials left people faltering. Furthermore, the more informed ones knew that Yi Yun had fought Zhang Yuchan because Zhang Yuchan had interfered with one of the items Yi Yun wanted to purchase, the Golden Feather Immortal Pistol. Perhaps, back when Yi Yun left contingencies in Zhang Yuchan's body, he already had the intention of extorting the Luo King. Furthermore, he had expected the Luo King to appear. The Luo King's appearance should have been a show of force. Logically speaking, Yi Yun was meant to be the one suffering.
But the opposite happened. The Luo King had appeared only to have his face figuratively smacked. A junior had plotted against a Fae the Arch and had even succeeded. The seal which the Luo King had left behind had been easily removed by him. Yet, the seal he left behind was something even Princess Chang was powerless against. This meant that Yi Yun's achievements in mystic arts and laws were completely incomprehensible.
Senior Luo King, this is the list. Ian flicked his finger and shot out what appeared to be a purple piece of silk. It, along with the text on it, were a manifestation of lightning threads. The Luo King narrowed his eyes without receiving the so-called list. All he did was stare at Ian. People who knew the Luo King well knew that it was a manifestation of his anger. He was bent on killing Yun. He had disgraced himself completely and was now being extorted by Yun. He would become the laughingstock of Heaven Face City in the future. Senior Luo King, I shall bid you farewell for now. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. Yun cupped his hands as he spoke. Now that no out for the Luo King was provided, hoping for him to agree on the spot was impossible. However, Yun thought nothing of it. He was determined, if he was not out to fleece the Luo King, he would not have bothered with Zhang Yuchan. At that moment, the Blood King laughed out loud. Luo King, I shall take my leave as well. Thank you for your hospitality today. In addition, I heard that Shiro won a few hundred chaos crystals at your Fey Blood Plains. Why don't you cash it out to her now? Before the Blood King left, he did not forget to rub salt in the Luo King's wound. Ian clicked his tongue when he heard that. The Blood King sure wasn't a magnanimous person. People who offended him did not have good days ahead of them. With her father backing her, Zhang Xiao decisively went to redeem the chaos crystals. Ian's final battle with the Black Sea Serpent ended with him bringing it under his control. It was naturally considered a win. Having won 3 consecutive rounds, the dozens of chaos crystals which Zhang Xiao had brought had rose to 700. This was quite a huge sum too. Her brother was truly impressive. They had been bullied by Zhang Yuchan in the beginning, but not only had Yun won a huge sum of chaos crystals, it was even possible for him to earn priceless materials. It had even gratified the Blood King. It was really quite a earth-shaking move. Punk, when we return to the Blood King Palace, let's have a drink. I have an excellent 1000-year brew that I've been stashing away for an occasion like this, said the Blood King happily. Yun naturally agreed. Beside them, Zhang Xiao could tell very clearly that her father completely acknowledged Yuner after today's turn of events. Furthermore, it was an act of appreciation and partiality. If not, he would not have invited Yun to drinks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1648, Flying Clouds Flowing Flower. Chapter 1648, Flying Clouds Flowing Flower. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The location of the Blood King's drinking grounds was still in the Spirit Mountain north of the city. It was a mountain as sharp as a sword, one that tore through the blue skies. Not only did it appear mighty, it was also a bountiful land of resources. Originally, the Spirit Mountain belonged to a patriarch of the Heaven Fey ancient ruins. Many Fey thearchs had their eyes set on it, but it was eventually bestowed to the Blood King. Now, the Spirit Mountain had been named Snow King Peak, since snow was a homophone to blood. After all, Snow King Peak was perennially covered in snow. Amid the snow, there was a clear pool that never froze. It was a beautiful vista to behold and had nothing to do with blood. At that moment, Yun and the Blood King were sitting in a pavilion in the middle of the lake having drinks. They were surrounded by immortal fruits and spirit food and served by 9 fairy-like maidservants. Zhang Xiao and Lin Shintong joined in the drinking as well. The wine was a 1000-year-old vintage wine made from snow lotuses that were sourced from Snow King Peak. It was brewed together with 10,000-year-old melted ice water, which gave the wine a tiny bitter taste, but it was pure and refreshing. It left one highly spirited and refreshed after downing it. It was the first time Yun was tasting such excellent wine. Typically, wine left one groggy after drinking, but the wine made him more energetic as he drank it. It had the wondrous effect of nurturing his soul. Yun knew that such wine that could nourish his mind was priceless. Punk, you are siblings with Xiao, and since Xiao is my daughter, you are family to me. I heard from Xiao that your refinement of the myriad form Shura pill requires the blood of the ancestor gods. The Blood King went straight to the topic. Yun's mind stirred, for he planned on fusing his bloodlines with the refined myriad form Shura pills. Now, Yun had the ancestor god bloodline, dragon emperor bloodline, as well as a human bloodline that resulted from his body tempering cultivation. The pills required materials in these 3 aspects to fuse them together. Among these, the blood of the ancestor god was rarer than a mighty phase Fey core. After all, the rulers in name of the chaos heavens were the Celestials. An attempt to purchase the blood of the ancestor god would be equivalent to declaring war on the Celestials. The Celestials would not tolerate it. Therefore, the Treasure Fey Pagoda had left out the blood of the ancestor god on the list of treasures it was purchasing. Over the billions of years, the only one that showed open contempt to the Celestials and managed to kill an ancestor god was the Tao originator Celestial the Arch. After he killed the ancestor god, he sealed a portion of the ancestor god's body in the Tian Yuan world. Later, the Blood King entered the Tian Yuan world and obtained the essence blood of the ancestor god's body. Now, he still had a little left of the ancestor god's blood. The Blood King took out a red jade bottle which was a spatial artifact. Contained in it was the blood of the ancestor god. He said, "I'm an ancient heaven fae after all. My bloodline is sufficiently powerful, so all the ancestor god's blood did was stimulate my bloodline and not remold my body. After I absorbed more than half of the ancestor god's blood, there were already diminishing effects. I had kept it, planning to give it to Shiro after she transcends the heavenly tribulation and became capable of withstanding the potency of the celestial blood. Since you need it now, I can give it to you." The tiny jade bottle was handed to Yi Yun in such a simple manner. Yi Yun took a deep breath and did not reject it. He was indeed in need of it. "Senior, don't worry. The myriad form Shura pills I'm refining will definitely be of great help to Sis Sharo. The effects will exceed that of directly absorbing the ancestor god's blood. It can even be taken before transcending the heavenly tribulations." Yi Yun made a promise. He knew that his performance had won the Blood King's trust. But even so, it was still something he had to be immensely grateful for. It was truly of timely assistance. He planned on working hard to refine the myriad form Shura pills, so as to return his gratitude. Time passed, and yet Yi Yun did not receive any response from the Luo King regarding his extorting list. He did not capitulate, for it was impossible for him to submit to a junior. Yi Yun thought nothing of it. He enjoyed the wine in Blood King Palace with the Blood King. During this period, Yi Yun also paid a visit to Jiang Shiro's mother, the Desolate Queen. Back in the lower realm, the Desolate Queen had provided Yi Yun with a lot of care. Therefore, it was only right that he paid her a visit. After so many centuries, the Desolate Queen appeared more gentle and virtuous. However, Yi Yun could also sense that she was under considerable pressure. Faced with the competition from the Blood King's harem, she could only rely on Jiang Shiro. This also strengthened Yi Yun's resolve in refining the myriad form Shura pills. Now, as Fae the Arch, the Blood King had decreed the Fae to gather the materials for the myriad form Shura pills. Yi Yun did not sit idle during this period. Since the Luo King had no plans on getting him to rescue Jiang Yuchan, Yi Yun would pay the Fae Blood Plains a visit whenever he had the time. Every time he visited, he would capture a Fae beast. With Yi Yun already wiping the floor with the Fae Blood Plains' most powerful Black Sea Serpent, how could there be another Fae beast that was his match? And as Yi Yun's combat results were astounding, everyone would place their bets on him the moment he appeared. Later, the Fae Blood Plains barred Yi Yun from entering. But how could they stop him? The numerous Fae lords they assigned to the task were useless. They had no idea what means Yi Yun had used to so easily enter the Fae Blood Plains. He would appear in the arena when they least expected it. The moment he appeared, a Black Sea Serpent would swim around the periphery of the arena, flashing its fangs and flailing its claws. The Black Sea Serpent also hated the Fae Blood Plains to the core. Having been placed in an advantageous position, it did its best to flaunt its prowess and worked hard to exact its revenge. Therefore, the situation got out of hand. A Black Sea Serpent with Yi Yun was a force that even Jiang Yuebai was no match for. In addition, countless spectators would place their bets on Yi Yun's victory with their chaos crystals. Chasing him out the arena would not only be a loss of reputation for them, but it would also incite public rage. The Fae Blood Plains still depended on the audience to make a profit. Those that could pay the entrance fees to the Fae Blood Plains and still have the spare money to gamble were definitely of considerable status and strength. As such, the Fae Blood Plains nearly went out of business due to Yi Yun's exploits. Yet, seeking the Luo King's help was useless. Princess Chang had made it clear that matters of the juniors were to be resolved by juniors. Whatever Yi Yun had done was in line with the rules. There was no excuse the upper echelons could provide to intervene. Furthermore, the Blood King did not sit idly by. He showcased his usefulness by participating in various events where the upper echelons of the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins attended, guaranteeing Yi Yun's safety. Therefore, not only had the Fae Blood Plains lost its support from the upper echelons, its owner, Jiang Yuchan, was in a dire situation himself. As such, it was left in a tragic state. After a few arduous days, the Fae Blood Plains was temporarily closed. And when that happened, Yi Yun decided to appear and sell off all the Fae beasts he captured, except for the Sea Serpent. Originally, the Fae Blood Plains was the only de facto beast coliseum of the Heaven Fae Ancient Ruins. The others did not amount to anything, but after Yi Yun caused it to close down, the other factions began to stir. A beast coliseum was a huge piece of pie.
It was once the Luo king's and no one dared vie against his interests.
But now that the Blood King was opposing the Luo king, they had to take a bite out of the pie to gain the Blood King's support.
In fact, the Heaven Fei ancient ruins had many businesses that thrived through such means.
They found a Fei the Arch to support them before setting up a business and expanding it. Therefore, people had entered the Blood King Palace the past few days to make business negotiations.
Some of them offered excellent conditions.
However, the Blood King did not accept them.
Although what Yi Yun had done had made the Luo king suffer, it did not hurt him deep down.
It was practically impossible to use these new businesses to completely rob the Luo king of his Beast Colosseum business.
The segregation of interests in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins was based on the strengths and qualifications of all the Fei thearchs.
It was not something that could be easily changed. This continued until one day, the Blood King received news that his Fei the Arch decree had results. Someone had offered an extremely rare material, Flying Cloud's flowing flower. Among all the materials Yi Yun was seeking, the ancestor god's blood was the most difficult one, but thankfully, the Blood King had some of it. Fei cores of powerful Fei were also rare. As for the other treasured herbs, the rarest was the Flying Cloud's flowing flower.
With it in hand, it made everything easier.
Back when Yi Yun extorted the Luo king, he did not include the Flying Cloud's flowing flower. There was no point in going overboard in his extortion, or it would only ensure that he did not receive a thing. However, the person who had brought the Flying Cloud's flowing flower surprised Yi Yun and the Blood King. The person was from the ghost race. His name was not important, to the point of people forgetting his name. People only remembered his title, Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. He had made a name for himself a long time ago. He was good in various killing techniques and excelled in medicine. With a flip of a hand, he could send a person to hell, and with another flip of his hand, he could rescue a person from hell, reviving them in the process. People that offended the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor were brewed into human puppets. He used his excellent medical skills to prolong their lives and used various means to torture them. They would only die after more than 10,000 years of torture. This was probably the most painful way of dying. And it was because of this that the mention of Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor changed the expressions of people in the Chaos Heavens. Unless necessary, no one wished to have any dealings with the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Even if they were severely injured, they would not seek his medical services. Getting the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor to treat any medical condition was like making a trade with the devil. He had too many means that could leave a person in a living hell. The Blood King never expected the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor to come to him. He did not care about Fei the Arch decrees and was unmoved by anyone. The Flying Cloud's flowing flower is a kind of sacred medicine meant for treating injuries. It's not odd that the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor can produce it. According to the descriptions of the voice transmission talisman, the Flying Cloud's flowing flower is already 1,000,000 years old, a top strain among supreme grade ones. Other than the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor, perhaps no one in all of the Chaos Heavens can produce it, said the Blood King.
Yi Yun was moved by it.
1,000,000-year-old Flying Cloud's flowing flower. Yi Yun's purchase of these treasured herbs were done with the lowest of expectations. It was good enough having them, so he had not placed any demands on quality. His original request was one that had bloomed. Typically, it took 90,000 years for a Flying Cloud's flowing flower to go from a bud to a blooming flower. But even so, it was extremely difficult to find one. 1,000,000-year-old Flying Cloud's flowing flower was like a flying cloud, so fleeting that it was practically impossible to find one. Its worth was hard to place. It was unknown times more valuable than the standard Flying Cloud's flowing flower that Yi Yun had asked for. If he used such a Flying Cloud's flowing flower to refine the myriad form Shura pills, not only would there be more pills, the quality of the pills would also elevate to a whole new state. According to Senior Blood King's description, Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor probably is not lacking in chaos crystals. He probably has other motives for seeking us out. It was obvious to Yi Yun that the Flying Cloud's flowing flower in the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor's hands was definitely not so easily attainable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1649 Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Chapter 1649 Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The information passed by the Blood King's subordinates only mentioned that the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor had a Flying Cloud's flowing flower and that he was willing to make a trade. However, there was no mention of when it would take place, or what the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor wanted. According to the prices of the Chaos Heavens, a recently bloomed Flying Cloud's flowing flower could fetch 500 to 600 Chaos crystals. Yi Yun was completely capable of accepting such a price. However, 1,000,000-year-old Flying Cloud's flowing flower had a price of at least 5,000 to 6,000 Chaos crystals. This was a huge sum of money that even the Blood King might have trouble producing, much less Yi Yun.
The Blood King had already provided the ancestor god's blood, so Yi Yun did not feel that it was right to make him give up a large sum of chaos crystals as well.
Since there was no immediate news, Yi Yun decided to enter seclusive cultivation.
And it was during this time that Lin Shintong began attempting to condense her Divine Lord Royal Seal. She cultivated in the Grand Reincarnation technique, so the Divine Lord Royal Seal's condensation was extremely complicated. It was a very long process, but Lin Shintong was in no hurry. She did it a step at a time as she slowly figured out what it entailed. 3 days passed, and one morning, the Blood King finally received news from Treasure Fei Pagoda. The heretic Han's ghost doctor had arrived in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins and was living in the Yin Fountain Valley. The Yin Fountain Valley was located west of the Heaven Fei ancient ruins where venomous bugs, snakes, and scorpions thrived. Typically, few Fei went to that godforsaken place, but to the heretic Han's ghost doctor, the Yin Fountain Valley was a lot better than Heaven Fei City. Ghosts typically did not enjoy staying with Fei as the Fei had potent lifeblood powers. To a ghost, these Fei warriors were like burning cauldrons. Although the heretic Han's ghost doctor was strong, he did not enjoy seeing countless cauldrons flaring into the sky while in Heaven Fei City. It just left him uncomfortable. Over the past few days, news of the heretic Han's ghost doctor's visit to the Heaven Fei ancient ruins also spread to Heaven Fei City. Although the ordinary populace remained unaware, the intelligence organizations in Heaven Fei City had already received the news and had in turn sold the info. Although heretic Han's ghost doctor was someone people stayed away far from, he was still extremely adept in many magical mystic arts. There were still people who paid him attention, with some even planning on paying him a visit. While these people were still making their decisions, Yi Yun and company had already arrived at the entrance to the Yin Fountain Valley. This entourage included the Blood King. The heretic Han's ghost doctor had a terrible reputation, so the Blood King was worried Yi Yun would get into trouble if he were to go alone. Not only did the Blood King come, even Rain Numinous had followed. The Blood King Palace's strongest combat forces were all present. Other than that, there was Jiang Xiao, Lin Shintong, and Yi Yun's maidservant, Shan Ling.
The final person was the Treasure Fei Pagoda's Yuchihua.
His strength was still considerable and he was the one who had previously liaised with the heretic Han's ghost doctor. He had personally appraised the flying clouds flowing flower and with his keen eye, there was definitely no mistake about it. The Yin Fountain Valley was subject to cold winds. There were numerous venomous bugs around, but with the Blood King present, his aura of decimation was enough to prevent the bugs from approaching.
The indestructible killing Tao lives up to its name.
At that moment, a deep and sinister voice sounded from above like an owl.
Yi Yun looked up and saw a short elder draped in a black cloak.
He was sitting on a nearby withered tree which was more than a dozen meters tall. The tree's old roots which were twisted and contorted seemed to meld with the elder who was casually sitting on them. They had noticed the withered tree previously, but they had not seen the figure sitting there. His sudden appearance made it seem as though he had always been there. Yi Yun naturally knew that the person before him was the heretic Han's ghost doctor. This was because his cultivation level had reached that of a ghost the arch. The heretic Han's ghost doctor slowly lifted his head. Beneath his black cloak was a face as pale as a corpse's. Beneath the ghost the arch realm, ghost warriors only had a soul body. Only by cultivating to the ghost the arch realm would one's soul experience the catharsis of the ghost Tao heavenly tribulations which produced flesh and blood for them, allowing them to coagulate a body of flesh and blood once more. But even so, the bodies they coagulated were like corpses which were filled with an air of death. Their skin was grayish-white and they had odd looks. Their voices were hoarse and jarring. But legend had it that a rare peerless genius could be produced from the ghost race every billion years or so. They could coagulate a perfect body which was no different from living flesh. Such ghosts were not called ghost thearchs but ghost divinities.
Heretic Han's, what do you plan on exchanging the flying clouds flowing flower for? Blood King went straight to the point. Haha, Blood King, you really are impatient. Fine, let's jump straight into the trade negotiations. Heretic Han's laughter was like grinding sandpaper against a wall.
It was indescribably jarring to the ears.
I heard that back when you decided on the indestructible killing Tao, you obtained one thing, didn't you? Heretic Han's asked in a cold, sinister manner. It left the Blood King shocked.
This was an extremely secretive matter to the Blood King. He had no idea how the heretic Han's ghost doctor learned of it. Indeed, although the Blood King's talent back then was average, he had good luck.
He had once obtained a Ravenjade Bodhi in a mystic realm.
The Ravenjade Bodhi was an extremely rare treasure for soul nourishing. And it was with the Ravenjade Bodhi that the Blood King dared choose the indestructible killing Tao. If not, no matter how firm and determined he was, or how indignant he was, choosing the indestructible killing Tao destined him for madness and the eventual loss of his life. It was with the Ravenjade Bodhi that the Blood King managed to persist in the indestructible killing Tao for so long. But even so, he nearly fell into madness. It was only when he reached the Tianyuan world after he had suffered a drop in realm, concealed his murderous intent, distanced himself from battle, and spent mortal-like days with Jiang Xiaoro's mother that he finally succeeded. In truth, the Raven Jade Bodhi was no longer of much use to the Blood King at present.
After all, the Blood King's indestructible killing Dao was completed. The Raven Jade Bodhi's soul-nourishing effects were much less effective on the Blood King, who focused on cultivating his lifeblood.
However, the Raven Jade Bodhi became a symbol of the Blood King's memories. Back when he was in his life's deepest nadir, he had relied on the Raven Jade Bodhi to get back on his feet. It was very important to the Blood King. The Blood King was a person who cherished the past. His dedication to Jiang Xiaoro's mother was evidence of that.
How did you know of that item of mine?
Asked the Blood King coldly.
Heretic Hans smiled and said, Your Majesty, your cultivation process is no secret. One can always infer from the breadcrumbs. That item's soul-nourishing effects is no longer of use to you, Your Majesty, but to me, it's immensely beneficial. Ghosts focused on cultivating their souls.
Any treasure that nourished their souls was priceless. A Raven Jade Bodhi, if used well and coupled with soul-nourishing treasures, could aid the Heretic Hans Ghost Doctor into transcending the second Ghost Dao heavenly tribulation, allowing him to coagulate a more perfect body of flesh and blood. It was no wonder that the Heretic Hans Ghost Doctor was willing to exchange the extremely precious Flying Cloud's flowing flower.
He was after the Raven Jade Bodhi. Indeed, the Raven Jade Bodhi's value to Heretic Hans was far greater than the Flying Cloud's flowing flowers.
The Blood King drew a deep breath as he momentarily wore a conflicted expression.
Yi Yun saw it clearly.
He was someone who could understand the Blood King's feelings the most.
Placed in his shoes, if anyone were to ask for his purple crystal origins, would he be agreeable to it?
Of course, the Blood King's Raven Jade Bodhi's value was far inferior to the purple crystal origins. The difference was just too great.
Senior Blood King, let's forego this trade.
If we had known that this was the Heretic Hans Ghost Doctor's plans, we wouldn't even have come.
Yi Yun initiated a suggestion.
There was no need for him to use such a good strain of Flying Cloud's flowing flower. He found ones that had just bloomed acceptable as well.
At that moment, Heretic Hans took out a jade box and a tiny interspatial ring.
The jade box opened to reveal a disc array which was in an activated state. The energy formed a hemisphere barrier that sealed a flower which looked like a flowing cloud inside. The flower was in fact not considered a flower.
The average person would even find it difficult to discern its shape.
They would find it constantly changing, such that it made its actual state impossible to grasp. This was none other than the Flying Cloud's flowing flower. In terms of quality, it was practically the best.
There are 3,000 chaos crystals in the ring and 3 Fei the Arch level 9 orifices Ascension pills. Heretic Hans Ghost Doctor said. Your Majesty, you should know the value of the 9 orifices Ascension pills.
It is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. The Raven Jade Bodhi is already of little use to you, while the 9 orifices Ascension pills can even enhance your bloodline further. If you are willing to make the exchange, these are all yours.
Heretic Hans was right.
If they made the exchange, the Blood King was definitely not on the losing end.
He might even come out as the winner.
Therefore, it was likely that Heretic Hans was about to experience his second lightning tribulation. But from the color of his skin, it was clear that his first lightning tribulation was not a success. The body he coagulated still had a rich cadaveric aura. Therefore, he probably wished to completely transform himself through a second lightning tribulation.
Your Majesty, I have already produced the most generous conditions. Are you still disagreeable to it?
With that said, Heretic Hans appeared to be losing his patience. The Blood King let out a long sigh.
Whatever. I'll do the exchange.
Although it was an item that held his memories, it was an item after all and not a person. To the Blood King, his most important memories was with his wife who he met in the Tianyuan world. Back when he suddenly had to leave to end his obsession and resolve the burden that plagued his heart, he had inevitably caused his wife to suffer in the lower realm. This guilted him terribly. Now, Jiang Xiaoro was his wife's obsession. If Yan's pills could enhance Jiang Xiaoro's bloodline once more, the Blood King was willing to give up certain things. Upon hearing the Blood King, Jiang Xiaoro bit her lips. As a daughter, there was no need for words to tell her that her father loved her deeply.
All right.
Heretic Hans Ghost Doctor threw out the Flying Cloud's flowing flower and the interspatial ring. The Blood Jade took out a pure black Bodhi coruscating with a raven jade luster. As he caressed it fondly one last time, he wrapped it in lifeblood powers before sending it toward Heretic Hans. The Flying Cloud's flowing flower and interspatial ring were in hand. Yuchi Hua was the first to receive it. When he scanned it with his perception, he determined that there was nothing wrong with it. He handed the items over to the Blood King, who did a brief examination before handing the flower to Yi Yun.
Your Majesty, till we meet again.
After Heretic Hands finished his sentence, his body phased away, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. The Flying Clouds Flowing Flower was now in Yi Yun's hand. After scrutinizing it, he stored away the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower, but immediately after, he hesitated for a moment and took it out again.
Oh? What happened?
Lin Shintong was most sensitive to Yi Yun's feelings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1650 Diabolical. Chapter 1650 Diabolical. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Yi Yun remained silent for a long while.
Back when both parties made the trade, Yi Yun had repeatedly probed the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower with his perception. He had even activated the purple crystal's energy vision, but he found nothing wrong with it.
But now. What is it, Yuner? Jiang Xiaoro walked over. Could this Flying Clouds Flowing Flower be fake?
Jiang Xiaoro held her breath silently. The Flying Clouds Flowing Flower had been seen by so many people. Furthermore, Yu Qihua, who had seen numerous treasures as Treasure Fei Pagoda's store manager, had an excellent eye for authenticity. There was definitely no mistake in something he acknowledged in his appraisal. Young Master Lin, back when I liaised with Heretic Hands Ghost Doctor the first time, I had checked it thrice. It should be real, and the age of 1,000,000 years could only be more, not less. Yu Qihua was still very confident in his eye for detail. This Flying Clouds Flowing Flower is definitely real, said Yi Yun. Through the purple crystal's energy vision, he could see the resplendent colors contained in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower.
It was extremely rich in energy.
However, when Yi Yun stored away the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower, he had placed it in the God Advent Tower. As such, it allowed the 9 transformations celestial silkworm to make contact with the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm was a divine beast that ate all sorts of treasured herbs to grow, so its sensitivity towards treasures herbs was 100 or 1,000 times higher than a human's. Yi Yun was originally worried that the little guy would crave it, so he warned it. But to his surprise, not only was the little guy not salivating, it was even warning him.
This left Yi Yun astounded.
This Flying Clouds Flowing Flower has been tampered with.
If I'm not wrong, it might be poisoned. When that was said, everyone present was stunned. Poisoned.
In fact, when warriors cultivated to their realm, their resistance toward poison was extremely high regardless of their race. When human warriors discovered poison in their bodies, all they needed was to stir their yuan qi and burn the poison clean. The Fae had potent lifeblood, so they could directly rely on their lifeblood to refine away the poison. They could be described as being immune to all poisons. Under such situations, very few experts considered the possibility of having their food or herbs poisoned. Therefore, back when Yu Qihua examined the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower, he did not even test it for poison. However, there were still top lethal poisons in this world. The difficulty of refining these poisons was 100 times more difficult than refining a pill of the same grade. Furthermore, few people placed efforts into studying these. However, Heretic Hands Ghost Doctor was one of those minorities. He was adept in poison refinement arts. With this in mind, the Blood King was enraged.
That old bastard. He wanted to harm us? Why did he poison the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower when he already has the Raven Jade Bodhi? Yi Yun pondered for a moment before saying, Senior Blood King, have you ever crossed the Heretic Hands Ghost Doctor before? Not at all. I didn't even know him before today. The Blood King's expression was nasty. In that case, it was probably a task given by someone else. This is truly a move I never anticipated. I really believed his excuse because of the Raven Jade Bodhi. Heretic Hands was aware of the Raven Jade Bodhi and it happened to be of great use to him. It was a flawless plan. We only believed that Heretic Hands was after the Raven Jade Bodhi, which resulted in him producing the precious Flying Clouds Flowing Flower, but we never expected him to have an ulterior motive. Yi Yun was secretly alarmed. This was a very ruthless move. Are you implying that it's the Luo King?
The Blood King said coldly. Someone who they had crossed and was capable of getting Heretic Hands Ghost Doctor to take action could only be the Luo King. Asking a favor of a figure like Heretic Hands Ghost Doctor was too difficult, and since the Blood King did not know that the Luo King knew Heretic Hands, he had not gone out of his way to show precaution. However, the Luo King had been a Fae the Arch for too long. He hid his hand well, and whatever heritage or relationships he had was not something the Blood King was fully aware of. If the Luo King knew what Heretic Hands required and was able to satisfy him, requesting him to take action was a possibility. It's 90% him. Yi Yun said. It was no wonder there was no contact from the Luo King after so many days. He had been secretly holding back because he had sought the help of heretic hands. Furthermore, heretic hands had benefited greatly from the exchange. He had obtained the Ravengade Bodhi as well as benefits from the Luo King.
So that's the reason. I was wondering why heretic hands would know of my Ravengade Bodhi. Only my enemies would pay such close attention to me to infer my trump card through my various exploits. It's no wonder if the Luo King knows about my Ravengade Bodhi.
The Blood King's train of thought turned increasingly clear. The Luo King was truly ruthless.
After all, if it was administered by the heretic hands ghost doctor, the poison was definitely extraordinary.
If the flying clouds flowing flower was truly used to refine the pills, the outcome would be unimaginable.
Even if Yun could barely survive it, Zhang Xiaro would be doomed.
Furthermore, the Blood King would believe that it was Yun who harmed Zhang Xiaro.
There would be a falling out.
With this in mind, Yun revealed a look of killing intent.
Luo King and heretic hands ghost doctor, I'll remember this. Young Master Lin, how did you determine if this flying clouds flowing flower is poisoned? Also, look at the other items. Are the 3 9 orifices Ascension pills also poisoned as well? Yuchi was said.
The 9 orifices Ascension pills were meant for the Blood King, and since he was the pillar of support for the Treasure Fey Pagoda, it would be terrible if anything happened to him.
At that moment, the Blood King took out the 9 orifices Ascension pills and the 3,000 chaos crystals as well. In fact, the Blood King was also curious how Yun had discovered the poison.
Although they had not specially paid attention to the aspect of poison, they had a certain level of perceptivity towards poison. Now, even after Yun's raising of the issue, they still did not detect anything after carefully scrutinizing it. Indeed, heretic hands had formidable means. His poison was colorless, odorless, formless, and textureless. Yet, it had been discovered by Yun. Yun placed the 3 9 orifices Ascension pills on his hand and observed them for a moment. Then, he stored them away before making them appear back on his hand. Of course, Yun's study of it was only an act. He was completely relying on the 9 transformations celestial silkworm to determine if it was poisonous. However, Yun did not wish for outsiders to learn of the 9 transformations celestial silkworm's existence, afraid that it would be targeted by old powerful freaks. Among the people present, he naturally trusted the Blood King, Zhang Xiaro, and Lin Shintong, but he did not trust Yuchi Hua or Rain Numinous since they were still strangers to him.
The 9 orifices Ascension pills have been poisoned as well.
Furthermore, it's a slow poison. With the potency of this poison, if Senior Blood King were to eat it, he might not die, but it would definitely harm his core. Even heretic hands was unable to refine a poison that could poison a Fey the Arch to death.
That would be too heaven-defying.
However, to be harmed at his core would already be a terrible situation for the Blood King. It would not be a surprise if the Luo King spared no expense to challenge the Blood King when that happened. Even with Princess Chang intervening, she was unable to stop the Luo King if he truly insisted.
During the ensuing battle, the Luo King was bound to deliver a killing blow. Even if he failed to kill the Blood King, he would gravely injure him, causing his realm to drop, never to rise again. Furthermore, having gained insight into the indestructible killing Tao, the younger Blood King had a promising future ahead of him. But if everything were to go according to the Luo King's plan, the future Blood King would no longer be a threat to the Luo King. With a drop in strength and increased difficulty in improving, while losing a great deal of interests after his defeat, the resources at his disposal would be reduced. Under such circumstances, how was the Blood King to fight the Luo King? Nice of you, Jian Luo.
I never expected that while in his silence, the old bastard had initiated such a diabolical scheme against me. I nearly suffered an irreversible failure. The Blood King had been killing his entire life before attaining his ambitions. After he became a Fey the Arch, he forcefully embedded himself in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins and bit off a huge chunk of the pie with his strength. During this period, it was inevitable for him to have offended others.
Once he lost power, the outcome would be unthinkable.
He had no idea how many people would kick him while he was down.
The higher one climbed, the harder they fell.
Punk, I owe you one, said the Blood King.
Yun said, Senior Blood King, I'm already indebted to you. I haven't had the chance to repay you for that, so don't talk about you owing me.
Besides, I was the one who offended the Luo King first. I was also the one who wanted to refine the pills. If not, there would not have been a chance for heretic hands to harm you. The Blood King waved his hand and said, the Luo King and I have been sworn enemies since a long time ago. Since he knows heretic hands, it would have only been a matter of time before he took action.
I'll still remember what you have done for me.
Blood King spoke very decisively.
At that moment, Yuchi Hua was still in a dilemma. After hesitating for a long while, he could not help but ask, Young Master Lin, how did you determine that these pills in the flower are poisonous?
He was not truly curious, but was feeling a little incredulous. As the store manager of the Treasure Fay Pagoda, he knew a thing or two about poison. Furthermore, the Blood King was unable to tell that the items were poisoned despite being a Fay the Arch, so why was Yi Yun so certain? If Yi Yun made a mistake and this mistake instigated a war against the Luo King, it would be terrible.
Yi Yun naturally knew what was on Yuqihua's mind.
He extracted a trivial amount of the medicinal essence from the flying cloud's flowing flower and flicked it. Whoosh! The medicinal essence streaked across the air and entered a venomous python in the distance.
In a few seconds, the python lost all its vibrancy and turned into what seemed like a zombie snake.
Yuqihua had his perception locked onto the python's body from beginning to end, so he saw everything clearly. He immediately drew a cold gasp.
The poison was completely overbearing.
It was not a poison that destroyed the body, instead, it robbed one of their vibrancy.
The venomous python was extremely resistant to poison due to its nature, but against a poison that robbed one's vibrancy, its poison resistance was meaningless. Young Master Lin's perception is astounding.
I'm ashamed that I failed to discover anything despite examining the herb so many times. I nearly harmed His Majesty, Yuqihua said wistfully.
In front of Yi Yun, he felt utterly useless.
Moments later, he realized that if both the Flying Cloud's flowing flower and 9 orifices Ascension pills were poisoned, they had suffered immense losses. He was a merchant after all. He was very sensitive when it came to money. For these items, the Blood King had even thrown in the Ravenjade Bodhi, yet, all he got was for naught.
Yi Yun could read Yuqihua's mind as he said, this poison might not be unremovable.
Oh?
You are even skilled in poison? The Blood King was taken aback as well.
Poison as a mystic art was just too rare.
Across the entire Chaos Heavens, few warriors studied poison.
And for a freak like Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor to reach such pinnacle attainments, he was truly one of a kind. Under such circumstances, it should have been too difficult for Yi Yun to remove Heretic Han's poison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1651 Ghost Doctor's Poison. Chapter 1651 Ghost Doctor's Poison. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Punk, what sort of preparations do you need to neutralize the poison? Blood King asked.
He was also astonished that Yi Yun had attained such a high level in laws and body tempering at such a young age. He was the match of a quasi-godly monarch despite being a single-sealed divine lord. Not only did he know all sorts of sealing mystic arts, he even knew something as rare as poison theory.
He was just too heaven-defying.
There's no need for all that. All I need is a quiet place.
Alright, let's return first. I'll definitely not let the Luo King's machinations against me go unanswered.
Blood King said coldly.
In the Heaven Fey ancient ruins, Fey Thearchs were not to engage in fratricidal conflict.
Although he knew it was the Luo King that had machinated all of this, it would be difficult to deal with the Luo King without actual evidence. Senior Blood King, pretend that you are unaware of this matter.
I have my plans. Also, this matter must not be divulged by any one of us here.
If it's possible, please swear on the Heavenly Tao. Yi Yun's words were, in fact, directed at Yuqihua and Rain Numinous. Yuqihua also understood his intentions. He immediately said, I was the one who liaised with Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. I nearly harmed His Majesty and Her Highness Soft Clouds.
I deserve death.
If this news were to leak, no matter how trivial, I'll be worse than a swine and deserve having my soul extracted and marrow refined. My Fey core will shatter and I'll be left with no descendants, never to rise up again. In order to avoid suspicion, Yuqihua's swear was sufficiently vicious on himself. Rain Numinous naturally made the vow as well. In consideration of the duo's feelings, Lin Shintong, Zhang Sharo, and Shan Ling made the vow as well. When we return to Heaven Fey City, act oblivious to what has just happened.
Senior Blood King, make sure not to express any animosity toward the Luo King.
If my guess is right, Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor will not be leaving Heaven Fey City for an extended period of time.
We will still have an opportunity. Oh? Blood King was taken aback. If he read between the lines, Yi Yun's intent was to exact vengeance on the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Heretic Han's was a ghost the Arch. Dealing with him was easier said than done.
Furthermore, he was in cahoots with the Luo King.
Young Master Lin, why are you certain that Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor will not leave Heaven Fey City? Yuqihua asked. Because of Jian Yuchan. Yi Yun said confidently. Jian Yuchan is severely injured and in need of medical attention.
The Luo King has likely paid a huge price to seek the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor's help. he will naturally be treating Jiang Yuchan. What the Luo King has done will not only save Jiang Yuchan, it will also destroy me and Sis Xiaro, and even cause Senior Blood King to sink into oblivion through the Fei the Arch battle. It's truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I really have to thank you, young Master Lin, said Rain Numinous softly. However, Heretic Han's ghost doctor will leave Heaven Fei City once he heals Jiang Yuchan, right? Yi Yun shook his head. I left those injuries on Jiang Yuchan myself. It won't be that easily treated. Oh? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Rain Numinous was taken aback. He was that confident? Heretic Han's ghost doctor was a medical genius in the Chaos Heavens. Yet, Yi Yun had made his claim with utmost certainty. Yi Yun could resolve the Heretic Han's ghost doctor's poison, but the injuries left by Yi Yun in Jiang Yuchan's body were not that easily treated by Heretic Han's ghost doctor? As a ghost the Arch, Heretic Han's ghost doctor had spent his entire life researching his field. Yet, he would lose to Yi Yun in his domain of expertise? It sounded unbelievable. The Blood King gave Yi Yun a deep look. Roar's brother was truly astonishing. He seemed to have endless means available to him. Every time one felt that they had overestimated him, he would shock them in a brand new way. It's truly Roar's blessing to have you as a younger brother, said the Blood King in a heartfelt manner. Let's return to Heaven Fei City first. The Blood King took out a mobile cave abode from his interspatial ring as everyone entered. The mobile abode had flight capabilities, allowing it to fly back to Heaven Fei City. At that moment, in an independent space of the cave abode, Yi Yun took out the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower and the 3 9 Orifices Essence Yang pills. Yi Yun was indeed not skilled in poison theory. However, he had some experience when it came to removing poisons. Back in the Fei God Tomb and the ancient battlefield, Yi Yun had met Baiyuan for the first time. She had been attacked by the demonic servants. Those demonic servants used an apocalyptic poison to taint the stone marrow liquid which Baiyuan soaked herself in. Yi Yun was a supremacy back then, and with various means, he helped Baiyuan treat the poison. Even an apocalyptic poison left by demon gods could be treated by Yi Yun. Therefore, Yi Yun was confident that he could do the same with the poison left by Heretic Han's ghost doctor. Poison demon, come out. It's time for work. Yi Yun held a green jar and threw Poison Demon out. The old fellow's cultivation level was becoming more profound, and all of this was because of its submission to Yi Yun. Being with the correct owner was very important. Before Poison Demon appeared, it already knew what it had to do. It looked at the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower and 3 pills in front of it in a supercilious manner. There is no poison in this world that I can't deal with. Poison Demon was a manifestation of a supreme poison. In a particular sense, it represented the laws of poison. Furthermore, treating poison and removing poison from pills were 2 different things. Treating poison required decomposing the poison into its components to slowly understand their effects, so as to concoct a corresponding antidote. It was several times harder than concocting poison. Many people would naturally believe that such a method was needed to treat the Heretic Han's ghost doctor's formless poison. However, how could Yi Yun do something so tiresome? His method was simple and brutal. Suck out the poison directly. Even if the average person knew of such a simple method, it was completely impossible for them to accomplish it. There was no way to determine which were the poisonous components that the Heretic Han's ghost doctor had left behind, much less isolate and extract them. But to Poison Demon, that was not a problem at all. It was born out of poison. When Yi Yun placed the Poison Flying Clouds Flowing Flower in front of it, Poison Demon took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated look. Although Heretic Han's ghost doctor's poison was formless and odorless, that was only to the average person. To Poison Demon, its odor was extremely rich. It was like a cat catching a whiff of fish, or flies with shit. Good. Good stuff. Poison Demon nearly salivated. It looked like a drug addict that had been on cold turkey for days, to the point of their eyes turning green, only to suddenly see half a kilogram of its deliverance appear before it. The feeling was uplifting. Without Yi Yun's instructions, it began sucking at the poison in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower. But a few seconds later, Poison Demon's expression changed. This poison is formidable. After sucking a small portion of the poison into its body, Poison Demon suddenly felt that its vitality was being devoured. That alarmed it. It was born from poison, so how could any poison harm it? Cadaveric aura. This poison comes with a cadaveric aura. It's a power that can corrode life itself. I can be considered to have life, so if I were to consume this poison, I'll likely have my vitality snuffed out and die. Poison Demon originally found the poison unchallenging. However, when it began absorbing the poison, it realized how multifaceted the poison Heretic Han's ghost doctor had planted was. It was extremely terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1652 Zhang Yuchan's Injuries. Chapter 1652 Zhang Yuchan's Injuries. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Cadaveric aura, that's quite expected. Yi Yun was not surprised.
The heretic Han's ghost doctor is a ghost Thorch at that. It's true that you can't withstand the potency of the vitality corrosion powers embedded in his poison.
However, that doesn't matter.
Yi Yun condensed his Yuan Qi forces, and a few seconds later, the Azurewood Divine Tree's phantom appeared behind him. As an inheritor of the 12 Fey gods, the moment the Azurewood Divine Tree appeared, the pocket world was immediately affected.
A rich vibrancy spread out with Yi Yun as center. Vegetation grew as spirit flowers bloomed. Instantly, the pocket world seemed to turn into an immortal's paradise.
The Azurewood Divine Tree possessed the strongest vital powers. Yi Yun placed the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower in his hand as massive amounts of vital powers surged into the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower to neutralize the deathly powers within.
The heretic Han's ghost doctor was indeed powerful.
Even with the Azurewood Divine Tree's help, it took extremely long to get rid of the cadaveric aura within the flower. However, no matter how powerful the heretic Han's ghost doctor was, it was impossible for his poison to be constantly renewing.
Every bit frittered away meant one bit less. As time passed, the cadaveric aura in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower was slowly neutralized by the Azurewood Divine Tree.
Following that, Poison Demon began devouring the remaining poisonous elements in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower. Without the corrosive properties of the cadaveric aura, Poison Demon was completely unaffected by the lethal poison.
The poisons even strengthened it.
After more than a day, Poison Demon completely devoured all the lethal poison in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower.
Not only was Poison Demon unexhausted, it looked highly energetic.
Having removed the lethal poison in the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower, the remaining 9 Orifices Ascension pills were naturally not a problem.
Meanwhile, while Yi Yun was removing the poison, in Yuchan Manor north of the city.
Half a month had passed since Yi Yun's battle in the Fey Bloodplains. In that period, Zhang Yuchan would experience a tormenting pain from time to time.
The lightning threads and fire seeds Yi Yun left in his body were too terrifying. They constantly wrecked his body. Zhang Yuchan's flesh and blood was constantly decimated, but his potent Heaven Fey bloodline constantly restored his body. Most terrifying of all, the lightning and fire left behind by Yi Yun seemed to constantly renew itself.
They could absorb Zhang Yuchan's powers and lifeblood to strengthen themselves. They were like the world's most terrifying diseases that strengthened while inside Zhang Yuchan's body. During this period, the Luo King had sought many people in an attempt to treat Zhang Yuchan.
However, none of the treatments worked.
Instead, with the passage of time, the lightning and fire forces in Zhang Yuchan's body turned more potent as his situation turned for the worse. Zhang Yuchan was also considered a strong-willed person, but after the prolonged torment of such excruciating pain, his vitality was constantly shaved off. He was on the brink of a collapse to the point of hoping to plead for Yi Yun's mercy.
However, the Luo King refused to bow.
This day, the Luo King brought the heretic Han's ghost doctor. This was a person who brought way more despair than hope. He was a doctor of death that killed more than he saved. But at that moment, he was the only straw Zhang Yuchan could reach for. The heretic Han's ghost doctor caught a glance of Zhang Yuchan from afar, but he was able to tell that Zhang Yuchan's soul had greatly dissipated from the torment. The Fae focused on their lifeblood.
Their psyche and soul cultivations were nothing impressive.
On this point, the ghosts who focused on soul cultivation viewed the Fae in contempt.
A Heaven Fey ancient ruins genius is just this and nothing more. To be left in such a pathetic state after such a minor injury.
Furthermore, none of you Fae can treat him despite the fact that the injuries were inflicted by a human junior.
Heretic Han's let out a hoarse chuckle that left the Luo King's expression ugly. The Fae belittled humans to begin with.
This time, the injuries Yi Yun had left in Zhang Yuchan's body had smacked too many Fae mighty figures in the face. It left the Luo King extremely peeved. Now, he was even mocked by this old man.
How could he be happy about that? Heretic Han's had an odd personality and he was easily disliked.
Of course, now that the Luo King had a request for him, all he could do was put up with it. Heretic Han's walked to Zhang Yuchan's side and turned to the Luo King. Luo King, don't forget the heavy star sand and the soul entrenchment rock you promised.
Naturally.
He. Heretic Han's ghost doctor reached out his narrow palm that was as thin as a chicken's claw and grabbed Zhang Yuchan's arm.
Zhang Yuchan grunted as his arm was lacerated, causing blood to ooze out.
Heretic Han's ghost doctor stretched out his long tongue and sinisterly licked his black fingernails which were stained with blood. Moments later, his face gradually froze.
Oh.
His blade-like fingernails repeatedly streaked across Jiang Yuchan's body, and soon, Jiang Yuchan's skin was lacerated with countless wounds. Even his face was contorted from the pain. As large amounts of blood flowed out, heretic hands gradually wore a serious expression. This was an injury caused by the nomological Great Tao.
Such injuries were not easily healed. Typically, damage to the body would incur harm on one's vitality.
Even damage to the soul or one's vital essence was something the heretic hands ghost doctor could handle. Only Great Tao injuries were tough problems.
To treat them, one had to crack the nomological shackles.
This was similar to treating poison. One had to break down the poison's components and slowly find a solution to each.
However, heretic hands could tell that the nomological attainments and the Great Tao injuries left by the human junior were extremely horrifying.
This person's Tao of lightning and fire has reached an extremum.
Fascinating. Heretic hands recalled Yi Yun.
As a ghost doctor, he could tell a person's bone age at a glance. Yi Yun was definitely less than 1,000 years old. Such a genius was quite terrifying. In terms of lightning and fire laws, heretic hands ghost doctor, who had transcended the ghost Tao heavenly tribulation, was quite skilled in lightning laws.
However, his attainments in fire elemental laws were lacking.
It was limited to the understanding of fire poison. To use such means to crack Yi Yun's Tao was very difficult.
However, heretic hands was not the typical doctor.
He was very familiar with life.
He had taken billions of lives, humans, fae, ghosts, fae beasts, almost every race.
He personally dissected every inch of their body and split apart every meridian to familiarize and taste the fresh flesh and blood as well as their souls. He had many crazy ideas he wished to actualize. Great Tao injuries were the kind of injuries he was worse at treating.
However, he had other shortcuts. How is it? Can my grandson be saved? Luo King asked.
Heretic hands did not answer directly. Instead, he remarked, "Interesting, very interesting." Having met with such a tough problem, not only did heretic hands shrink back, he even turned excited. Such a reaction made the Luo King frown.
What does he mean by interesting? Is he planning on using my grandson as a guinea pig?
Although he had such a thought, the Luo King did not dare voice his opinion. He was a cold person.
Even if it involved his grandson's life, he was unwilling to lower his dignity as a Fae the Arch by compromising. That Lin Yun has to be killed.
The Luo King affirmed his decision to destroy Yi Yun. Since Yi Yun had means to leave heretic hands not entirely confident of treatment, it meant that his nomological insight was too terrifying. Adverse consequences were inevitable if he were allowed to develop his strength further.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1653 Materials Gathered. Chapter 1653 Materials Gathered. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
After removing the flying clouds flowing flowers poison, Ian also removed the poison from the 3-9 orifices Ascension pills in the same manner. After completing the process, Ian did a test by extracting a tiny portion of the medicinal essence and giving it to a lowly Fey beast. Not only was the Fey beast fine, it even had its lifeblood enhanced by its absorption of the tiny amount of medicinal essence. In regards to this, Blood King was filled with mixed emotions. Yun was not only nomologically powerful and physically strong, his understanding and removing of poisons were incredible. Despite the difficulty of removing poisons being of the highest level, Yun had managed to do so in just a few short days. It was a pity that he was not his son. Blood King even had the thought of acknowledging Yun as an adopted son. If this were any other person, becoming the adopted son of a Fey the Arch would be like having something fall into their lap.
Many people would yearn for that to happen. However, he knew that an elite like Yun had no need to rely on a Fey the Arch like him. Yun only stayed with them firstly to refine the pills, and second for Jiang Shoro. Blood King's relationship with Yun was maintained through Jiang Shoro. Senior Blood King, the 9 orifices essence Yang pills should be fine.
Senior Blood King, if there's no other matter, you should enter seclusion and refine them. Such matters should not be delayed.
All right. Blood King nodded. Punk, I'm in your debt.
I'll be leaving Shiro's well-being in your hands. Blood King threw out an interspatial ring. When Yun checked it, it was filled with chaos crystals. Initially, Yun's requirements for the myriad form Shura pills ingredients were of the lowest standards, but after obtaining a million-year-old flying clouds flowing flower, his requirements were no longer the same. To prevent wasting the flying clouds flowing flower's medicinal essence, the other materials needed to be of higher quality as well. The budget needed immediately raised about 8 times. Yun had previously promised to earn about 1 to 2,000 chaos crystals. Through the betting and the sale of the captured Fey beasts, that could have been sufficient. Unfortunately, his fleecing of the Luo King failed. If not, it would not have been a problem gathering those ingredients. Due to the rise in budget, Yun sold the 2 godly monarch royal seals he had used as a congratulatory gift at Lin Shintong's coronation. Instantly, he gained another 2,000 chaos crystals. Even in the chaos heavens where there were numerous godly monarchs, a godly monarch royal seal was still of great worth. If he had sold them in the sinkhole, the price would have been greater. With 3,000 chaos crystals, the shortfall was covered by the Blood King. The Blood King was not stingy either. He instantly provided all his savings. Punk, I haven't been a Fey the Arch for long, so my wealth is still nothing to speak of. Thankfully, Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor gave another 3,000 chaos crystals in order to win my trust. They are all in there. You must refine the pills to the best of standards. If there's anything you lack, have the Treasure Fey Pagoda go to the Heaven Fey Bank to get a loan. In fact, the Blood King did not mention that the wealth he produced had 3,000 chaos crystals from a loan. However, the Treasure Fey Pagoda was a huge enterprise. By mortgaging a portion of its business, it was not a problem to borrow a few thousand chaos crystals. Finally, Yun had a total of 21,000 chaos crystals in his hand. It was equivalent to 210 million chaos ores. This was a staggering amount of wealth. One had to know that the typical genius prince in the Heaven Fey ancient ruins only had about dozens of chaos crystals as their liquid wealth. As for the other princes, even Xiaomong Xian, who Yun had killed, had less than 20 chaos crystals. Thank you, Senior Blood King. These should be sufficient. Yun's original budget was about 2,000 plus chaos crystals. Now that he had about 9 times more, it left him delighted. With the Blood King in seclusion, the acquiring of ingredients was completely left to the Treasure Fey Pagoda. But this placed Yuchi Huai in a dilemma. Even with immense wealth in hand, a lot of the materials were not that easily gathered. Young Master Lin, many of the ingredients are too rare. They have a price, but there's no one to supply them, said Yuchi Huai with a rueful expression. With the increase in budget, Yun's requirements for the ingredients had increased in tow. It was already difficult previously, but it was now only harder. The search went on for days before 2 acceptable strains were found. The Golden Feather Immortal Pistol was one of them. Yun said, Senior Yuchi, don't fret. If I'm judging it right, the speed at which we will gather the ingredients will only speed up. Oh? Yuchi Huai seemed to realize something when Yun said that. Young Master Lin, do you mean? The Luo King will help us. Back in the Fey Bloodplains battle, Yun had figuratively smacked the Luo King in the face. For this, the Luo King had sought the Heretic Han's Ghost Doctor. Since he had spent a great price and put in so much effort, how could he allow Yun to not refine the pill because of a lack of ingredients? In fact, a figure at the level of the Luo King definitely had his patience. It would not have been a problem if he waited a few years. But most critically, the Luo King had also poisoned the 9 orifices Ascension pills which the Blood King was consuming. Although it was an extremely brilliant slow-acting poison, the Blood King was bound to discover it if things dragged on. From that, he could infer that the 9 orifices Ascension pills had been poisoned. If that happened, no matter how stupid Yun was, he would realize that the Flying Clouds Flowing Flower was problematic as well. To the Luo King, it was imperative he eradicated Blood King, a mortal malady of his. But when it came to Yun, the Luo King did not think lightly of him either. With Yun's talent, he would only become more difficult to deal with than the Blood King. Therefore, the Luo King had to time it perfectly such that both poisons acted at the same time. Yun said, the Luo King has deeper connections than the Blood King. He is already aware of the items on my list. If he is not confident that he can gather them for me in a short period of time, he would not have poisoned both items. Yuchi Huai said, Young Master Lin, what you say makes sense. It's no wonder you told His Majesty that his seclusion could not be delayed. Then, should we spread the news that the Blood King has entered seclusion? Yun said, the Luo King is likely aware of it. It was never a secret anyway. The Blood King Palace was huge. It was impossible for it to be devoid of the Luo King's spies. And the facts proved that Yun's guess was right. The search for the ingredients became easier. Many rare materials were purchased by Yuchi Huai subsequently. This made Yuchi Huai feel a sense of lingering fear. The Luo King's deep connections were indeed terrifying. A portion of the ingredients were bought from secret markets. The buyers and sellers there used mystical masks to hide their identity. That could be written off, but there was another portion of ingredients which were sold to Treasure Fey Pagoda by various major factions. This was obviously motivated by the Luo King. The Luo king had been in power for so many years, so he had wide-reaching resources that involved many family clans. These family clans either had shared interests with the Luo king or the Luo king palace had good relationships with a particular important figure in the family clan. At times, they could bribe the partners in bed of particular important figures into making insinuations. There were all sorts of means available, and this resulted in the Blood King Palace taking a few short months to acquire a vast majority of the ingredients.
Yi Yun's way of beating the Luo king at his own game was truly brilliant. The Luo king sure is terrifying.
Yet, such a terrifying person thinks so highly of young Master Lin. He spent such a huge price in order to doom young Master Lin, said Yuchi-Hua wistfully. He came to the Blood King's seclusion chamber and updated him on the ingredient purchase process. The Blood King's seclusion was only to refine a pill, so he did not require freedom from disturbances.
Got it.
For Xiao to have such a brother as an aide sure is her blessing.
This was the second time the Blood King was feeling impressed.
The Luo King probably never dreamed that all he had done was to suffer a double loss and benefit Yi Yun for nothing.
If not, how could Yi Yun's refinement of the pills go that smoothly? What other ingredients are missing?
Prepare them for him at any cost, said the Blood King. Yuchi-Hua reverently answered, he's short of a Fey core. However, I have already received news that a Fey the Arch Fey core will soon be auctioned in the capital. For this auction, I have gotten the Treasure Fey Pagoda to borrow 8,000 Chaos Crystals from the Heaven Fey Bank. We will definitely get it. Alright, take your leave. Yi Yun's original requirement for the refinement of the myriad form Shura pills was that of a quasi-Fey Thearchus Fey core. Yi Yun even felt that he was going a little crazy after having that many Chaos Crystals. He was even buying a Fey Beast's Fey core at the Fey the Arch level. The Fey Beast's Fey core at the Fey the Arch level was a lot more valuable than a Godly Monarch Royal Seal. Fey the Arch level Fey Beasts were even rarer. All of these Fey Beasts grew up in the wilderness independently, experiencing countless difficulties and the 9 heavenly tribulations before becoming a Fey the Arch Fey Beast. To kill them? It was just too difficult. Furthermore, many Fey Beasts would prepare a graveyard for themselves. These graveyards were extremely hidden, so finding their corpses was extremely difficult. Every Fey core at the Fey the Arch level was something that could only come by luck, but not by searching for it. Godly Monarch Royal Seals were the condensed laws of others. Many geniuses did not even wish to refine one they found for themselves, and preferred condensing their own Godly Monarch Royal Seals. However, Fey the Arch Fey cores did not share the same situation. They were top treasures that could be used for pill refinement. Be it humans, the Fey, or the Celestials, all of them needed Fey cores. Yi Yun went with Yuchi-Hua to the auction to purchase it himself. This was the more exclusive auction house in Heaven Fey City. It was not held by any conglomerate but hosted by the imperial household. Many people came for its reputation, but as Yi Yun was willing to pay an obscene amount of money, he eventually defeated his opponents. He spent 22,000 Chaos Crystals to win the Fey the Arch Fey core. Yi Yun was thrilled with the Fey the Arch Fey core in hand. Although the trading price of 22,000 Chaos Crystals was exaggerated, it was still acceptable. If they had met someone who wished to spite them, it would not be strange to have the price reach 30,000 Chaos Crystals. Finally, Yi Yun went up the stage under the watchful eyes of everyone to do the exchange for Chaos Crystals in the Fey the Arch Fey core. The feeling of handing over such immense wealth was actually quite exhilarating. Of course, this was what Yi Yun felt. The audience below only felt it was not worthwhile for the Blood King. They had obviously heard of news that Yi Yun was trying to refine the myriad form Shura pills and had also seen the list that the Treasure Fey Pagoda had provided. The list was already exaggerated enough, but it was even more ridiculous at that moment. All the qualities of the ingredients were elevated. The Blood King was probably mad to put the Treasure Fey Pagoda into tremendous debt so as to invest so heavily in Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun had won fame from a single battle at the Fey Blood Plains, people only believed that he was personally strong. Someone strong could still be a cheat. As a junior, why would his refining of pills need such immense wealth? How was it possible? It was even unheard of for divine alchemists when they refine pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1654 Array Core. Chapter 1654 Array Core. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. With the Fey the Arch Fey core in hand, Yi Yun had finally received the last of the ingredients he needed. Yi Yun's refinement of the pills involved Fey the Arch Fey core, million-year-old flying clouds flowing flower, blood of the ancestor god. Just gathering these three was astounding enough. In comparison, the million-year-old flying clouds flowing flower was the cheapest. And the most valuable of all was the ancestor god's blood, something even the Luo king could not obtain. With everything ready, Yi Yun picked an auspicious day to begin his refinement. And the place Yi Yun chose was the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. Although the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda had the words pagoda in it, it was actually a major faction. To put it simply, the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda was the alchemist association of the Heaven Fei city. It nearly monopolized all the alchemists in the Heaven Fei city and was considered a top faction. The Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's pagoda lord was also a Fei Arch. He was also the only alchemist monarch of the Heaven Fei ancient ruins. In fact, the alchemy practiced in the Heaven Fei ancient ruins was more akin to what was practiced by Tian Yuan World's desolate heaven masters. They seldom used spiritual plants and instead used the bones, flesh and blood, and Fei cores of Fei beasts. The Fei's alchemical arts took a different path from that of humans. In terms of influence and monetary strength, the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda was far above that of the Treasure Fei Pagoda. The latter was merely a merchant organization that earned its profits through the bid-ask spreads, while the former controlled the refinement of pills. Having pills was equivalent to having many Fei warriors at their throats. Yi Yun reserved the most luxurious alchemy room in the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda, with a rental cost of 300 chaos crystals. This price was equivalent to the entire wealth of 2 or 3 extremely wealthy Fei lords. Apart from that, the rental also required 100 merit points from the Blood King. Using the entire wealth of 2 to 3 extremely wealthy Fei lords and 100 merit points of the Blood King to rent an alchemy room? This sounded like madness. However, the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's alchemy rooms were worth every crystal. This was because it was one of the 9 major array cores of the Heaven Fei city's Heaven and Earth Massive Array. A city like the Heaven Fei city had been situated in the Chaos Heavens for billions of years. In the long river of history, the Heaven Fei city had produced geniuses, so the accumulations it amassed was staggering. In addition, the Heaven Fei city was a spot where numerous underground spirit veins gathered, making it a wonderland. The Heaven Fei set up a Heaven and Earth Massive Array in the Heaven Fei city and sealed the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi there, making the city rich in Yuan Qi. It was more than 10 times what could be found in the surrounding regions. This was also the reason why Heaven Fei city's property prices were worth their weight in gold. However, although the Heaven Fei city had rich Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, it was restricted by the Heaven and Earth Massive Array since it was a shared resource. Absorbing it was no problem, but once one absorbed a certain level of Yuan Qi, it would be restricted by the Massive Array. Under such circumstances, the typical expert's breakthrough was silent, without causing so much as a stir. But in the Heaven Fei city, there were a handful of 9 array cores which did not share the restrictions of the Massive Array. Of these 9 array cores, 3 were in the Ruins Emperor Palace, 2 were occupied by a patriarch each, and the Ruins Emperor had 1. The remaining 6 were scattered outside the palace. Under normal circumstances, the 9 array cores were left unused. In order to gather Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, they were only used when absolutely necessary. For instance, when a Fei the Arch was about to break through, they would apply for an array core for their seclusion. Or if they were refining divine pills or divine armaments, they would apply to use the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda or the array core at the Artisan Divine Pagoda. The usage of the array core was not free. Using it expended a lot of things. Typically, the various Fei thearchs would not be that extravagant for their seclusions. However, Yi Yun was just that extravagant. His pill refinement could only be described as extremely high profile. There were already many people watching Yi Yun. He was refining a pill no one had heard of before, so who knew if he would succeed or fail? However, due to his rental of the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's pill refinement array core, he immediately caused a commotion. What a prodigal! An utter prodigal! Furthermore, what right did a human junior have to use their Heaven Fei city's array core? Not only was the average Fei warrior unable to use the locations of the array cores, but they almost never even had a chance to see them. Even the Ruins Emperor's usage of the array cores every year was limited. Now, the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda was renting it to Yi Yun. Although 300 Chaos Crystals and 100 Fei the Arch merit points were costly, it still left many Fei unhappy. What right did he have? Why should a sacred land of them, the Heaven Fei, be left to a human to use? Don't be envious. Although it's blasphemous that the lowlife, Lin Yun, can step into the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's array core, perhaps it's the Pagoda Lord himself who was secretly overjoyed. When someone raised this point, everyone was stunned before they realized what was happening. The Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's array core was charged by the day and not the usage process. The array core was usually left unused to accumulate Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. Every array core had to be used at specific points in time. If the amassed Yuan Qi was sucked dry by the rentee, it would be a terrible loss. On the contrary, if the rentee had a limited appetite, capable of only absorbing minute amounts despite renting for half a month, the pagoda would make a killing.
So that's the reason.
So that's what the pagoda lord has in mind.
300 chaos crystals aren't cheap to begin with. It's even rarer with the Fei the Arch merit points.
Most important of all, the array core cannot be used after a long period of time. When the Yuan Qi is at its richest, it can be used by the pagoda lord. Perhaps, the pagoda lord has plans on refining a special pill.
People discussed and came to a realization. It was no wonder that the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda did not reject Yi Yun's entry into the array core.
A fool and his money are soon parted, and the fool was none other than Yi Yun.
However, Yi Yun was not necessarily a fool.
He could be having nefarious ideas, since he was not the one paying for it. Many people were guessing at the means Yi Yun used to win the Blood King's trust to the point of him investing so much in him. For items like a Fei the Arch Fei core, even if an alchemist grandmaster were to refine one, they would do so very carefully, afraid that they were unable to bring out the medicinal essence of the Fei core. After all, the energy contained within was overly terrifying.
As for Yi Yun, he had everything go smoothly for him.
Not only was he using a Fei the Arch Fei core for his cauldron of pills, he was even using all kinds of treasured herbs. The amount of energy combined together far exceeded the Fei the Arch Fei core.
How was it possible to infuse so much energy into the pill? It would definitely result in a lot of waste.
It was even possible that the excessive energies would cause the cauldron to blow up. That would all be alright if it was the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda's pagoda lord who did the refinement, but how old was Yi Yun? People guessed that Yi Yun would use up or transfer away the large amount of resources in the chamber. When the time came, he could make an explosion and claim that the pill refinement had failed. However, he had caused such a huge stir and the ingredients he used were of top grade.
He had even rented the array core of the Heaven Fei Relic Pagoda. Could he simply write off everything by claiming failure?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.